Demon's Diary Chapter 877 to Chapter 931. Black Phoenix Fairy, intermediate stage of the crystallization period. On the surface, she is an evil cultivator, but she is actually a Morong disciple of the 8 great families. She once worked with another crystallization period associate to seriously injure a Jin Dan elder of the mountain hidden peak. Her bounty is 800,000 contribution points. This woman was originally ranked second on the Outer Door Life and Death list, but since she advanced to the crystallization period a few decades ago, it is naturally not suitable to be placed in the Outer Door. The man in a grey robe glanced, then explained faintly. Lu Ming nodded. He had fought with this woman in the Heaven Gate secret realm. Her cultivation had improved greatly and she had many tricks up her sleeves. She was indeed difficult to deal with. His gaze lingered on the woman's name for a long time before finally moving away. Although he coveted the 800,000 contribution points, he also knew that the Black Phoenix Fairy was not only a disciple of the Morong family, but also a core disciple. Not to mention killing her, even finding a trace of her would not be easy. Moreover, her brother was not easy to deal with. These evil cultivators are all powerful figures from the Yao and Demon Dao. Not only are their cultivation bases high, they are also extremely elusive. If you were to search for them alone, you might not even be able to find one even after 10 years, the grey-robed man suddenly said, changing the topic. Please guide me. Lu Ming put down the scroll in his hand and cupped his hands. Most of these people have harmed our disciples, so the sect has been sending people to investigate the whereabouts of these evil cultivators. If you really want to earn contribution points through the life and death list, I suggest that you take on the evil cultivator whose whereabouts you already know. The man in the grey robe made a suggestion. If that's the case, that would be great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Although he could also go to the Big Dipper Pavilion to find out the whereabouts of these heretical cultivators, the Withered Bone Monk's example was still there. The Big Dipper Pavilion was basically doing business on both sides. If he bought information from one side, it was very likely that the other side would immediately sell his information to those evil cultivators. He was still wanted by the demon mystic sect. He was afraid that as soon as he left the Big Dipper Pavilion, there would be evil cultivators coming to take his life. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to have any dealings with the Big Dipper Pavilion. The sect can only provide a small part of the evil cultivators' information, and it can't guarantee the accuracy. You have to grasp everything by yourself. The man in the grey robe nodded slightly. Thank you for your guidance. May I know which evil cultivators' whereabouts have the sect found? Lu Ming immediately asked after thanking him. The man in the grey robe raised his shoulder, and the yellow fur on it shook slightly. He raised his flat face, and it turned out to be a yellow leopard cat. The cat's head was huge, but its body was small. It looked very uncoordinated. It opened its red and yellow eyes and lazily looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. When Cat Eyes looked over, he faintly felt a strange feeling, but it disappeared in a flash. After, Moon, King, and said, and, the star, and said, Ling Phoenix Cultivators, Lu, Sect. Said, Clan Sect, Sect, Clan. After a snap, the light ball broke apart and turned into a light curtain. Dense small words appeared on it. For the time being, there are only these 7 people. The man in the grey robe said indifferently without any fluctuation in his eyes. Lu Ming glanced at the yellow leopard cat in surprise, then he looked at the light curtain. There was information about the 7 evil cultivators, cultivation, origin, whereabouts, etc., which were recorded in great detail. These 7 people were all ranked at the bottom of the life and death list. 4 of them were at the crystallization period later stage, 1 was at the pseudo-pellet state, and the remaining 2 were at the Jin Dan state. Thank you, Senior, I have remembered it all. Lu Ming remembered the information on the light curtain in his mind and nodded. By the way, I remind you that the rules here are the same as the outer door. Remember to bring back the evil cultivator's head. After the man in the grey robe said this, he ignored Lu Ming. He yawned, lay on the stone platform again, and fell asleep. Junior will leave now. Seeing this, Lu Ming cupped his fist, then he turned and strode away from the hall. After a black light flashed under his feet, he flew out of the valley. In the hall, the ginger big-headed leopard cat jumped gently from the shoulder of the man in the gray robe to the stone platform and walked gently on it. The man in the gray robe suddenly opened his eyes, reached out and stroked the cat's back a few times, sighed softly, and muttered to himself, "I haven't opened for 2 or 3 years. It's already been 2 to 3 years since I've opened my shop. I hope this kid really has some strength and doesn't lose his life in vain. At least bring back a head, otherwise I really won't be able to answer to the sect." 1 month later. In a vast mountain range more than 30,000 miles away from the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range, there was a small market built on the ridge. At this time, at the entrance of the market, a slender figure in gray was walking out in a hurry. This person's head and body were tightly wrapped in gray cloth, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Only a pair of sharp eyes could be seen. After quickly looking around, his figure flashed, transforming into a gray streak of light that flew off into the distance. After more than 30 miles away from the market, above a dense forest, the gray escape light suddenly paused, then it burst into a burst of gray light and disappeared into thin air. After a long time, a circle of ripples appeared above the forest below. The man in gray clothes appeared out of thin air, and he glanced around in confusion. The forest was empty, and the sounds of birds and insects were endless. It was completely peaceful. "Is it an illusion?" the man in gray clothes muttered. He was slightly relieved in his heart, and he was about to turn around and leave. At the next moment, this person's face suddenly changed. He shook his shoulder, and his figure suddenly became illusionary. He blasted away into the distance. Selah, a sharp black light flashed in the air and penetrated the body of the man in gray clothes like lightning. Blood suddenly appeared, with a flash of gray light, the figure of the man in gray clothes appeared more than 100 feet away. There was a long and narrow wound on his chest. His flesh was twisted, and blood gushed out wildly. In a moment, it had already soaked the gray cloth on his body. Fortunately, his reaction was extremely fast. Otherwise, if this blow was slightly off, it would be the position of his heart. The eyes of the man in gray clothes were extremely angry. He stared at the place where he originally stood. There was already a man in green clothes there. His face was yellow, and he looked sick. His body was wrapped in wisps of black gas. "Who are you? Why are you ambushing me here?" the man in gray clothes asked in a cold voice. At the same time, his hand gently wiped the wound on his chest. A trace of gray gas wrapped around the wound, and in the blink of an eye, the blood had stopped. Evil Moon Taoist, a core disciple of the Heaven Shadow Demon sect. 15 years ago, you robbed and killed 3 inner disciples of the Taichin Gate in the Dragon Gorge Ridge outside the South Dragon Lake Market. 11 years ago, you raped and killed a female outer disciple of the Taichin Gate in Pastate City. Am I right? The man in green clothes said in a light tone. So you are a member of the Taichin Gate. Do you want to take my head to the sect to receive a reward? That depends on whether you have the strength to do so. Although the man in gray clothes was injured in the hands of the man in green clothes, he seemed to be full of confidence. He did not show the slightest timidity. Instead, he sneered. The man in green clothes was naturally Lu Ming. According to the information provided by the sect, it took him half a month to finally find the trace of the man in gray clothes, who was the Evil Moon Taoist, and followed him all the way. When Lu Ming heard this, he smiled and turned around like lightning. At the same time, he raised his hand and waved. A golden sword chi shot out from his hand and hit an empty place. Bang! A muffled sound came out, a figure flashed in the void, and another figure in gray clothes with the same clothes staggered out. The gray cloth wrapped around his body was torn and scattered, revealing the figure of a skinny Taoist. His long face was full of shock. At the same time, the man in gray clothes who was standing still in front of him turned into a gray gas and dissipated. The Heaven Shadow Demon sect's shadow manifestation technique is really interesting, but it's a pity. If you are a Jin Dan cultivator, you might be able to hide from me by creating a real clone. But now, this kind of illusion technique is useless against me. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled and he sneered. His hands didn't stop moving as he made a hand sign. A portion of the black gas on his body seemed to have a mind of its own and condensed into a black mist dragon that was dozens of feet long. With a dragon's roar, it aggressively pounced toward the skinny Taoist. The speed of the mist dragon was extremely fast. It appeared behind Taoist Xiaoyu almost in a flash. Taoist Xiaoyu yelled. He pointed with one finger, and a black light blasted out of his sleeve. It turned into the size of a millstone and blocked the mist dragon in a dangerous way. Boom! The mist dragon pounced on the black light, and black gas immediately rolled out in all directions. It seemed like the two were evenly matched. In the dark light, there was a disc-shaped gear. As it rotated and cut, there was a loud buzzing sound, emitting a sharp light. Although it was only a superb spiritual weapon that Taoist Evil Moon had hurriedly sacrificed, it seemed to be quite powerful. Although the black mist dragon released by Lu Ming was transformed by spiritual power, it was lifelike and looked very solid. Although the dark light gear seemed to be forcing the mist dragon to retreat, it couldn't cut it open at all. After some entanglement, the mist dragon was still tightly wrapped by the mist dragon. After advancing to the pseudo-pellet state, not only did Lu Ming's spiritual power increase greatly, but his spiritual power was also far thicker than before. It was the same tiger-dragon hell prison, but its power was no longer the same as before. Right at this moment, a deafening roar of a tiger rang out. A huge fist wrapped in a huge black tiger head smashed toward Taoist Evil Moon's face with great momentum. Seeing this, a trace of fear finally flashed on Taoist Evil Moon's face. He fiercely clenched his teeth and waved his hand to shoot out 3 light blue talismans to meet the tiger head giant fist. At the same time, he patted a gray talisman on his body. His whole body flashed with a gray light, and he immediately turned into a blurry gray rainbow, shooting into the distance. He didn't even have time to withdraw the black light gear. Pung! 3 light blue talismans suddenly burst open, and a sharp cold wind mixed with crushed ice whistled up like a whirlwind. It quickly froze the black tiger head fist in place and blocked in front of Lu Ming. Boom! The black light on Lu Ming's body became thicker. He once again punched the ice in front of him. Then he passed through the broken ice and chased after the gray rainbow in the distance. The two chased and fled, and they flew for dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. However, Lu Ming's escape light was obviously a little faster. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. It didn't take long for the distance to be less than 500 meters. Taoist Xiaoyu naturally noticed this situation. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence without saying a word, and at the same time, he quickly made a gesture. Poof! A layer of crimson light abruptly appeared over his body, following which he split up into 5 identical streaks of light, all of which hurtled toward 5 different directions. Each escape light was extremely realistic, and the spiritual power fluctuations they exuded were almost the same. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming smiled faintly. A layer of black ripples appeared in his eyes, and he used the netherworld soul-searching technique. After advancing to the pseudo-pellet stage, he could use the netherworld soul-searching technique more freely. He almost instantly identified the real body of Taoist Xiaoyu. He almost didn't stop at all. He channeled the spiritual power in his body, and his escape speed suddenly accelerated. He chased after the escape light on the far left. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the black gas around him tumbled. A black mist dragon of several meters long was instantly released, flying in the direction of Taoist Xiaoyu. A silver-white crystal light appeared on Taoist Xiaoyu's body. It circled back and forth behind him, and the black mist dragon was cut into several pieces in a few seconds. However, with this delay, Lu Ming had already caught up. "You're going too far!" Taoist Xiaoyu roared, and his 10 fingers changed like a wheel. The silver-white crystal light he released expanded several times, and he slashed at Lu Ming fiercely. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he punched out fiercely. A millstone-sized black fist shadow blasted out and collided with the silver-white crystal light. With a bang, the silver-white crystal light revealed its original shape. It was a crescent moon silver knife, and it spun back. The black fist shadow still whistled toward Taoist Xiaoyu with undiminished momentum. Seeing this, Taoist Xiaoyu's pupils shrank, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Although he was also at the pseudo-pellet stage, not only did he have many means, but he was also proficient in cloning mystic arts, but now facing Lu Ming, he couldn't help but curse his bad luck. Just when Daoist Xiaoyu was about to use other means, Lu Ming shook his arms, and his body shone with black light. The black fist shadow that was about Daoist Xiaoyu suddenly burst. A large black light emerged in an instant, and Daoist was enveloped. The nether prison magical ability that could disturb the divine sense was like the nemesis of cultivators like Daoist Evil Moon. It also officially announced the arrival of his death. After 15 minutes, the hell prison space suddenly dissipated. Lu Ming was still floating in the air, but his face was slightly pale. He was holding the head of Taoist Evil Moon in his hand. Daoist's death, he had consumed. He Ming. But it was all worth it. His head was worth more than 100,000 contribution points on the life and death list. After Lu Ming put away Daoist Xiaoyu's head and the storage magic weapon on him, he took a golden yuan pill, then turned into an escape light and quickly left. After that, he didn't return to Taiqing Gate, but turned in another direction and headed for the next goal according to the information he got from the sect. A month and a half later, over a swamp full of miasma in the Middle Sky continent, 2 black shadows galloped past one after another, leaving 2 faint scratches in the air. The one flying in front was a young man with white eyebrows. His body was flashing in black light. Judging from the shape of his hairy face, he didn't seem to be human. The person chasing behind was a green shirt fluttering in the wind. It was naturally Lu Ming. Damned human cultivator, I am Sage Tanjin's personal disciple. You dare to chase after me? You're dead. You're dead. The white-browed young man's voice was somewhat feminine as he roared in exasperation. This young man with white eyebrows was also a bounty on the inner door life and death list. He was a Beast King clan cultivator of the crystallization period later stage. His name was White Sage, and his bounty was 120,000 contribution points. Lu Ming sneered and waved his hand. A silver light flickered behind him, and a set of silver flesh armor appeared on his body. A pair of silver flesh wings also appeared, and he flapped them fiercely. Puff puff, 2 invisible hurricanes lifted Lu Ming's body, and his speed doubled. In a few seconds, he caught up with the young man with white eyebrows. Although the young man with white eyebrows was cold, he had already experienced the power of Lu Ming. A look of horror flashed on his face, and he let out a shrill scream. As the black light flowed rapidly on his body swelled up. At the same time, a pair of black wings appeared on his back, and his hands turned into a pair of black shiny iron claws. Facing the crisis, the young man with white eyebrows transformed into a half-beastkin form, but it was some kind of eagle beastkin cultivator. His figure suddenly turned in the air, and a pair of black iron claws turned blurred. A black light of a few feet long suddenly shot out from the tip of the claws. It looked extremely sharp, and it clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming sighed secretly. If the void sword is not sealed, as long as I cast the flying sword at this moment, I have full confidence to cut off the sharp claws of the young man with white eyebrows with one slash. Now I can only use some other means. As his mind turned sharply, his hands didn't slow down at all. He made a gesture with one hand, and black gas rolled out of his body. It turned into a huge black mist dragon of more than 100 meters in a flash, pouncing at the young man with white eyebrows. The young man with white eyebrows' eyes flashed with joy. No one knew the power of this pair of iron claws better than him. With a chi sound, the black light easily cut the black mist dragon into several pieces wherever it passed. The young man with white eyebrows was ecstatic. He flapped the wings on his back, and he wanted to take the opportunity to escape. At this moment, the black mist dragon that was cut into several pieces suddenly exploded, turning into a thick black cloud. In an instant, the space around the young man with white eyebrows was shrouded in it. The young man with white eyebrows only felt his vision go dark. There was black gas everywhere, and his vision was immediately blocked. At the same time, the wings on his back were entangled by the black gas that came out of nowhere, and he felt like he couldn't stretch them out. Die. The figure blurred, and Lu Ming appeared behind the young man with white eyebrows like a ghost. He suddenly waved one hand, and a sharp black light slashed at the young man with white eyebrows' neck. Don't even think about it. The young man with white eyebrows' heart had sunk to the bottom. He knew that he couldn't escape. Suddenly, a sense of madness surged out, and the black light on his body suddenly shone. Pooh pooh pooh, the sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and countless black feathers burst out wildly in all directions. At the same time, the young man with white eyebrows' body shrank abruptly, and he was about to explode. At this moment, a palm covered with black and purple scales silently penetrated the black feathers and flashed into the young man with white eyebrows' lower abdomen. The young man with white eyebrows' body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes gradually lost focus. All his movements were frozen, and the spiritual power that he condensed also suddenly dissipated. With a flash, Lu Ming appeared behind the young man with white eyebrows with a blank expression. Immediately afterward, he waved one hand, and a cold light flashed. The head of the young man with white eyebrows was cut off. 3 months later, in the center of the endless desert in the northwest of the Middle Sky continent, rumbling explosions came from time to time, causing the nearby sand dunes to seem to be plowed. There were several long ditches and several huge pits. This abnormal movement lasted for half a day, then it quieted down. In a place surrounded by 3 sand dunes, a headless corpse wearing a white robe was lying in a huge sand pit. Not far from the sand pit, Lu Ming in a green robe was panting heavily, and a trace of blood faintly overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He was holding a head that was still dripping blood in his right hand. There was a faint black gas on the surface. Judging from the wound on the neck, it seemed that it was torn by some kind of huge force. His head was covered in dense braids, and on his hideous and terrifying face, a pair of soulless eyes were wide open as he stared forward. This person was the Jin Dan Realm evil cultivator on the life and death list of Taiqing Gate with a bounty of 500,000 contribution points, Tian Wuzi. This person's strength was slightly different from the information given by the sect. He had advanced to the middle stage of Jin Dan Realm. Several powerful means of Lu Ming were restrained by him. In order to kill this person, he also suffered some minor injuries. Half a year later, Mo Tua, an abandoned disciple of Heavenwork sect, who was once a core disciple of Heavenwork sect Xianxia Pavilion, was killed by a mysterious person near the famous Miasma Flower Sea in the Middle Sky continent. The 3 puppets with strength no less than the pseudo-pill stage were all defeated on the spot. 8 months later, the evil Jade Blood sect was slaughtered overnight. The head of the early-stage Jin Dan sect, Old Monster Jade Blood, was also beheaded. In just one short year, 5 or 6 cultivators from the Devil Dao and Yao clan were mysteriously killed. Moreover, all of them had their heads chopped off and ended up with their heads separated from their bodies. And these evil cultivators had one thing in common. They were all evil cultivators who were wanted by the life and death list of Taiqing Gate. For a time, the news that there was an extremely powerful character in Taiqing Gate who specialized in hunting the people on the bounty list spread quickly among the evil cultivators. According to the rumors, this evil star had become addicted to killing evil cultivators. As long as he saw the cultivators of Beastkin and Demonic Sect, he would fight without hesitation. Many evil cultivators who had conflicts with Taiqing Gate suddenly became silent and hid for fear that he would come to them. Half a year passed in a flash. On this day, in a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides in the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range, in front of the inner door's Life and Death Pavilion Hall, a black escape light landed silently. After the black light flashed a few times, it dissipated, revealing the figure of the person in it. It was Lu Ming. After he tidied up his clothes, he walked toward the hall door. The Life and Death Pavilion was gloomy and cold as always. "Oh, it's Lu." It took him more than half a year to come back this time. A middle-aged man in a gray robe greeted Lu Ming with a smile as soon as he saw him coming in from the gate. The ginger civet cat on his shoulder glanced at Lu Ming lazily and continued to snore. "Elder Jiang, nice to meet you," Lu Ming said with a smile. He then raised one hand and a black light flashed in his palm. There was a cloth bag stained with blood. The middle-aged man in a gray robe glanced at the cloth bag in his hand and his smile became wider. He raised one hand and took the cloth bag with a roll of gray light. This person's attitude was completely different from that of Lu Ming's when he first came. However, this was also a matter of course. Within 2 years, Lu Ming had consecutively killed 5 or 6 evil cultivators with a bounty for many years. As the deputy elder of the Life and Death Pavilion, the middle-aged man in a gray robe had been rewarded by the sect once. At this time, the middle-aged man in a gray robe opened the cloth bag in his hand and saw a bloody head. The head was smooth and there were 2 rows of scars. It seemed to be a monk. This is the perverted monk Changji from the Xianxia island in the South Sea. This person has reached the peak of the middle stage of the Jingdan realm. He has been committing crimes in the South Sea for a long time. Because of his cautious and suspicious nature, he has been wanted by the Taiqing Gate and the Nature Work sect for nearly 100 years, but no one has been able to kill him. Lu is really good. The middle-aged man in a grey robe's eyes lit up and then said with joy. This person is really cunning. It took me a lot of effort to force him into a desperate situation. Lu Ming said lightly. Speaking of which, the netherworld soul-searching technique was a great help in killing the Changji monk. He had chased the monk for several months before he found the monk's hiding place in a sect in the South China Sea. In the past year, all the evil cultivators on the life and death list seemed to have sensed something and hid their tracks. It was getting more and more difficult to find one. Moreover, the information provided by the sect was very little. Most of the time, when he followed the information, those evil cultivators had already escaped and disappeared. It was no wonder that the Middle Sky continent was too vast. Any 2 regions were tens of thousands of miles apart. Even if they took the Daihui Jade boat and used the teleportation array, it would take a lot of time. Now, if he wanted to continue earning contribution points through the life and death list, it was getting more and more difficult. This perverted monk's name on the life and death list isn't low. Our sect has placed a bounty of 300,000 contribution points on him. The middle-aged man in a grey robe carefully checked the head. After confirming that it was Changchun monk himself, he put it away. Lu Ming nodded, took the identity token from his waist with one hand and handed it over. The middle-aged man in a grey robe took out a small silver stick and made a gesture with his left hand. Suddenly, a silver light shot into the identity token. Lu Ming took the token and checked the contribution points in it. It had accumulated more than 900,000 points, but it was still a long way from 1.5 million points. He couldn't help but sigh. Although the contribution points of the inner door's life and death list were higher than the outer doors, it was a little less relative to the exponential increase in the strength of the bounty target. However, this couldn't be helped. The inner door's life and death list was originally open to the inner disciple above the crystallization period. Even if the outer disciple wanted to take it, he was not qualified at all. Looking at Lu's expression, it seems that you are still in urgent need of a lot of sex contribution points. The middle-aged man in a grey robe looked at Lu Ming's expression and suddenly asked with a smile. Jiang Qinbei is right. I do need a lot of sex contribution points because of one thing. Lu Ming replied frankly without hiding. That's just right. I have a bounty here with a bounty of 350,000 contribution points. This person killed the great-grandson of a celestial state elder of our sect decades ago. The elder couldn't do it personally due to the rules of the life and death list. He once promised that if our disciple can kill the evil cultivator, he will add an additional 100,000 contribution points. The middle-aged man in a grey robe said slowly, 450,000 contribution points. Elder Jiang, please enlighten me. Lu Ming's breathing was rough, and he was tempted. That person's name is Fei Yi. He is a solitary evil cultivator. He cultivated to the Jingdan state more than 200 years ago and is proficient in illusion techniques. Rumor has it that this person has the extremely rare thousand illusion spirit body. He can change his shape at will. He is known as the thousand illusion human demon among the evil cultivators. The middle-aged man in a grey robe looked at Lu Ming with interest and took out a piece of jade slips. However, regarding this person, the sect can't track his specific whereabouts. This is the information about the thousand illusion human demon that the celestial state elder sent people to collect in the past decades. A copy has been kept here. If Marshal Nephew is interested in taking this task, it should be of some help to you. The middle-aged man in a grey robe said lightly and threw the jade slips over. Thank you, Senior, I will take this task. Lu Ming reached out to catch the jade slips and said resolutely. 450,000 contribution points was really a great temptation. As long as there were some clues, he didn't believe that he couldn't find the location of the thousand illusion human demon with the help of the netherworld soul-searching skill. Thinking of this, Lu Ming quickly left the life and death pavilion and flew back to the cave house in the fallen serene peak. Master, you are finally back. As soon as he walked into the cave house, a girl with a black veil rushed up to greet him. It was Scorpion. In the past 2 years, when he went out to kill the evil cultivators on the life and death list, he didn't bring the 2 spiritual pets with him. On the one hand, after advancing to the pseudo-pellet state, he was confident that he didn't need the help of the 2 spiritual pets to complete the life and death list task. On the other hand, after Demon Flying Skull swallowed the Gene Dan state ghost last time, it had been in a semi-sleep state, so leaving Scorpion behind could also take care of it. Did anyone come to visit while I was away? Lu Ming asked casually. Master is now a popular figure in the sect. During this period, many people naturally came to visit, but because Master was not here, most of them only left a message. As Scorpion said, she handed more than a dozen sound-transmitting talismans to Lu Ming. Lu Ming grunted softly, took it, and checked them one by one. These sound-transmitting talismans were left by some inner disciples, and the content was similar. They all expressed their willingness to get to know Lu Ming, and there were a few female disciples who secretly conveyed their admiration for Lu Ming between the lines. Lu Ming shook his head, and he was a little dumbfounded. Everyone in the inner door should know about his engagement with Callan. These female disciples were really bold. He crushed these talismans and picked up the light blue sound-transmitting talisman at the bottom. After checking it, there was a strange expression on his face. It was left by Callan. Speaking of it, I haven't seen this woman for a while. Lu Ming penetrated into the sound-transmitting talisman with divine thought. After a while, his face was slightly startled. In the sound-transmitting talisman, Callan only left a few words. The general idea was that she was about to cultivate behind closed doors to break through the bottleneck of the later stage of the crystallization period. With Callan's aptitude, this speed was normal. In the end, the woman also left a sentence, reminding Lu Ming to be more careful when he went out to travel. Lu Ming put down the sound-transmitting talisman, and a complicated look appeared on his face. After a while, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Callan's wording almost regarded herself as his dual cultivation partner. He didn't completely have no feelings for this woman. After all, from the day he stepped into the Savage Ghost sect and officially opened the spirit, this woman entered his world, and she followed him all the way from Yunchuan to Zhongtian. It was just that every time he thought of the word dual cultivation, a cold and valiant figure in white would always appear in his heart. Yi, Lu Ming finally sighed. He flicked his sleeves, and the talisman in his hand suddenly turned into little blue light spots and dissipated. Seeing this, Scorpion stood aside obediently and didn't disturb him. After Lu Ming took a few deep breaths, he finally suppressed the inexplicable thoughts in his heart. His expression had already returned to normal. He turned around and walked to the secret room next door to check on Feier's situation. Seeing that the green-clothed boy was still sleeping and there was nothing wrong with him, Lu Ming gave Scorpion a few words before leaving. When Lu Ming returned to the secret room, he took out the jade slips given to him by the Life and Death Pavilion middle-aged man and stuck it on his forehead to study it. There wasn't much content in the jade slips, and it was mostly information about the 1,000 illusion human devil. For example, this person's background, who his master was, where he often appeared, and so on. However, the records were only scattered fragments. After Lu Ming looked through it in detail, he found some useful things in it. He quietly thought for a while in the secret room, and his eyes gradually lit up. He had a general plan for finding the 1,000 illusion human devil. Scorpion, this time, you come with me. Lu Ming walked out of the secret room and said to Scorpion, who was standing outside the door. Bone Scorpion's perception and control of the earth element was quite mysterious. In the Heaven Gate secret realm, it had helped him before. This time, it might be useful in finding the 1,000 illusion human devil. Yes, Master. Scorpion was surprised and happy to hear this. Because of the soul contract, Scorpion and Fei were not willing to be separated from Lu Ming. However, Scorpion immediately raised her pretty face and said with some hesitation, "But Master, leaving Fei alone in the cave house. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "It doesn't matter. Before I left, I will open all the protection restrictions of the cave house. No one will disturb Feier's cultivation. After all, this is the Tai-Ching Gate. Lu Ming shook his head and chuckled. Hearing this, Scorpion was completely relieved. With a twist of her body, she turned into a black shadow and flew into the soul-cultivating bag. Next, Lu Ming did not stay in the cave house for long. He quickly walked out and muttered something. He made a few hand signs and landed them on the cave house token. The door of the cave house was immediately covered with a layer of faint green light. The internal protection restrictions were all activated. After doing all this, he moved his body and the black cloud under his feet condensed. He turned into a black light and flew toward the sex teleportation hall. A month later, somewhere in the northwest of the Middle Sky continent, a stretch of mountains hidden in gray mist, there was a group of buildings covered in darking qi. The area was about 10 acres, and there were towers, pavilions, and palaces among them. All of the buildings were enveloped by an ellipsoidal magic barrier. Grayish-blacking energy floated above the building, isolating it from the outside world. Inside the magic barrier, one could see people wearing gray robes flying back and forth from time to time. It was quite lively. In a secret room at the top of a 10-story black tower, a dove-faced old man wearing a purple robe was sitting cross-legged. This person's face was as thin as a ghost, and his two eye sockets were deeply sunken. He looked as thin as a skeleton. The dove-faced old man was meditating, holding a black crystal in each hand. From time to time, a faint gray chi would fly out from the crystal and be sucked into the old man's mouth. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the secret room, and a figure appeared out of thin air, standing 2 steps away from the dove-faced old man. "Are you Old Man Wu of the Jackdaw sect?" The figure was shrouded in a faint layer of black chi, obscuring his appearance, but from his voice, he seemed to be a young man. The dove-faced old man was frightened and was about to move when there was a sharp clang. An icy cold and sharp object pressed against his forehead, giving him a slight tingling sensation. The dove-faced old man's body suddenly stiffened. He didn't doubt that if he moved, his head would immediately be pierced. His secret chamber was completely sealed, and the entire tower was set up with countless array formations and restrictions. However, the person in front of him was able to sneak in without making a sound. This was already a very clear indication of the problem. Could it be a cultivator at the Jin Dan stage? The dove-faced old man didn't dare to release his divine sense to sense the black figure's cultivation. His mind raced with thoughts, and he could only answer honestly, "Yes, this junior is Wu Shen. May I ask what instructions Senior has for me?" "Let me ask you, 5 years ago in the Copper Sun mountain range in the southeast of the continent, did you come into contact with a white-robed middle-aged cultivator with a face full of scars?" The black figure said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, there was a hint of killing intent in it. The dove-faced old man felt a sudden chill in his heart. He tried his best to search through his memories. Finally, he recalled the long journey from a few years ago. He hastily said, "Senior is right. I had just advanced to the crystallization period later stage at that time. I went to the Copper Sun mountain range to find a medicine catalyst. I once joined a hunting group, and there was indeed such a person in the hunting group." "Very good. How much do you know about this person?" The black figure raised his voice. "That person said his surname was Fan, and he was a Jin Dan stage loose cultivator. He was also one of the leaders of that hunting group. Regardless of cultivation technique or spirit tool, he was extremely powerful. However, he was eccentric and rarely communicated with others. I only stayed in the hunting group for half a year. After that, because I found the medicine I needed, I left the hunting group. After that, I didn't stay in the Copper Sun mountain range for long, so that's all I know about him." The dove-faced old man didn't know what the black figure wanted to know, but he also knew that he could only survive if he fully cooperated with the other party. So, he racked his brains and tried his best to recall the memory that was very common to him. "Other than that, is there nothing else? Think about it carefully. Don't let go of any details." The black figure instructed in an unquestionable tone. "By the way, Senior, I remember, that person should be an alchemist, and his alchemy technique is quite brilliant." The dove-faced old man seemed to suddenly remember something, and he raised his voice. "Go on." The black gas around the black figure tumbled slightly. "In that hunt, the hunting group once chased a golden-eyed poisonous ape. When they chased it to the entrance of a valley filled with poisonous miasma, the cultivator surnamed Fan collected a few spiritual materials from the hunting group and casually refined a few poison-dissolving pills. He asked us to wear it on our bodies to shield the poisonous miasma in the valley. The dove-faced old man said. Oh? Do you still have that poison-dissolving pill? The black figure's voice seemed slightly excited. The dove-faced old man hastily replied, I don't. After we killed the golden-eyed poisonous ape, that person took back the poison-dissolving pill. The black figure was silent for a while. After a while, he said indifferently. After a moment, he indifferently said, give me the name list of the members of the hunting group. Also, mark the locations of your battles in the Copper Sun Mountain range on the map. Yes, Senior. The dove-faced old man stared blankly for a moment, but then his heart filled with joy. He hastily agreed and took out a yellow map. After carefully thinking for a moment, he marked a few locations on it. Afterwards, he took out a blank jade slips and stuck it to his forehead. He formed an incantation gesture with one hand and released his mental strength, carefully copying the map onto it. A quarter of an hour later, the black figure silently flew out of the Jackdaw Sex Tower and landed on a nearby cliff. The black chi on the figure's body slowly dissipated, revealing Lu Ming's figure. However, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his expression was rather gloomy. For the past month, he'd followed the information recorded on the jade slips and searched everywhere for the Thousand Illusions Devilman's whereabouts. However, his gains were minuscule. That person seemed to be exceptionally cautious. Every time he stayed in a place or came into contact with someone, he'd cleanly erase all traces of him. This time, Lu Ming had gone to great lengths to ask around and finally found the dove-faced old man who'd had direct contact with the Thousand Illusions Devilman. However, he hadn't been able to pinpoint his exact whereabouts. Lu Ming sighed and muttered to himself, however, knowing that the Thousand Illusions Devilman is an expert in alchemy is a small harvest. If I could obtain the medicinal pills refined by him, that would be even better. The netherworld soul-searching technique could rely on scattered auras to sense the general location of the body within a certain range. Even the magic power left over from refining medicinal pills was enough for him to use. The reason why he was able to kill so many evil cultivators in a short span of 2 years was because of this mystical tracking technique. Lu Ming's expression became cloudy and uncertain. He flipped his hand and a white light flashed in his palm. The jade slips that the dove-faced old man had given him appeared in his hand. Speaking of which, the dove-faced old man was quite tactful. Not only did he list out the members of the hunting group from 5 years ago, he also gave Lu Ming a rough understanding of their identities and origins. However, the names of the majority of the members were vague and could only be referred to by their surnames. These kinds of hunting groups formed by rogue cultivators were usually cultivators who came together by chance. Because they had the same goal, they formed long-term or short-term organizations. Generally, they would enter dangerous areas to hunt demon beasts, explore ruins, and collect spiritual materials and herbs. Because they had the freedom to stay or leave, the members were quite complicated. They were wary of each other and usually didn't reveal their real names. According to Lu Ming's judgment, the majority of the people on the list were untraceable. However, the leader of the hunting group, in addition to the Thousand Illusions Devilman surnamed Fan, there was also a Jin Dan cultivator surnamed Swa. About this person, the dove-faced old man explained in detail. Swa Gongquan, the leader of a small sect in the Copper Sun Mountain Range area, the main recruiter of the hunting group. It's good to have a name. Since this person and Thousand Illusions Devilman are the leaders of the hunting group, he should know more about it than the dove-faced old man. After Lu Ming thought about it, he cast the Daiwei jade boat with a wave of his sleeve. After he landed on it, the flying boat turned into a red shadow and flew away. The Copper Sun Mountain Range was a medium-sized mountain range near the southeast of the Middle Sky continent. It spanned tens of thousands of miles from west to east. There were many copper-iron veins in the mountain range, so it got its name. The natural aura in this mountain range was rich. Beastkin frequently appeared in it, and there were a lot of spiritual grasses. Many cultivators often came here to hunt. Among them, there were many crystallization period cultivators and even Jin Dan state cultivators. In addition, there were also some small sects that took root here. There was a flat col in the east of the mountain range. More than 100 buildings of different heights were arranged here, forming a medium-sized market. It was noon at the moment, and the flow of people in the market was like a river. It was noisy and unusually lively. In a conspicuous position in the central square of the market, there was a magnificent 3-story wooden pavilion with a huge glossy black plaque hanging on the door. The words Treasure Trove Pavilion were written on it in golden lacquer. Under the direct illumination of the sun, it shone brightly and was exceptionally eye-catching. The space inside the pavilion was also quite spacious. Rows of counters were neatly displayed in it. The counters were filled with elixirs, talismans, spiritual grasses, beastkin materials, etc. From time to time, people came in and out of the shop. The business was so prosperous, so the shopkeepers and workers in the shop were naturally full of smiles. They worked even harder to serve the business in the shop. After the old shopkeeper talked with a customer who came forward to inquire, his eyes involuntarily glanced at the stairs leading to the second floor. Speaking of which, in this market, the slightly larger shops all had the backing of a great power. Just now, the real owner behind the scenes of Treasure Trove building, by insect masters Wugongquan, who rarely came to the shop, brought a middle-aged cultivator in a green robe up to the second floor. When the owner came to inspect the shop, the staff naturally had to be more attentive and strive to leave a good impression. At the same time, in a private room on the second floor of the pavilion, an old man in a leather robe was sitting on the main seat. He had broad shoulders and a tall figure. Even though he was sitting, he exuded a majestic aura. Sitting opposite him was a middle-aged man in a green robe. His face was sallow, and he looked sickly. Only a pair of bright eyes gave people a feeling that he couldn't be underestimated. "Mr. Yi, so you're a cultivator of the Heavenly Shadow Demon sect. I'm sorry for not recognizing you." Swagongquan looked at the black token in his hand. The token was engraved with 3 simple characters. He immediately returned the token to the man in a green robe with a solemn expression. At the same time, he cupped his hands. Although the Bayan sect had some fame in the Copper Sun Mountain range, it was at best a third-rate sect. It couldn't be compared to a 10,000-year-old sect like the Heavenly Shadow Demon sect. In the eyes of the old man, the aura of the man in a green robe opposite him was chaotic and hazy. Even with his Jin Dan intermediate divine sense, he couldn't see through the man's true cultivation. Naturally, he thought more highly of the man. Sect leaderswa is too polite. Although our sect has some power in the area of the 3 lakes in the northern region, we still need sect leaderswa to take care of us in the Copper Sun Mountain Range area. The man in green shirt took the token and smiled slightly, but the muscles on his face were stiff. The smile looked more like a twitch. "Haha, mister. You must be joking. Since my treasure-gathering tower is open to welcome guests, I will naturally try my best to help if you have any request. But listening to what you just said, it seems that you have seen me before?" Swagongquan didn't take it seriously and asked. "It's my first time here. However, a friend of mine with the surname Wu came to the Copper Sun Mountain Range to look for a strange herb 5 years ago. He was acquainted with sect leaders Wu once." The green-clothed man's expression was old-fashioned as he spoke in an ambiguous manner. Swagongquan was startled when he heard the words. He had been walking in the Copper Sun Mountain Range for many years, and he had seen countless cultivators. How could he remember a cultivator surnamed Wu for a while? It seems that sect leaderswa is forgetful. My friend once formed a hunting group with sect leaderswa. There was also a friend surnamed Fan who was said to be an alchemy master. Seeing this, the man in green shirt reminded again. It turns out to be that time. I've been busy dealing with the affairs of the sect recently, so my mind is a little muddled. Please don't blame me, Mr. Yi. Swagongquan's eyes flashed slightly, and he said calmly. The man in green shirt smiled and said nothing. Then, I wonder what Mr. Yi needs my help with this time? Swagongquan asked again. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck recently, so I want to buy some upper-grade red yuan pill. 10 will do. The man in green shirt said faintly. Red yuan pill. This is an upper-grade elixir in the demonic path. It is extremely rare to get even one. Mr. wants 10 at once. This is really a little difficult for me. Swagongquan took a light breath, then he smiled bitterly. As far as I know, there is a kind of crystallization period beastkin, fire toad and, in the depths of the Copper Sun mountain range. The beastkin pill of this beast is the main material to refine the red yuan pill. With such good innate conditions, could it be that no one in the Copper Sun market can refine the red yuan pill? The man in green clothes said strangely. Swagongquan shook his head and said, "You must be joking, Daoist Yi. Why would a great alchemist who can refine the red yuan pill come to a small place like ours? As for the fire toad ant demon pills from the Copper Sun mountain range, most of them are sold to larger chambers of commerce or sect. Very few people would keep them for themselves. I didn't expect such a situation. However, my friend said that the cultivator surnamed Fan in the hunting group seemed to be quite skilled in alchemy. He should be able to refine this pill." Sect Master Zhua was the main recruiter of the hunting group. "Is there no way to contact him? As for the price, it will naturally be easy to negotiate." The azure-robed man spread his hands. "Is fellow Yi talking about a cultivator with a face full of scars?" Swagongquan asked. "Yes, it is this person. I wonder if fellow Zhua can contact this fellow Fan and ask him to help refine the red yuan pill. As for the materials, I have already prepared a lot of them. I will definitely thank you after this." The azure-robed man cupped his hands and looked at Swagongquan with a burning gaze. Swagongquan frowned and said, "Fellow Yi may have misunderstood. I and fellow Fan are actually just acquaintances. We just traveled together for a period of time." "Is that so? That's a pity. I thought I could make friends with an alchemy master." The azure-robed man frowned slightly and showed a disappointed look on his face. He sighed softly. This green-robed man was Lu Ming in disguise. After leaving the Jackdaw sect, he'd spent more than half a month traveling day and night to get to the Copper Sun mountain range. After some investigation, he'd purposely made contact with Swagongquan, which led to today's conversation. Swagongquan was a mid-gene dam cultivator and a sect master. Naturally, he couldn't directly capture him like he had with the Jackdaw sect's old man and interrogate him slowly. That was why he had used this roundabout method to find out the whereabouts of the Thousand Illusions ogre. But now, it seemed that the outcome wasn't good. In the end, just as Lu Ming was thinking about using other methods to find out more about the Thousand Illusions ogre, Swagongquan's voice sounded out again. "Fellow Daoist Yi doesn't need to be disappointed. Although I don't have a deep relationship with fellow Daoist Fan, I happened to run into him a year ago in the nearby Nanlu city. He seems to be living there temporarily. I've met fellow Daoist Fan several times and can reluctantly introduce you to him. However, I can't guarantee that he'll be able to refine pills for you." Swagongquan pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "Is that so? Then I'll leave it to you, fellow Daoist Zhua. When can we leave?" Lu Ming was surprised at first, then overjoyed. "Fellow Daoist Yi, please wait here for a moment. I'll go take care of some trivial matters in the shop. How about we leave in half a day?" Swagongquan stood up. Lu Ming also stood up and cupped his hands in thanks. "All right. Fellow Daoist, please go ahead. I just happened to be heading to the market to buy a few things." A short moment later, Lu Ming walked out of the shop. Swagongquan was at the window upstairs, watching the back of Lu Ming who was gradually disappearing on the street. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming walked out of the treasure trove pavilion, looked around a few times, and walked toward the end of the market without looking back. The Copper Sun market was no different from an ordinary small market. There were various shops of different heights on both sides of the street. This place was near the Copper Sun mountain range. As the saying goes, rely on the mountain to survive. Therefore, most of these shops were selling beastkins, ores, etc. In addition to Lu Ming on the street, there were also many cultivators going in and out of the shops on both sides. They were buying and selling what they wanted with different expressions. Most of them were condensation period cultivators, and occasionally crystallization period cultivators would appear. They hadn't seen any Gene Dan state cultivators. Lu Ming had long hidden his breath through the mystic arts of Che Huan Totem, so he didn't attract too much attention. He followed the sparse flow of people and strolled slowly among the shops. He looked fine on the surface, but his heart was already rolling endlessly. This time, he didn't expect that he could really find the whereabouts of the Thousand Illusionary Man from Swagongquan. Regardless of whether this was accidental or Zhuangquan had other intentions, this trip to the Copper Sun market was finally fruitful. Lu Ming thought so, exhaled softly, and walked into a seemingly dilapidated grocery shop. There was only one shop in the shop, and there was only a crooked plaque on the door. There were 2 old wooden shelves inside. There were some beastkin materials, ores, spiritual materials, and so on the shelves. Lu Ming glanced at them. They were all low-grade spiritual grass, ores, and the beastkin materials were old goods from a long time ago. There was a lot of dust on them. However, he didn't really want to buy anything. He just wanted to wander around, so there was no need to care. "Senior, what do you need?" Seeing Lu Ming walking in, a skinny old man with messy hair hurried to greet him. Lu Ming glanced at him. The skinny old man was just a spirit apostle stage cultivator. He looked old. In this market, he was one of the people with the lowest cultivation. "I'm just looking around. You don't have to greet me." Lu Ming nodded and said faintly. "Okay, senior, you can take your time. Although the small shop is small, there are still a lot of good things." The skinny old man couldn't see through Lu Ming's cultivation. He smiled twice and retreated to the side. Lu Ming also ignored him. He looked casually on a few shelves, but he was thinking about the South Lu city that Zhuangquan said. Huh. He stopped in front of a shelf, and his eyes fell on a black carapace the size of a wash basin. The carapace seemed to be the shell of some kind of tortoiseshell monster. On the black carapace, there were some small and dense square patterns. It looked quite mysterious. "This is?" Lu Ming's laziness had disappeared. He couldn't help but take the tortoiseshell in his hand and carefully look at it. The tortoiseshell emitted a very faint FALE fluctuation. It looked like the spirit power had dissipated. However, Lu Ming's eyes gradually brightened. On the edge of the black carapace, there was a faint green color. His finger scratched the broken part of the carapace. There was a faint slippery feeling in the dry touch. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and the strange expression on his face disappeared. "How much is this tortoiseshell?" This senior is really insightful. This is the carapace of the condensation period tortoiseshell. It is a genuine intermediate-grade beastkin material. It is also an excellent material for forging intermediate-grade defensive spiritual weapon. The skinny old man glanced at the tortoiseshell in Lu Ming's hand and made an exaggerated voice. "Tortoiseshell. Regardless of whether what you said is true or false, this thing has been here for at least 20 years. Lu Ming raised his brows, showing a spurious expression. "Senior is joking. My shop has always been reputable in this Copper Sun market. I never sell fake goods. This tortoiseshell was indeed purchased by me from a condensation period cultivator, but the time is indeed as you said. It has been 10 or 20 years. The skinny old man was stunned when he heard the words, and he forced a smile. "Okay, I want this thing. How many spirit stones do you want?" Lu Ming smiled slightly and asked. The skinny old man breathed a sigh of relief. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. He hesitated for a while, then he gritted his teeth and said, 5,000 spirit stones. I spent 4,500 spirit stones to purchase this thing. After so many years, I have to earn some money. Lu Ming sighed in a low voice. He took out 50 intermediate-grade spirit stones and threw them to the skinny old man. He kept the tortoiseshell and walked out of the shop. "Thank you, senior, take care." The skinny old man smiled and kept the spirit stones, watching Lu Ming leave. After Lu Ming walked for 100 meters, he looked back at the shabby shop again. He immediately sneered and strode away. That tortoiseshell was not the shell of the tortoiseshell. It was clearly the shell of the Jindan State Beastkin, Luwu tortoiseshell, but the layer of black substance on it concealed its spiritual power fluctuations. In his view, this tortoiseshell should be the shell of a certain Jindan intermediate stage Luwu tortoiseshell. Such a large piece would cost at least 30 million spirit stones. Lu Ming was excited. With this piece of Luwu tortoiseshell, he could refine at least 40 to 50 Vajra bone tempering pill. Although this elixir had very little effect on his current body, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he was about to enter the evil ghost realm. It was good to improve a little at this moment. According to Lu Ming's estimation, if he could take 20 to 30 Vajra bone tempering pills, his physical strength should be able to improve by about 10%. With his current physical strength, it would be extremely difficult to strengthen his body by 5%, let alone 10%. As for the remaining elixir, he could give a few to Scorpion. Scorpion was a bone spiritual pet, and the Vajra bone-tempering pill also had a miraculous effect on her. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel good. He continued to wander in the market and purchased some other materials for refining Vajra bone-tempering pill. However, the scale of the Copper Sun market was relatively small, and several materials were not collected. Next, he also bought a detailed map of the vicinity of the Copper Sun market. After some checking, he found that Nanlu City was more than 5,000 miles southwest of the Copper Sun market. There was a small mountain range called Wushan in the middle. Geographically, Wushan was the mountain range that extended from the tail of the Copper Sun mountain range. Nanlu City was a city with mortals and cultivators. It was a medium-sized mortal country, the capital of country Jiang. Unknowingly, half a day had passed. Half a day later, the sky was getting dark, and the shops in the market began to light up the moonlight stones one after another. The flow of people in the market did not decrease, but increased a lot. Lu Ming walked out of a material shop. After a slight hesitation, he walked toward the treasure trove tower. Mr. Yi is finally here. Although our Copper Sun market is small, people with good vision can still find some good things in it. Outside the treasure trove tower, Sui Gongquan stood with his hands behind his back. Seeing Lu Ming coming over, he said with a smile, "I also found some rare things, but they are not treasures." Lu Ming smiled slightly and responded casually, "Congratulations, then let's not delay. Let's go now," Sui Gongquan said. Lu Ming nodded, and the two immediately made a gesture. They turned into two escape lights and galloped away. Although the Copper Sun market also had a no-fly restriction, it had no effect on Lu and Zhua. The people in the market immediately let out exclamations of surprise. Looking at the fleeing lights of Lu Ming from afar, they began to discuss animatedly. Not long after, the two of them disappeared into the distant night. Sui Gongquan, who was in mid-air, warned Lu Ming with a serious expression, "From here, southwest is Nanlu City. However, in the middle, we have to pass through Wu Mountain. Although Wu Mountain is not large, there are still some crystal level and even Jin Dan stage monsters entrenched there. Fellow Yi, don't be careless." "Thank you for the reminder, fellow Daoist Zhua." Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he replied. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to be far away from the market. Below them was gradually a dark mountain peak. The dark night was almost negligible for the cultivators who had reached the crystallization period and above. Lu Ming's eyes condensed. He easily penetrated the darkness and saw the situation of the mountain range below, but he frowned slightly imperceptibly. In terms of scale alone, Wu Mountain was not a very large mountain range, but the mountain rocks here were all black in color, faintly revealing an uncomfortable chill, but he didn't know why. As Sui Gongquan said, this place seemed to be full of a strange aura, which was slightly different from the general aura of heaven and earth. Between the mountains and valleys, he could also sense bursts of strong beast-kin chi fluctuations from time to time. As Lu Ming was about to raise the escape light, suddenly a gust of beast-kin wind came from below, causing the surrounding airflow to surge violently. At the same time, there was a sharp whistling sound from below. The sound was as harsh as a steel needle. Lu Ming was shocked. He could vaguely see a huge black phantom rushing out from the mountain peaks below. It was charging straight at him like a sharp arrow. He squinted his eyes, and he instantly saw the true body of the black phantom. It was a giant beast-kin eagle with a length of more than 100 meters. Its body was surrounded by thick beast-kin chi like a black mist. Judging from the spiritual light flowing on its pitch-black feathers, it was definitely a genuine Jin Dan state beast-kin. "Be careful, Mr. Yi. This is Dark Demon Eagle, a beast-kin of the Jin Dan state," Sui Gongquan on the side also reminded. At the same time, his figure moved and dodged to the side. A crimson crystal light suddenly flew out from his body. It flashed and turned into a giant fiery red blade of several 10 meters long, slashing at the black phantom. Although the black beast-kin eagle was huge, it was extremely agile. Its black wings that were almost as long as its body flapped slightly, and its figure suddenly moved a little faster. Its body brushed past the giant flame blade. The next moment, the black beastkin eagle opened its mouth and bit toward Lu Ming. For some reason, its target seemed to be Lu Ming alone from beginning to end. Lu Ming's thoughts turned and he thoughtfully looked at Zhuangquan. He waved his hand and a cloud of black gas surged out, transforming into a ghost-headed walking stick filled with demonic qi. Dang, there was a loud sound. The ghost-headed walking stick suddenly turned into a ferocious evil ghost that blocked in front of him. At the same time, it stretched out a giant black claw and blocked the attack of the beastkin eagle. This ghost-headed walking stick was obtained from a demonic cultivator he killed before. Since he disguised himself as a demonic cultivator and used a ghost cultivation method like the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, he was afraid that it would be easy to be seen through. The black demon eagle let out a shrill cry, and suddenly extended its two huge iron claws. It grabbed the black demon ghost in its claws, and flung it out. Poof! The black evil spirit lost its magic power and turned back into a ghost-headed crutch once again. It bounced away. At the same time, the beastkin eagle opened its mouth and a black light blasted straight at Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. His figure flickered and disappeared out of thin air. The black light spurted out by the beastkin eagle suddenly hit the air. The next moment, his figure appeared behind the beastkin eagle as if he teleported. His arms became blurred, and his 10 fingers suddenly emitted a sharp black light that was a foot long. He clawed down fiercely. Hiss, 10 deep wounds were scratched on the back of the beastkin eagle, and a large number of feathers fell off with blood. The beastkin eagle let out a painful cry. Its wings shook violently, and countless black demonic wind flew out from its body. It swept out overwhelmingly, turning the surrounding 100 meters into a pitch-black world. Lu Ming was about to deal another heavy blow and seriously injure the beastkin eagle. However, his body was slightly shaken by the demonic wind. Although he wasn't injured, he couldn't stand still. His face changed slightly and he let out a low shout. His whole body simply used the wind to fly out. In a flash, he flew out of the range of the demonic wind. At the same time, he waved one hand in the distance. The ghost-headed walking stick that was hit by the beastkin eagle turned into a stream of light and flew back to his hand. He held it horizontally in front of him. At this moment, Zhuangquan let out a low shout. The crimson giant blade on top of the flame was flourishing. In a flash, it turned into 5 identical flame blades that flew toward the beastkin eagle. In the face of the oncoming fire blades, the black demon eagle's eyes flashed with a blood-red light. With a sharp cry, the demonic wind around its body gathered in one place and suddenly transformed into a green-black demonic cloud that was several feet in size. The demonic cloud, under the rolling of the green-black beastkin qi, spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it became several times larger. Lu Ming was startled. This green-black demonic cloud seemed to emit a deepening qi. It seemed to be very different from the fierce demonic wind that wrapped around the beastkin eagle. It actually stopped the flame blades in midair. In the next moment, the black beastkin eagle glanced at Lu Ming. Its deep black eyes seemed to flash with a trace of deep fear. Its huge body twisted, and with a flap of its wings, it passed through the demonic cloud and dove down to escape. Fellow Yi, this beastkin eagle was born in the special environment of Dark Mountain. Its demonic core contains both Yin Qi and beastkin qi. It is very rare and is extremely beneficial to the cultivation of demonic techniques. It must not be missed. Zhuangquan let out a loud shout. At the same time, he pointed with his finger. The 5 flame blades instantly broke apart and turned into a crimson-red flame cloud. It fought with the green-black demonic cloud. The green-black demonic cloud, without the beastkin eagle's control, was like a living creature. Zhuangquan's 10 fingers moved like a wheel, forming a series of hand signs that entered the flame cloud. The flame cloud suddenly shone with a red light. Finally, it was barely able to break open a hole that was several feet wide. Lu Ming looked down through this gap. A faint black ripple appeared in his eyes. A strange expression flashed across his face, but it quickly returned to normal. Haha, that's just right. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. With the help of the beastkin eagle's power, I might be able to break through the bottleneck. He laughed. His body turned into a black light, and through the hole in the demonic cloud, he broke through the air and chased after the beastkin eagle. Zhuge looked at Lu Ming's back and laughed. Then, with a flash, he also chased after him. Although the black beastkin eagle's back was injured, its flying speed did not decrease. With a turn of its body, it easily circled around a steep mountain peak and continued to escape into the valley below. Lu Ming's whole body was wrapped in a mass of black gas, and he chased after it closely. Although the beastkin eagle's speed was extremely fast, because of the injury on its back, it was still slower than Lu Ming. After a few breaths, the distance between the two was less than 10 feet. Lu Ming let out a low shout. The black gas around his body suddenly divided into 5, and they surrounded the beastkin eagle from the left and right. The beastkin eagle seemed to feel that something was wrong. A layer of mercury-like light flashed on its body, and its speed instantly doubled. A black shadow flashed, and the beastkin eagle had already flown into the valley. Lu Ming, who was behind, saw this situation. He urged the F-Ali in his body to suddenly accelerate, and in a flash, he arrived at the entrance of the valley. At this moment, there was a sudden change. At the entrance of the valley, a black light flashed, and a light wall that was more than 10 feet high and several feet wide suddenly emerged. The black light couldn't stop, and it heavily hit the light wall. Pung, there was a muffled sound. Lu Ming's body was wrapped in black gas, and his whole body was bounced back. The black light wall only rippled a little. Buzz buzz, the ground in front of the valley suddenly soared into the sky, and 4 golden light pillars lit up. The air vibrated, and with the 4 light pillars as the main body, a huge cylindrical array with a diameter of more than 10 feet was formed in the blink of an eye. It completely shrouded Lu Ming's figure. The golden light in the magic array flickered and changed constantly, looking extremely gorgeous. The ground below was covered with a layer of golden light, and the sky above was the same. It was as if the whole person was locked in a huge golden light shield. Lu Ming stabilized his body in the magic array with one hand. His whole body was wrapped in black gas, and his figure was hazy. However, through the black gas, his face was surprisingly expressionless. At this moment, the black light wall at the entrance of the valley flickered a few times, and a black flag emerged. With a poof sound, a pale arm stretched out from the darkness and took the black flag. "Who are you? How dare you plot against me here?" In the golden magic array, there was a slightly stiff voice of Lu Ming. "Heh." There was a sneer in the darkness, and a white figure slowly emerged. It was the figure of a slender man with ordinary facial features and a pale face without a beard. He looked about 30 years old. The man in white looked at Lu Ming in the magic array with a slightly mocking expression, but he did not speak. Suddenly, there were a few heavy sounds of blunt impact coming from the golden magic array, and the magic array flashed. "Don't waste your energy. This is the Buddhist sect's universal salvation formation. Its defensive power is 10 times stronger than the Sumeruvajra formation. It's impossible for a power below the celestial phenomenon realm to break it." Another voice suddenly sounded in midair. Then, there was a flash of red light, and a ray of light landed next to the man in white at the entrance of the valley, revealing the figure of Zhuge. The man in white and Zhuge looked at each other, and they actually looked at each other and laughed. "Brother Zhu, what is the meaning of this? How dare you collude with others to deal with me? Do you want to provoke the anger of my heavenly shadow demon sect?" Lu Ming's slightly stiff voice came from the magic array again. "Heavenly shadow demon sect? Haha, are you still pretending at this moment? Lu Ming of the Taiqing Gate, Lu." Zhuge sneered and said sarcastically. "You." Lu Ming's voice seemed to contain some astonishment. "Sir, you have made quite the name for yourself recently. To think that you would specialize in killing us heretical cultivators. For you to go through so much trouble to get close to me, I believe you want my head, no?" the man in white said coolly. "You are the 1,000 illusion human devil? Zhuge has long been in cahoots with you. It's ridiculous that I even wanted to use him to find traces of you. It's really the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Lu Ming's voice sounded extremely angry. "As Lu knows, fellow Taoist fan and I formed a hunting party together, so we naturally have a good relationship. In the past few years, many righteous cultivators have come to the Copper Sun market to chase Mr. Fan. I have made a fortune from these people. Swagonquan smiled. When the thousand illusion human demon heard this, a cold smile appeared on his face. He looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a dead man. Swagonquan, now you know that I am a disciple of the Taiqing Gate. Are you really willing to offend our sect for an evil rogue cultivator? Once the news here spreads, you should know very well what the consequences will be. Lu Ming's voice became cold. Swagonquan's face stiffened when he heard this. The thousand illusion human demon's expression also changed slightly. He turned his gaze to Swagonquan and said with a chuckle, Brother Swa, don't listen to this person's provocative words. As long as we get rid of him here, who else will know about this except you and me? In addition, Brother Swa, don't forget what you have done before. What Brother Fan said is right. At this time, this kid must not be left alive. Swagonquan gritted his teeth and showed a ferocious expression again. Very well, then let's do it. Let's kill this kid and divide his belongings. This will save us a lot of trouble. The thousand illusion human demon's expression softened as he spoke slowly. Swagonquan nodded. With a flip of his hand, a golden array flag appeared in his hand. The thousand illusionary human demon also took out an identical array flag. The two of them shot towards each other at the same time, forming a triangle on the other side of the array. Junior, I obtained this Buddhist salvation formation by chance from an ancient ruin. When I found it, there were no signs of damage. Not only does this formation have the ability to imprison, but it can also help all the dead souls trapped in the formation enter the cycle of reincarnation. Today, if you die in this formation, your life will not be in vain. The thousand illusion human demon sneered. With a wave of the golden formation flag in his hand, he was about to activate the formation. However, just as he finished speaking, something strange happened. A black light flashed under the thousand illusion human demon's feet. A black line broke through the air and pierced straight towards his feet. At the same time, a black figure appeared behind him like a ghost. A huge jet black hand shot out with a sharp black light and clawed at the thousand illusion human demon. How did you? The thousand illusion human demon's expression changed greatly as he blurted out. However, the fact that he was able to survive for so many years in the Taiqing Gate showed that he was a very vigilant and courageous person. He stamped his feet hard and his body shook violently. He almost brushed past the 5 black lights and shot to the side. Not far away, there was a flash of white light and the thousand illusion human demon's figure appeared again. At this moment, his face was slightly pale, and there were 5 long bloodstains on his back. However, the wounds were not deep, and they did not hurt his bones. However, his skin and flesh were twisted, and as blood flowed, there was a burst of burning pain. The golden formation flag in his hand had accidentally fallen into the golden formation below. Swagonquan, who was standing on the other side of the formation, could not help but be shocked when he saw this sudden change. The golden formation flag in his hand suddenly stopped. It's you? Weren't you trapped in the universal crossing formation? The thousand illusion human demon looked at the black figure and shouted angrily. Hee hee, did the two of you really think that I was trapped in there? As soon as he finished speaking, the black gas on the black figure slowly dissipated, revealing the figure inside. It was Lu Ming. He had his hands behind his back and looked at the thousand illusion human demon with a smile that was not a smile. The thousand illusion human demon's face darkened. He raised one hand and was about to move when he suddenly felt a numbness in his leg. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Not good. There's poison. On his calf, there was a small bloody hole that could not be heard. Several streams of pitch-black poisonous blood flowed out. At the same time, a black cheek quickly spread from the wound to his leg. The thousand illusion human demon's pupils shrank. When he dodged, he did not manage to avoid the black line that appeared from the ground. His calf was pierced. What he did not expect was that the black line was not only able to break through his protective chi, but it also carried a poison that even a cultivator at the Jin Dan stage would not be able to resist. With a quick thought, his hands quickly formed a hand sign. Suddenly, a layer of black demonic light appeared on his body, forming a Fali shield around him. The black gas on his leg was suppressed by the demonic light and temporarily stopped spreading. At this time, a yellow light flashed on the ground next to Lu Ming. A crystalline scorpion the size of a palm appeared. Under the moonlight, the tail of the scorpion emitted a strange green light. It was the bone scorpion. Go! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Black gas rolled out of his body and turned into a giant black palm that was dozens of feet wide. It pressed down on the thousand illusion human demon. The thousand illusionary devilman felt the space around him tighten as a terrifying force pressed down on him. Even the barrier of light around him trembled uncontrollably. Quick! The complexion of the thousand illusion human demon changed. A black light flashed in his hand and he took out a black flag. On the flag, a yellow demonic beast could be faintly seen. He threw the flag and black gas rolled out of it. Suddenly, a yellow gecko shadow came out of the flag. A red light flashed in the gecko shadow's eyes. It suddenly shook its body and its strangely long tail suddenly turned into a blurry black shadow. It swept up in the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Pooh! The giant black palm collided with the black shadow formed by the gecko's tail. Invisible ripples surged in all directions. The gecko's tail actually held the giant black palm in midair, unable to fall for a while. Swagonquan, who was standing in the distance, had a gloomy expression. His eyes flashed as he looked at the fierce battle between Lu Ming and the thousand illusion human demon. However, he didn't step forward to help either side. He still hadn't figured out how Lu Ming had escaped from the universal crossing formation. After all, the power of the formation was astonishing. The two of them had used it to trap and kill many cultivators from other sections. However, according to the current situation, even if he joined forces with thousand illusionary human demon, he didn't have full confidence in killing Lu Ming. This made him a little hesitant. Fellow Zhua, with your previous performance, do you think he will let you go? The thousand illusion human demon glared fiercely at Swagonquan and shouted. Swagonquan was shocked when he heard the words. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he finally made up his mind. He stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. A pair of crimson gloves appeared on his hands. As he waved his palms, a large amount of monstrous crimson flames were released, transforming into two fiery giant fists that blasted at Lu Ming. Wherever the fists passed, two clearly visible scorch marks were left in the air. At this moment, the nearby ground made a loud so-so sound. Countless large and small stones shot out and hit the fiery fists. It was the white-boned scorpion that transformed into a black-veiled girl. She didn't hesitate to use her earth-controlling technique to block Swagonquan's attack. A series of loud noises came out one after another. No matter how big the mountain rocks were, they immediately turned into red charcoal when they touched the fiery fists. They simply couldn't stop the fists from falling. The scorpion snorted, and a burst of yellow crystal light appeared in her eyes. Her two lotus-colored hands quickly formed a sign in front of her body and then suddenly pressed on the ground. The ground at the entrance of the valley began to crack open, and countless boulders that were each around 10 feet in size rose into the air before gathering together to form a massive stone wall. Yellow light flashed from the surface of the wall as it blocked the giant flaming fist. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Although this stone wall was constantly melting and shattering under the bombardment of the fiery fists, it was barely maintained with the endless supply of huge stones. On the other side, the thousand illusion devilman's face was abnormally pale. He suddenly stumbled and almost fell. Although he seemed to have blocked the attack of the giant black palm in the air, he still had to maintain the magic treasure prototype cliff flag. The fa in his body surged out of his body like a tide. He vaguely felt that he couldn't bear it. Such a powerful attack was no less than a late-stage Jindan cultivator. However, when he scanned with his divine sense, he couldn't detect Lu Ming's specific cultivation level. The Taiqing Gate actually sent such a powerful person to kill me. The thousand illusion devilman's heart was filled with hatred, but he could only grit his teeth and urge the fa in his body. Black light surged out of his body and continued to flow into the gecko shadow. The monster shadow waved its tail wildly and once again pushed the giant black palm up a little. Seeing this, Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. Ever since he took a dozen adamantine bone-tempering pills, his strength had already increased by more than double. Even a Jindan early or late-stage body cultivator might not be able to easily take a full blow from him. This thousand illusion devilman could actually rely on an inconspicuous black flag to resist his great strength. It was no wonder that he was able to repeatedly escape the Taiching Gate's pursuit. However, at this time, Lu Ming naturally didn't plan to hold back. His body suddenly shook and the black gas around him was released. With a deafening dragon roar and tiger roar, another 5 fog dragons and 5 black tigers flew out. After circling in the air, they all merged into the giant black palm. The giant black palm suddenly shone with a black light and instantly expanded several times. At the same time, a black and purple spirit pattern like the scales of a dragon appeared on the back of the hand, emitting a strange crystal-clear light. The Thousand Illusion Devilman only felt that the pressure on his head instantly increased by more than several times. With a few chi-la sounds, the gecko's tail made a cracking sound. After only 2 or 3 breaths, the entire monster shadow shattered with a bang and once again turned into a black flag that had lost all its spirituality. It was sent flying far away. The gigantic black palm fell with a loud rumble that sounded like muffled thunder. The Thousand Illusion Devilman's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth, and a peony carved from ice crystals shot out of his sleeve with a flash of white light. The peony turned into an ice wall that was over 100 meters tall and 30 meters wide. At the same time, a gray talisman had appeared in his other hand, and he crushed it without hesitation. A ball of gray light enveloped the Thousand Illusion Devilman's body, and the huge black hand slammed into the ice wall. Pung! A loud sound rang out. The ice wall only managed to block the giant black hand for less than a breath's time before it collapsed into ice shards that filled the sky. The huge black hand continued to strike the Thousand Illusion Devilman's body, but the Thousand Illusion Devilman suddenly turned into rolling gray gas and dissipated. Shockingly, it became a hazy shadow that flashed and disappeared. After a muffled sound, the giant black hand struck the ground, the surrounding mountain range trembled slightly, and a lot of rocks fell from the valley, producing a muffled sound like thunder. "You want to leave?" Lu Ming sneered and waved his hand. The giant black hand once again turned into rolling black gas and dissipated. Like a whale sucking in water, it melted back into Lu Ming's body. On the ground where the Thousand Illusion Devilman originally stood, there was a huge palm print that was more than 100 meters in size and a few feet deep. He saw it clearly just now. Just at the moment when the giant palm fell, the Thousand Illusion Devilman's breath suddenly disappeared without a trace. Because the speed of disappearance was too fast, there was only a shadow left on the spot. It must be a space attribute talisman like the teleportation talisman. This person is quite skilled, no wonder he is so difficult to kill. Lu Ming's face didn't show much regret. He waved his hand and released a black gas that swept over the black flag not far away. Although the spirit of this flag was almost completely lost, there were inevitably traces of residual spiritual power left on it. With this thing, as long as the Thousand Illusion Devilman was still within 1,000 miles, he was confident that he could quickly find him. Rumble, a violent wave of spiritual power came over. Lu Ming turned his head to look, but he couldn't help but sneer. This movement came from Zhuangquan and Scorpion not far away. At this time, Zhuangquan's body was suspended in midair. His hair and beard were spread out, and a pair of fiery hands danced, releasing scarlet flames that entered the 2 fiery fists in front of him. A deep pit had already appeared on the yellow stone wall that was being bombarded by the fiery fists, and it looked like it was about to be burned through. Scorpion, who was surrounded by yellow light, had a pale face as he continuously urged the spiritual power in his body. He continuously gathered the nearby rocks, and did his best to fill the deep pit. However, at this time, Zhuangquan had already seen the Thousand Illusion Devilman escape by himself. He was immediately startled, and suddenly withdrew his arms. The fiery fists collapsed with a loud bang, and at the same time, he turned into a ball of flames and flew into the distance. "Leader Zhua, isn't it too late to leave now?" A black shadow flashed, and Lu Ming instantly crossed a distance of more than 200 feet. He appeared in front of Zhuangquan like a ghost. "Lu, this is a misunderstanding, it's all because of that fan." With a roll of flames, Zhuangquan reappeared, but his face was pale, and he barely squeezed out a smile. But halfway through his words, his hands suddenly shook forward like lightning. 2 burning scarlet gloves flew out of his hands, and with 2 rolling heat waves, he blasted out. Then, with a flash, he flew to the side. Lu Ming just smiled slightly. He twisted his waist, and his figure moved forward like a ghost, passing through the middle of the two scarlet gloves. Rumble. Two loud sounds, the two scarlet gloves exploded behind Lu Ming. In order to escape, Zhuge Gongquan did not hesitate to self-destruct a pair of top-quality spiritual weapons. Unfortunately, he did not expect that Lu Ming did not retreat but instead advanced, and was not injured at all. At the same time, with a poochie sound, another Lu Ming wearing golden armor appeared in front of Zhuge Gongquan, blocking him in the air. At the same time, he held a ghost head crutch in his hand, and the black gas on his body rolled and flew into the ghost head crutch. Zhuge Gongquan's figure suddenly stopped, and his face could not help but look a little sad. His body trembled slightly, but it was unknown whether it was fear or anger. The Lu Ming in front of him shone with a golden light, and his face suddenly turned into a translucent and terrifying appearance. At the same time, golden spirit patterns appeared on the surface. In a few breaths, his whole body was shining with golden light, looking brilliant. Talisman soldier. Zhuge Gongquan saw this and blurted out. You have some knowledge, but unfortunately, your ability to judge the situation is too poor. If you ran from the beginning, I would not have bothered to chase you. But now. Lu Ming, who was behind him, also caught up in a flash, and said faintly at the same time. As soon as his voice fell, the black gas on his body rolled and condensed. 2 dozens of feet-long black mist dragons roared out and pounced on Zhuge Gongquan from both sides. Zhuge Gongquan was in a desperate situation, but at this moment, his mind was calm. He turned sideways, and with a flash of fire, he took out a scarlet crystal knife. He changed the incantation gesture in his hand, and the crimson dagger burst into a blazing flame. Then, a dazzling red light flashed, and the dagger transformed into a 100-feet-long crimson flood dragon. It opened its mouth, and spurted out a column of raging flame. The column of flame collided with the 2 black mist flood dragons. After all, the black mist dragons were transformed from magic power, and the scarlet fire dragon was transformed from the prototype of a magic treasure. There was a fundamental difference between the two, and the black mist dragons were forced to retreat. The scarlet fire dragon's body suddenly elongated, and at the same time, its body suddenly burst into raging flames, wrapping around the mist dragons and Lu Ming. At this time a golden light flashed in front of Zhuge Gongquan. The yellow scarf warrior avatar had already pounced forward. The ghost head cane in its hand did not change into the appearance of a black ghost, but instead transformed into a dense group of stick shadows that attacked Zhuge Gongquan. Zhuge Gongquan's eyes flashed fiercely. With a backhand wave, he took out an identical scarlet red knife. With a flash of red light, the short knife also turned into the shape of a fire dragon. Pung pung pung, the black stick shadows hit the fire dragon's body, only causing a burst of flames to fly in all directions. The scarlet fire dragon's huge body took the opportunity to tightly wrap around the yellow scarf warrior. A brilliant flame wrapped around the two. When Zhuge Gongquan saw this, his face lit up with joy. His figure bounced back and turned into a stream of light. He didn't even take back the 2 scarlet flame knives and wanted to fly away again. As a result, he didn't fly far before a black shadow flashed in front of him. Lu Ming's figure was wrapped in a faint black gas and appeared like a ghost, blocking in front of him. Zhuge Gongquan did not show any surprise on his face. Instead, he let out a loud roar and slapped a black leather pouch on his waist. A cloud of black gas gushed out from the pouch, and with an ear-piercing screech, it turned into a huge black demon eagle. It was the shadow demon eagle that was chased by Lu Ming and disappeared without a trace. However, at this moment, the demon eagle's eyes were chaotic, as if covered with something. Its movements seemed to be a bit stiff. But as soon as it appeared, it spread its wings, and a cloud of black demonic chi emerged from its body. It spun and formed a pitch-black whirlwind with a diameter of over 100 feet. It was filled with eerie chi, and it even produced a metallic noise that was unpleasant to the ears. Lu Ming seemed to be too close to it and couldn't react in time. In an instant, he was wrapped in the black whirlwind. Zhuge Gongquan took the opportunity to turn into a stream of light and shot to the side again. But just as the bi-insect master flashed past the whirlwind, he suddenly felt a breeze behind him. Then his lower abdomen was cold. An arm covered with black and purple scales pierced through his abdomen. In the palm of the arm was a red Jin Dan. Zhuangquan's eyes widened and all the strength in his body was instantly sucked out. But he still turned his head with difficulty and looked behind him. Lu Ming was hanging behind Zhuangquan with an indifferent expression. He pulled his hand away from Zhuangquan's lower abdomen with one hand. At the same time, he clenched his hand hard, and the red real pellet turned into dust. Impossible. Didn't you? Blood gushed out of Zhuangquan's lower abdomen like a fountain. The Jing Dan was broken and there was no longer any vitality, but he still asked in disbelief. The one that was trapped just now was just a shadow of mine. With your Jing Dan realm cultivation, you should be able to see through it normally. As for the Yin demon eagle, I have been carefully guarding against it. Lu Ming said faintly. As soon as his voice fell, his arm became blurred and he punched out again. The black fist flashed and Zhuangquan's head was smashed by the fist wind. Red and white matter splashed everywhere, and the soul that couldn't escape was directly destroyed. With Zhuangquan's death, the eyes of the black demon eagle suddenly regained a trace of clarity. When it saw Lu Ming, it suddenly let out a sharp cry of extreme fear. Then it spread its wings and flew away. Lu Ming didn't chase after the Yin demon eagle. Instead, he put away Zhuangquan's storage ring and the two crimson daggers. Then he waved his hand and a flame turned Zhuangquan's body into ashes. At the same time, the yellow turban warrior not far away flashed a golden light and turned back into a talisman. Together with the ghost head cane, it shot towards Lu Ming and disappeared with a black gas. With a flash, Lu Ming's figure appeared next to the pale golden array. He raised his hand and a black gas turned into the shape of an arrow and hit the golden array. Pung! The already extremely dim golden formation suddenly crumbled and shattered into specks of golden light. The formation plates and formation flags within it dimmed and scattered all over the ground. Lu Ming waved his hand and a black gas swept out again. All the formation plates and formation flags flew into his hand. His face showed a trace of joy. According to the 1,000 illusionary devilman, this universal salvation formation was obtained from a ruin. It was a confinement formation that had been passed down from ancient times. He had just witnessed its power with his own eyes. It was indeed a rare and genuine treasure. Master, what should we do next? Now that Zhuangquan is dead and the 1,000 illusion human devil has disappeared again. A girl in a black veil flew to the side of Lu Ming and asked. Don't worry, the 1,000 illusion human demon won't teleport too far away. I have a way to find it. Lu Ming replied unhurriedly. He turned his hand and swallowed a golden yuan pill. As the medicinal power melted, the spiritual power in his spiritual sea gradually filled up. Hearing this, Scorpion was relieved. Lu Ming's figure flashed and landed on a huge boulder not far away. He sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. With a flip of his hand, he took out the black flag left behind by the 1,000 illusion human demon and lightly tossed it in front of him. Then, his lips moved as he softly chanted an incantation that was difficult to understand. His hands continuously formed a series of mysterious hand seals. Wisps of black light shot out from his body and gathered in front of him. Seeing this, the scorpion did not say anything to disturb them. It stood obediently at the side and paid attention to the movements around it. Before long, with Lu Ming as the center, circles of black ripples began to appear in the air. They spread in all directions, causing the surrounding scenery to become somewhat blurry. Although it was only for a moment, Lu Ming's complexion became a lot paler. Suddenly, he raised his arm and pointed a finger. The black flag in front of him was entwined with wisps of black gas. Suddenly, they floated up and merged with the black ripples around him. The black ripples suddenly shook slightly. The speed at which they rippled also increased. They faintly converged in the northwest direction. In the next moment, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. A black light flashed in his eyes. It actually went northwest. He stopped casting the spell and muttered to himself. He could now basically confirm that the 1,000 illusion human demon was fleeing in the northwest direction. If he extended in this direction, it would be where Nanlu City was located. After casting the spell for a moment, a layer of fine sweat appeared on Lu Ming's forehead. Obviously, casting this kind of tracking secret skill consumed a lot of spiritual power and mental strength. Every time he cast this skill, it would also consume a lot of vitality. Let's go now. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the black flag. After that, he waved his sleeve. A white light flashed, and the crystal-clear Daiwa jade boat appeared in front of him. He and the scorpion jumped on it. After that, the jade boat suddenly turned into a red stream of light and broke through the sky in the northwest direction. As the capital of Jiang Country, Nanlu City was not only the real political center of Jiang Country, but also the center of commerce and cultural exchange. The city occupied a vast area. To the north of the city was the beautiful Jade Belt Lake, while the other three sides were huge city walls that were 200 to 300 feet tall. They were all built with green stone bricks that were about 10 feet wide. From afar, the entire city looked like an impregnable fortress lying by the lake. Nanlu City had three main city gates, the east, the west, and the west. Outside the city gate was a moat that was 20 to 30 feet wide that was connected to the Jade Belt Lake. The moat surrounded the outer wall of the city. The river was dug so deep that the bottom could not be seen. There were undercurrents surging in it. Obviously, there was more than just water below. The roads in the city were also extended in all directions. There were row after row of tall buildings. Although the houses were densely packed, it did not seem crowded. The environment was still unusually clean. The city was roughly divided into 4 areas of different sizes by 2 intersecting main streets. The northwest and southwest occupied the largest areas. They were the densely packed areas of mortals' commercial and residential areas. They were also the places where rich merchants and civilians lived. Therefore, the buildings looked a bit uneven. The southeastern area was where the imperial city was located. It had flying eaves and arches, carved balustrades, and jade masonry. It was magnificent and majestic, and it was heavily guarded. It was also the most magnificent and majestic place in Nanlu City. In addition to the imperial palace, most of the nobles and officials of the Jiang country also lived nearby. The northeast area was the smallest, and it was a relatively special place in the city. It was a place where cultivators gathered. Generally, mortals rarely set foot in it. Therefore, Nanlu City was a relatively rare big city in the Middle Sky continent where cultivators and mortals lived together. One of the main reasons why cultivators were willing to stay in Nanlu City was that the Jiang country's imperial family was also a powerful cultivator family. Not only did they not hesitate to recruit a lot of individual cultivators as advisors, but they also specially opened up markets and other places for cultivators to rest. In addition to this, the Jade Belt Lake that covered an area of a few hundred kilometers to the north of Nanlu City produced a type of magnificent high-grade jade called Return Dragon Jade. The jade crafted from it had the effect of prolonging one's lifespan when worn by an ordinary person, and it was even a superb material for crafting high-grade jade talismans. Thus, it brought a different kind of prosperity to this place. It was late at night. A bright crescent moon hung in the sky full of stars, flickering in the drifting clouds. The whole city bid farewell to the bustling hustle and bustle of the day. Thousands of lights gradually extinguished, and all sounds gradually returned to silence. Whoosh, a black shadow flew from a distance under the cover of the night. It quietly crossed the city wall and sneaked into the city, then went straight to the imperial palace in the southeast area of the city. The black shadow's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was over 300 meters away. Moreover, it didn't reveal any aura. Under the cover of the night, not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to notice anything unusual. The imperial palace of the Jiang country occupied nearly half of the size of the southeast area of Nanlu City. There were exquisite jade pavilions, countless elegantly shaped corridors, and gorgeous gardens and ponds decorated with exotic flowers and plants. Even the eunuchs and maids who had lived in the imperial palace for several years often got the wrong way. However, even in the middle of the night, there was a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps in the imperial palace. From time to time, there were armored guards patrolling back and forth. Above a corner in the northwest of the imperial palace, a black shadow flashed past and fell into the palace wall. Then, as if entering an uninhabited place, it shuttled through the imperial palace with great familiarity and soon came to a hexagonal palace. The black light on the figure slowly dissipated, revealing a figure dressed in white. It was the Thousand Illusion Devilman. At this moment, it seemed that due to the lack of magic power and the long journey, his face was slightly pale. After standing firmly, he looked back with lingering fear and fiercely muttered to himself, "Damn it. That Taiching Gate brat seems to be chasing me. I clearly used a secret technique to hide my tracks. How can he still track my position?" As soon as his voice fell, an abnormal dark red suddenly appeared on his face. The aura on his body became chaotic. He hurriedly took out a jade bottle, poured out a white pill, and swallowed it. Only then did the dark red on his face gradually recede. Then, after a slight hesitation, the Thousand Illusion Devilman clenched his teeth and a wave of light rippled from his body. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a slightly plump middle-aged man with a jade-like face. His body moved and quietly melted into a nearby hexagonal palace. The Thousand Illusion Devilman appeared in a gorgeous bedroom in the palace. With another wave of his hand, a bright yellow brocade robe appeared on his body. The brocade robe was embroidered with the pattern of a spiraling five-clawed golden dragon. It was clearly an attire that only the Emperor of Jiang country could wear. After wearing the brocade robe, the Thousand Illusion Devilman's temperament immediately changed. The magic power on his body seemed to completely disappear, and he completely transformed into a dignified middle-aged man. No one would have thought that the Thousand Illusion Devilman was hiding in the Jiang country's imperial palace. Furthermore, he was the Emperor of Jiang country. The Thousand Illusion Devilman's eyes flashed and he slapped his palm on his body. Immediately, a greenish-black chi appeared on his face. Not long after, there was a sudden clamor in the hexagonal palace. The lights were brightly lit, and many palace maids and eunuchs hurried about. "There's an assassin. Someone is trying to assassinate His Majesty. Quick, protect the Emperor." Countless guards surged into the walls of the hexagonal palace like a tide, surrounding the palace. The entire palace seemed to have been awakened, and the lights in the palaces were all lit up. At the same time, a strange light flashed in the dark night, and several dazzling escape lights landed outside the hexagonal palace. After the light dissipated, several figures in red robes appeared. There were men and women among them. The aura they exuded was thick and solid. Their cultivation was faintly above the intermediate stage of the condensation period. The leader was an old man with a white beard, and his cultivation had reached the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. When the guards around the palace saw these people, they all revealed respectful expressions. These people were all cultivators of the Jiang country's royal family. In their eyes, they were all people with remarkable abilities, and the official positions they were given were also extremely illustrious. Although the Jiang country's imperial family was also a cultivator family, the emperor who sat on the throne had always been a mortal disciple without any magic power. As for the true controllers of the imperial family, the high-ranking cultivators of the family, they mostly hid behind the scenes and would not easily show themselves. The royal cultivators were specially sent by the family to protect the royal power. This was also the practice of all mortal countries in the Middle Sky continent. No one knew why, but there were also rumors that once a cultivator sat on the throne, the luck of the country would gradually decline. Luck had always been elusive and unpredictable, but even the great sect that was rumored to control the Middle Sky continent had always attached great importance to it, let alone ordinary cultivator families. At the same time, outside Nanlu City, an escape light streaked across the sky and fell into a dense forest a mile away from the city. It flickered a few times and disappeared. Soon after, two figures quickly flashed out of the dense forest and sped toward the direction of Nanlu City. Not long after, two figures quietly landed on an unguarded city wall of Nanlu City and looked inside. It was Lu Ming and Scorpion. "This is Nanlu City, huh? It's so late, why is it still so lively over there?" Scorpion looked at the city a few times, then suddenly looked at the brightly lit palace. "That should be the direction of the palace of Nanlu City," Lu Ming said with a flicker in his eyes. The map he bought in the Copper Sun Market marked the layout of Nanlu City in detail, but it was really strange that it was brightly lit in the middle of the night. With a sweep of divine thought, he immediately found that there were many armored soldiers in the palace, and there seemed to be the spiritual power fluctuations of the crystallization period cultivator. It was obviously really abnormal. Lu Ming pressed his hand in the air and chanted a spell in a low voice. Black ripples spread from his eyes again. After a while, he said with a cold snort, "That thousand illusionary human devil should be hiding in the palace. From the looks of it, he's trying to create chaos in the mortal city to escape from our pursuit. Master, I remember that the rules of Taiqing Gate state that cultivators are not allowed to interfere with the order of the mortal world. Is it appropriate for us to just go like this? Scorpion said with some concern. It doesn't matter. I've already roughly locked onto the location of the 1,000 illusionary devilman. As long as I find him, I believe the Jiang country's imperial family will not allow this evil cultivator to openly hide in the imperial palace. Lu Ming smiled, then with a flash of black gas, he flew towards the imperial palace with Scorpion. In the hexagonal palace of the imperial palace, the 1,000 illusionary human devil, who had transformed into a middle-aged man dressed in a bright yellow robe, reclined on a soft chair. His expression was dispirited, and his face revealed an abnormal greenish-black color. Beside the soft chair stood a few red-robed cultivators from the Jiang country. One of them, a tall old man with a grizzled beard, released a beam of white light from his fingertip. He was pacing back and forth on the 1,000 illusionary human devil's body. After a while, he frowned and asked, Jiangli, did you see the appearance of the person who injured you? The 1,000 illusionary human devils Jiang. Reporting to Grand Elder, I was also awakened from my sleep by a strange movement. At that time, the room was pitch black, and I could only faintly see a hazy black shadow moving at an extremely fast speed. He casually struck me with a beam of black light, and after that, I don't know what happened. The 1,000 illusionary human devils Jiang Li looked extremely weak as he spoke. When the cultivators heard this, they looked at each other with doubt in their eyes, but none of them said anything. The tall old man withdrew the white light in his hand, and strands of greenish-black qi rose from Jiang Li's head. The greenish-black color on Jiang Li's face also faded, and his complexion looked much better. The tall old man looked at Jiang Li up and down, then took out a jade bottle and poured out a medicinal pill for Jiang Li to consume. It's just an ordinary corpse-dissolving poison. I've already removed the poison. As long as you rest for a while, you will quickly recover. The tall old man said indifferently. Many thanks, Grand Elder. Jiang Li said in fear and trepidation. The tall old man casually waved his hand and then ignored the mortal emperor. After giving the other cultivators a look, they all walked out of the room. What do you think of this matter? After they left the room, the tall old man flicked his sleeves and released a soundproofing barrier that enveloped them. This assassin is clearly a cultivator. Regardless of his cultivation, he shouldn't have truly wanted to take Jiang Li's life. Otherwise, a mere mortal like him would have died thousands of times already. A golden-haired young man slowly spoke. His tone was not polite towards the state of Zhang's emperor. This was not surprising. Cultivators had always looked down on mortals with short lifespans and weak strength. Even though Jiang Li was the ruler of a country, he was no exception. This is obvious. What is the other party's purpose? Could it be that he wants to warn our Jiang family? Because of the matter of the returning dragon jade quota, our Jiang family has indeed offended many forces in the past few years. The one who spoke was a young woman in her prime. Her loose cultivator robes could not conceal her graceful figure. Regardless of the reason, Jiang Li is the nominal emperor of the state of Jiang. Since the family has arranged for us to be the cultivators of the royal family, we cannot let anything happen to him. For the next few days, we will have to work a bit harder to guard this place. In the future, we will have to ensure that there will be someone protecting him every day. We have indeed been too negligent in the past few years. The tall old man waved his hand, interrupted the young woman's words, and said in a deep voice. Hearing the old man's words, the young woman's expression sank. She seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. The golden-haired youth gave her a look. The young woman's expression changed, and she finally reluctantly nodded. Standing to the side was a large, dark-skinned man. From beginning to end, he didn't speak and only listened quietly. In the inner room, the 1,000 illusions human devil was still lying on a soft chair with a dispirited expression. He glanced outside the palace with a strange glint in his eyes. Soon after, he closed his eyes as if he was sensing something. As expected, they have caught up. How hateful. If it weren't for that bastard Swagongquan being so timid and causing damage to my spiritual sea, why would I need to hide here? The 1,000 illusions human devil opened his eyes and thought hatefully. Right at this moment, an extremely enormous burst of spiritual pressure descended from the sky in an unbridled manner, enshrouding the entire imperial palace. The spiritual pressure was cold and bone-chilling. Anyone could feel that the newcomer had ill intentions. Outside the hexagonal palace, the tall old man and the other three felt their bodies sink. The tall old man hastily moved his 10 fingers like a wheel, and with a flash of red light, he barely managed to stabilize his body. As for the other three, they were unable to move. The young woman with the weakest cultivation almost knelt down on the ground. Just as they were looking at each other in shock, a black figure descended from the sky and landed in the sky outside the hexagonal palace. At this moment, the soldiers around the palace were already lying on the ground in a disorderly manner, appearing to be in a semi-conscious state. They were only ordinary soldiers, and the main reason why they did not explode and die under such immense spiritual pressure was that the person who came had deliberately let them go. The tall old man's face was extremely ugly. As a crystallization period cultivator, he could understand how terrifying the newcomer was. However, among the people present, he had the highest cultivation, so he couldn't hide. He could only clench his teeth and make a gesture with one hand. He flew a few 10 meters away from the black figure, then he bowed and said, "I'm Jiang Qing, the imperial family of the Jiang country. I didn't know that senior would come, so I didn't welcome you. Please forgive me." Since this person had reached the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, he could be regarded as a figure in the clan. Although he couldn't see through Lu Ming's exact cultivation, his knowledge was naturally far from the other three. Therefore, when he sensed the suffocating spiritual pressure, he knew that the other party's strength was not something they could resist at all. The other three also seemed to wake up from a dream, and they hurriedly followed the old man to bow. The black figure's body was wrapped in a faint black mist, making it look very mysterious. Due to the black mist, it was impossible to see the figure's appearance. However, the tall old man and the others all felt a cold gaze sweep over them. The four only felt a slight chill on their bodies, and they suddenly became silent. "I'm a disciple of the Tai Ching Gate." The person was naturally Lu Ming. He glanced at the four of them and said faintly, "It turns out to be a senior from the Tai Ching Gate. Greetings. May I know why senior came to our Jiang country's imperial palace?" When the tall old man heard Lu Ming say that he was a cultivator from the Tai Ching Gate, he immediately said with a sigh of relief. As one of the four ancient sects of the human race, the Tai Ching Gate had strict discipline, and its disciples were naturally not bloodthirsty people. "I've been following you all the way here in order to capture an evil cultivator." Lu Ming's gaze fell on the hexagonal palace behind the four of them, and he said indifferently. In his senses, the 1,000 illusionary human demon was hiding in this palace. Evil cultivator? The four of them were startled when they heard this, and they couldn't help but look at each other. When the tall old man saw the direction of Lu Ming's gaze, his face changed. He hurriedly scanned the palace with his divine sense, and after a while, he was relieved. In the palace, other than Jiangli, the mortal emperor, there were only a few palace maids. There was no one else hiding in the palace. "Senior, this is the palace of my Jiang country's emperor. Currently, there are only a few palace maids inside. I'm afraid the evil cultivator that senior is looking for is not here." The tall old man revealed an awkward expression. After a slight hesitation, he did not move out of the way. The young woman and the other two glanced at the tall old man. Their faces were pale, but they did not say anything. "The emperor? Hee, so that's how it is. This is interesting. You can all leave. The person I'm looking for is the emperor of the Jiang country. If I'm not wrong, he is the evil cultivator I'm looking for." Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he chuckled. "What? That's impossible. I've just personally inspected Jiang Li's body. He doesn't have the slightest trace of magic power in his body. He's just a mere mortal." "That's right, today an assassin snuck into my Jiang country's imperial palace and injured him. Could the evil cultivator that senior is looking for be that assassin?" The tall old man was stunned, and he hurriedly replied in disbelief. "Assassin? This Fei sure is putting on a good show." Lu Ming muttered to himself as he shook his head. His eyes turned cold as he raised his voice. "The person I'm chasing is called Fei Yi, the evil cultivator known as the 1,000 Illusion Devilman. I'm sure you've heard of this name? This person is a Jing Dan stage cultivator and is proficient in the art of illusion. Your cultivation is not high enough, so you naturally won't be able to see through his true appearance. Thousand Illusion Devilman. The 4 Jiang country's imperial consecrators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They had naturally heard of this famous evil cultivator. First Elder, this elder's words are not without reason. The assassination attempt on Jiangli today is indeed very suspicious. Could it be that he was really transformed by someone else? That black-faced large man, who had not spoken all this while, suddenly walked to the side of the tall old man and spoke in a low voice. The tall old man hesitated when he heard this. How could he not have thought of this? However, as a protector of the Jiang country's emperor, he naturally did not want to doubt the identity of his own disciple just because of a few words from an outsider. Senior's words are indeed reasonable. However, to say that Jiangli is an evil cultivator with just a few words is very difficult for this junior. If the clan's ancestor blames me, this junior will not be able to bear the consequences. The tall old man said slowly, purposely making the words, clan's ancestor, louder. The young woman and the golden-haired youth looked at the tall old man with surprise. They simultaneously lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lu Ming's expression. Lu Ming frowned. He had already spread out his divine sense and found that the Jiang country's emperor was slightly trembling inside the hexagonal palace. His demeanor and actions were no different from an ordinary mortal, and he indeed could not detect the slightest fluctuation of Fa. If he hadn't used the netherworld soul-seeking technique to lock onto this person, he would have almost thought that he had made a mistake. The Thousand Illusion Devilman's illusion technique was indeed extremely exquisite. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so free and unfettered despite being covered in evil deeds. That's all I've said. If the noble ancestor wants to blame me, feel free to find me at the Taiqing Gate. Lu Ming heard this, and his voice sank. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from his body, colliding with the tall old man and the other 3. The expressions of the tall old man and the other 3 immediately changed greatly. Their bodies were sent flying by a tremendous force without any resistance. The 4 of them let out a cry and each of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Their gazes toward Lu Ming were filled with shock. The tall old man had the highest cultivation, but the shock on his face was the deepest. As a royal family and a cultivator family, the Jiang family's resources were far more than ordinary casual cultivators. There were many crystallization period cultivators in the family, and there were also a few Jing Dan state cultivators. The Jiang family's ancestor was even a Jing Dan later stage powerful cultivator. Therefore, the tall elder's eyes and knowledge were naturally not bad. He could understand the strength of the Taiqing Gate disciple in front of him. He was even stronger than the Jing Dan state elders of the Jiang family. Senior is powerful, we are powerless to stop you. But if I remember correctly, your 4 ancient sects have jointly set a rule in the early years that cultivators above the crystallization period are not allowed to interfere with the order of the mortal world if there are no special circumstances. If it is confirmed that Jiangli is really just a mortal, I hope Senior can give our Jiang family an explanation. The tall old man stood up. Although he was a little afraid, he still said with a bitter voice. Lu Ming didn't seem to hear the tall old man's threat. His figure moved and rushed to the hexagonal palace gate with an afterimage. Pung! In just a breath, the figure broke through the gate and flew straight in. The tall old man watched Lu Ming's figure disappear in front of him, and his eyes twitched a few times. The other 3 looked at each other and didn't speak. At the moment when Lu Ming broke into the palace, a looming black shadow escaped from the rear of the palace and galloped toward the distance. It was silent and did not cause any fluctuations. It's too late to escape now. Lu Ming broke through the wall on the other side of the palace with a bang, and he also chased after him without stopping. With such a big movement, the tall old man and the others immediately noticed that something was wrong. They all flew into the palace with a change of expression. In the bedroom, Jiang Li's figure was nowhere to be seen. At the entrance of the passage not far away, 2 palace maids were lying on the ground. The fruits in their hands were scattered all over the ground. On the other side, a big hole suddenly appeared in the wall. The cold wind poured into the palace from the big hole. The curtain in the bedroom fluttered, making the hall exceptionally deserted. Could it be that what the Tai Ching gate said is true, Jiangli He? The young woman murmured. The tall old man's complexion became even more ashen. At a low altitude a few dozen miles away, the black shadow had just escaped 200 or 300 feet away from London City when the ground below suddenly lit up with a dazzling yellow light. At the same time, the ground exploded, and countless gravel and dirt shot toward the black shadow like arrows. At the same time, the scorpion's figure flashed out from the gravel. It had already transformed into its original body, the bone scorpion. Its tail became blurry, and a dense raindrop-like black line shot toward the black shadow with a sharp piercing sound. The thousand illusion human devil's resentful roar came from the black shadow. It had already tasted the fierceness of the bone scorpion's tail and didn't dare to be careless. Its figure suddenly slowed down, and a black gas shot out from its body, transforming into a pitch-black bone banner. The bone banner expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had become 10 feet in size. There was a sinister skull pattern embroidered on it, and it emitted a dense demonic aura and a flickering black light. It was clearly a magic treasure prototype level devil path totem. The thousand illusion human devil had just taken out the bone banner when the stone broke through the air and arrived. Pitter-patter, the sound of raindrops hitting on the banana came, the stone hit on the bone banner, but the surface of the banner only flashed slightly in black light, then it bounced all the stones away. Immediately afterward, the dense black line also hit on the bone banner like lightning, causing the treasure to tremble a few times, then it took the attack as if nothing happened. After all, the scorpion was only a spiritual pet of the crystallization period later stage. Even if it had mutated several times, there was still a big gap compared with the Jindan period cultivator. Moreover, its tail hook was not known for its power, so it was even less effective against the spiritual weapon that was known for its defense. However, after the scorpion's obstruction, Lu Ming had already caught up. A deep dragon roar came, a black mist dragon of several 10 meters long roared and pounced from behind. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Damn it! The illusionary human devil let out a low roar in anger, and made several hand seals in quick succession. The bone banner suddenly shone with a black light, and it began to spin on the spot. The skull pattern on it suddenly lit up with a strange light, and its eyes flashed as it directly shot out 2 green beams of light. Roar, a sharp roar, the skull pattern turned into a substance and rushed out of the bone banner. With a flash of green light, it suddenly became the size of a house and blocked the black mist dragon in midair. For a time, the dragon's roar filled the sky. Black and green light shone brightly, and the dull rumbling sound continued to be heard. At the same time, the thousand illusionary human demon changed the incantation gesture in his hand, and a black whirlwind flew out from the bone banner. It was 100 feet tall, and it spread out in all directions, sweeping away all the stones and dirt that were shooting towards it, turning them into dust that filled the sky. The bone scorpion was also swept away by the black whirlwind. Countless gravel struck its body, making a series of crackling sounds. It tumbled several times in the air, and was thrown far away. It had a battered and exhausted appearance. The whirlwind disappeared, and the thousand illusion human devil emerged with the bone banner in his hand. At this moment, it had already changed into the face of an unfamiliar long-faced man. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of chasing after the bone scorpion. Instead, with a sway of his body, he once again broke through the sky and fled. However, at this moment, a loud hong sound rang out. A 3-meter-tall black tiger head fist shadow flashed from behind him, and violently struck down on his head. This fist shadow was very fast, and unexpectedly didn't give the thousand illusion human devil the slightest time to dodge. The thousand illusion human devil could only shout loudly, and the bone banner in his hand moved horizontally. In an instant, a large amount of black gas gushed out from it, and blocked in front of his body. A muffled sound rang out, and the black gas was dispersed by the fist shadow. The fist shadow only paused for a moment before heavily striking the bone banner. The thousand illusion human devil only felt a huge force pass through the bone banner. His hands trembled, and his face instantly turned pale. His entire body was sent flying back 100 feet. At this time, Lu Ming swept a glance in the direction that the bone scorpion flew out from. With a thought, he communicated with it through his soul. "Master, I'm fine. I was just careless just now." The scorpion's voice was clear, and it faintly carried a trace of anger. It seemed that she was greatly ashamed of her previous sorry state. Fortunately, her defense wasn't low. In addition, she was recently indebted to Lu Ming, and had swallowed several adamantine bone-tempering pills. Her body had gained a lot of strength, and she didn't suffer any serious injuries. Only then did Lu Ming relax. Turning his gaze, he coldly looked at the thousand-illusion human devil in front of him, who had just regained his footing with great difficulty. Lu, there isn't any deep hatred between you and me. It's just that we have different standpoints. Since fellow Taoist has come to kill me, I'm sure you want to return to the sect to exchange for a reward, right? I can give you sufficient compensation, as long as you let me go. How about it? The illusionary human demon's face was abnormally pale. Its gaze towards Lu Ming was filled with fear, but it suddenly squeezed out a smile. Lu Ming's strength was far beyond his expectations. After exchanging blows, he had a feeling that he was invincible. At this moment, he could only hope to impress Lu Ming with benefits so that he could save his own life. When Lu Ming heard this, he sneered. He couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He raised one hand and the black chi on his body surged. He was about to slap out. Fellow Taoist, don't you want the method to operate the universal fairy formation? This ancient formation is extremely powerful. Although fellow Taoist already has a formation plate and a formation flag, if you don't have a matching method to operate it, you won't be able to display its full power. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to tell you the method to operate the formation. The illusionary human demon's face changed as he hurriedly said. When Lu Ming heard this, he was somewhat moved. His hand slowed down, and at the same time, a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Seeing that there was hope, the thousand-illusion human demon forced a smile on his face. Just as he was about to state a few more conditions, there was a sudden fluctuation behind him. A slender black shadow flashed and stabbed out like lightning. It struck the thousand-illusion human demon's back unexpectedly, causing him to stumble forward. At the same time, a thick black color appeared on his back, and at the same time, a fishy smell came from it. Ah! The thousand-illusion human demon cried out in pain. Black light shone from his body and instantly condensed into a large hand. He fiercely swung it. With a ping sound, a black shadow appeared in the empty space behind him and was sent flying by the large hand. This long black shadow was impressively a long tail hook. If it wasn't the bone scorpion that was sent flying, who else could it be? You. You actually secretly ordered your spirit pet to launch a sneak attack. I'll kill you. The thousand-illusion human demon looked at Lu Ming with hatred. The numbness on his back quickly spread. It was obvious that the scorpion's poison was quickly spreading. He hurriedly activated the technique in his body and condensed a layer of black gas behind him. The black gas quickly circulated and finally forcefully suppressed the poison. However, Lu Ming's expression was startled. Then, he revealed a strange expression. It was indeed the scorpion that launched a sneak attack on the thousand-illusion human demon, but it wasn't him who ordered it. With a thought, he communicated with the bone scorpion that was sent flying and understood the general situation. The scorpion had just been careless and was sent flying by the thousand-illusion human demon in front of Lu Ming. He already harbored hatred in his heart, so he took advantage of the gap between the thousand-illusion human demon and Lu Ming to quietly sneak over and launch a sneak attack. As for the content of the conversation between the thousand-illusion human demon and Lu Ming, the scorpion didn't pay attention. After Lu Ming understood the whole story, he let out a low sigh and his gaze became sharp. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and black gas surged out from his body. Seeing Lu Ming's actions, the thousand-illusion devilman was both furious and apprehensive at the same time. It continued to do its utmost to suppress the spread of the poison. At the same time, a stern expression flashed across its face as it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the bone banner. After the black bone banner absorbed the blood essence, it was quickly dyed in a crimson color. In a flash, it shrank to the size of a palm. The thousand-illusions human demon then quickly opened its mouth and sucked the blood-colored bone banner into its mouth. Kaba kaba, it crushed the bone banner and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! The thousand-illusionary devilman's body suddenly emitted a dark red mist, which quickly enveloped his entire body. Seeing this, Lu Ming was greatly surprised, and he stared at it. The red and black mist faintly contained a rich and pure demonic aura. At the same time, a series of crackling sounds came from the mist. No one knew what was happening inside. Suddenly, the reddish-black mist began to surge violently. It circled around the 1,000 illusionary devilman's body, then quickly entered its body like a whale sucking in water. This unforeseen event happened in the span of a few breaths. When Lu Ming saw the appearance of the 1,000 illusionary devilman again, his complexion couldn't help but change. The devilman's black hair and eyes had turned blood red. Its body had swelled to twice its original size. Its skin was covered with strange black demonic markings, and its veins were pulsating under its skin. It looked extremely ferocious. Its hands had also turned into black ghostly claws. Its fingertips had turned into long, shining, and sharp armor. Its feet had turned into a pair of pitch-black eagle feet. At this time, not only was the demonic aura surrounding the 1,000 illusionary devilman's body dense and pure, but the spiritual pressure it emitted was nearly twice as strong as before. I have now fused the 1,000-soul demonic banner with my body and completed the demonic contract technique. Boy, hand over your life. The 1,000 illusionary devilman clenched his hands into fists and laughed heartily towards the sky. Lu Ming sized up the devilman and raised his eyebrows. The astonishment on his face gradually disappeared, and he regained his calm expression. I will make you pay for what you have done. Seeing this, the 1,000 illusionary devilman laughed in anger. It suddenly took a step forward and grabbed at the air. The thick demonic aura around its body condensed into a giant, reddish-black claw. The claw was more than 30 meters long, and it suddenly swiped at Lu Ming. Wherever the claw passed, it left a deep black mark in the air, as if it wanted to tear the nearby space apart. Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged, but the Fali in his spiritual sea began to gather in his right arm. As the black aura swirled, a layer of black-purple scales appeared on his arm. Go to hell. The 1,000 illusionary devilman let out a gloomy voice. Just when the claw was less than 20 meters away from Lu Ming, a layer of blacking fire suddenly appeared on its surface. It exuded an inexplicable gloomy aura and added a bit of power. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his right arm and waved his ferocious palm. 5 mist dragons surged out and coiled in the air. They suddenly condensed into a pitch-black hand more than 30 meters in size and collided with the demonic hand conjured by the 1,000 illusionary devilman. Boom, there was a muffled sound of dead wood breaking in the air. Where the two palms collided, circles of raging black gas mixed with clusters of fire scattered in all directions. The two were in a stalemate in the air for a while, looking like they were equally matched. Suddenly, a cyan light flashed on Lu Ming's shoulder, and a cyan bull phantasm appeared. It quickly flashed and went into the big black hand conjured by the tiger dragon hell prison. The big black hand was suddenly covered with a layer of faint cyan light. After it lit up slightly, a huge suction force surged out from the palm. Whoosh, it absorbed all the fire on the opposite side. The big black hand seemed to have eaten a tonic, and it instantly shone brightly and expanded several times. It impressively became more than 20 meters in size with a cyan light on its surface. Seeing this, the 1,000 illusionary devilman turned pale with fright. It let out a strange cry and pressed its hands down in the air. The surface of the huge demonic hand was faintly black, and the fire seemed to be reborn. Seeing this, Lu Ming sneered. He clenched his 5 fingers, and the big black hand suddenly closed. A loud bang was heard. The black demonic hand actually crushed the 1,000 illusionary devilman's demonic hand. It turned into wisps of black gas and slowly drifted away. The 1,000 illusionary devilman suffered a backlash. Its body shook violently, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. No. Impossible. This is the mysterious demonic palm that was formed from the power of the devil contract. How could it be so easily broken by you? The 1,000 illusionary devilman was dumbfounded. It took him a moment to regain his composure. He shouted in extreme anger. His blood-red eyes were filled with madness. Lu Ming chuckled and activated his hand sign. Black gas surged out from his body. The huge black hand that was clenched into a fist slowly opened in midair. Then, it clawed at the 1,000 illusionary devilman. Seeing this, the 1,000 illusionary devilman's complexion changed. He fiercely clenched his teeth, and his two hands clawed at the empty air. Pu, one after another, black and red claw shadows appeared around the 1,000 illusionary devilman's body. There were more than 10 claw shadows, and they all fiercely clawed at the huge black hand. Lu Ming frowned. He quickly chanted an incantation and waved his hand. Suddenly, a cyan light flashed, and a spell sign was poured into the big black hand. Moo. The sound of an ox's moo was heard, a cyan light flashed from the center of the huge black hand, and the shadow of a green ox appeared. Its forehooves moved, and it turned into a cyan light that shot out. The shadow was as fast as lightning, and it left behind a series of afterimages. It was as if there were several streaks of cyan lightning shuttling through the empty air. In the blink of an eye, the cyan light flashed through the black and red claw shadows. Just like before, the Yin fire on the devilman's hand disappeared in the blink of an eye. The green ox shadow gave another low roar, and it circled in the air before flying back to where Lu Ming was. The 5 fingers of the huge black hand trembled slightly. Immediately, an invisible wave surged out, and the nearby black and red devilman's hands that had lost the support of the Yin fire were annihilated. They turned into a large cloud of black gas that drifted away. No, this is impossible. The 1,000 illusionary devilman let out a hoarse voice. Lu Ming expressionlessly moved his arm, and the huge black hand slammed down at the 1,000 illusionary devilman. An earth-shattering rumble resounded. The 1,000 illusionary devilman was frightened. He shook his arms, and a jet-black beam of light shot out from his hands. It blocked the huge palm's descent. He had just used the devil contract secret technique, and his FA had been greatly depleted. At this moment, he roared towards the sky, and the bulging muscles on his body slowly wriggled. He squeezed out every ounce of strength in his body, and only then did he barely manage to block the huge palm's descent. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His figure blurred, and like a ghost, he appeared behind the 1,000 illusionary devilman. Immediately after, a silver light flashed behind him, and an 8-legged sea demon's tentacle extended out. The sea demon's tentacle swayed, and turned into a silver palm. With a so sound, the palm instantly elongated into a faint silver scar, and pierced through the 1,000 illusionary devilman's lower abdomen. This unforeseen event happened in the time it took to take a breath. The 1,000 illusionary devilman looked down at his lower abdomen in disbelief. His spiritual sea had been pierced, and the black light on his body immediately dimmed. His body seemed to deflate, and it slowly shrank. Hung Long, the huge black hand in the air descended with an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The ground shook violently, and even the 6 city walls that were several thousand feet away trembled uncontrollably. Dust and smoke scattered in all directions, and a huge pit suddenly appeared in the ground. A blood-red figure lay at the bottom of the pit. When the dust and smoke dissipated, the 1,000 illusionary devilman's figure could finally be seen clearly. His body was a bloody mess, and it was motionless, as if all his bones had been shattered. Lu Ming slowly landed beside the devilman, his eyes expressionless. Impossible. Impossible. I have successfully cultivated the devil pact technique. How could I lose? The 1,000 illusionary devilman's tattered body moved slightly, and he stammered. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, a cracking sound came from the depths of his throat, and he could no longer speak. Although I do not know what this devil pact technique is, it should be a secret contract technique similar to the devil Dao's sacrificial sacrifice technique. Although this kind of secret technique is powerful, the damage it causes to the body is not small. Moreover, it is obvious that the devil chi is not compatible with your body. You have the 1,000 illusionary body, yet you do not cultivate illusion techniques. It is truly a pity. Lu Ming said lightly, and there was a trace of ridicule in his tone. As his voice fell, he waved his hand, and a black light flashed, and the 1,000 illusionary devilman's head was cut off. Whoosh! A black gas wrapped around the devilman's head. Before the devilman's soul could escape, it was trapped within the black gas. Then, with a sizzling sound, it was refined into nothingness. Lu Ming glanced at the head within the black gas and saw that it was dripping with blood. However, he could still make out the general appearance of the head. It was a middle-aged man with a square face and sunken eyes. It seems that this is the true face of the 1,000 illusions devilman. Even though it has many faces in front of people, it is only after death that it can show its true face to people. This is a sad thing. Lu Ming murmured to himself. Then, he smiled in his heart and threw this thought away. He waved his hand again and the Thousand Illusions Devilman's head was sucked into his summer ring by the black gas. Master, a yellow light flashed on the ground and Scorpion emerged. The black muslin robe on her body was somewhat damaged. Her face was pale and her chest was heaving up and down. It seemed that she had just been slightly injured by the Thousand Illusions Devilman's demonic energy. However, her vitality was not damaged. Are you all right? Lu Ming asked with concern. Just now, I took advantage of this person's inattentiveness and ruthlessly stabbed him. Did I help Master? Scorpion looked at the headless corpse of the Thousand Illusions Devilman and raised her pretty face as if she was asking for a reward. Lu Ming sighed in his heart, but he said with approval, that's right. Yes, it was all thanks to Scorpion's help that we were able to smoothly kill this bastard. When Scorpion heard this, her face immediately lit up with happiness. Lu Ming glanced at it and waved his hand to release a black gas. The white jade ring on the Thousand Illusions Devilman's thumb fell into his hand. This ring seemed to be made of ordinary jade, but it emitted an extremely obscure fluctuation of Fa Li. His heart stirred and he released his divine sense into it. After a quick scan, he discovered that the jade ring was indeed a storage tool. The space inside it was several tens of feet wide and there were many medicines, ores, tools, and other things inside. Lu Ming glanced at these items and his expression suddenly changed. Golden light flashed in his hand, and a quaint jade slips that radiated faint golden light appeared in his hand. These were the jade slips that the Thousand Illusionary Humanoid Demon had taken out when he was controlling the Universal Fairy Formation. He immediately placed it on his forehead and permeated it with his divine sense. He was stunned for a moment before he became ecstatic. What was recorded in the jade slips was the method to control the Universal Summer Formation. However, this was not the place to study it in detail. He immediately put away the jade slips and the white jade ring. Almost as soon as Lu Ming finished doing all this, the sound of something tearing through the air came from the distant sky. The tall old man in the red robe and the other three people suddenly descended. The four of them swept their gazes over. The traces of battle on the ground nearby seemed to be telling them about the intense and short battle just now. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the tall old man and the others. They only dared to come over because they saw from afar that the battle had ended. Senior. The tall old man's gaze fell on the deep pit where Lu Ming had been, and his expression was extremely complicated. The headless corpse was still wearing the five-clawed golden dragon robe. The truth was clear at a glance. I've said before that this evil cultivator is the Thousand Illusionary Humanoid Demon. Although I don't know why he disguised himself as the Emperor of the Jiang country, he has already been killed. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm only here for his head. Lu Ming glanced at the tall old man and said lightly. At the same time, black qi rolled out from his body, and his clothes fluttered without any wind. We've offended you with our words just now. Please forgive us. We're very grateful that you've eliminated this evil cultivator for the Jiang country. However, can you tell us your name? The tall old man hurriedly asked when he saw that Lu Ming was about to leave. Such a major incident had occurred in the palace, and the real emperor's whereabouts were unknown. The four people in charge of guarding this place had committed a grave crime. If the Jiang family's ancestor asked about it, and he didn't even know Lu Ming's name, he would probably be even more guilty. Lu Ming frowned and indifferently transmitted his name to the tall old man. Then, he made a hand sign and black qi wrapped around his and Scorpion's figures, and they flew into the distant sky. The tall old man and the other three looked at the black light disappearing into the horizon with respectful expressions. When they turned back to look at the messy ground, they were all silent. Properly collect this person's corpse and immediately start digging 3 feet into the ground in Nanlu City to find the Real Jiangli. In addition, immediately report this matter to the elders of the Water Pavilion residents. After a long while, the tall old man was the first to break the silence and gave the order to the 3 people behind him. After the other 3 agreed, they immediately split up and busied themselves. The tall old man's face was gloomy for a while, then he sighed. Because of the illusionary human demon, the royal family of the state of Jiang had caused a lot of turmoil. whether it was in the family or among the mortals of the state of Jiang. In the end, it even alarmed some high-level cultivators of the sects and families of the state of Jiang, and they jointly came forward to draw up some rules related to the safety of the mortal royal family. Of course, this was all for later. At this time, the black light that Lu Ming had transformed into quickly left Nanlu City. Half an hour later, Lu Ming landed on a cliff in the Black Mountain Range. At this moment, the sky was gradually brightening. Lu Ming waved his hand and emitted a black light, digging a medium-sized cave on the cliff. After laying a simple restriction, he sat in it. Today's continuous fierce pursuit had consumed a lot of his magic power and mental strength, and Scorpion had also entered the recovering soul bag to recuperate. After turning his hand, Lu Ming took out a medicinal pill and began to circulate his magic power, slowly adjusting his breathing. After a full 3 days, he finally opened his eyes. Although the magic power in his body had not completely recovered, it was already close to being fully recovered. He immediately turned his hand and took out the simple jade slips that he found in the illusionary human demon white jade ring. He stuck it on his forehead again and studied it. Not only did it record a detailed introduction of the Universal Salvation Array, but it also recorded the specific control method. Lu Ming was very interested in the array Dao, not to mention the ancient array that had been passed down from ancient times. What was more rare was that the formation tools of this array were now completely preserved. As long as he thoroughly understood it, he could immediately use it. The reason why the 1,000 illusionary human devil Fei was able to roam freely for such a long time without being killed by the people from the various sects was not only because of his strong cultivation base and the 1,000 illusionary body, but also because of this set of formation tools. After a long time, Lu Ming's divine sense came out from the jade slips, and his face obviously had a trace of joy. According to the records on the jade slip, this Universal Salvation Array came from an ancient Buddhist sect. The array formation props were also very few. It only required 4 array discs and 8 array flags to set up the array. The method of setting up the array was not complicated. As long as the formation plates and formation flags were buried in the ground according to the correct method, and then the high-grade spirit stones were inlaid in the eye of the array to provide the entire array with enough magic power. In this way, the array would be able to operate normally, and through the 2 main formation flags, the array could operate and display different changes of the array. In addition to following the characteristics of the Buddhist array, this Universal Salvation Array also included several kinds of trap and killing changes. It was enough to trap any enemy below the celestial state that fell into the array. The most important thing was that this array had a wonderful effect on restraining evil spirits. The Brahma sound from the array could reincarnate the evil spirits trapped in it. However, if this array wanted to exert its maximum power, there must be 2 people controlling the array at the same time, and they needed to be very skilled. However, these were not a problem for Lu Ming. He had the talent of multitasking, and his mental power was far superior to ordinary people. With the blessing of Mind Imitation Insect, he could naturally play 2 roles and control the array at the same time. As for the skill proficiency, he could slowly practice it in the illusionary demonic pupil illusion. After another half a day, Lu Ming stood up silently. After carefully putting the jade slips into the Sumera ring, his face returned to calmness. This great array was an additional gain of this trip, but it was not something that could be understood in a short time. For him, the urgent matter was to raise enough contribution points first, then enter the evil ghost realm to hone in order to find the opportunity to advance to Jingdan. After a while, a crystal jade boat wrapped in milky white light flew up from the barren mountain and quickly disappeared into the distant sky. Half a month later, in the life and death pavilion of the 1,000 Spirit Mountain Range, Elder Jiang was originally sitting in the empty hall, playing with the yellow leopard cat that was inseparable from him. After seeing Lu Ming, he immediately stood up with a smile. "Martial Nephew Lu, long time no see. Could it be that you've come here today to capture and kill another evil cultivator? Could it be?" Halfway through Elder Jiang's words, he suddenly glanced at the faint smile on Lu Ming's face. He seemed to realize something, and he immediately said with some emotion. Lu Ming didn't speak, but he touched the Sumera ring in his hand with one hand. There was a blue package in his hand, and he threw it over. Elder Jiang's sleeves bulged, and he caught the blue package in his hand. After he opened it on the stone platform, a bloody head appeared. The old man's eyes flashed. He stared at the head and looked up and down for a moment. Suddenly, he took out a palm-sized yellow bronze mirror. A yellow light enveloped the head. After a while, Elder Zhang's eyes slowly lit up. Good. Not bad. This is the head of the evil thousand illusionary devil man. Martial nephew Lu is truly capable. In merely a few months, you were able to kill this extremely cunning evil cultivator. If news of this were to spread, Martial nephew's reputation would rise again. I was also lucky to find this person's trail, and I killed him by chance. Elder Jiang is overpraising me. Lu Ming shook his head and said noncommittally. Elder Jiang put away the bronze mirror with a smile and put away the head of the thousand illusionary devil man. Seeing this, Lu Ming skillfully took out the inner disciple's identity token and handed it over. The thousand illusionary devil man put a bounty of 350,000 contribution points on the life and death list. Together with the 100,000 contribution points from our elder, there is a total of 450,000 contribution points. The old man's hand flashed with a golden light, and a short golden stick appeared in his hand. He gently tapped on Lu Ming's identity token, and the front flashed with white light. Lu Ming took the token and scanned it with divine thought. The contribution points on it had accumulated more than 1.3 million. It was not far from 1.5 million. I don't know what arrangements Lu has next. Elder Jiang looked at Lu Ming expectantly and asked slowly. Not for the time being. Lu Ming was silent for a while, then he sighed and said. In recent years, he had repeatedly killed evil cultivators. His reputation was too famous, causing many evil cultivators to hide. It was difficult to find their traces. Moreover, hunting evil cultivators was also dangerous. This time in Wushan, he was ambushed by 2 cultivators of the Jingdan state. If he wasn't vigilant, he would have fallen into the trap of the thousand illusion devil man. Since he was not far from 1.5 million contribution points, there was naturally no need to take too much risk. Now he planned to change his strategy and go to Xianxia's inner notice. Elder Zhang's face stiffened, and he laughed dryly. Lu's reputation is too famous recently. Many evil sects may have been eyeing junior nephew. It's necessary to be careful. The old man's words were a little apologetic. For a powerful inner disciple like Lu Ming, he, as an ordinary deputy elder, didn't dare to offend him easily. Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time, Elder Jiang. After Lu Ming bowed to him, he quickly turned around and walked out of the life and death pavilion. Before going to Xianxia, he first returned to the Fallen Serene Peak cave house to check on Feyer's situation. When he left last time, Feyer was still asleep. Lu Ming had been quite worried about him in the past few months. As soon as he stepped into the cave house door, a green shadow flashed in the stone room. A boy in green clothes rushed toward Lu Ming quickly. Master. Feyer wrapped Lu Ming's arm with a pair of white tender hands and shouted in a childish voice. Feyer, you finally woke up? Lu Ming's face was happy. He waved his hand to release a black gas to hold Feyer up, then his face looked slightly solemn. Feyer's spiritual power was more vigorous than before, but he was still at the later stage of the crystallization period. He didn't advance to the pseudo-pellet state as he expected. I woke up a month ago, but Master and Scorpion weren't around. Feyer was so bored in the cave. Feyer twisted her body and broke free from the black chi. She grabbed the corner of Lu Ming's clothes and grumbled. Looks like the false core stage bottleneck isn't that easy to break through. I'll have to look for more opportunities in the future. Lu Ming rubbed Feyer's head and sighed inwardly. Master, are we still going to do quests? Asked the boy, tilting his head. That's right, I still need to accumulate some contribution points, Lu Ming said as he slowly walked to the stone table in the middle of the living room and sat down. Okay, then I'm going with Master. It's too boring to stay here alone. Feyer jumped beside Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming nodded with a smile. Since Feyer had woken up, he naturally had to take him with him. Scorpion had already played a big role in killing the thousand illusionary devil man. Now that both spiritual pets were here, it was naturally more convenient. He patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist with one hand, and the boy turned into a black light and flew into it. Next, he got up and walked into the secret room. After sitting cross-legged on the futon in the middle, he took out Zhuangquan's storage spiritual weapon. He had roughly checked the storage ring of the 1,000 illusionary devilman, but he hadn't checked Zhuangquan's carefully yet. Zhuangquan was a sect leader after all, so his net worth should be quite high. As Lu Ming thought so, he released a wisp of divine thought into Zhuangquan's storage bracelet. After a glance, his face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Then he waved his hand, and a lot of things appeared on the floor of the secret room. Poria flower, white lotus grass, bright silver dendrobium, stone iron meteorite, amber crystal jade. Among the big pile of things, most of them were spiritual herbs, ores, and very precious spiritual materials. Lu Ming didn't lack spirit stones. This time, he was able to obtain so many rare spiritual materials. Especially the few auxiliary materials that he lacked to refine the Vajra bone-tempering pill, he didn't have to waste time to buy them in the market anymore. He immediately took out the storage ring of the 1,000 illusionary devilman. With a touch, there was a pile of things on the floor. The elixirs, ores, and spiritual weapons of the 1,000 illusionary devilman were mostly demonic items. They weren't of much use to Lu Ming, so he needed to sell most of them in the market. After sorting these things, he let out a long sigh, fell on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lu Ming woke up in high spirits. He didn't delay and left the cave residence early. He stepped on a black cloud and flew toward the Xian Hall. The outer hall of the Xian temple was still a very lively place in the sect. A dense number of outer disciples crowded here, staring at the Xian notice. Every time a task appeared on the list, it would cause a buzz of discussion. Sometimes, it was common to cause a quarrel for a task. Lu Ming looked at the scene in front of him, and he felt a little emotional. However, the inner disciple costume on him was too eye-catching, so he didn't look at it much. He stepped into a teleportation array in the side hall, and a layer of black gas appeared on his face, covering his face. The inner hall was much quieter than the outer hall. There were only a dozen inner disciples in different costumes. They were all looking up at the task on the list, but no one talked. Lu Ming silently mixed in the crowd, his eyes also staring at the tasks on the Xian notice. The remaining hundreds of thousands of contribution points, he intended to accumulate them as soon as possible, so that he could enter the evil ghost realm as soon as possible. After all, the time left was limited. Lu Ming's eyes wandered back and forth on the high contribution points missions. Speaking of which, he didn't come to the Xian temple many times, but he was not unfamiliar with the situation in the inner hall. With the improvement of his cultivation, some of the tasks on the inner list, such as hunting beasts, searching for spiritual materials, and so on, had almost no risk for him. It was just that these tasks only gave a few hundred contribution points, thousands of contribution points. In addition, the journey back and forth was not short, so he immediately ignored them. In addition, some of the tasks with a high risk index, such as treasure hunting in some dangerous places, or looking for some Jin Dan realm precious beast materials, and so on, the rewards were quite satisfactory. Lu Ming's gaze couldn't help but glance at the first mission on the list. It was to find the cub of a 9-headed turtle lion. The reward was nearly 1 million contribution points. There was also a small line of words at the end of the mission. Providing relevant clues would also give 100,000 contribution points. This task, Lu Ming once saw it on the list when he came here once. The person who issued it was a great elder who concealed his name. However, this task was basically impossible to complete. Lu Ming read in the ancient book that the 9-headed turtle lion was the legendary descendant of the ancient dragon clan. The blood of the divine dragon flowed in its body, which was incomparable to some ordinary high-rank beastkin such as dragon and earth dragon. After the 9-headed turtle lion grew up, its cultivation was comparable to the great cultivator of the celestial state, and this kind of beastkin had not appeared in the Middle Sky continent for thousands of years. Some people even speculated that the 9-headed turtle lion had been extinct since ancient times. Looking for its cub was naturally an extremely absurd thing. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't waste time on this kind of task, but this time, he did come for some more dangerous tasks. After Lu Ming looked at it for a while, he took the token from his waist and launched a symbol at the Xian notice. Suddenly, a crystal light blasted down from somewhere on the Xian notice jade disc and fell on the token. He waved his arm again, and 2 more crystal lights flashed down. This move was quite conspicuous, and it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the inner hall. Lu Ming, on the other hand, calmly put away the token. Under everyone's gaze, he walked out on his own. Who is this person? He actually received 3 tasks? Looking at his clothes, he seems to be a disciple of Fallen Serene Peak. That person's following tasks are all high contribution points. Soon someone noticed the missing task list on the inner notice, and he was taken aback. One of the 3 tasks that disappeared was to kill a beastkin beast of the Jin Dan state and get a fresh beastkin Dan. Each Dan would reward 15,000 contribution points. The surrounding inner sect disciples suddenly went into an uproar and started discussing. The missions that Lu Ming took were not easy to complete. Many times, several people had to work together and make sufficient preparations to complete one mission. However, taking several missions consecutively like this would often cause one to lose sight of another, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Who is this person? Fallen Serene Peak has such a powerful inner disciple, could he be the rumored Lu Ming? A man with a demon mask muttered to himself for a while and said in amazement. Lu Ming's name was now like the sun in the sky in Taiqing Gate. Especially after the news that he had advanced to the pseudo-pellet state spread, it was even more unparalleled. Recently, there were rumors that in the past few years when Lu Ming disappeared, he had received a lot of tasks in the Inner Door's life and death pavilion and killed many evil cultivators of the Jin Dan state. Lu Ming now had the momentum of being the top disciple of the Inner Door. For the commotion in the inner hall, Lu Ming naturally had no idea. At this moment, he had already left the Thousand Spirit Mountain range on the Daihui Jade boat. His next 3 tasks, one was to hunt the beastkin beast of the Jin Dan state, the fire illusion beast, and get its inner Dan, one was to pick 5 heavenly ghost flowers, and the last was to collect 100 high-quality sea anemone beads. These 3 were all difficult tasks on the inner notice that no one had been interested in for a long time. The fire illusion beast was a kind of exotic high-rank beastkin that only lived in the volcanic magma. It was born with the innate ability to control the fire attribute. Once it reached adulthood, its cultivation could reach the early stage of the Jin Dan state. Its strength was extremely powerful. Under the blessing of the endless fire element in the volcanic magma, the strength of this beast could be more than doubled. Therefore, if one wanted to kill a fire illusion beast of the early stage of the Jin Dan state, one must have the strength above the intermediate stage of the Jin Dan state. Picking the heavenly ghost flower was also a very tricky thing. In the entire Middle Sky continent, the heavenly ghost flower could only be found in the Dead Corpse mountain range in the southeast of the continent. It was rumored to be an ancient Shura battlefield, so the yin qi was extremely heavy. All kinds of ghosts and beastkin wreaked havoc. It was a famous dangerous place in the Middle Sky continent. Even if the cultivator of the Jin Dan state entered it, his cultivation would be affected by the yin qi. Even those with a slightly bad temperament would directly lose their mind and fall into the ghost path to become a malicious ghost. As for the last task, the sea anemone bead was bred in the body of a kind of sunflower jellyfish. The sunflower jellyfish looked like a blooming sunflower. It lived in the Coral Sea at the bottom of the deep sea in the South Sea region all year round. This beastkin's cultivation was not very high. When it reached adulthood, it was generally at the later stage of the condensation period to the early stage of the crystallization period. However, it could integrate with the surrounding environment, making it extremely difficult to find its trace. Once it felt that its life was threatened, it would spit venom and lightning. It was an extremely difficult to deal with variant jellyfish beastkin. Because only the body of an adult sunflower jellyfish could breed a high-quality sea anemone bead, it was extremely difficult to collect 100 of them. However, even though these tasks were dangerous, Lu Ming thought that it would not be a big problem. The main reason why he continued was that these 3 tasks all pointed out the specific area, saving him the time to look for it. 7 days later, in a continuous mountain range more than 20,000 kilometers away from Thousand Spirit Mountain. The weather here was abnormally hot. The entire mountain range showed a crimson color, and it was shrouded in mist. Looking from a distance, it had already shown a slightly distorted state. There was almost no trace of vegetation in the mountains. In addition, from time to time, black smoke could be seen rising from the top of the mountain, spewing crimson magma into the sky. The crater of an active volcano that was thousands of meters high suddenly exploded. A black silhouette flew out of the crater at an extremely fast speed amidst the shattered rocks. Without saying a word, it flew towards a certain direction as if it was fleeing for its life. Just as the black shadow flew out of the crater for less than a second, a red light flashed in the crater, and a huge red thing rushed out, chasing after the black shadow. The black shadow was quite agile in the air, constantly changing directions, and its speed was getting faster and faster. The red shadow behind was chasing closely. No matter how the black shadow changed, it didn't fall behind at all. The two chased and escaped. In the blink of an eye, they left the range of the volcano and flew more than 10 miles away. At this moment, the black figure in front of him suddenly sank, falling rapidly towards a dark valley below. The red shadow slowed down and looked back in the direction of the crater. The red light around it dissipated, revealing its true body. This was a beast-kin beast with a height of 80 meters. It was quite similar to a horse. Its body was streamlined, and its tail was a soft red tail hair. It was swaying like a cluster of burning flames, and there was a pair of coral-like horns on its head. It looked extremely beautiful. This beast was the fire illusion beast. The top of the horns on its head showed a black color. It was an adult beast and a symbol of advancing to the Jin Dan state. The fire illusion beast rarely left the magma area. Today, if the black shadow had not taken advantage of its sleep and quietly sneaked in and turned its nest upside down, it would not have chased out so angrily. However, after chasing until here, the beast instinctively felt a trace of danger. As a result, the moment the beast just stopped, a dark red light flew out from the black shadow in front of it, making a whistling sound. The speed of the red light was amazing. It flashed in front of the fire illusion beast. Poochie! Even though the fire illusion beast reacted quickly and tilted its head, a stream of blood still spurted out. The power of the tiny red light was astonishing. It impressively pierced through the side of the fire illusion beast's neck, leaving a long and thin wound. Roar! Under the pain, the fire illusion beast roared angrily at the sky. It opened its mouth and spat out a scarlet fireball at the shadow in front of it. At the same time, a trace of red light appeared on its neck, and the wound healed quickly. The fireball was only the size of a human head when it was first shot out. But after shooting out for 100 feet, it turned into a huge monster with a bang. Then, it instantly exploded and turned into a huge flaming hurricane. Then, it ferociously swept towards the black shadow in front of it. The flaming hurricane appeared to be a faint golden color. Wherever it passed, the air would be scorched into circles of clear ripples, and it slammed heavily onto the black shadow. The black shadow was like a meteorite smashing into the valley below, making a dull echo. The fire phantom beast was delighted to see this. It threw away the last bit of worry in its mind, and let out an excited cry. Its forehooves moved, and it suddenly turned into a red streamer, and rushed into the valley. It wanted to tear the thing that dared to destroy its nest and injure it into pieces. Just as the fire illusion beast was about to step into the valley, there was a sudden change. For golden light beams suddenly shot out from the ground, and a large golden formation suddenly shrouded the entire valley entrance. The fire illusion beast's vision blurred, and the surrounding scenery changed. It was no longer a valley, but a closed space with golden light in all directions. A huge pressure was squeezing toward the center. A black silhouette slowly flew out from a large pit in the valley. The black aura around it slowly dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the person within. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, there were obvious burn marks on his clothes. They were hanging randomly on his body, but his breath was steady. Apparently, he was not really injured. Looking at the fire illusion beast trapped by the universal fairy formation, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Evil beasts are evil beasts. Even if they have spiritual wisdom, compared to those cunning evil cultivators, they are still much easier to deal with. Lu Ming murmured. His hand flashed with a golden light, and he turned his hand to take out an order flag. At the same time, the figure of the black-masked girl emerged from the ground nearby, holding a golden order flag in her hand. The golden formation rumbled and shook a few times. The golden light emitted by the formation shook violently. Obviously, the fire illusion beast was trapped inside. At this moment, the universal fairy formation also showed the power of the ancient Buddhist formation. The golden light flashed a few times, but it was still as stable as a mountain, showing no signs of breaking. Do it. Lu Ming took a deep breath, and his hand fell on the order flag. At the same time, he gave an order. Yes, master. Scorpion quickly agreed, with a dignified expression on his face. After moving his arm, he slowly injected all his spiritual power into the order flag. The great array of salvation slowly began to operate, emitting rays of golden light. Then, a low and deep Sanskrit chant began to sound from within the array. After half an hour, the valley had returned to peace. Lu Ming held a fist-sized Jin Dan in his hand, emitting a red light. There was a hint of joy on his face. Today's test was a small one. The power of the universal fairy formation was still beyond his expectation. It seemed that this formation could be used as a trump card to hunt evil beasts. In the valley, there was the scarred body of the fire illusion beast. Its entire head was cut off by a sharp blade, and it was bleeding. After Lu Ming put away the body of the fire illusion beast, he put away the formation and turned into two escape lights with Scorpion, galloping away. More than a month later, somewhere in the southeast of the Middle Sky continent, black mountain peaks stretched all the way to the horizon, and suffocating black clouds floated in the sky. One could faintly see a pitch-black chi in the wind formed by the airflow, and one could even hear the wails and cries of wronged souls. This was the famous Gloomy Corpse mountain range of the Middle Sky continent. The yin chi in the air was very thick. Except for the cultivators who cultivated the ghost Dao and yin demon Dao, other people would feel extremely uncomfortable staying here. After a long time, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Whoosh, a sound of breaking through the air came. A black light galloped out from the depths of the Gloomy Corpse mountain range and fled toward the outside of the mountain range. In the black light, a figure of a man in a green robe could be seen. He was holding a few beautiful white flowers in his hand. The man in a green robe was Lu Ming, who came here to pick the heavenly ghost flower. Ga, a sharp chirp sounded, and a large dark cloud chased after him. In the dark cloud, a dozen huge gray-black strange birds could be faintly seen. These strange birds were completely bare, without a single feather on their bodies. Their wings and bodies were made up of thick bones, and they had a long, pale, hairless tail that was several feet long. Their bodies were shrouded in thick, black yin chi. This was a kind of strange beast unique to the Gloomy Corpse mountain range, the corpse wing vulture. The pair of bone wings of the corpse wing vulture stretched out more than 10 meters. More than a dozen corpse wing vultures flapped their wings, forming a huge shadow that covered half of the sky. These cadaveric wing vultures were extremely fast, and with just a single flap of their wings, they were able to cover a distance of several hundred feet. Just as they were about to catch up to the streak of black light up ahead, a dozen or so cadaveric wing vultures suddenly withdrew their wings and swooped down in unison, blasting plumes of gray flames out of their mouths. The stench of rotting corpses instantly spread in all directions. This was not an ordinary beastkin fire. It was the corpse chi of the Gloomy Corpse mountain range mixed with the beastkin power of the corpse wing vulture, forming the yin corpse fire. Its corrosive power was very amazing. Seeing this, Lu Ming in the escape light snorted coldly. An earthy yellow light shot out from his body. After the light flashed, it turned into an earthy yellow shield with twisted runes appearing on it. It was the thick earth shield. Swoosh, the yin corpse fire sprinkled on the shield, and it suddenly burned. The surface of the shield was covered in brown light, barely resisting the invasion of the corpse fire. The strength of these corpse wing vultures was comparable to the cultivator of the early stage of the crystallization period. A dozen of them together, even if the cultivator of the Jin Dan realm saw them, he would have to flee. Suddenly, the yellow light on the khaki shield surged outwards, bouncing off the corpse fire that was attached to it. Lu Ming turned around abruptly and shook his wrist. Both of his arms became blurred at the same time. Dense black fist shadows appeared in front of him, making a whistling sound and rushing at the corpse wing vulture. Bang bang, the few corpse wing vultures flying at the front were hit by the black fist shadows. They wailed a few times in the sound of broken bones. Their huge bodies were like kites with broken strings, falling from the air. The body of the corpse wing vulture was basically composed of bones. Its body was light, and its flying speed was very fast. At the same time, because of this, its body was relatively fragile. The rest of the corpse wing vultures screamed strangely. They didn't have the slightest fear because of the fall of their companions. They still rushed at Lu Ming, and their sharp claws clawed down in the black gas. The black gas on Lu Ming's body flourished. His figure didn't retreat, but he suddenly turned into a black afterimage and rushed into the group of corpse wing vultures. The sound of bones breaking resounded like beans being fried. One by one, the corpse-winged vultures fell down from the sky, their wings limply and powerlessly. In just a few seconds, most of the dozen corpse-winged vultures fell to the ground. The remaining 2 or 3 finally got up in horror and fled toward the depths of the gloomy corpse mountain range. Lu Ming didn't go to chase. After a long breath, he turned his hand, and 5 bone-white flowers appeared in his hand. There were a few red lines on the black stamens, which looked like a strange smiley face. He carefully checked the strange flower in his hand. After seeing that it was not damaged, he carefully put it into the sumeru ring. Subsequently, a white flying boat carried his body and sped off into the distance. 3 months later, in the depths of the South China Sea adjacent to the Middle Sky continent. At the bottom of the sea, some strange coral reefs could be seen everywhere. Some were like millstones, some were like intertwined vines, and the colors were also colorful. From time to time, there were strange and gorgeous fish swimming in and out of the coral reefs. Suddenly, the light around the coral reefs dimmed, and a shadow swam past from above. There was a faint silver light flashing inside. It was Lu Ming with a pair of huge silver wings. With a light flap of the wings behind him, he swam forward for more than 100 feet. He looked more agile than any fish on the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he stared at a seabed ditch. There was a faint silver light inside, which was quite conspicuous in this dark seabed. It was a translucent sunflower-like jellyfish with a size of 10 feet, resting in it. At this moment, most of the jellyfish's body was hidden behind a huge coral reef, with only a few light silver tentacles sticking out. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. With a light flap of his wings, his figure suddenly stopped in place. He raised one hand and waved in front of him. 5 or 6 white ice spears were transformed in an instant. With a slight tremor, they immediately pierced the sea and blasted toward the silver jellyfish. The silver jellyfish was quite agile. As soon as it felt the fluctuation of spiritual power, its body immediately shrank into a ball, and at the same time, a dark liquid was sprayed from its tentacles. Lu Ming made a gesture with his hand, and black gas surged out of his body. In a flash, it turned into a black mist dragon of 10 feet long and rushed out, dispersing the venom released by the jellyfish. Then, it rushed forward. After passing through the billowing black gas, there was no jellyfish in front of him except for the slightly trembling coral reef. Lu Ming smiled slightly, and the black gas in his hand coiled up. Suddenly, he punched somewhere in the corner of the huge coral reef. Boom, the surrounding seawater set off a violent turbulence, and the sand on the bottom of the sea was also mixed in. A yellow sand mist rippled out. After a while, the surrounding seawater calmed down, and the pale silver sunflower jellyfish's corpse floated to the bottom of the water again. Wisps of pale silver blood floated out of its body, slowly spreading out. Lu Ming had a walnut-sized bead in his hand, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he put away the sunflower pearl. The silver wings on his back shook violently, and he quickly left this place. Not long after Lu Ming's figure disappeared, several tens of strange noises rang out simultaneously from afar. A large group of indistinct figures emerged and fiercely pounced toward the place where the blood traces were emitted. Among the black shadows, there were ferocious sea beasts with strange appearances. Judging from the beast-kin aura they exuded, they were all beast-kin. There were even condensation period existences. The blood seemed to have stimulated their ferocious nature. Their eyes turned dark red, and they pounced on the corpse of the sunflower jellyfish, opening their mouths wide to tear the jellyfish to death. Suddenly, the water in the sea rippled violently. Many sea beasts were twisting and colliding with each other, making the seawater a mess. The sand at the bottom of the sea was also brought up, dazzling people's eyes. In just a moment, the huge jellyfish was divided up, and not even a bit was left. Behind a huge coral reef in the distance, Lu Ming stood there quietly. His eyes flashed as he looked at the sea beasts that quickly scattered after finishing their meal. Compared to the beasts on land, the beasts at the bottom of the sea seemed to be more ignorant. In the past few days, he had also encountered a few crystal-level sea beasts at the bottom of the sea. Although they were extremely fierce, they seemed to only know how to fight and kill. Rather than calling them beasts, it was more appropriate to call them fierce beasts. In the boundless world, there are indeed different species in different places. Lu Ming shook his head. His body moved, and he fled into the distance, continuing to look for adult sunflower jellyfish. Half a year later, on the second floor of Xian Hall of Taiqing Gate, a black escape light descended from the sky. It flashed twice and turned into the figure of a man in a green robe. It was Lu Ming. This was the place to submit missions in the inner hall of Xian Hall. Behind a stone platform in the hall sat 5 deputy elders. At this moment, there were 6 inner disciples standing in the hall. It looked far less lively than the first floor hall. Lu Ming walked to the stone platform, took out the inner disciple token, and handed it to an idle middle-aged deputy. The middle-aged deputy took it skillfully, then he rubbed a jade token in his hand, and a light fell into Lu Ming's identity token. "You are Fallen Serene Peak, Lu Ming." The middle-aged deputy suddenly looked at Lu Ming in surprise. When the few people standing next to him heard the words Lu Ming, they all stopped what they were doing and turned their heads. "Is there any problem?" Lu Ming noticed the situation around him and frowned. "No, no." The middle-aged deputy hurriedly shook his head and started to work according to the rules. Senior fellow apprentice Lu's next mission is to find the fire illusion beast's beast elixir, pick the heavenly ghost flower, and collect the sea anemone bead. The more the middle-aged deputy looked, the more surprised he was. These 3 missions were on the inner list, and they were quite dangerous. They had been issued for a long time, but no one had completed them. Now, Lu Ming accepted 3 at the same time. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly turned his hand, and a few items appeared on the stone platform in front of him. A fiery red beast elixir, 5 bone white flowers, and a pale yellow storage amulet. After the middle-aged deputy checked the 3 items on the stone platform, his expression changed completely when he looked at Lu Ming. "Senior fellow apprentice Lu really lives up to your reputation. Not bad, these 3 missions have been completed. The reward is 43,000 contribution points." The middle-aged deputy took a deep look at Lu Ming. He rubbed the jade pen in his hand and gently tapped on Lu Ming's disciple token. Spiritual light flashed from the badge, and 43,000 contribution points were instantly added to the badge. Lu Ming took the token blankly and put it back on his waist. He nodded slightly, then he turned and walked out of the hall. "That person is Lu Ming? I've heard the rumors about him, but this is the first time I've seen him in person." A young inner disciple next to him followed Lu Ming's back until he walked out of the hall. Only then did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze and speak with excitement. The others also nodded and began to discuss in low voices. "This person is indeed not simple. Last year around this time, senior fellow apprentice Yu of the Tianjian Peak joined several disciples from other peaks to go to the Yinghu mountain range to pick the heavenly ghost flower, but they all failed. One of them was even seriously injured. I didn't expect him to be able to complete it alone. It's incredible." Among them, a man in a yellow robe who looked old and prudent looked much calmer. He glanced at the door of the hall and murmured. When the others heard this, they immediately shut their mouths. This man in a yellow robe was obviously quite prestigious among them. "Okay, let's go and take a look at the inner hall on the first floor." After the man in a yellow robe pondered slightly, he walked out quickly. The others also hurriedly followed. After Lu Ming left the second floor of the Xian Hall, he did not leave the Xian Hall, but he came to the inner hall again. After looking at the Xian List jade wall a few times, he took out the token on his waist. After the crystal light flashed twice, he accepted 2 more ranked missions. However, just as he left the inner hall, the man in a yellow robe who appeared on the second floor before walked in with a warm smile on his face. He cupped his fist and saluted from a distance. "Are you senior fellow apprentice Lu of the Fallen Serene Peak? I'm Yuanxing of the Golden Peak. I've heard a lot about Brother Lu. Nice to meet you." The other disciples nearby were in an uproar when they heard the voice. Their eyes all focused on Lu Ming. "Oh, it turns out to be Brother Yuan, what's the matter?" Lu Ming just cupped his fist and said calmly from a distance. "This is the case. I heard that Brother Lu has been taking on the missions on the inner notice recently. I wonder if Brother Lu is interested in teaming up with us. You should know that many missions on the inner notice can be completed much faster if many people work together." The man in a yellow robe didn't pretend to be polite and went straight to the point. "I'm afraid I have to disappoint Brother Yuan. I'm used to being alone. I don't want to team up with others for the time being." Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he heard the words, but he still shook his head after a while. "That's a pity, but Brother Lu, if you take on a mission that requires many people to complete in the future, feel free to contact me at the Golden Peak." A hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the man in a yellow robe, but he still said with a smile on his face, "Of course." Lu Ming cupped his fist and walked out of the Xian Hall quickly. After a while, a black light rose into the sky and quickly disappeared into the distance. The man in a yellow robe looked at the black light that gradually disappeared in the sky, and his eyes flickered. 3 months later, Lu Ming returned to the steward's hall on the second floor of the Xian Hall again. At this moment, there was a hint of fatigue on his face, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Obviously, he had completed the 2 missions. Lu Ming completed several Xian Hall inner list missions in such a short period of time, which set off a big storm in the inner door. He naturally didn't care about this at all. His goal was always to accumulate as many contribution points as possible, make sufficient preparations to enter the evil ghost realm, and advance to Jindan as soon as possible. In the next year or so, Lu Ming kept going in and out of the Xian Hall. He took many missions with high contribution points, and he naturally completed them successfully. During this period, he was also in danger several times, but with his extraordinary wit and mystic arts, he naturally avoided the danger. Under Lu Ming's crazy actions, his contribution points naturally accumulated quickly. He was not far from the goal of 1.5 million. As he was active in the Middle Sky continent, the name Lu Ming, the rising disciple of Taiching Gate, also spread in the Middle Sky continent. Just as Lu Ming was running around to earn contribution points, a shocking change that could shake the entire Middle Sky continent was approaching quietly. Deep in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, in a secret realm space similar to Small Flame World. It was a desolate desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. The ground was covered with strange, dark gray rocks and gravel. From time to time, strong winds would blow from all over the place, producing whooshing sounds of different distances. In the sky above the desert, there was a strange gray-brown cloud floating. Looking from a distance, it almost merged with the desert far away, giving people the illusion that the world was chaotic. This was a mysterious forbidden area of Taiching Gate. In the center of the desert, led by Taiching Gate's master, Taoist Tianguo, more than a dozen celestial state supreme elders of the sect were standing quietly. Their faces were extremely dignified. Everyone was staring at a tall dark gray altar in front of them. The altar had a total of 7 floors, and there was a stone staircase leading to the top on all 4 sides. Around the altar, there were 8 huge stone pillars that almost required 2 people to encircle. The color was exactly the same as the altar. The surface was covered with white flashing spirit patterns, occupying 8 directions. At this moment, at the top of the altar, a huge milky white beam of light rose into the sky and went into the gray-brown clouds above. The light beam was about 30 meters thick, like a giant pillar supporting the sky, connecting the sky and the earth together. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the grayish-brown clouds, which then began to tumble violently. A huge gray vortex suddenly appeared at the place where the light beam touched. There was a faint black color in the depths of the vortex, as if it was a spatial crack. From time to time, snake-shaped lightning bolts darted out of the vortex, bursting with dazzling purple electric light. Every time a bolt of lightning exploded, the power contained in it caused the celestial phenomenon realm elders below to be shocked. Senior fellow apprentice, since the boundary transformation heavenly light appeared in advance, it seems that thing is about to start. A man in a gray robe took a step forward and walked to Taoist Tianji's side. He whispered. It was Elder Han who exchanged the sword Dao mystic arts for half a bag of galaxy sand from Lu Ming. And, before the last Elysium meeting, the people of Big Dipper Pavilion and Heaven Palace had already revealed some clues, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Taoist Master Tiangu stared fixedly at the purple lightning in the sky. His eyes were illuminated by the purple light and revealed a trace of fervor. Pass this news to the peak masters and let them prepare for the recommendation as soon as possible. Then, Taoist Tianji's expression quickly regained its calmness. He issued a series of orders from his mouth. After hearing the order, the dozen or so supreme elders around him turned into a ray of light and disappeared on the spot, taking action on their own. In the Tianyi mountain range where Haran Academy was located, in the depths of a huge valley shrouded in pure white fog all year round, there was an inaccessible place. Thunder roared, a green pillar of light soared into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. Gray clouds covered the sky above, tumbling endlessly, and there was a faint flicker of lightning. The green beam of light came from the center of a huge spell formation that covered an area of more than 100 feet. In front of the formation, there were more than 10 people dressed in scholarly robes. There were young people, middle-aged people, and even white-haired old people. Among them, a gentle middle-aged man in a white scholarly robe looked at the huge spell formation for a while, then he sighed softly and said slowly, "It's much earlier than expected. It's much earlier than expected. Looks like we'll have to hurry up as well." In the far west of the Middle Sky continent, there was a dark towering mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. On a platform at the top of a giant peak shrouded in billowing black gas, there was a chilly wind and gray sand. At this moment, a huge black beam of light was rising from somewhere on the platform into the sky. Good. Very good. I've finally waited for this day in my lifetime. On the platform, a tall figure who was surrounded by black gas and whose face couldn't be seen at all laughed and said. Behind him, there were also several figures shrouded in black qi. By the way, Wu Guang, is Long Xian ready? Suddenly, he stopped laughing and asked a person beside him. Sect Master, don't worry. After these days of retreat, Long Xian's Green Yang Demon Soul technique has been consolidated. He will definitely shine this time. The man's face was surging with black gas, and an old voice said so. At the same time, in the forbidden areas of the first-class forces of the Middle Sky continent, such as the Nature Work Sect, Sky Beastkin Valley, Big Dipper Pavilion, etc., there were also strange phenomena. The scene was similar to the Taiching Gate. Seeing this situation, the leaders of the major forces immediately put down all kinds of things in their hands. As the orders of the sect were continuously issued, these major sect members all moved. Soon, some small and medium-sized forces of the Middle Sky continent also noticed this strangeness. The entire Middle Sky continent's cultivation world was filled with a tense atmosphere. A medium-sized mountain range in the Middle Sky continent. It covered a small area with a radius of only more than 1,000 kilometers. Because it had 9 main peaks adjacent to each other, like the 9 waves on the sea, it was named Juku Mountain. At this moment, on the top of one of the main peaks of Juku Mountain, a golden array of hundreds of meters in size covered half of the mountain. In the array, there was a giant golden rat that was about 50 meters in size and looked like a giant bull. Its eyes were blood red, and it looked around the array coldly. If there were other cultivators here, they would definitely recognize that this golden giant rat was the very rare Jindan State golden-furred burrowing rat king. In terms of attack power alone, this rat king didn't rank high among the Jindan State beastkins, but it was cunning and suspicious by nature. Its movement speed was extremely fast, and it had the talent of earth burrowing. In the mountainous and hilly area, it was like a fish in water. It could be said to be one of the most difficult high-rank beastkins to hunt in this area. At this moment, Lu Ming, dressed in a green robe, was floating motionlessly in the air. His body was surrounded by black gas, and his arms were thicker than usual. He looked solemn, and he was chanting. Down below, close to the formation, Xia who was wrapped in a black veil, and Fei the boy in a green robe, were also holding a golden flag. They were also hovering in midair with solemn expressions. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the eyes of the golden giant rat trapped in the array. Its body moved, and it suddenly turned into a dazzling golden light, shooting toward a corner of the array. Pung, a loud sound was heard, the golden array surged with light, and the body of the giant rat was suddenly bounced off. It heavily fell to the ground, and made a dang sound. It was like the sound of a gong, and a layer of golden light appeared on the ground. The golden flag in Scorpion's hand flashed with golden light. Her pretty face tightened, and she made a few hand signs on the flag. Only then did the golden array stabilize. Scorpion, you have to watch carefully. Master spent a lot of effort to lure this big rat here. You can't let it run away. Fei Er's childish voice sounded. Of course, I know that. Don't talk too much. Scorpion snorted, and replied. Lu Ming didn't seem to see the situation below. His expression didn't change at all. There was a caw-caw sound coming from his arms, and the lingering black gas became denser. At this moment, he was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. At the same time, he was training his two spiritual pets to control the array. Although they weren't proficient in it, they would certainly be of great help in future battles as long as they practiced a few more times. At this moment, the formation flags in Scorpion and Fei Er's hands pointed at the golden array at the same time. They shot out two golden light beams that were as thick as the mouth of a bowl. The golden array suddenly trembled, and its size suddenly shrank. However, the golden light emitted by the array became much denser. Gigi. The golden giant rat suddenly made an anxious hissing sound. A yellow light suddenly appeared on its body, and its body went underground. Fei Er and Scorpion saw this, and they quickly chanted a few times. The formation flags in their hands shone brightly, and they waved them again. The golden light on the ground immediately became more solid. The golden giant rat's body was only able to drill half a foot into the ground before it was blocked by the golden light. The Rat King seemed to feel that its life was in danger. Its fat abdomen suddenly swelled up, and it constantly let out a cow's roar. The golden bristles on its body stood up like sharp swords. In the next moment, with a chi-chi sound, the golden bristles shot out and struck the surrounding light barrier. The light barrier erupted with a series of banging sounds, and the entire array shook violently. When Scorpion and Fei Er saw this, their expressions changed. They immediately increased the output of their magic power, and the golden light emitted by the formation flags became several times thicker. The golden light barrier quickly stabilized. There was a flash of light, and the faint sound of bells and drums could be heard. The area shrank once again. The golden burrowing Rat King became more and more anxious, and its long cries became more and more ear-piercing. As it rampaged through the array, the bristles on its body continued to grow, and in the next moment, they shot out again. At this moment, the light emitted by the Salvation formation became even more dazzling, and the figure of the golden rat was completely submerged in it. After 2 hours, the golden array had shrunk to only a few meters in size. The golden light was almost condensed into a substance. In the array, the golden-furred burrowing ground Rat King had exhausted its spiritual power. It was no longer as fierce as before. When Lu Ming saw this, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He extended his arms, and 2 pitch-black flood dragons flew out of his hands. With a dragon's roar, they pierced through the golden array without any resistance, and headed straight for the head of the golden rat. When the golden burrowing Rat King saw this, a trace of madness appeared in its eyes. Its body suddenly lit up with golden light, and its entire body's magic power quickly converged toward the spiritual sea in its abdomen. Even at this point, it still wants to self-destruct the Jin Dan. Fei Er, Scorpion, control the formation. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and he quickly sent a voice transmission to the two below. Rumble. The golden light of the Salvation formation suddenly twisted and swayed. The Rat King felt a huge force coming from all directions, and the golden light on its body slightly weakened. Immediately after, a loud bang was heard. The 2 mist flood dragons accurately landed on the head of the golden rat, and in an instant, it was smashed into pieces. The golden burrowing Rat King's soul didn't have time to escape, and it disappeared. When Lu Ming saw this, he let out a sigh of relief, and his lips moved slightly to send a voice transmission to Fei Er and Scorpion. Poochie, the golden light of the formation below dissipated. The next moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and landed next to the corpse of the giant golden rat. After a while, he held an egg-sized khaki monster core in his hand, his face full of joy. With this precious earth attribute giant rat monster core, he could exchange it for a large amount of contribution points from the sect. The 1.5 million contribution points needed to enter the evil spirit realm had finally been collected. Congratulations, Master. Scorpion and Fire also flew over. The two of you did pretty well in controlling this formation today. In the future, when I enter the evil spirit realm, you'll be able to lend me a hand. Lu Ming chuckled as he praised Xianxia and Fire. Scorpion and Fire were naturally overjoyed when they heard this. As a result, just as Lu Ming was about to say something, his face suddenly changed. He turned his hand and took out a white communication formation plate. Lu Ming, no matter what you are doing at the moment, return to the sect immediately, no delay. Yin Jiuling's voice suddenly came from the formation plate. When Lu Ming heard this, his face changed slightly. Yin Jiuling's voice sounded very serious. It seemed that something big had happened in the sect. His mind turned quickly and naturally did not dare to delay. He put away the formation equipment of the world-crossing formation along with the giant rat monster core. Seeing this, Scorpion and Fire also turned into two black lights and went into the soul-recovering bag on Lu Ming's waist. In the next moment, Lu Ming summoned the Daiyue Jade boat without saying a word. A white light supported his figure and galloped toward the distance. What Lu Ming did not know was that similar scenes were constantly happening all over the Middle Sky continent. For a time, the crystallization period Jin Dan stage core disciples of the major sect who were practicing outside received secret orders from the sect and set off to their respective sections. By the time Lu Ming returned to Taiqing Gate, a month had already passed. He first hurried to the second floor of Xian Hall to hand over the mission of the Golden Fur Burrowing Mouse King, then he flew to the main hall on the top of Fallen Serene Peak. Ah! Greetings, Senior Fellow Apprentice Lu. After a Fallen Serene Peak disciple guarding the door saw Lu Ming, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Just as he was about to let the disciple guarding the door go in and inform them, Yin Jiuling's voice came from the main hall. You're Lu Ming, right? Come on in. There's no need to inform me. In the main hall, a black-robed Yin Jiuling was sitting on the main seat. Beside him sat a middle-aged man. This person was Elder Tian, whom Lu Ming had met a few times. The two of them seemed to be discussing something not long ago. This disciple greets Master and Martial Uncle Tian. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he bowed respectfully to the two. Okay, you sit down too. After Yin Jiuling saw Lu Ming, his proud disciple, come in, he waved at him with a smile on his face. Yes, Master. Lu Ming did not refuse, and he sat down on the chair next to him. I heard that you have been busy doing sect missions in the Life and Death Pavilion and Xian Hall recently. Is it to accumulate contribution points to enter the evil ghost realm? Yin Jiuling said casually. Master is wise. Lu Ming told the truth. Although this matter is important, you should also pay attention to your own safety. Yin Jiuling urged. Lu Ming was now the top disciple among the inner disciples, and he was also the hope of Fallen Serene Peak. There must be no mistakes. Thank you for your concern, Master. I know what to do. Lu Ming's heart was slightly warm when he heard the words. Regardless of whether Yin Jiuling was selfish or not, since he entered Fallen Serene Peak, he had been taking good care of him and even spent a lot of resources to help him achieve pseudo-palate state. Lu Ming was still very grateful. Lu, in fact, I called you back to the sect this time because of a big event. Soon, the upper realm ruins of the Middle Sky continent will open. Elder Tian waited for Lu Ming and Yin Jiuling to finish chatting, then he suddenly interjected. Upper realm ruins? Lu Ming was startled when he heard this. It was the first time he heard this name. It's not surprising that you don't know. This matter is also a secret in Taiqing Gate. The so-called upper realm ruins can actually be regarded as a small part of the wreckage of a higher-level world than the Middle Sky continent. Yin Jiuling said faintly. A higher-level world? Lu Ming was really taken aback. The Middle Sky continent was the birthplace of the human race. The aura of heaven and earth was extremely rich, and various cultivation resources were also very rich. Compared with his hometown, Yunchuan continent, it could be said that one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. Therefore, he always thought that the Middle Sky continent was already regarded as a holy land for cultivators. Listening to Yin Jiuling's words, could it be that there was a higher-level world than the Middle Sky continent in the world? Yin Jiuling was not surprised by Lu Ming's reaction, and he just continued to say, since the upper realm ruins were discovered in the Archean era, for some reason, every 30,000 years, the power of the world between the ruins and the Middle Sky continent will be weakened by a mysterious force. Many major forces in the human realm will also take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to use their sex heirloom to open the channel to the upper realm ruins. When Lu Ming heard this, he was surprised, but he almost guessed the content behind, but he did not interrupt and listened quietly. Although this upper realm ruins is just a world wreckage, there are many natural treasures in it. Because its aura of heaven and earth far exceeds that of the human realm, there are also many spiritual materials and treasures that have long been extinct in the human realm. There is no lack of inheritance and magic weapons left by the powerful existences in this world. Because of this, all the sects and powers that had the ability to open up the passageway would send a certain number of disciples into the passageway to collect all sorts of treasures. In particular, some of the spirit items that were related to the celestial phenomenon and the profound understanding would definitely not be let go of. After all, such a fortuitous encounter was a great fortuitous encounter that only appeared once in 10,000 years. As one of the 4 ancient sects of the Middle Sky continent, my Taiqing Gate is naturally included in this list. The sect has also begun to prepare recently. The senior management of each peak has also been screening some elite disciples, preparing to send them to the upper realm ruins. Hearing this, you should have guessed the reason for my summoning. Yin Jiuling said solemnly. Why only the inner disciple is allowed to enter? If we are looking for treasures, wouldn't the esoteric disciple have a greater chance? Lu Ming held back the surprise in his heart and asked calmly. It takes a huge amount of resources to open a passage to the ruins of the upper realm. Due to the limitation of the power of the interface, the number of people who can enter each passage entrance and the cultivation of the person will be limited to a certain extent. The highest cultivation is limited to the real pellet state. The higher the cultivation, although it is safer, the fewer people can enter, and the lower the chance of finding treasures. Correspondingly, the lower the cultivation, the more people can enter the upper realm. In theory, the chance of finding treasures will increase a lot. Generally speaking, 1 Jin Dan state disciple can exchange for 10 crystallization period disciples. According to the past experience of our sect, it is most appropriate to send 1 or 2 Jin Dan disciples with 20 or 30 crystallization period disciples. Yin Jiuling smiled slightly and explained slowly. When Lu Ming heard this, he secretly nodded in his heart. Such an arrangement is indeed reasonable. Although entering the upper realm ruins is extremely dangerous, and it is easy to die in it, you can leave some designated treasures after returning, so the entry quota is still very popular. As far as I know, the major peaks have recommended many outstanding disciples. Due to the limited number of people, they need to be screened to determine the final entry quota. However, the sect leader has already sent a message to designate you to go. As Yin Jiuling said this, his tone was slightly proud. Yes, disciple will definitely not let master down. Lu Ming thought about it and knew that he couldn't refuse this mission, so he immediately stood up and said respectfully. Very good, I knew you wouldn't disappoint this peak. For this trip to the upper realm ruins, in addition to the 4 ancient sects, Sky Beastkin Valley, Big Dipper Pavilion and other forces will send people to go. Some families and sect forces that are unable to open the channel will also form alliances with these major forces and select outstanding disciples to join the teams of the major forces to participate in the treasure hunt together. In addition, according to the secret history of the sect, there will also be powerhouses from the major forces of other continents in this upper realm ruins. There are many alien races, Beastkin clan and even demon dwellers among them. Yin Jiuling thought for a while and said solemnly. Alien races, demon dwellers? Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this. Yes. After all, other continents such as the Wild Continent and Thousand Demons Continent will also be connected to the ruins. So this trip can be described as dangerous, and no one can predict what will happen. Although your strength is strong, you are not Jin Dan after all. You also have to be more careful. Here are some auxiliary items that I will give you. Take them with you in case of emergencies. As Yin Jiuling said this, a silver light flashed in his hand and a storage talisman appeared. He threw it to Lu Ming. Thank you, master. Lu Ming took it respectfully and explored it with his divine sense. There were 2 crystal-clear talismans and a white jade bottle in the storage talisman. His eyes lit up. Not to mention the things in the jade bottle, the aura emitted by the two talismans was surprisingly similar to the teleportation talisman used by the Thousand Illusionary Devilman. These are two space-breaking talismans. They can break through space for a short distance and escape danger. In the jade bottle are 5 mortal grade 9 Xianxia restoration pills. They can be used to restore some spiritual power in an instant. They can be used in fights. Yin Jiuling said lightly. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard this. He did not have many life-saving magical powers. With these two talismans and this bottle of pills, he could naturally feel more at ease. These are the things that I personally gave you. When we enter the Upper Realm ruins, the sect will give you other rewards. For the next few days, wait for my orders in the cave abode. Yin Jiuling said with a smile. I will obey your orders. Lu Ming bowed to Yin Jiuling and Elder Tian. Then, he turned around and walked quickly to the door of the hall. After Lu Ming's figure left the hall, Elder Tian next to Yin Jiuling's side and slowly said, Let's go. This trip to the Upper Realm ruins is extremely rare. It's a pity that Xiaowu has yet to return from the evil ghost realm. Otherwise, if she joins forces with Lu Ming, our fallen Serene Peak will definitely be able to amaze the world. It's a pity that Xiaowu missed it this time, but Junior Fellow Apprentice can rest assured. With Lu Ming around, our fallen Serene Peak will not return empty-handed this time. Yin Jiuling said lightly. The rumors about the Upper Realm ruins quickly spread throughout the Taiqing Gate. Whether it was the inner disciple or the outer disciple, they all began to talk about it with relish. After all, this was a great opportunity that could only come once in 30,000 years. In the past, many disciples in the sect couldn't get it at all. Somehow, the news that Lu Ming had been selected for this trip to the Upper Realm ruins leaked out. Not long after he returned to his cave house, many disciples came to visit him. This gave Lu Ming a headache. After he politely refused a few waves of people, he simply closed the door of the cave house and slept for a day and a night. Then, he woke up in high spirits and began to make plans for the upcoming trip to the ruins. He first went to the 4th floor of the Scriptures Pavilion and rummaged through some relevant information related to this. As Yin Jiuling said, the Upper Realm ruins were a secret in the Taiqing Gate. There was not much useful information that he could find. Most of it was a few sentences in the notes left by some predecessors. In fact, this was not surprising. After all, the last trip to the ruins was 30,000 years ago. Such a long time span was enough to make most people forget about this matter. However, from the scattered information, he still learned some of the situation in the ruins. Compared to the trip to the ruins tens of thousands of years ago, only half of the disciples of the Taiqing Gate could return safely. Even the leading disciple of the Jin Dan sect was killed. This made Lu Ming shudder, and he had a clearer understanding of the dangers of this trip. Then, he went to the sect's marketplace to dispose of all the evil cultivator's belongings that he had obtained some time ago, and then purchased some high-level escape charms and other auxiliary items. Naturally, he also bought a lot of healing, detoxification, and recovery pills. In short, he had prepared everything that could be used in the ruins. While Lu Ming was busy preparing for the trip to the Upper Realm ruins, the sect's quota for the trip to the ruins was gradually confirmed. The disciples who were selected were naturally the most outstanding elite disciples of their respective peaks. They were the core and strongest disciples of their respective peaks, and they were also bestowed with all sorts of defensive treasures and medicinal pills. After the initial uproar, the entire Thousand Spirit Mountain quickly calmed down again. Everyone was quietly waiting for the Upper Realm Ruins channel to open. On this day, Lu Ming was meditating quietly in the secret room, but there was a knock on the door of the cave house. These days, there were too many people who came to visit. He was too lazy to pay attention to it, so he ignored it directly. However, the knocking on the door persisted. It would sound every half a cup of tea's time. After a while, the sound finally stopped. With a buzzing sound, a pale purple voice transmission talisman flew in. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He suddenly stood up and walked out of the secret room. He grabbed the purple talisman that was suspended in the air and entered it with divine thought. At the next moment, his face suddenly changed. He quickly walked to the door of the cave house and waved to open the door. Outside the door, two stunning girls in purple clothes were standing side by side. Two pairs of beautiful eyes were looking at Lu Ming inside the door. It was the two sisters, Xianxia and Xianqin. Brother Lu, it has been a long time since we parted at the Jade Dream Mountain Range. Xianxia tidied her hair and smiled faintly. Miss Ouyang, I'm sorry for my rudeness. Lu Ming cupped his fist and said with some pride. TSK, brother. Lu is indeed the top inner disciple of Tai Ching Gate. He is already so arrogant. We have been knocking on the door for a quarter of an hour. I think if it weren't for Sister Qian's voice transmission talisman, I'm afraid Brother Lu wouldn't condescend to see us. Xianqin, who was on the side, said with a slightly sarcastic tone. Qin. Xianqian pulled Xianqin and whispered. Sister Qian, I'm telling the truth. When he came to Jade Dream Mountain, we were very courteous and treated him as an honored guest. Our great cultivator Lu, don't you think so? Xianqin didn't pay any attention to Xianqian. Instead, her gaze fell on Lu Ming and she curled her lips. It was my negligence. I ask for the two Miss Ouyang's forgiveness. It's just that there have been too many people visiting recently. I was annoyed and closed the door to the cave residence. The two young ladies, please come in and talk. My humble abode is simple and crude. Please don't laugh at me. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and turned to let the two women into the cave residence. Brother Lu must be joking. As cultivators, how could we care about such details? Xianqian smiled as she walked into the cave residence. But after looking around, a trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes. This cave residence was indeed a simple and crude residence. Although it was very clean, it was more appropriate to describe it as a house with only 4 bare walls. The main hall in front of him was used to receive guests. There were only a few ordinary wooden chairs and a tea table. There were almost no decorations on the walls. Only a few pieces of moonlight stones were inlaid, bringing some light to the hall. Although many people in the cultivator group didn't pursue material comforts, it was still very rare to see a cave residence like this in front of them. The Ouyang sisters looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. It was hard to imagine that the top disciple of the inner gate of Tai Ching Gate lived in such a place. Lu Ming didn't feel anything wrong. After serving a cup of spirit tea to the two, he sat on the main seat of the living room and said, to be honest, I'm quite surprised that the two of you came to the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range to find me. Xianqian put away the surprise in her heart and sat down on the 2 wooden chairs with Xianqin. She chuckled and said, Why? Brother Lu doesn't want to see us sisters? What are you talking about, Miss Ouyang? Last time at Xianmeng Mountain, the two of you also helped me a lot. Although I'm not a gentleman, I also know the truth of repaying kindness. Lu Ming smiled slightly. I'm relieved to hear Brother Lu say so. To be honest, Brother Lu, the reason we visited Tai Ching Gate this time is actually for the trip to the Upper Realm ruins. Our Ouyang family doesn't have the ability to open the passage to the Upper Realm. Because our two sects have always been on good terms, the family sent us sisters and the disciples of your sect to enter the Upper Realm ruins to look for some opportunities. Xianqian put away her smile and glanced at Xianqin next to her. She said with a solemn expression. I see. Lu Ming nodded with an indifferent expression, but he felt a little surprised in his heart. Even the Ouyang family, one of the 8 major families, couldn't open the passage to the Upper Realm ruins alone. From the information revealed, it was estimated that apart from the 4 ancient sects, only a few forces such as Sky Beast Kin Valley and Big Dipper Pavilion could open the passage by themselves. As for the good relationship between the 2 sects that Xianqian mentioned, it was estimated that the Ouyang family should have secretly given considerable benefits to Tai Ching Gate so that the 2 women could occupy these 2 places. Some thoughts turned in Lu Ming's mind, but he still maintained a calm expression on his face. We sisters came to visit you this time for 2 reasons. One is to greet Brother Lu. The other reason is that before we left, the patriarch wrote a letter and asked me to deliver it to Brother Lu. Xianqian said as she took out a white envelope. Lu Ming was slightly startled. He then reached out and took the envelope. He took out the letter inside and quickly read it. His eyes flashed. Have the 2 Ouyang ladies read the contents of the letter? Lu Ming suddenly asked after he finished reading. Before the patriarch left, he mentioned it to his sisters. When Brother Lu borrowed the exquisite jade wall, he promised the Ouyang family something. Therefore, the patriarch wanted to ask Brother Lu to do his best to protect the two of us during this trip. It can be considered as repaying the previous promise. After the trip, there will be other rewards. Ouyang Qin said calmly. Since the two of you know the contents of the letter, it's easy to talk about it. However, I have a question. Could it be that the Ouyang family patriarch already knew that the Upper Realm Ruins was about to open a few years ago? Moreover, when I went to the Jade Dream Mountain, he had already arranged all of this? Lu Ming revealed a trace of hesitation and asked. To be honest, Brother Lu, the patriarch originally wanted to ask Brother Lu to do another big thing for the Ouyang family. However, due to the sudden opening of the Upper Realm Ruins, the family changed their mind at the last minute. Ouyang Qian also explained. I see. I made a promise at the Jade Dream Mountain that day. Naturally, I won't go back on it. This trip to the Upper Realm Ruins, I will do my best. However, if the two of you get lost and don't walk with me, it can't be considered as me breaking the promise. Lu Ming heard this and nodded. Then, he said with a serious expression. Of course. Hearing this, the Ouyang sisters were happy. The two women had a little understanding of Lu Ming's character. Since he had promised, he would not do anything against his heart. In addition, I can only promise to protect you within the scope of my ability. If you encounter danger that even I can't handle, the two of you must also be prepared to protect yourselves. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and added. If such a thing really happens, we can only blame our shallow luck. We definitely won't dare to blame Brother Lu. However, we are still quite confident in protecting our lives. Ouyang Qian said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Lu Ming revealed a trace of a smile on his face. He nodded and said, in that case, it's settled. In that case, it's settled. I wonder if the two of you already have a place to stay. Do you need me to arrange it for you? Your sect has already arranged for us to stay at the Misty Peak. I heard that Brother Lu's dual cultivation partner is a junior sister named Callan from the Misty Peak. I wonder if you can introduce us to her. Ouyang Qian's beautiful eyes flashed slightly as she said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Ming naturally felt awkward. It seemed that these two geniuses of the Ouyang family were still dissatisfied with Lu Ming's rejection of the marriage. But now Ouyang Qian seemed to just tease a sentence, and she soon left with Ouyang Qin, which made Lu Ming feel relieved. Callan, after the two women left, Lu Ming walked toward the secret room, and Callan's figure appeared in his mind. I haven't heard any news from this woman these days. She said that she was going to break through the bottleneck of the later stage of the crystallization period behind closed doors. She shouldn't be out yet. As Lu Ming thought so, he turned and walked into the secret room. After sitting cross-legged on the futon, he took out the jade slips of the salvation array, and his divine thought was quickly immersed in it. These days, he had been studying the many changes of this array and entering the illusion for simulation practice. 1 day 2 months. Later, a silver voice transmission talisman broke through the air. It actually ignored the enchantment and flashed into Lu Ming's cave house. Under the flickering of silver light, the talisman suddenly shattered, and a majestic voice suddenly echoed in the entire cave house space, quickly gather at the main hall of the sect. Lu Ming, who was originally sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. This voice was the sect leader, Master Tiangu. Master, do you want to take us on this trip to the ruins of the Upper Realm? After Scorpion and Feyre heard the movement, they hurriedly rushed out from the quiet room next door. Scorpion looked at Lu Ming pitifully, and her figure blocked the door of the secret room. She didn't want to let Lu Ming go out without her. Since Lu Ming came back, he let the two cultivate on their own in other secret rooms. Feyre ran directly to Lu Ming, and a pair of pink hands pulled the corner of Lu Ming's clothes. A pitiful look appeared on her face. Don't worry. The Upper Realm Ruins is such a great opportunity. How could I not bring you there? Lu Ming glared at the two clowns. He was annoyed and amused at the same time. The Scorpion and Feyre immediately let out a cheer. Their figures moved, turning into two streaks of black light that disappeared into Lu Ming's soul-cultivating pouch. A gentle smile flashed across Lu Ming's face. He gently stroked the soul-cultivating pouch with his hand. In the next moment, his face had already regained its cold and calm expression. After a quarter of an hour, a black cloud landed above the main peak of Taiqing Gate. The black qi dissipated, revealing Lu Ming's figure. However, when he saw the situation around him clearly, he was stunned and stopped in midair. At this moment, the bluestone square on the platform of the peak was crowded with people. There were more than 1,000 people gathered there, and they surrounded the main hall so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It could be said that it was even more crowded than the day before they set off from the Heaven Gate secret realm. Looking at their costumes, most of them were the inner disciples of various peaks. They gathered here in a bustling manner as if they were going to the market to watch the fun. "Look, it's Fallen Serene Peak's Lu Ming." Soon someone noticed Lu Ming in midair and shouted. There was a commotion in the surrounding crowd, and everyone's eyes suddenly looked over. Lu Ming frowned slightly. His figure moved and flew toward the main peak's main hall, leaving many noisy voices behind. "Haha, it turns out to be younger brother Lu. I haven't seen you for many years, how are you?" At this moment, a young man in a golden robe flashed out of the main hall and greeted him with a smile. It turns out to be senior fellow apprentice Jean. Lu Ming's eyes moved, and he flew down. This young man in a golden robe is the mysterious young man Kim Tin-Ti who has a lot of interactions with me. When he scanned with divine thought, he couldn't help but show a trace of horror on his face. At this moment, Kim Tin-Ti's aura was grand and restrained. His cultivation had already broken through the Jing Dan state. Lu Ming had seen countless Jing Dan state cultivators. From his experience, although Kim Tin-Ti deliberately restrained his aura, his strength was probably not inferior to any Jing Dan state cultivator he had seen. When this person participated in the outer courtyard major competition, he was only at the condensation period. In just a few decades, he actually crossed 2 realms and cultivated to such a level. Lu Ming always thought that his cultivation speed was already very fast, but compared with Kim Tin-Ti, it was nothing at all. However, in this way, it also confirmed some of his original faint conjectures. He immediately cupped his fist and asked tentatively, "Brother Jean is really an esoteric disciple. Congratulations on recovering your cultivation. Could it be that senior fellow apprentice is one of the Jing Dan cultivators on this trip?" "Hehe, I only completely recovered my previous cultivation not long ago. The Upper Realm Ruins is a rare opportunity, so I asked the elders of the sect for a task as one of the 2 leaders of our sect." Kim Tin-Ti laughed and replied without denying it. "With senior fellow apprentice leading the team, I'm much more relieved." Lu Ming was delighted when he heard the words. Speaking of which, after learning about the Upper Realm Ruins, he had been staying in his cave house except for going out to prepare. He didn't pay much attention to the final list of the sect. He just recently learned from Yin Jiuling that there should be only 2 Jing Dan cultivators this time. Kim Tin-Ti's strength was unpredictable. With him as the leader, the ruins mission was indeed much safer. "Alright, let's not stand at the door and let people stare at us like monkeys. Let's go into the hall, almost everyone is here." Kim Tin-Ti smiled slightly and walked into the hall first. Lu Ming glanced at the square behind him. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he followed. "Younger brother Lu, you don't have to be surprised. The sect leader allowed these inner disciples to come and observe. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's also a way to motivate them." Kim Tin-Ti seemed to have noticed Lu Ming's gaze and said with a smile. "I see." Lu Ming heard this, and he seemed to have come to a sudden realization. While the 2 were talking, they stepped into the hall together. At the same time, the noise outside also disappeared. Lu Ming glanced around and saw that in the hall, there were about 10 to 20 disciples in different clothes. There were both men and women. They were obviously the candidates to enter the Upper Realm Ruins this time. Hearing the sound of footsteps, these people all looked over. Kim Tin-Ti didn't care about everyone's gaze at all. He walked in slowly with a calm expression. Lu Ming walked side by side with Kim Tin-Ti. When he glanced around, he was slightly stunned. There were many familiar faces there. Luo Tiancheng, who was in a silver robe, Long Yanfei of the Sky Sword Peak, who was in a purple dress, and even Wen Ai, who had a fierce battle with him, were there. As for the other inner disciples, most of their faces were unfamiliar. There were 2 who looked familiar, but he couldn't remember their names. Xianxia and her sister were also standing in the hall, but maybe because of their special identity, no one talked to them. The two stood in the corner of the hall sensibly. After seeing Lu Ming coming in, they just nodded slightly at him, then they withdrew their gaze. In addition to the two sisters, there were also 2 or 3 people who didn't seem to be from the sect, judging from their aura and dress. They were probably the disciples of the aristocratic families like the Ouyang family, or sent by the 10,000 years old sects that were attached to the Taiqing gate. These people looked at Lu Ming a few more times. They seemed to be quite interested. Among the people present, except for Luo Tiancheng, who was at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, the rest were at the later stage of the crystallization period. There were even a few who reached the pseudo-pellet stage like Lu Ming. They were naturally the best among the inner disciples. Seeing Lu Ming and Kim Tin-Ti coming in, the people present had different reactions. Those who didn't have a good relationship with Lu Ming, such as Luo Tiancheng, Wen Ai, etc., looked a little unnatural. Most of the other inner disciples showed a kind smile to Lu Ming, but when they looked at Kim Tin-Ti, they were naturally surprised. I knew that the famous junior brother Lu wouldn't miss out on this mission to the ruins, Yi Zichen said. Long Yanfei walked over lightly. After bowing slightly to Kim Tin-Ti, she said to Lu Ming with a smile. Senior sister apprentice Long is really funny. By the way, senior sister apprentice is now a pseudo-pellet state cultivator. It's really gratifying. Lu Ming cupped his fist and replied with a smile. Hee, compared with younger brother Lu, I am still far behind. By the way, this is what your dual cultivation partner asked me to pass to you. Long Yanfei chuckled. She seemed to have thought of something, took out a light blue object from her waist, and threw it to Lu Ming. Callan? Lu Ming's heart moved, and he caught it with one hand. At a glance, it was a rather exquisite storage talisman. There were light blue runes faintly flowing on it. The talisman was a little warm, and there seemed to be some residual warmth from Long Yanfei. It also faintly emitted a refreshing fragrance, but he didn't know if it came from Long Yanfei or Callan. Long Yanfei seemed to see a trace of strangeness in Lu Ming's expression. Her cheeks suddenly blushed for some reason, but it was only for a moment. Lu Ming was looking down at the storage talisman in his hand, so he didn't notice it. Lu Ming quickly scanned with his divine thought. He found that there were a few light blue formation flags and a formation plate. It seemed to be a small formation tool. In addition, there was also a blue jade slips. Although he didn't know why Callan gave him this thing, he didn't have time to take a closer look at it at the moment. After putting away the storage talisman, Lu Ming cupped his fist and said to Long Yanfei, Thank you, senior sister apprentice Long, you're welcome. Speaking of which, junior sister apprentice Callan is really devoted to the younger brother Lu. Long Yanfei waved her hand and said with a faint smile. After the two chatted casually for a while, Long Yanfei wanted to salute to Kim Tin-Ti again, then she excused herself and left. In the following period of time, many inner disciples came over and greeted him. Lu Ming didn't care, and he responded to them one by one. He seemed quite calm. Brother Lu's popularity among the inner court disciples is really not low. The number one of the inner disciples really deserves the reputation. Kim Tin-Ti, who had already walked to the other corner, suddenly said with a deep voice transmission. Senior brother Jean, this is just some undeserved reputation. My strength is not worth mentioning in the eyes of senior brother Jean. Lu Ming shook his head with a wry smile, and he also replied with a voice transmission. Jean Tianxi sneered. When he was about to say something, there was a loud sound of footsteps outside the hall. A tall, strong man with a curly beard strode into the hall. From a distance, Lu Ming felt a wild and fierce breath coming to his face. This is... Lu Ming's pupil shrank. Oh, it's junior brother Qiu. Brother Lu may not know him, but this person is an esoteric disciple of the sect. He is also the other Jin Dan team leader of this trip to the Upper Realm ruins. Kim Tin-Ti said faintly, then he walked up directly. The arrival of the muscular man with a curly beard also attracted the attention of other disciples. They all looked over and looked surprised. When Lu Ming heard junior brother Qiu, his heart was stunned. After seeing the appearance of the person, he immediately confirmed his guess. The muscular man with a curly beard was Qiu Longzi, who took care of him in the Sword Soul Hall back then. Compared to back then, The breath of the muscular man with a curly beard was more powerful, and the vague sword intent he exuded was also more terrifying. Most of the inner disciples present were also attracted by this sword intent. Qiu Longzi seemed to be quite familiar with Kim Tinti. After the two greeted each other, they talked loudly as if there was no one else around. "Brother Lu." At this moment, a voice came into Lu Ming's ears. It was Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qian who walked over. "Miss Ouyang, are you used to living here these days?" Lu Ming turned his head and said with a smile. "It's all right. If it's not enough, let's skip the pleasantries. The tunnel will be opened in a while. I wonder what Brother Lu's plan is." Ouyang Qian was about to speak, but Ouyang Qin said in a harsh tone. "I know very little about the Upper Realm ruins, so I can only adapt to the situation. During the teleportation, you two better not be too far away from me. If there is any danger, I will find a way to protect you too." Lu Ming was already used to the way this woman spoke. He smiled slightly and was not angry. "Then, thank you, Brother Lu," Ouyang Qian said slowly. With their cultivation, they were at the bottom of the group of disciples who had entered the Taiqing gate. They could only take it one step at a time. While they were talking, Kim Tinti and Qiu Longzi walked in side by side. Both of them were in the Jindan realm, so they stood out in the hall. Ouyang Qian didn't seem to want to interact too much with the people of Taiqing gate. Seeing this, she pulled Ouyang Qin to the side. "Younger brother Lu, it's really you." "Not bad. Not bad." Qiu Longzi's eyes fell on Lu Ming. After his eyes lit up, he said "not bad" twice. "Senior brother Qiu, it's been a long time since we last met." Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. "Why? Do the two of you know each other?" Kim Tinti looked at Lu Ming in surprise and asked. "Haha. What's so strange about this? I've met younger brother Lu once in the Sword Soul Hall. At that time, I felt that junior brother was not a simple person. Recently, younger brother Lu's fame has spread to the Buddha Palace. It means that I'm not wrong about you." Qiu Longzi still had a forthright look and laughed as if there was no one else around. Lu Ming, Kim Tinti, and Qiu Longzi were undoubtedly the most conspicuous people in the hall. When the three of them gathered together, more than 90% of the people in the hall focused their attention on them. Luo Tiancheng stood in the corner of the hall and watched Lu Ming and the two Jindan realm cultivators talking happily. He suddenly snorted and turned his head. Wen Ai's eyes flickered slightly. He stayed on Lu Ming for a while, then he quickly looked away. At this moment, a loud bell sound came from outside the hall. The sound was so loud that it penetrated everyone's eardrums and made everyone's feet tremble. The people present immediately stopped talking and turned their heads to look outside the hall. The next moment, a middle-aged man wearing a jade crown and a yellow robe walked out slowly. He was the master of Taiqing Gate, Master Tiango. Although he concealed his aura to the point that it was almost undetectable, there was still an indescribable majesty that filled the entire hall. Behind him, there was a middle-aged man in a grey robe. It was the elder with the surname Han. With Kim Tinti and Qiu Longzi as the leader, everyone present immediately saluted with a solemn expression. "Greetings, Master Tiange, Elder Han." "Very good, everyone is here. If that's the case, I won't nag anymore. Later, the sect will officially open the passage to the Upper Realm ruins and send all of you there. Before that, there are a few things that I need to explain to all of you." Master Tiange looked around and put away the smile on his face. The faces of the disciples present turned solemn as they listened attentively. Every 30,000 years, the power between the mortal realm and the ruins realm will be greatly weakened. That's why all the sects have the opportunity to use the power of magic treasures to forcefully open a passage. However, the weakening time is only 1 year. Therefore, after you enter the Upper Realm ruins, you must remember the place where you were teleported to. You must return to the place within 1 year. The sect will open the passage again to bring you back. If you don't return on time, you know the consequences. Master Tiange said calmly. Daoist Tianji's voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears, causing them to buzz. At this moment, everyone, including Lu Ming, listened attentively to Master Tianji's words. They were afraid of missing a single word. After all, this was related to their lives. Seeing this, Master Tianji's expression softened slightly. He continued, risk and opportunity always go hand in hand. The upper realm ruins not only contain many treasures that the mortal realm doesn't have, but it is also filled with countless unknown dangers. Therefore, the sect has decided to bestow a few things to all of you. As he said this, he nodded to Elder Han. Elder Han understood and waved his sleeve. A faint light appeared in front of him and a dozen storage talismans appeared. With another wave of his sleeve, all of the storage talismans flew out. Each of them accurately flew towards one of the people present. As for the Xianxia sisters and the other 3 people who didn't seem to be from the Taiqing sect, they didn't receive any storage talismans. Although the few of them had strange expressions on their faces, they naturally didn't say anything. Lu Ming caught one of the storage talismans and used his spiritual sense to explore it. He found a few items inside. A map, a green bead, and a crimson jade bottle. The upper realm ruins are incomparably vast. The map was drawn by the previous seniors who entered the upper realm ruins a few times. It can give you a rough direction. The green bead is called the sensing bead. It can sense the location of fellow sect members within a radius of 10,000 miles. As for the earth-grade doom-dispelling pill in the jade bottle, it's a top-grade healing panacea. Even if one suffers a fatal injury, as long as one still has a breath left, as long as one can consume this pill in time, one's life can be saved. As everyone lowered their heads to investigate, Master Tianji's voice sounded again. He explained the uses of the 3 items in the storage talismans. When Lu Ming heard this, he nodded inwardly. These things were really necessary. There was no need to mention the map and the sensing bead. Lu Ming had only seen the related records in the Sutra Pavilion. It was a legendary medicinal pill. He didn't expect that the sect would bestow one to each of them. It could be said that it was a big investment. However, when he thought about it, it was normal. Most of the disciples present were the core disciples of each peak. If any one of them died, it would be an irreparable loss to the entire Taiqing sect. This time, the sect will take 2/3 of the things you obtain in the upper realm ruins. After all, to open this passage, the sect has spent a huge amount of resources. As for some of the heavenly treasures that the sect urgently needs, the sect will also give corresponding compensation. We won't let you suffer a loss. Master Tiange said lightly. Hearing this, the crowd of disciples suddenly burst into an excited discussion. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He wasn't surprised at Master Tianji's decision. Even the Ouyang clan, one of the 8 great clans, couldn't open this passage by themselves. One could imagine the difficulty of opening this passage. It was reasonable for the sect to take 2/3 of the obtained resources. One had to know that this was an opportunity to enter the upper realm passage that only opened once every 30,000 years. Even if Master Tiange said that he would take 80 to 90% of the obtained resources, there would still be countless people who would rush to enter. As for secretly hiding things, there probably wouldn't be anyone who would do that. Middle Sky wasn't Yunchuan, and the Taiqing sect wasn't something the barbarian ghost sect could compare to. It was likely that any Grand Elder would use some tricks and these hidden items would have nowhere to hide. Okay, everything that needs to be said has been said. In addition, for this treasure hunting trip, the sect has arranged for 2 Jin Dan realm secret disciples to be your leaders. In the upper realm ruins, you must listen to their arrangements. Whoever dares to disobey will be severely punished when you return to the sect. When Master Tiange said this, his voice sank and a majestic spiritual pressure came out of his body. This disciple will follow the sect leader's instructions. Everyone's heart suddenly sank as if a huge rock was pressing down on them. Their expressions slightly changed as they respectfully agreed. Seeing this situation, Master Tiange revealed a trace of a smile on his face. His gaze fell on Kim Tinti and Jiao Longzi. Jiao Longzi, a rough man, didn't dare to go against the rules in front of Master Tiange. He immediately cupped his fist and saluted Master Tiange respectfully. Kim Tinti, who was at the side, still had a playful expression and pretended to also cup his fist. Okay, all of you follow me. Master Tiangu unhappily glanced at Kim Tinti and walked toward the entrance of a side hall. Elder Han also followed behind without saying anything. Jiu Longzi glanced at Kim Tinti and then the two of them walked forward at the same time. When everyone present saw this, they followed closely behind the two of them and walked in. After passing through a small side hall, the group of more than 20 people continued to follow Master Tiange to a secret room. In the secret room, there seemed to be a tunnel that spiraled to the depths of the underground. The group of people just walked down the stone steps silently. The messy footsteps echoed endlessly. There was a piece of white moonlight stone inlaid in every half-circle of the tunnel. The entire tunnel was illuminated by shadows. Because they couldn't see the situation in front, it added a sense of mystery to this place. After walking like this for about 15 minutes, Lu Ming only felt his eyes brighten. A very wide underground hall suddenly appeared in front of him. With a glance, it was more than 1,000 meters in length and width, and more than 100 meters in height. In the middle of the hall, there was an extremely complicated giant array that was more than 100 meters in size. It was densely engraved with mysterious runes of different colors. 4 cyan stone pillars with coiled dragons were erected around the formation. The stone pillars were also engraved with countless formation runes, which faintly resonated with the formation on the ground. At this moment, there was already an old man sitting cross-legged on 2 of the 4 green stone pillars. They were meditating with their eyes closed. They didn't react to the arrival of the disciples at all. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart moved. These 2 people were obviously the 2 great elders who had reached the celestial state. Daoist Tiange and the middle-aged man in grey robe behind him suddenly moved. The next moment, they were already standing on the remaining 2 green stone pillars. Daoist Tiange made a gesture with one hand and chanted a few obscure incantations. He raised one hand and shot out a green light. At the same time, the other 3 grand elders also did the same action. 4 green symbols fell on the array on the ground at the same time. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the surface of the huge magic formation on the ground. Then, the magic characters on the 4 cyan stone pillars gradually brightened. Then, the light slowly poured into the magic formation on the ground from the cyan stone pillars like flowing water. For a time, a large green glow surged out from the center of the array and spread toward the surface of the array. In an instant, 4 concentric circles of light were formed in the array. You guys quickly stand in the circle of light. Crystallization period disciples, 10 people stand in each circle of light. Kim Tinti, Jiu Longzi, you 2 stand in a circle of light alone. Daoist Tiange made a gesture and said hurriedly. Hearing that, the disciples hurriedly began to act. Kim Tinti and Jiu Longzi flew into the array first and stood in a circle of light respectively. The remaining crystallization period disciples, including the Ouyang sisters, were exactly 20 people. They were immediately divided into 2 teams and stood in the remaining 2 circles of light respectively. The Ouyang sisters flew and landed behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to feel it and smiled at the 2 of them. The range of the circle of light was not big. The 3 of them were almost close together. Ouyang Qian's pretty face was slightly red and she lowered her eyes. Ouyang Qian's expression also seemed a little unnatural. Daoist Tiange saw that everyone had stood properly. He waved his right hand with a solemn expression. 4 pale red talismans flew out of his sleeve and landed on the 4 circles of light. Pa, the pale red talismans burst out a dazzling red light, shrouding the corresponding circle of light below. Lu Ming and others only felt that they were suddenly wrapped in a pale red sphere. Immediately after, the few celestial phenomenon ascendants, including Tiange, waved their arms and quickly formed a series of strange hand seals that entered the formation below. The ground suddenly began to tremble, and the multicolored light in the spell formation began to roll. Ja! Daoist Master Sky Ji's eyes widened as he shouted. Lu Ming's body tightened. He felt that there seemed to be an unimaginable majestic force acting on his body, making him unable to move at all. Moreover, his divine thought seemed to be tightly trapped in the sea of consciousness. This power was so vast that it was greater than any cultivator he had ever seen. Even a mystic and lightning almighty like the puppet emperor of the southern wilderness seemed insignificant in the face of this power. Rumble. The teleportation array on the ground was activated by this force. In the sky above the main hall of the Taiqing Gate, an incomparably thick green beam of light, more than 100 feet in diameter, suddenly soared up. The beam of light soared into the sky, shrouding a large area of the palace as if it was a giant pillar that pierced the sky. In the light beam, a phantom of a giant bronze cauldron appeared faintly. After 4 pale red light clusters were ejected from the cauldron, the phantom of the giant cauldron flashed like a glimpse of a swan. The 4 light clusters rose up in full view of the surrounding disciples. The speed was very slow, and every time they rose a certain distance, the speed would slow down a little. The sky above the main peak also underwent a drastic change at this moment. The clouds in the sky began to rotate rapidly, forming a rapidly rotating dark vortex. There were still pieces of white clouds in all directions being sucked in and stirred into it. There was a loud thunder. From time to time, there were purple snake-shaped electric lights shuttling in the vortex, shrouding the entire main peak of the Taiqing Gate. For a time, the surrounding light instantly darkened, as if it had turned from day to night. The 4 pale red light clusters were wrapped in the white light beam, and they continued to rise at a slower and slower speed. On the green stone square of the main peak, nearly 1,000 Taiqing disciples looked up at the unimaginable spectacular scene in front of them. All of them widened their mouths, and they were extremely shocked. This scene lasted for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn before the 4 pale red light balls finally arrived at the pitch-black whirlpool. Amidst the flickering purple electric light, they slowly sank into the whirlpool. The scene at this moment could be said to be extremely beautiful. It was as if the 4 scorching suns were swallowed by the darkness, and it shook the hearts of every inner disciple present. As a result, for a long time after that, these people would talk about the scene that day excitedly for a long time. When the 4 light clusters finally disappeared from everyone's sight, the white light beam that soared into the sky began to slowly become smaller, and finally disappeared. At the next moment, the huge dark vortex in the sky gradually became smaller, and finally disappeared. After a long time, the many disciples on the square burst into a deafening uproar. In the hall deep under the main peak, Taoist Tianji's face was pale, and the other 3 elders also looked exhausted. This seemingly short period of time made the 4 of them feel like they had experienced a long period of torture. At this moment, no matter if it was mental strength or mana, they had used up a lot. On the other hand, the formation on the ground below was already empty, and there was not a single person to be seen. Lu Ming only felt that everything in front of him was spinning, and he seemed to be stuck at the bottom of the deep sea. Every part of his body was pressed down by an extreme pressure, and his heart was also squeezed by an invisible hand, as if it was going to explode in the next moment. He did not know how long it had been. It felt like an instant, but also like thousands of years. The pressure on his body suddenly relaxed, and he suddenly regained control of his body. Then, he opened his eyes without hesitation. In front of him was a gray and boundless world. The world seemed to be covered by a layer of gray haze, and it made people feel a sense of oppression. As far as the eye could see, it was an empty wilderness in all directions. Even further away, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of some tall mountains and huge peaks. "Younger brother Lu, you are also awake." A faint man's voice came into Lu Ming's ears. He suddenly turned over and stood up, and he turned his head to look. Behind him, Kim Tinti was leisurely floating in the air. His loose golden robe was fluttering in the wind, and he was holding a translucent talisman in his hand. "Senior brother Jean, is this the Upper Realm ruins? How did they?" Lu Ming nodded and looked around. He found that there were people lying on the ground. Everyone's eyes were closed, and there was a hint of pain on their faces. Young Dragon was among them. "It's okay. They just fell into a temporary coma because their bodies and souls were severely shaken when they crossed the 2 realms." Kim Tinti moved, and then he floated down and said with a smile. "So that's how it is." Lu Ming was relieved. This wasn't because he was worried about his fellow disciples, but because they had just entered this strange world. If an accident happened at the very beginning, it wouldn't be a good sign. "Younger brother Lu can recover so quickly, which is beyond my expectation. It can be seen how strong your physical body is." Kim Tinti held the translucent talisman in his hand and said with a strange expression. "Let's not talk about my ability. It's just because I'm a physical cultivator, so my body is stronger. Didn't senior brother Jean wake up earlier than me? By the way, this is..." Lu Ming smiled, and then his eyes flashed and fell on the talisman in Kim Tinti's hand. Although the color of the talisman in Kim Tin-Ti's hand had changed, he could still recognize it was the light red talisman that Taoist Tiangu released before. At this moment, the power in the talisman had long been exhausted, and it became translucent. It looked extremely fragile, as if it would shatter with a little force. This thing is called boundary talisman. It's a kind of talisman formed by condensing boundary spiritual power. Kim Tin-Ti used a little force in his hand, and the talisman turned into a crystal clear powder with a snap. Boundary talisman? This is the first time I've heard of this name. Senior brother Jean is really a knowledgeable person. Lu Ming's eyes moved and said, "Hee, I've just read a little more ancient books. This boundary talisman is a talisman that will only be used when the distance between the two realms is very far. For example, the sect forcibly opened the channel between the Middle Sky continent and the Upper Realm ruins to teleport us here. It's not enough to rely on the power of magic weapons and arrays," Kim Tin-Ti said with confidence. "It takes a lot of energy to break the barrier between the two realms. All the sects on the Middle Sky continent have actually started preparing for this trip to the Upper Realm ruins many years ago. In addition to countless rare materials, it also needs to use the treasure of each sect to absorb the power of the realm that escapes from the Upper Realm ruins to refine this boundary talisman. For each major sect, each boundary talisman can be said to be a slot to enter the Upper Realm ruins. It can teleport 1 Jingdan state cultivator or 10 crystallization period cultivators to this place. Taijing Gate has spent countless years, but so far, they have only refined 4 boundary talismans." Kim Tin-Ti looked a little emotional. "So Taijing Gate only has 4 slots?" Lu Ming was a little stunned. When the two chatted for a while, Jiu Longzi finally stood up from the ground. "Let's not talk about brother Jean. I didn't expect younger brother Lu to wake up faster than me. I'm really ashamed as his senior brother." When Jiu Longzi saw Kim Tin-Ti and Lu Ming standing, he was startled at first, then he laughed carelessly. Not long after, Luo Tiancheng, when AI and other outstanding disciples also regained consciousness one after another. By the time everyone had recovered, an hour had already passed. During this period, many people had leaped into the air or walked around, sizing up their surroundings. Gusts of light wind blew across the wilderness, swirling past everyone's bodies. Although this place was desolate, the surrounding aura of heaven and earth was extremely rich. It was probably several times stronger than the best cave house on the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. "Huh." A young man in a white robe suddenly made a slight sound. His body moved and landed on a sand dune not far away. He raised one hand, and a red light blasted out from his hand. Bang, the sand dune was shattered, and a black stone the size of a human head rolled out. There seemed to be green ghost fire swaying inside the stone, exuding a trace of yin qi. Serene green stone. Someone immediately recognized the name of this black stone. The serene emerald stone was a top-grade yin-attributed spiritual ore. It was a top-grade material used to refine the prototypes of magic treasures of the Ghost Dao and Devil Dao. Such a large piece could be sold for at least 1 million spirit stones in the market. It could be said to be a priceless treasure. The young man in a white robe grinned and quickly put away the serene green stone. "It's worthy of being the Upper Realm ruins." Many people looked at this lucky guy with envious eyes. At the same time, there was a fire in their hearts. What happened just now was undoubtedly reminding them that countless opportunities and treasures were buried in the endless ruins in front of them, waiting for them to discover. Lu Ming looked at the excited fellow disciples around him, but he was expressionless. "Junior fellow apprentices, the 2 of us are ordered by Master Tiangu to be the leaders of this trip to the Upper Realm ruins. The next action will be decided by us. I hope you can listen to us. Of course, if someone insists on acting alone, I will not stop you. However, I want to remind everyone that this is not like any secret realm in the Middle Sky continent. Not only are there many natural treasures that have long been extinct in the outside world, but there are also countless dangers." Kim Tin-Ti's cold voice reached everyone's ears. When the disciples below heard this, they were naturally shocked. They recalled the warnings of their masters before they left. The fire in their eyes disappeared, and they regained some clarity. Jing Tianxi saw everyone's expression, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He took out the map distributed by the Tai Ching sect and said, "What everyone has to do now is to remember where we are at this moment. It's best to mark it on the map. I hope everyone here can reappear here after a year." Hearing that, Lu Ming also took out the map and compared it with the surrounding terrain. Soon, he could tell that this should be the edge of a desolate desert marked on the map. After he marked the map, he pondered for a moment and waved his hand. A green light flew out of his hand and drilled into the ground in a flash. This was a special talisman he had bought in the market square, the 5-direction psychic talisman. This talisman was a type of sensing talisman. It was divided into yin and yang talismans. Normally, cultivators would only use it when exploring mazes and mystic realms. If 2 people each carried a talisman, they would be able to sense each other's location. Lu Ming naturally used the characteristics of this talisman to help him make a good mark. When the others saw Lu Ming's actions, they also used all sorts of methods to leave marks here. After Lu Ming did all this, he glanced around, walked slowly to the Ouyang sisters, and said softly to the 2 women, "What do you plan to do next? Will you continue to travel with us? If you plan to move alone, I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise to protect your safety." At this moment, they had just entered this unknown territory. Naturally, it was safer to move together with the people from the sect. He was not arrogant enough to prepare to move alone from the start. "We sisters don't have any plans. It's better to move together with your sect," Ouyang Qian said with a light smile. Ouyang Qin heard this and nodded. "That's good." Lu Ming nodded. Suddenly, he remembered something and opened his mouth again. "By the way, you don't have the map that Tai Ching Gate distributed to us disciples, right? The Upper Realm ruins are very large. Without a map, it's easy to get lost. Brother Lu, you don't have to worry about this. We've already gotten a map from the master," Ouyang Qian said and took out a map that looked similar to the one in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming nodded. Since the Ouyang family allowed the 2 girls to come to the Upper Realm ruins, they must have prepared all the necessary things. They might even have more than what he had on him. Long Yanfei stood in the distance and watched the scene of Lu Ming and the Ouyang sisters chatting happily. She frowned and her eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. "Since everyone is ready, time is running out. We can start now." After Kim Tin-Ti gave the order, everyone immediately chose a direction and officially began the treasure hunting trip. At the same time, more than 1,000,000 miles away from where Lu Ming and the others were, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the ruins of a huge palace complex. Then, a huge array pattern of several feet in size appeared faintly in the white light. The void suddenly emitted a deafening buzzing sound. The entire palace ruin seemed to tremble because of this. The white light swayed and a group of vague figures appeared out of thin air. After the array light flashed twice, it quickly dissipated. The figures of more than 10 figures gradually became clear. With a flash of white light, a figure had already flown into the air. This person was wearing a dark blue starlight robe. He was tall and had a very elegant demeanor, but there was an obvious scar on the left side of his face. The scar extended from the corner of his eye to his chin, adding a sense of fierceness. The back of the robe was embroidered with a pattern of the Big Dipper emitting white light. He was a disciple of the Big Dipper Pavilion. The blue-robed man raised his eyes and looked around. His expression was indifferent, as if he was not affected by the teleportation. On the ground below, there were 10 people lying in disorder. All of their eyes were closed. Obviously, they had temporarily fallen into a coma because of the discomfort of teleportation. Among the 10 people, 5 were obviously disciples of the Big Dipper Pavilion. The remaining 5 were wearing old-fashioned white loose robes. These people were the treasure hunting team sent by the Big Dipper Pavilion to the Upper Realm ruins. With a blur, the blue-robed man landed on the ground and swept his gaze across the 10 people lying on the ground. With a wave of his hand, a white halo spread out from his hand and enveloped all 10 of them. Under the illumination of the halo, it did not take long for these people to wake up one after another. Senior Brother Su, a tall male disciple of the Big Dipper Pavilion, was the first to wake up. He had purple gold curly hair, a lion's nose and a wide mouth. There was a faint purple light in his eyes. It was Lu Meng, the male disciple who had previously represented the Big Dipper Pavilion in the Elysium Secret Realm. He respectfully bowed to the blue-robed man. Xianxia, the girl who had once shone in the Elysium secret realm, was also among them. However, at this moment, she looked slightly pale. Although this woman's strength was not low, her physique seemed to be a little weaker than Lu Meng's. Naturally, the impact of teleportation was greater. Among the remaining 3 disciples of the Big Dipper Pavilion, 2 of them were a pair of red-haired, skinny young men who dressed almost the same. The last person was actually a handsome young man in a silver brocade robe. He looked at most 13 or 14 years old. He had red lips and white teeth, and his facial features were extremely delicate. Among these people, the blue-robed man had the highest cultivation. He had already reached the late Jingdan realm. He was the leader of these people. The other 5 people were very respectful to him. After all of them had woken up, the blue-robed man waved his hand and put away the white halo. After the 5 people in white regained their consciousness, they immediately stood in the open space far away from the people of the Big Dipper Pavilion. Their eyes were full of vigilance. 5 people, the Big Dipper Pavilion has promised to give your heavenly palace half of the quota. Now, we have fulfilled it. You can do as you please. Seeing this, the blue-robed man said in a calm tone. The 5 people in white looked at each other and slightly cupped their fists at the blue-robed man. Then, without saying a word, they turned into 5 white evasive lights and flew into the distance. Senior Brother Su, why did you let these 5 people of the Heavenly Palace go? Once we enter the ruins of the upper world, all outsiders are already enemies. Why not take the opportunity to kill these 5 people? Xianxia's delicate eyebrows were slightly wrinkled like ripples in spring. She was indescribably delicate and charming, but the words that came out of her mouth were as cold as the edge of a knife. Don't be so murderous. No matter what, the Heavenly Palace is also a force that is allied with us. In this trip to the ruins of the upper world, our main enemy is actually not the Heavenly Palace, nor is it other sects, but the alien races of the 1,000 Beastkin continent, 10,000 Demons continent and other continents. The blue-robed man smiled slightly. Xianxia's mouth pouted slightly when she heard the words. She seemed to be a little unwilling. Let's not talk about other alien races for the time being. Compared with the Middle Sky continent, the Wild continent and the 10,000 Demons continent are closer to the ruins of the upper world, so there must be a large number of beastkin cultivators and demonic cultivators here. So we must be careful. Once we encounter a battle, we must go all out. We must not be merciful. The blue-robed young man said solemnly. The other 5 people hurriedly nodded and said yes. It's not too late. Let's go too. The blue-robed man nodded and waved his big sleeve. A bright starlight swept out and wrapped the 5 people. They turned into a starlight and galloped in another direction. In a quiet and desolate valley, there was a sudden swoosh-swoosh sound, breaking the tranquility of the place. It was a group of black figures that were shooting out of the valley and landing on a nearby mountain peak. Most of them were wearing black robes with demonic chi lingering around them. Looking at their clothes, they were the cultivators of the demon mystic sect. Of the 2 people standing at the very front, one was a young man who looked like a scholar. He held a folding fan in his hand and wore a scholarly robe. He was dressed like an elegant young master of the secular world, but his expression occasionally flickered with a trace of darkness. The other person's entire body was covered by a black cloak, and only a pair of eyes were revealed. His eyes were cold and indifferent, and not a trace of emotion could be discerned from them. Behind the 2 stood a dozen demon mystic sect's disciples. Long Xian was also among them. His green flame-like hair was quite eye-catching. In addition to the people of the demon mystic sect, there were 7 cultivators from other sections. Judging from their clothes, they should be from 3 different sections. They were standing far away at the moment. This is the Upper Realm ruins. There doesn't seem to be anything special here. The scholar put away his folding fan and patted his palm as he muttered to himself. Except for Long Xian, the demon mystic sect disciples looked at the scholar's back with a hint of fear in their eyes. Mr. Tugu, since we have arrived at the Upper Realm ruins, we will leave now. A thin man in a red robe flew out from the 7 cultivators of the other sections. He stood 10 meters away from the scholar and cupped his fist. Oh, it turns out to be Brother Feng. Why do we have to act separately? Isn't it good for everyone to search for treasures together? The scholar in a scholar's robe revealed an evil smile on his face as he raised his eyebrows. No need. Fellow cultivators of the demon mystic sect are powerful. We will only be a hindrance if we follow. It's better not to hinder you. The corner of the man in a red robe twitched, and he said with a forced smile. All right, then everyone will say goodbye for now. After a year, everyone will come back here. The scholar's eyes flashed, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. The man in a red robe was overjoyed when he heard the words. He cupped his fist again and was about to fly away. Just as he turned around, his lower abdomen suddenly felt cold. A palm suddenly pierced through his spiritual sea. Blood suddenly gushed out, dyeing the red robe on his body even more brightly. The man in a red robe seemed to be drained of his strength, and he turned his head with difficulty. The scholar in a scholar's robe was close to his body with a cruel smile on his face. Our sect has paid tribute for this trip. The man in a red robe opened his mouth, and a big mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out. TSK, didn't we bring you in as promised? However, the moment you set foot on this upper realm ruins, you and I are already mortal enemies. Who would politely say goodbye to the enemy? The scholar in a scholar's robe sneered, and a black demonic flame suddenly rose from his hand. The man in a red robe's body became smaller and smaller in the demonic flame, and it soon turned into nothingness. This unexpected event occurred so suddenly that the cultivators of the other sects in the distance were greatly shocked when they saw the scene. Two of them shuddered and immediately transformed into two rays of light that flew desperately towards the distance. The scholar smiled coldly, yet he didn't spare a glance at the two people that had fled. Instead, he flipped his palm and slapped out. An expanse of pitch-black devilish flames suddenly appeared in the distance, and it enveloped the remaining cultivators of the other sects that were unable to react in time. The cultivators who were engulfed by the black demonic fire immediately let out a burst of miserable screams, and a burnt smell immediately spread out. The black flames surged violently a few times. It was obvious that the person inside was trying to break the demonic flames and escape. However, it was unknown what kind of magical power the black demon fire was. Although it was a flame, it was unusually tough. Not only did it not break, it burned even more vigorously. Within a few breaths, there was no longer any sound inside. On the other side, after the man in a black cloak sneered, he had already turned into a dark rainbow and blasted out. In just a few seconds, he appeared behind the two people who had already fled into the horizon. In the distance, after two blood-curdling screams, two black dots fell from the sky. In the process of falling, they dissipated as if they were melting and drifted away with the wind. The next moment, everyone only saw a flash of black light in front of them, and the man in a black cloak appeared again next to the scholar in scholar's robe. Senior Fellow Apprentice Zhou and Senior Fellow Apprentice Tu's heaven-burning demonic flame has reached the peak. It seems that it won't be long before the two senior fellow apprentices can try to break through to the celestial state. A short demon mystic sect disciple stepped forward and flattered. Cut the crap. Now that the outsiders have been eliminated, we will act according to the plan. Both of us will lead 4 disciples. Long Xian, you will lead the remaining 4 people. We will gather here 1 year later. The scholar in scholar's robe glanced coldly at the short man, then he said. After a quarter of an hour, the people of Demon Mystic Sect turned into 3 dark clouds and galloped in 3 different directions. Over a desert with black sand all over the sky, dozens of escape lights flew across the sky. Among the escape lights, there were more than 20 scholars in white robes. They were the disciples of Haran Academy, one of the 4 ancient sects of the Middle Sky continent. 100 meters high sand dune in front of them suddenly burst open, and a dense black cloud flew out from it. There were countless black flying ants in the black cloud. They flew toward the people of Haran Academy in a hair-raising buzzing sound. The disciples of Haran Academy were shocked at first. The originally neat team suddenly became a little chaotic. But after all, they were disciples of famous sections. They quickly adjusted their state and immediately shouted. Various colors of light blasted out and fought fiercely with the black flying ants. Near a certain precipitous mountain peak, the surroundings were filled with white mist. Suddenly, the mist violently tumbled. A series of noisy caw-caw sounds could be heard. The next moment, 8 tall humanoid puppets of several 10 meters in size suddenly strode out of the white mist. Each step could cross more than 100 meters, and they quickly fled into the distance. Buzz buzz buzz, there was a strange buzzing sound in the white mist again, then a large number of huge moths flew out from it. Each of them was the size of a human head. Their ice crystal body exuded a bone-chilling breath. Suddenly, the dozen or so moths at the very front suddenly spat out waves of icy cold breaths. Soon, a layer of ice formed on the backs of a few puppets that were touched by the breaths. After these moths spat out, their speed was also slowed down, and they were overtaken by the moths behind them. After a few times, 1/3 of the back of these 7 or 8 humanoid puppets had been covered by layers of ice. Fortunately, the humanoid puppets were large enough, and the ice did not affect their movement. As these humanoid puppets ran faster and faster, they gradually left the ice crystal moths behind. After the ice crystal moths chased for a while, they saw the puppets gradually disappeared from their sight. They hovered in the air for a while, then they turned around and flew back into the white mist of the mountain peak. The humanoid puppets fled for several dozen kilometers before coming to a stop in a valley. Then, one figure after another descended from the top of the puppets' heads, and each puppet seemed to have 3 or 4 people hidden within it. After a while, there were more than 20 people on the scene. Most of them were wearing yellow shirts. They were obviously the disciples of the Nature Work sect. At the same time, the 8 humanoid puppets turned into puppet balls one after another after a cracking sound, and they were collected by several disciples. At this moment, most of them had more or less scars on their bodies, but they seemed to be some flesh wounds. They were panting heavily. Unfortunately, the place where they teleported into the ruins of the upper realm happened to have a group of crystallization period ice crystal moths beastkin nearby. The huge movement of the teleportation immediately attracted these moths. If it weren't for the 2 real pellet state cultivators who took the lead to resist for a while, these disciples of the Nature Work sect would have been killed by the moths while they were unconscious. Fellow junior brothers, although our luck isn't very good, at least we didn't have any casualties. It can be considered a blessing in misfortune. A bald man rubbed his smooth bald head and loudly said. Yes, we still have a long time in the ruins of the upper realm. First, we have to find a place to rest a little, then slowly explore this place. The one who spoke was a burly man with a square face. Both of them were Gene Dan state cultivators, and they were also the leaders of the Nature Work sect's treasure hunt this time. The other Nature Work sect disciples were all refreshed when they heard the words. Among the crowd, the young man in the silver carriage, Yi Jiong, was here, but he didn't see Ping Yu's figure. In a remote mountain valley, the void was filled with spiritual light, and the sound of intense magic power collisions lingered in the ears. On one side there were 2 giant green wolf beasts that were more than 200 feet in size. On the other side there was a group of green-robed beastkin cultivators. Judging from their attire, they were cultivators from the Sky Beastkin Valley. Behind the 2 gigantic azure wolf demon beasts was a huge cave that was over 300 feet tall. There seemed to be a faint red light in the depths of the cave, and wisps of sweet and enchanting fragrance wafted out of the cave. As time went by, the disciples of the major forces in the Middle Sky continent who had the ability to enter the ruins of the upper realm had all entered and began their respective treasure hunting trips. After leaving the desolate Gobi Desert, Lu Ming and the others at the Taiching Gate gradually saw a hilly area. There were also some green plants on the ground, which added some vitality to the barren land. Among them, except for the Ouyang Qian sisters who still stayed in the Taiching Gate team, the other 3 outer sect people had left the team. Wait a minute. Kim Tin-ti, who was flying at the front, suddenly waved his sleeve and stopped. Seeing this, the people behind him stopped one after another. Senior fellow apprentice Jean, what happened? Jiu Longzi, who was originally at the back of the team, frowned and flew over. While watching the surrounding situation, he asked so. Don't panic, junior fellow apprentice Chiu. It's not an enemy attack, but the weather in the distance in the west is a bit strange. I can faintly feel that the spirit fluctuations there are exceptionally abnormal. Kim Tin-ti turned to face the west and said lightly. Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. They turned their heads to look at the west sky. There was a dim sky there, and there was nothing unusual. A layer of golden light appeared in Jiao Longzi's eyes. Suddenly, 2 golden rays of a foot long appeared in his eyes. He glanced forward for a while, but he shook his head after a while. Obviously, he didn't see anything. That place is very far from here. I'm afraid it's thousands of miles away. I only faintly sensed the abnormality when I used the aura observation technique. I'm afraid it's a sign of the birth of a rare treasure. Kim Tin-Ti smiled faintly when he saw everyone's expression. Rare treasure. Everyone present was excited when they heard this. If you believe in my vision, you might as well go there and check it out. Maybe you will have a big harvest. Kim Tin-Ti glanced at everyone. Since senior fellow apprentice said so, it's fine to go and see. Anyway, it's the same no matter where we go now. Jiao Longzi thought for a while and nodded. When the others heard the 2 leaders say so, they naturally wouldn't have any opinion. Everyone immediately turned around and flew toward the west. Lu Ming blended into the crowd. While flying, he slowly circulated his spiritual power and cast the nether soul-searching technique. A gloomy light flashed in his eyes. After a while, his pupils captured a trace of green glow from the west sky. The color was extremely light. It was almost indistinguishable in the clouds. He was immediately overjoyed. What's wrong? Brother Lu, did you see anything strange? Xianxia had been staying next to Lu Ming. She immediately noticed that he cast the technique, so she couldn't help but ask. Not really, I just feel that the heaven and earth yuan qi seems to be richer as we go west, so I'm a little surprised. Lu Ming was surprised by Xianxia's sensitivity, but he said casually. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming faintly and didn't continue to ask. Everyone's speed gradually accelerated. Not long after, they had flown hundreds of miles away. At this point, everyone could clearly feel the abnormal yuan qi fluctuations in front. There seemed to be a huge yuan qi vortex slowly rotating in the sky. Senior fellow apprentice Jin's divine sense is actually so powerful. I admire you. Young Dragon Z looked at Kim Tin-Ti with admiration and praised sincerely. Junior fellow apprentice Chiu is overpraising me. Kim Tin-Ti smiled and didn't seem to care. Such an amazing phenomenon made the disciples of Taiqing Gate excited. They once again channeled their techniques and accelerated their flying speed. They couldn't wait to reach their destination in the next moment. Lu Ming retracted his gaze from the distant sky, and a deep surprise flashed in his eyes. His divine sense was extremely powerful. He could clearly feel that the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi was getting stronger and stronger, and there was a trend of gathering towards the vortex in the distance. Is there really some rare treasure? He glanced at the back of Kim Tin-Ti and showed a thoughtful look. After half an hour, Lu Ming and others finally arrived at the abnormal place that Kim Tin-Ti pointed out before. It was a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The valley was not big. In the valley, there were piles of rocks, and there was a seemingly simple array. It was about 100 meters in radius. The strange thing was that there was not a single pattern in the entire array. Countless green fist-sized spirit stones were inlaid in the array, forming lines of patterns. At this point, they could clearly feel that the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi formed a funnel shape and rushed into the array. The valley was filled with white smoke-like mist. This was the solidified heaven and earth yuan qi. This should be a spirit-gathering array. Jiao Longzi was the first to land in the valley. His sharp eyes carefully identified the quaint formation for a while as he murmured. One by one, the disciples of the Taiqing sect also eagerly landed, revealing an excited look. What a thick spiritual energy of heaven and earth! The density of the vitality of heaven and earth in the valley was astonishing. It was almost 10 times that of the other places in the upper realm ruins. When one breathed in, one could clearly feel the pure vitality flowing into one's body. It was so comfortable that one's bones felt a little numb. Jiao Longzi's eyes were also filled with joy. There was a small spiritual world in Taiqing Gate. It was a secret realm that the sect spent countless resources to open up. The chi of heaven and earth inside was extremely dense. It was a place for esoteric disciples to cultivate when they broke through the realm. But compared to this place, the small spirit world's vitality seemed to be much weaker. Hey, this is a spirit gathering stone. No wonder this spirit gathering array can gather so much essence chi. Kim Tinti hovered in the air for a while. Then, he landed on the ground. He looked at the green spirit stone in the middle of the magic circle with an extraordinary splendor in his eyes. Then, he exclaimed in surprise. Spirit gathering stone. Brother Jean, are these green spirit stones really spirit gathering stones? When Jiao Longzi heard Kim Tinti's words, he suddenly widened his eyes and said in disbelief. When the surrounding Tai Ching sect disciples heard the conversation between the two, most of them had a blank look on their faces. Only a few knowledgeable disciples also showed excitement on their faces. Sister, what is a spirit gathering stone? Ouyang Qin quietly asked Ouyang Qian next to her. The joy in Ouyang Qian's eyes faded a little. When she was about to explain, Kim Tinti's voice came over. Spirit gathering stone is a very special spirit stone in the world. It is produced in the depths of some spirit veins with extremely rich essence qi. Rumor has it that it takes thousands of years to nurture a piece the size of a fingernail. This spirit stone can constantly absorb the surrounding qi of heaven and earth and store it. When it is needed, it can be released. After the qi of heaven and earth in the spirit gathering stone is exhausted, it will continue to absorb and store automatically, so it can be used repeatedly. Unlike ordinary spirit stones, once the spiritual power is exhausted, it will be useless. For cultivators, spirit gathering stone is a rare and precious cultivation resource. As soon as Kim Tinti's voice fell, everyone suddenly showed excitement on their faces. Since they were chosen by their respective masters and elders to enter the upper realm ruins, none of them were fools. When they heard Kim Tinti's words, they naturally understood the value of spirit gathering stone. There is actually such a spirit stone. This is unbelievable. Ouyang Qin's face showed a trace of shock. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the Ouyang sisters. It was Lu Ming. However, there was not much excitement in his eyes as he said indifferently. In the ancient times, Spirit Gathering Stone and Supreme Spirit Stone were known as the two Supreme Spirit Stones. They both have indescribable magical effects. In addition to automatically absorbing the qi of heaven and earth, Spirit Gathering Stone is often of great help in setting up arrays. Not only can it maintain the operation of the array for a long time, but it can also accumulate more spiritual power in the spirit gathering formation like this one. If you cultivate in it to break through a bottleneck, it is not without benefits. When the others heard this, they were naturally overjoyed. Brother Lu is really knowledgeable. Speaking of which, you just stayed in the air for a long time. Did you find anything unusual? Ouyang Qian also asked with a smile. Lu Ming shook his head and said nothing more. It seems that the spirit gathering formation here should be an array passed down from the ancient times. It is slightly different from the spirit gathering formation commonly used in the Middle Sky continent. Kim Tinti's eyes flashed slightly, and he said again. Senior fellow apprentice Jean, don't worry about other things. The aura here is so rich. Why don't we stay here for a while and see if we can break through the bottleneck with the help of this spirit gathering formation? An inner disciple of the crystallization period later stage swallowed his saliva and looked at Kim Tinti expectantly. This person's words were immediately echoed by many people. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the spell formation had already formed a mist. With such an excellent cultivation environment, if one could cultivate here for a period of time, it was very likely that their cultivation would improve in a short period of time. Compared with the improvement of cultivation, it was not so urgent to search for some spiritual materials and spiritual objects. Thinking of this, Luo Tiancheng, Long Yanfei, Wen Ai and others were also very tempted. We are not familiar with this place. The map given by the sect doesn't mark this place. If we stay here rashly, Kim Tinti said hesitantly. Senior fellow apprentice Jin's concerns are reasonable. This place is indeed a bit weird. Generally speaking, places with rich spirit will be occupied by beastkins, but this place is too quiet. I just explored the nearby area, and there is almost no sign of life activity here. It is really too abnormal. Lu Ming walked over and said slowly. This? Everyone's expression changed when they heard this, and they looked at each other. Lu Ming was recognized as the strongest person among them except for the two Jin Dan. The weight of what he said was naturally different. Even if there are one or two powerful beastkins here, we have so many people. Do we have to be afraid? Besides, it might just be Brother Lu's wishful thinking. Maybe there is no danger here at all. Brother Lu is too biased. Luo Tiancheng took a step forward, glanced at Lu Ming, and faintly refuted. Luo Tiancheng really wanted to cultivate here for a period of time. His cultivation had reached the peak of the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. He was only one step away from advancing to the later stage of the crystallization period. With the special physique of Du Tian's spiritual body, it was not very difficult to advance to the later stage of the crystallization period. With the help of the spirit gathering array and the extremely rich spirit here, he had a good chance of breaking through. After listening to Luo Tiancheng's words, those who wanted to stay immediately nodded in agreement. Everyone was immediately divided into two factions. One faction thought that this was a rare opportunity to break through, and it was worth taking some risks. The other faction naturally agreed with Lu Ming and Kim Tin-ti that safety should be the most important. Seeing that so many people supported him, Luo Tiancheng was a little proud in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming provocatively, but he didn't speak anymore. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming squinted his eyes, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. The Taiching Gate disciple next to him met his gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but take a step back. Since Lu Ming stepped into the cultivation world, he had been constantly killing. His cultivation technique was the ghost path, so the evil aura entangled in his body had already accumulated over time. Especially in recent years, he had killed many evil cultivators and beastkins of the Jingdan state. It was even colder. With just a thought, a cold evil aura came out of his body. As soon as Luo Tiancheng came into contact with it, his heart trembled, and his face changed. However, he still had a rare spiritual body, so his strength wasn't weak. As the spiritual power in his body circulated a little, he stabilized his mind. He immediately met Lu Ming's gaze without showing any weakness. A condensed aura suddenly appeared between them. Okay, since everyone can't come to an agreement, why don't I make the decision? Everyone take a step back and stay here for 3 days. Just treat it as a rest. After 3 days, remove the spirit gathering stone on the array and immediately leave this place. What do you think, Senior Jean? Qiu Longzi, who had been thinking, suddenly appeared between Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng in a flash. He dispersed all the strange aura and said with a laugh. Let's do as Junior Qiu said. During your cultivation period, Junior Qiu and I will be on duty. We will change shifts every 12 hours. Kim Tin-ti finally nodded after a moment of silence. Since the leader had spoken, although Lu Ming frowned and some people were unwilling, they finally reached an agreement. In the following time, everyone entered the array and found an empty space to sit down cross-legged. They seized the time to enter the cultivation state. The Ouyang sisters naturally also sat in the array. Lu Ming stood outside the spirit gathering formation with his hands behind his back. He kept looking around the valley as if he was looking for something. Younger brother Lu, aren't you going into the spirit gathering circle to temper your cultivation? Seeing this, Kim Tin-ti walked over and asked faintly. At this moment, only Lu Ming, Kim Tin-ti, and Qiu Longzi were still standing outside. Senior brother Jean, do you really think it's okay to stay here? Lu Ming didn't answer the question, but he asked a question instead. As you can see, the exploration of the Upper Realm ruins has just begun, and everyone has their own ideas. If we force them to leave, I'm afraid they will be 120% unwilling. Since this is the case, let them be for the time being. A coldness flashed across Kim Tin-ti's face, but he said calmly. Lu Ming nodded and didn't say anything more. At this time, Kim Tin-ti moved and flew into the air. He took out a khaki disc array and a stack of array flags. He moved his arm, and a dozen array flags flew out and rotated gently around his body. At the same time, he chanted a chant and waved his hands a few times. Many array flags suddenly lit up with a burst of khaki brilliance, and they flew out in all directions with a whistling sound. Puff puff, after the formation flags trembled, they all shot down and inserted themselves into the ground outside the spirit gathering spell formation. They glowed with yellow light and connected together to form an oval shape, surrounding the entire spirit gathering spell formation in the middle. Then, with a flash, they all disappeared into the void. A layer of khaki mist began to appear around the valley. Kim Tin-ti chanted, and the disc array in his hand suddenly blasted out a white beam of light. It disappeared into the yellow light in a flash. In the next moment, a misty yellow mist appeared and quickly protected the entire valley in the middle. Thick earth array. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Oh? Younger brother Lu is also proficient in arrays? Jiao Longzi walked to Lu Ming's side and revealed a surprised expression. I wouldn't dare to say that I'm proficient in it. I've read some ancient books on formations in the past and memorized a few of them, Lu Ming replied honestly. Jiao Longzi nodded and didn't continue to ask. After greeting Lu Ming, he didn't enter the spirit gathering array. Instead, he flew to the top of the valley and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to pay attention to the surrounding movements. Kim Tin-ti was still busy around the valley. He took out sets of array flags and array discs, and arranged several sets of protective restrictions inside the thick earth array. Lu Ming quietly watched as the two leaders went about their own business. After a while, he finally walked into the spirit gathering array and sat down cross-legged. He didn't completely immerse himself in cultivation like others. With his current cultivation of the pseudo-pellet state, no matter how rich the spirit here was, it wouldn't be of much use to him in just 3 days. Compared with the spirit gathering array, he was more interested in these spirit gathering stones. If he could get some, he wouldn't need too many. Just 100 pieces would be enough for him to set up a small spirit gathering array in his cave house. Of course, the effect would definitely be incomparable to the one under his feet, but it would definitely be helpful for him to break through the bottleneck of the Jin Dan state in the future. Lu Ming thought so in his mind. He slowly channeled the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison and began to absorb the rich spirit around him, but he also separated a part of divine sense to pay attention to the surrounding movements. The sky gradually dimmed. The upper realm ruins were like the outside world. There was a law of day and night and stars. As the night fell, everything around became dim and unclear. At a glance, except for the continuous mountain range that almost connected with the sky in the distance, he could hardly see anything. The small valley was also completely silent. Only the spiritual chi vortex above the valley was still spinning endlessly, absorbing spiritual chi from all directions, just like it had been in the past. In the spirit gathering array below the spirit vortex, most of the Tai Ching Gate disciples entered a meditative state, greedily absorbing the rich spirit in the air. At this moment, Lu Ming was holding a blue jade slips in his hand. His divine sense invaded it, and he seemed to be comprehending something. On a cliff outside the valley, Kim Tin-ti, who was wearing a loose golden robe, was sitting cross-legged. His hands formed a gesture in front of him, and he breathed rhythmically to absorb the abundant spirit between heaven and earth. Not long after, Kim Tin-ti's eyelids moved, and he suddenly opened his eyes. He turned his head and looked in a direction in the distance. As far as his eyes could see, dozens of miles away, a large patch of black clouds that almost blended into the dark night suddenly appeared. Within the clouds, he could faintly see a strange red light, and with a buzzing sound, it was speeding toward the valley. A layer of starlight appeared in Kim Tin-ti's eyes. After just a few seconds, his face changed drastically. He waved his hand and launched a golden light into the valley, making a loud explosion. Beastkin is attacking. His voice reverberated in the valley along with a thunderous roar. There was an uproar in the spirit gathering array below. The people who were meditating hurriedly opened their eyes and stood up one after another. At the same time, 2 figures appeared in the air. They were Lu Ming and Jiao Longzi. At this moment, Jiao Longzi had restrained his breath to less than half an inch away from his body. His eyes were like torches as he looked into the distance. He frowned slightly. Lu Ming put away the blue jade slips in his hand. He also looked alert. While everyone was immersed in cultivation, Jiao Longzi had been guarding the valley. Lu Ming also separated half of his divine thought to explore the surrounding movements. Therefore, when the accident happened, both of them reacted extremely quickly. With a flash, Kim Tin-ti's figure also appeared beside the two of them. His face was extremely serious. Did you find out what beastkin is attacking? Jiao Longzi's face flashed a hint of sharpness. It seems to be some beastkin birds. There are a lot of them, and they are coming very fast. A black ripple appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. He looked at the sky in the east and said with a deep breath. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge rumbling noise was getting closer and closer like a tsunami. A dark cloud with red light spots suddenly appeared in the night sky in the east. It looked even more strange in the darkness. The rumbling noise came from there. More and more people flew into the air. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. After a few more breaths of time, everyone finally saw the true appearance of the black cloud. It was actually countless black bats, and each of them was as tall as a person. Their eyes were like two balls of scarlet light, and their bloody mouths were wide open, revealing their protruding fangs, making them look ferocious and terrifying. What kind of beastkin is this? Everyone took a deep breath. There was a hint of chaos in the crowd. Junior brothers, don't panic. I have already set up multiple defensive formations around the valley. These mutated demon bats won't be able to break through in a short time. Xianxia's voice was like thunder, rolling over. The flustered crowd suddenly quieted down, but a trace of anger flashed in Luo Tiancheng's eyes. He had just reached a critical juncture in his cultivation. He had already grasped the opportunity to break through, but it was broken by these beastkin. How could he be annoyed? A silver light flashed on his body, and he was about to rush out to fight. But at this moment, Jiao Longzi appeared beside him in a flash, grabbed his shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Junior brother Luo, don't be impulsive. There are too many demonic bats. It's useless to rush and kill them randomly. Moreover, once you start fighting, the violent spiritual power fluctuations combined with the bloody smell will easily attract other beastkin nearby." At this moment, Kim Tinti, who was suspended in the air, began to chant. A dazzling yellow light shot out from the disc array in his hand. The thick earth array had been activated. A rolling khaki mist appeared around the valley, forming an egg-shaped light curtain. As soon as the yellow light curtain was unfolded, the black demonic bats in the sky had already rushed into the valley. The first dozen hit the light curtain, making a dull bang sound. The light curtain trembled a few times, but it didn't move at all. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was just that there were too many of these bat beastkin, and they were huge. As far as the eye could see, they almost covered the entire sky of the valley. There were at least a few thousand of them. Not long after, the overwhelming bloodthirsty bats crowded outside the khaki light curtain of the thick earth array, and they surrounded the entire thick earth array in the blink of an eye. These bats kept hitting the light curtain with their bodies desperately, making a burst of hoarse screams. Each sound was like knocking on everyone's heart. Pairs of blood-red eyes were full of madness. Many people had already regretted their decision to stay here during the day. If they took the spirit-gathering stone on the spirit-gathering array and left immediately, they wouldn't be in such a predicament now. Although these bats weren't very strong, and most of them were beastkin of the condensation period, there were too many of them. If they fought recklessly, even these crystallization period disciples couldn't guarantee that they could escape unscathed. Once they attracted some nearby higher-rank beastkin, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. After just 8 seconds, the bloodthirsty bats seemed to see that they couldn't break through the light curtain. They suddenly flew up together, and a bloody light lit up in their mouths, then they blasted out. Crackling sounds sounded one after another, countless bloody lights hit on the light curtain, and the khaki brilliance flickered. The condensed yellow mist also tumbled violently. At the same time, Kim Tinti's face changed slightly, and his arm holding the disc array trembled obviously. "Senior fellow apprentice Jean, you are supporting this array against so many demonic bats. The consumption of spiritual power is too serious, and the thick earth array can't last for too long. Start the other defensive arrays and let the others who know array control it together." Seeing this, young Dragon Z immediately flew to Kim Tinti and said hurriedly. Kim Tinti took a deep breath, nodded, and waved his hand repeatedly. 5 disc arrays of different colors appeared and flew to young Dragon Z. Jiao Longzi waved his hand and grabbed a cyan disc array. He launched a technique on it. Suddenly, a faint cyan light barrier appeared on the thick earth array. Immediately, the green and yellow lights intertwined above the valley, and the khaki light curtain suddenly stabilized. "Junior fellow apprentice who knows how to control the array, come out and control it together," Kim Tinti said loudly. 4 figures immediately flew out of the crowd. They were Wen Ai, Long Yanfei, Ouyang Qian, and the last one was Lu Ming. With his array attainments, it was naturally no problem for him to activate an auxiliary disc array. Each of them took a disc array. After a while, the other 4 array lights expanded one after another, making the defense of the valley thicker and more stable. For a time, the dense blood light spat out by the bloodthirsty bats hit the light curtain formed by several defense arrays. It was like the waves hitting the reef, shattering into a bloody light rain. Seeing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, as more and more bats rushed closer, the entire array was almost covered by the black bodies of the bats and the blood-red eyes that made people's scalp tingle. It seems that there is no danger for the time being, but this is not a long-term solution. Seeing this, young Dragon Z said in a deep voice. These enchantments can indeed only defend for a while. With so many beastkin bats already surrounding the entire valley, it is only a matter of time before it is broken. Kim Tin-Ti also nodded in agreement. In this case, why don't we, be careful, a crystallization period bat beastkin has appeared. Young Dragon Z's eyes flashed. When he was about to say something, he was suddenly interrupted by Lu Ming. Everyone was shocked and looked up into the sky. Outside the enchantment, a bat that was obviously bigger than the others rushed out of the group of bats. It was the size of a calf. A layer of dark red light appeared on the huge bat wings. The fangs in its mouth were like sharp swords. The beastkin aura exuded from its body had reached the level of crystallization period. The giant bat let out a sharp cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a bucket-thick bloody light beam, hitting the outermost thick earth array. Seeing this, Kim Tin-Ti frowned. He waved his hand and launched a symbol. An earthy spiral-like mist appeared on the thick earth array, offsetting the attack of the bloody light beam. There is another crystallization period bat here. There's one here too. For a time, the crystallization period bat beastkin emerged one by one like bamboo shoots after the rain. They spouted bloody light beams that were obviously more powerful, attacking the enchantment in the air. Kim Tin-Ti's face turned gloomy. He also launched a series of symbols with both of his hands, urging the thick earth array to change. It actually increased the power of the enchantment outside the valley, blocking all the attacks of these crystallization period demonic bats. However, after just a short while, the shield was stained with many red spots. Like maggots, they constantly nibbled away at the crystal light on the shield, causing the light of the entire formation to dim. And the blood light that these crystallization period demonic bats spat out obviously had a filthy and corrosive effect, which made everyone's heart shudder. It seems that we have no choice but to leave. We must find a way to break out of the encirclement immediately. Kim Tin-Ti took a deep breath and said solemnly. Everyone around suddenly looked at each other when they heard the words. In fact, everyone knew very well that breaking out was the only way, but in the face of thousands of condensation period beastkin and many crystallization period beastkin, if they left the valley rashly, it was almost equivalent to seeking death. Oh no, there are also Jin Dan state bloodthirsty demonic bats. Lu Ming controlled the green array in his hand, but most of his thoughts were still on the demonic bats outside. Suddenly, a black light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly turned his head to look in another direction not far away from the valley. He said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They turned their heads, but they saw that there was nothing special except for the demonic bats that were the same as other places. Just when most people were puzzled, a clear and loud screech came from outside the valley. A black and red demonic wind suddenly swept from the direction that Lu Ming was looking at without warning. Its speed was extremely astonishing. The surrounding condensation period demonic bats were swept away by this demonic wind, and they were easily swept away like withered leaves in the autumn wind, making bursts of harsh cries. At this moment, the black and red demonic wind suddenly converged, and a huge monster appeared in front of everyone. After everyone took a closer look, they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. When this demonic bat spread its wings, its entire body was more than 200 feet long, almost enough to cover half of the sky. Its bloody mouth was like a sacrificial bowl, and its fangs were crisscrossed like sharp blades, flashing with a cold light. Under the huge bat wings, a pair of sharp black claws stretched out, and each claw was more than 10 feet long, like 10 huge black swords, causing people to shudder. The demonic aura on this giant bat was rolling like a tide. It had obviously reached the early stage of Jin Dan. Its two lantern-like pupils glanced at the people in the halo of the array, making those crystallization period disciples couldn't help but shudder. Before the people in the valley could do anything, the giant bat flapped its wings, opened its mouth, and spurted out a water tank-sized blood-red light ball. The blood-red light ball fiercely collided with the earth-yellow light shield of the thick earth formation at lightning speed. With a loud noise, the bloody light ball burst open above the valley, and countless air waves rolled out. A cracking sound rang out from the already dim earth and yellow light barrier, and countless spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across its surface, looking as if it was about to collapse. At the same time, the disc array in Kim Tin T's hand suddenly made a crisp breaking sound. After the yellow light flashed, it dimmed in the blink of an eye. Long Yanfei and several other disciples, who also controlled the disc array, were all shocked when they saw this. They hurriedly spat out a pure yuan qi into the disc array in their hands and poured their spiritual power into it. The next moment, the yellow light shield in the sky immediately intertwined with colorful lights. The original crack was actually brightened in an instant, and it was restored to its original state. At this time, the Jin Dan realm demonic bat didn't continue to attack. Instead, it hovered above all the demonic bats and let out a series of chirps of different lengths. Suddenly, the other demonic bats were in a commotion. They actually began to circle and fly in formation. This Jin Dan realm demonic bat's intelligence is not low. Under its command, the other demonic bats will probably be able to exert more power. If there are a few more Jin Dan realm demonic bats, I'm afraid we really can't escape. Kim Tin T looked at the disc array in his hand and said in a low voice. That being said, there are too many bloodthirsty bats outside. If we break through by force, you and I will naturally have no problem, but I'm afraid the other junior fellow apprentices. Qiu Longzi's eyes flashed and he said in a low voice. It doesn't matter. I have something with me called spirit-attracting liquid. This thing is extremely tempting to demonic beasts, especially these bloodthirsty beasts. If someone can rush out with the spirit-attracting liquid, he should be able to attract most of these demonic bats away. The rest of us will have the confidence to escape this valley. Kim Tin T said with a flash in his eyes. Spirit-attracting liquid, Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he heard this. He had seen the relevant records in the scripture pavilion. This thing was refined with demon-attracting incense, scarlet centipede seed, and some other rare medicinal materials. It was a spiritual liquid with a special fragrance. Both demon-attracting incense and scarlet centipede seed were extremely tempting to beasts. They could easily attract beasts below the liquid level, but the effect would be greatly reduced for beasts above the crystal level. For Jin Dan realm beasts, it was almost useless. Therefore, many middle and low-level cultivators who hunted beasts for a living would always have some on hand to lure the beasts out of their nests so that it would be easier to hunt them. After refining, the spiritual attraction fluid was a higher-level item than the demon attraction incense. Not only could it attract the beastkin of the crystallization period, but it also had a certain temptation for the beastkin of the real pellet state. However, it was extremely difficult to refine. Only some top alchemy masters could make this special spiritual fluid, so it was extremely valuable. It was often a priceless item. Brother Jean, this method may be effective, but you and I have to stay to control the array. In this way, the person who lured the beasts away will most likely die. When Qiu Longzi heard the name of spirit-attracting liquid, he looked relaxed, but he said after thinking of something. There will definitely be some danger. But when this junior fellow apprentice leaves, I will first cast a spell to help him break a passage, so that the danger will be reduced a little. Moreover, the person who is responsible for luring the beastkin away can get half of the spirit-gathering stones here as a reward for taking the risk. Everyone should have no objections, right? Kim Tin T said confidently. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves down, and a golden glow flew out from it, covering the spirit-gathering array under his feet. Puff puff puff, in a series of sounds, the spirit-gathering stones in the array were swept by the golden glow, then they turned into a green light and were sucked out. In the blink of an eye, they piled up on the side. The green light was faintly discernible, and the spirit was overwhelming. At the same time, the huge spirit vortex above the valley also quickly disappeared as the spirit-gathering stones were taken out. The rich spirit in the valley also dissipated. After listening to what Kim Tin T said, everyone looked at the pile of spirit-gathering stones on the ground. They looked at each other for a while, and no one objected for a while. Many of them looked at the spirit-gathering stones on the ground with greed in their eyes. Although they had only cultivated in the spirit-gathering array for half a day, they had personally experienced this kind of hardy cultivation speed. There were more than 1,000 spirit-gathering stones in the pile, and half of them amounted to more than 500. Even if he had to hand over half of them to the sect in the future, the remaining ones would be enough to set up several small-scale spirit-gathering arrays. Taking a step back, even if these extinct spiritual items were to be sold, they would naturally fetch an unimaginably astronomical price. However, when these people glanced at the beastkin bats above the valley again, they all shut their mouths as if cold water was poured on them. Luo Tiancheng looked at the spirit-gathering stones on the ground with his eyes flashing. He was obviously very tempted. However, Luo Tiancheng thought about it again and again. In the end, he didn't dare to volunteer. After all, even though he had the heaven-defying heavenly spiritual physique, he wouldn't be able to withstand the onslaught of so many demonic beasts. At that time, before his wounds could heal, he would be torn to shreds. Then let me do it. Just when everyone was silent, an indifferent man's voice rang out. Everyone looked over, and their eyes were full of surprise. The person who spoke was Lu Ming, Luo Tiancheng, when AI and others saw this, but their faces changed slightly. Younger brother Lu, if you, seeing it was Lu Ming, Jiao Longzi frowned slightly and seemed to be a little hesitant. Well, younger brother Lu is willing to take on this responsibility. It's suitable. After all, besides me and junior brother Jiao Longzi, I'm afraid you are the strongest here. Kim Tinti nodded as if he wasn't surprised that Lu Ming stood out. Seeing this, Jiao Longzi couldn't say anything more, so he could only nod. After Lu Ming glanced at the pile of spirit-gathering stones, his heart was as calm as still water. These spirit-gathering stones were too important for him. Now, in order to advance as soon as possible and increase the probability of condensing Jin Dan, it was worth taking some risks. As for those demonic bats outside, with his strength and several treasures in his hands, he was confident that he could escape unscathed even if he fell into them. Since junior brother Lu has volunteered, there's no time to lose. Let's act quickly. Kim Tinti looked at the group of bats that were almost arranged in the air, and he immediately took out a jade bottle and threw it at Lu Ming. Okay. Lu Ming caught the jade bottle in his hand, threw the disc array back, and looked down at the thing in his hand. The jade bottle in his hand was green, and the mouth was tightly corked. There was also a talisman on it, so there was no smell coming out at all. His eyes flashed slightly, and he waved his hand to send out a gust of black chi, which swept away half of the spirit-gathering stones on the ground and stored them in his summer ring. Younger brother Lu, you only need to open the bottle and use your magic power to activate the spirit-drawing liquid. These bat demonic beasts will naturally be attracted by the smell of the spirit-drawing liquid. Also, after junior brother has lured these demon bats away, go to the obsidian mountain marked on the map. We will meet there. Kim Tinti said quickly. Just when Lu Ming opened his mouth and was about to say something, Jing Tianxi's voice transmission sounded in his ears again. Junior brother, you only need to lure more than half of the demon bats away for a distance, and then you can try to escape by yourself. In short, your life is the most important. No problem. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he nodded in agreement. Junior brother Qiao, help me break a passage so that younger brother Lu can leave this place smoothly. Kim Tinti turned his head and ordered. Jiao Longzi agreed without hesitation. He patted a gray leather bag that seemed a little worn out on his waist. The surface of the leather bag flashed in a gray light, and a dazzling golden sword chi appeared in his palm. At this time, Lu Ming glanced at the Ouyang sisters intentionally or unintentionally. Ouyang Qian's eyes flashed, but she didn't say anything in the end. Instead, Ouyang Qin on the side said, "Take care." Lu Chong and Ouyang Qian smiled slightly, and they also didn't say anything. Open. At this moment, Kim Tinti launched dozens of symbols in his hand, and the 4-array light curtains in front of him shined brightly. Kim Tinti spat out a green light ball, and he put his hands together in front of him, then he slowly pulled them apart. The green light ball trembled, and 2 big green hands suddenly stretched out from it, pressing on the array. As Kim Tinti chanted, a gap was opened on the array by the big green hands after a while. After the bloodthirsty bats outside were startled, they immediately hissed excitedly and rushed into the gap. "Monster, how dare you!" At this moment, Xianxia shouted, and the golden light that radiated from his hand suddenly burst out. It rolled in all directions like a tangible object. A blurry golden sword shadow suddenly blasted out. After a shake, a large amount of dense sword chi surged out. In the whistling sound, the dense sword shadows blasted toward the gap. Xianxia clasped his fingers together and formed a sword seal. He quickly shot out several sword seals and let out a low roar. All the sword shadows suddenly merged into one, and a magnificent golden beam of light whizzed out. For a time, the cold sword chi rolled out in the air. The golden light was dazzling, causing the inner disciples' faces to change. They all stared at the sky. Poof, the tens of bats that had already rushed into the crack were wrapped up by the golden beam of light, and were instantly sliced into a rain of blood. Then, a 300 feet long, lifelike golden serpent emerged from the beam of light. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. Xianxia is indeed worthy of being an esoteric disciple. His sword technique is even more amazing than when he was in the Sword Soul Hall. Golden Spirit Bloodbath. Xianxia roared and waved his hand with a sword technique. The golden giant python phantasm hovered in the sky, then it opened its mouth and shot out clusters of golden light. Under a burst of dazzling golden light, it suddenly turned into countless dense sword chi that slashed in all directions. In just a few seconds, more than 100 bloodthirsty bats near the gap were wiped out. A pungent bloody smell spread out. Outside the valley, the bats that originally had bloodshot eyes and wanted to rush into the gap screamed in horror when they saw this scene. They were all stagnant. At this moment, Kim Tin-Ti also suddenly waved one hand, and a silver talisman blasted out. It turned into a silver light ball in the thunderous sound and disappeared in a blur. At the next moment, the bats outside the gap fluctuated together. The silver light ball appeared out of thin air, and it burst open in a flash, turning into dense thick electric arcs that blasted in all directions. There was a loud bang, and countless charred bat corpses fell from the sky. The layers of bats that were originally surrounded by countless electric arcs were forcibly cleared out a passage. Lu Ming, who had been prepared for a long time, shook his body and suddenly turned into a black light. He instantly passed through the gap of the array shield and disappeared into the tunnel. Before the nearby demonic bats could react, he rushed out in a flash. "Okay." Seeing this, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and made a gesture again. The dazzling golden light in the sky suddenly rolled back to the center like a whale sucking water. At the same time, the golden python phantasm that was a little dim on the surface also hissed at the sky. It turned around and blasted into the gap below. It turned back into a thin golden flying sword halfway and flashed into the gray sword bag on the waist of Xianxia. Almost at the same time as Xianxia retracted the flying sword, Kim Tin-Ti waved one hand, and the two green giant hands that supported the array also collapsed and turned into green light spots. The crack on the array shield closed in the blink of an eye. Outside the valley, the bloodthirsty bats that were suppressed by Xianxia's sword chi finally recovered. Many of them immediately let out a sharp screech and turned to chase after Lu Ming. The leader was two crystallization period bloodthirsty bats. They flapped their 100 meters long bat wings and pounced over. As they opened their mouths, two bloody light beams blasted out. Lu Ming snorted coldly, and black gas surged out. His figure became blurred, and he was already more than 100 meters away in the next moment. The bloody light beam hit the air. The two crystallization period bats screamed angrily, and a bloody wind rose from their bodies again. A pair of sharp claws emitted half a foot-long bloody light, and they chased after Lu Ming. As the black gas on Lu Ming's body thickened, he immediately turned into a black line and flew toward the other side of the valley, leaving the two bloodthirsty bats of the crystallization period far behind. At the same time, the talisman on the green jade bottle in his sleeve had also been quietly opened by him. Immediately, a black gas surged out and wrapped the mouth of the bottle. The next moment, the jade bottle immediately filled with a strange smell. It smelled like sandalwood, but it was also a little fishy. For Lu Ming, this smell was only a little weird, but he didn't feel anything else. However, as soon as the demonic bats behind him smelled it, their blood-red eyes seemed to be ignited, and they all emitted extremely greedy bloody light, as if they had seen something they longed for the most. For a time, the bloodthirsty bats that were chasing Lu Ming suddenly increased a lot, especially the two bloodthirsty bats of the crystallization period. Their eyes shone brightly, and the evil wind on their bodies became thicker. They directly turned into two bloody clouds, and they were about to catch up with Lu Ming. It really works. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he made a gesture with one hand without saying a word. A silver light flashed behind him, and the silver wings spread out. With just a fierce flap, his whole body blurred and appeared hundreds of meters away. He once again pulled away from the group of bats behind him, and he began to make a big circle around the valley from afar. Under the urging of his spiritual power, the spiritual attraction fluid in the jade bottle emitted a stronger and stronger smell. Wherever it flew, the bloodthirsty bats were like flies smelling the smell of blood. They all gave up attacking the enchantment in the valley and turned around to chase him. After Lu Ming quickly circled around the valley, most of the bloodthirsty bats that originally surrounded the valley were attracted by the smell of the spiritual attraction fluid. At this time, more than 1,000 meters behind him, a large group of black and red bloodthirsty bats gathered, making many people in the valley speechless. They completely believed that as long as Lu Ming made a slight mistake, or his spiritual power was insufficient, he would completely disappear from this world in less than a breath's time, leaving not even a trace. The Xianxia sisters and a few other people who were good friends with Lu Ming couldn't help but show worry. It's about time. Lu Ming, who was flapping his silver wings and flying, suddenly murmured. After he was about to identify the direction, he was about to break through the air into the distance. Almost at the same time, there was a sudden fluctuation above his head. The light dimmed, and a giant bat of more than 200 meters in size broke through the air. It was the Jin Dan stage bloodthirsty bat. This beastkin seemed to be staring greedily at Lu Ming, but there was still a trace of clarity in its eyes. The moment a pair of giant claws appeared, they turned into several claw shadows that clawed at Lu Ming from all directions. In the face of this sudden attack, Lu Ming seemed to have expected it. With a low snort, his body trembled in the black gas and instantly turned into 4 identical silver and black phantoms. They flashed in all directions and escaped from the range of the claw shadows at the same time. A bloody light flashed in the giant bat's eyes, but it suddenly let out an angry scream. The bloody light emitted from the surface of its body shrank into a ball of bloody light, but in the next moment, it exploded on its own. Countless rays of blood-red light shot out in all directions. They even affected some of the demon bats that were chasing after them, causing them to let out shrill screams. Strange blood-red flames ignited on their bodies as they fell from the sky. 3 of the escaping black shadows in the distance were also penetrated by the bloody lights in an instant, turning into black gas and dissipating out of thin air. There was only one. Suddenly, the black chi on his body flourished and instantly condensed into a black light shield to protect his entire body. Puff puff puff, more than a dozen bloody lights hit on the light shield one after another. There was no expected sound of spiritual power collision. The bloody lights flashed and merged into the light shield. Lu Ming's body was cold, and he immediately felt a strange energy pouring into his body from the outside of the black light shield. It made his 4 limbs immediately stiff, and even the spiritual power in his body began to be difficult to operate. *T. Lu Ming was shocked. He was about to circulate the Tiger Dragon Hell prison with all his strength to expel this energy, but at this moment, the Chehuan totem on his shoulder suddenly lit up. A green light emerged and quickly poured into his body. The cold energy melted like ice and snow, and it was swallowed by the totem power transformed by Chehuan in a blink of an eye. Such a dangerous scene made Lu Ming overjoyed. His body just shook slightly, and he had returned to his original state. There was no sense of sluggishness in the spiritual power. The magic of this Chehuan totem was far beyond his expectation. In addition to hiding breath, it also had the magical power to devour the energy of all things. This ability had helped him to resolve several disasters. At the beginning in the Tianmen's secret realm, the centipede-like Borer clan seemed to call it Candle God, but he later checked the information of the sect through various channels, but he had no clue. While Lu Ming was thinking about these things, he didn't dare to slack at all. He made a gesture with one hand, raised his speed to the maximum, and suddenly turned into a silver-black line, flying toward the distant sky. The real pellet-state bloodthirsty demonic bat looked at the black escape light that was flying further and further away, and it let out an extremely angry screech. Its huge bat wings blurred, turning into a black and red demonic wind. It chased forward at a speed no less than Lu Ming. Most of the other bloodthirsty bats also followed closely, like a large cloud that could cover most of the mountain, rolling toward the direction where Lu Ming escaped. There were also a few bloodthirsty bats that couldn't keep up with the large group, so they continued to turn around and flew back to the group that besieged the enchantment in the valley. In just this short period of 15 minutes, the number of bloodthirsty bats in the valley was less than 30% of the original number, and they were only at the condensation period. Okay. Kim Tin-Ti looked at the dark clouds that were gradually moving away in the distant sky, and he suddenly showed a satisfied expression. He made a few gestures with his hands, then he shouted. Explode! The disc array in the hands of Kim Tin-Ti and the others suddenly shattered. The 4 enchantment light shields in the valley trembled, then they burst open, turning into light beams that blasted in all directions. The remaining bloodthirsty bats outside the valley were hit by these light beams, and hundreds of them were torn apart on the spot. The remaining bloodthirsty bats had long been defeated, making waves of horrified screams. Now, hurry up and leave! Jiao Longzi commanded. He made a sword gesture again, and his whole body suddenly soared into the sky. Swoosh swoosh, countless golden sword chi swept out from his seemingly worn-out gray sword bag, cutting a few condensation period bloodthirsty bats that were blocking the way into several pieces. The others also rose from the ground one after another. Dozens of spiritual power lights of different colors rose one after another, and they started to clear the remaining condensation period bloodthirsty bats at lightning speed. These people were all outstanding among the crystallization period inner disciple of Tai Ching Gate. In less than a quarter of an hour, they killed all the remaining bloodthirsty bats. They all rushed out of the valley and flew in another direction. Sister Qian, looking at your worried look, are you worried about that Lu Ming? In the escape light, Ouyang Qin glanced at Ouyang Qian on the side and said with a spurious smile. Qiner, what nonsense are you talking about? It's just that this person promised to protect us. If he dies like this, it will be too easy for him. Ouyang Qian glanced at Ouyang Yanqing reproachfully and said quickly. Okay, my good sister, don't explain in a hurry. Lu Ming's strength is unfathomable. He will be fine. Before Ouyang Qian finished speaking, Ouyang Qin interrupted with a smile, then she sped up a bit. Seeing this, Ouyang Qian could only snort and follow up. Just as the people of Tai Ching Gate successfully escaped from the valley, thousands of miles away in the opposite direction. Above a stretch of mountains and rivers, Lu Ming galloped forward in a black escape light. Thousands of feet behind him, there was still a large black cloud chasing after him. Inside the cloud, there were countless bats with red eyes, and they were chasing after him like crazy. It was just that the number of these bloodthirsty bats was reduced by about 2/3 compared to when they first escaped from the valley. Those bloodthirsty bats whose cultivation was below the condensation period later stage had already been left behind on the way. Suddenly, a huge dark red figure shot out from the bat swarm. It was the leader of the bloodthirsty bat of the Jindan state. After a few flashes, it closed the distance with Lu Ming a lot, then it suddenly opened its mouth. With a boom, 100 meters long blood light spurted out, and it appeared not far behind Lu Ming in a flash. Lu Ming seemed to have known it a long time ago. He punched backward without looking back. The black gas on his body surged, and a black mist dragon phantasm roared out from his fist. Boom, the dragon's shadow and blood light suddenly collided together, and they collapsed at the same time. Waves of bloody black gas mixed with violent spiritual power fluctuations blasted out in all directions. A screech, the Jindan state bloodthirsty bat flashed out of the bloody black mist in the sky, and it closed the distance with Lu Ming. After Lu Ming scanned back with divine thought, he took a deep breath and suddenly turned sideways. His arms became blurred again, and dense black fist shadows were launched at the Jindan bloodthirsty bat like raindrops. The momentum was extremely terrifying. The bloodthirsty bat seemed to be a little afraid of these fist shadows. It spread its wings and flashed away like a gust of wind, dodging the dense fist shadows. Although Lu Ming repelled the Jindan bloodthirsty bat, the bloodthirsty bats behind also caught up with him during this moment of delay. He naturally didn't dare to stay any longer. The silver wings on his back flapped a few times, and he once again turned into a silver-black escape light and flew away. The Jiangdan state giant bats and other bloodthirsty bats were naturally still chasing after him. Lu Ming relied on the wings transformed by the beast armor tactics, and he launched a few punches backward from time to time. He chased and escaped to the sky above a boundless dark lake. At this time, he had lured these bloodthirsty bats away for 15 minutes. With such a long time, it was enough for others to escape. Lu Ming waved his fist again, blasting out a few black gas to repel the Jiangdan state bloodthirsty bats behind him. He immediately took out a space-breaking talisman. After a trace of reluctance flashed on his face, he instantly crushed it. Poof, dense white runes immediately appeared in the air near Lu Ming. After a spin, they condensed into a pale white talisman array around him, and it was activated with a low sound. The Jiangdan state bloodthirsty bats behind saw this scene, and they immediately flapped their wings. Clouds of black and red beastkin aura suddenly appeared on the surface of their bodies, and they turned into black and red arrows that blasted forward. Lu Ming turned a blind eye to the black and red arrows behind him. The surrounding talisman array suddenly lit up in white light, and he disappeared without a trace in the distance. The densely packed black and red arrows pierced through the talisman formation in a flash, instantly riddling it with thousands of holes. Then, they turned into specks of white light and dissipated. Suddenly, there was nothing left in the distance. The Jiangdan bloodthirsty bat was startled when it saw the scene. It was startled at first, then it roared furiously. The roar shook all the other bloodthirsty bats behind it. In a mountain range hundreds of miles away, a white light flashed, and a winged figure wrapped in black gas appeared in the air. It was Lu Ming. Phew! I finally got rid of him. As soon as Lu Ming stabilized his body, he spread his divine thought to the surrounding dozens of miles. After finding no trace of bloodthirsty bats, he looked relieved and let out a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, this spiritual attraction fluid is really powerful. After those bloodthirsty bats smelled it, they stuck to him like sticky candy. Except for using the space-breaking talisman, he really had no other means to completely get rid of them. As he thought so, he flicked his sleeve, and a green bottle flew out with a roll of black gas. After scanning with his divine thought, he found that there was only about half a bottle of Limina's spiritual attraction fluid left. Lu Ming frowned. He flicked his finger, and a wooden cork flew out and accurately plugged the mouth of the bottle. He raised his hand and stuck a talisman on it. Only then did he completely block the smell in the bottle. Lu Ming waved his hand and took the jade bottle into his hand. After confirming that there was no problem, he put it into the Sumera ring. He flipped his hand again and took out the map. It seemed that he was going to take a look. At this moment, a sense of danger suddenly appeared in his heart. In a panic, he retracted the wings behind him, and his body suddenly shot backward like an arrow. Whoosh! An extremely thin cold light shot past the place where he just stood, and with a soft sound, it hit the nearby mountain wall. It instantly sank into it, leaving only a small hole like the eye of a needle. Lu Ming controlled his body to hover, and at the same time, black gas surged out of his body, suddenly protecting his whole body. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the place where the cold light came from. It was a black-blue cliff nearby. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he saw clearly that on the cliff, there were a lot of white wax-like spots distributed in the east and west, exuding a trace of cold air. And near the spots, there were densely packed holes. The big ones were the size of a millstone, and the small ones were the size of a bucket. At first glance, it looked like a huge beehive. Before he released his divine sense to carefully investigate, a buzzing sound suddenly came from a larger hole. Swoosh! An extremely agile white shadow flew out and blasted toward him. Lu Ming's face changed, and his body became blurred, and he disappeared from the place. Under the flash of the white shadow, it suddenly pounced on the air, and fiercely hit on the other side of the mountain wall. Rumble! The mountain wall shook slightly, as if it was hit by a huge force, and a big pit appeared. Lu Ming's figure emerged more than 100 feet away, and the corner of his eyes slightly twitched. Such an amazing impact, even if his body was extremely tough, if he didn't dodge in time, he would definitely not feel good. As the gravel on the mountain wall clattered down, a white crystal body the size of half a person was revealed. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This thing was a demonic insect that looked very similar to a mosquito. It was surrounded by a white mist, and its whole body was faintly visible. There was a white spike about 2 feet long in its mouth. It looked like a sharp needle, giving people a chilling feeling. Black ice mosquito. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. When he was chatting with Yin Jiuling, he had heard rumors about this demonic insect. This was an ice-type demonic insect that should have been extinct in Middle Heaven. Now, it was likely that it could only be seen in the barbarian continent. It was said that although the size of this insect was not big, it had great strength and amazing speed. It was good at spitting out ice, and its cultivation was not low. Generally, when it reached adulthood, its cultivation would be around the crystal level. Very few could even reach the Jin Dan stage. It was one of the most difficult insects to deal with. Judging from the aura emitted by this one, it was obviously at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. The most troublesome thing was that these black ice mosquitoes lived in groups. Buzz buzz buzz, the sound of flapping wings suddenly came from the beehive-like caves below. Then, white streams of light shot out from these caves one after another. Each stream of light had a black ice mosquito, and there were 17 to 18 of them. Among them, there were 2 black ice mosquitoes that were taller than a person. The aura they exuded was much stronger than the previous one. They were obviously Jin Dan black ice mosquitoes. Lu Ming's face changed. Because he had consumed a lot of spiritual power in the previous pursuit of the demonic bats, it was not a good time to fight with a strong enemy now. The most important thing was that if the battle lasted for a long time, it would attract other powerful beastkins nearby. Then, it would be even more troublesome. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately flapped his wings and flew away in a silver light. But the buzzing sound followed him like a shadow. Lu Ming didn't look back. His face turned gloomy, and he immediately glanced around. The dozen black ice mosquitoes had already caught up with him while flapping their slender wings. Their speed was even faster than the previous bloodthirsty bats. They had closed a lot of distance in a few seconds. Damn, my luck is too bad. I just got rid of those demonic bats, but I actually plunged into the more terrifying nest of these demonic insects. It seems that even though the space-breaking talisman is mysterious, it can't be used easily. Lu Ming cursed in his mind. He turned his hand and took out a white jade bottle. He poured out a crystal-clear milky white pill with 3 faint spirit patterns on it. It was the Xianxia restoration pill that Yin Jiuling gave him. After he quickly swallowed the pill, a cool and refreshing aura immediately flowed down his throat and spread out in his spirit sea like the first melting of spring snow. His spirit sea, which was already somewhat exhausted, was immediately filled with a lot of Fa Li. Lu Ming took a deep breath and the wings on his back suddenly flapped down. His speed suddenly increased by a bit and he barely maintained a distance from the black ice mosquito and didn't get any closer. However, before he could take a sigh of relief, there was a burst of whistling sound behind him. Crystal clear ice needles with cold light shot toward his back. Lu Ming's expression changed. With a flap of the wings on his back, he abruptly turned in a different direction and narrowly dodged the ice needles. Then, he rushed toward a nearby tall mountain peak. Being blocked by the mountain, the black ice mosquitoes behind him were slightly delayed, which gave Lu Ming a chance to catch his breath. After thinking quickly, he turned his hand and took out the spirit-attracting fluid. He opened the talisman and the bottle stopper. At the same time, he patted the soul-recovering bag with his other hand. A black gas came out and turned into a palm-sized scorpion that stopped on his shoulder. "Scorpion, you take this jade bottle and go underground," Lu Ming ordered. "Got it, master." Scorpion opened its mouth and spat out a black gas that wrapped the jade bottle. Its figure became blurred, then it turned into a stream of light and went to the mountain below. Lu Ming's figure moved and flew in the opposite direction of Scorpion. The smell of the spirit-attracting fluid caused a commotion in the black ice mosquitoes group. The crystallization period beastkin insects suddenly turned in another direction and chased after Scorpion below. At this moment, Scorpion was already close to the ground. The surface of its body flashed with a yellow light, and it went into the mountain. Rumble, a loud noise came from below. Those black ice mosquitoes were obviously not proficient in the technique of burrowing, but they still crashed down without hesitation. They disappeared in a burst of flying sand and stones. Although Scorpion led away most of the black ice mosquitoes, the 2 Jin Dan state black ice mosquitoes were still chasing Lu Ming. 3 days later, Lu Ming sat on the ground in a cave under the cliff of a black mountain. His chest was undulating, and his face showed a hint of tiredness. In the previous chase with the remaining black ice mosquitoes, he originally wanted to lure the 2 Jiandan black ice mosquitoes to an uninhabited place to kill them directly, but he didn't expect to encounter more than a dozen crystallization period vultures and a Jiandan cultivation winged snake halfway. In such a situation, Lu Ming had to give up his original plan and continue to run all the way. These days, not only he swallowed a lot of elixirs, but he also used a few precious concealment talismans and a set of formation flags. After using Che Huan Totem to hide his aura, he finally got out. With his current strength, if he really fought with 3 Jiandan state and a dozen crystallization period beastkin, he might have a chance to win, but he probably couldn't escape unscathed. As Lu Ming felt like this, he took out a golden yuan pill and consumed it. He slowly catalyzed the medicinal power to restore his spiritual power. After another half a day, when his spiritual power was almost recovered, suddenly a yellow light flashed in front of him. A slender figure of a black veil girl emerged from the ground. "Scorpion, thank you for your hard work this time." Lu Ming opened his eyes and said with a slight smile. In the past 3 days, he and Scorpion fled separately. They couldn't grasp the direction at all. Fortunately, the two had a mental connection within a certain range, so they could faintly perceive each other's approximate location. "Master, this is for you." Scorpion held a green jade bottle in her hand, which was the spirit-attracting fluid. "Didn't I tell you to throw away the spirit-attracting fluid after luring the black ice mosquitoes away?" Lu Ming looked at the green jade bottle and said with a frown. "I know that the spirit-attracting fluid is very precious. Master may need it when you hunt beastkin in the future, so I brought it back, but there is only a quarter left." Scorpion smiled. "This time it's really hard for you. If you didn't have the talent to escape into the ground, I really wouldn't dare to let you do this." Lu Ming looked at the haggard face of the girl, and something inexplicable in his heart was touched. "Master, what are you talking about? Scorpion should do her best for Master." The girl replied with a serious expression. "Remember, if you encounter a strong enemy that you can't fight against in the future, protect your own safety as the first priority." Lu Ming took the spirit-attracting fluid and commanded. "Yes, Master." Scorpion's voice was like a mosquito's reply, then her body turned into a black light and flew into the soul-recovering bag on Lu Ming's waist. Lu Ming stood up and walked out. After standing silently at the cave entrance for a moment, he made a gesture and turned into an escape light. In a place far away from where Lu Ming was, there was a dilapidated village that occupied an area of a few acres. The whole village was located at the foot of the mountain in a semicircle. Most of the village was densely packed with low houses made of yellow stones. After countless years of grinding, many of them had been cracked and broken, and even collapsed. Many places were even black, and the surrounding was almost barren. In the center of the village was a black stone platform that was more than 1,000 feet in size. In the center of the platform was a stone sculpture that was 4 or 5 feet high. Although it was a little fragmented, if one looked closely, they could still find that the sculpture was an ugly man who was half human and half beastkin, faintly exuding a faint aura of earth element. "Senior Brother Long, we have carefully searched this place, and we did not find any rare treasures, nor did we find any trace of demonic chi." Several black shadows flashed in the center of the platform, and 5 people wearing the costumes of demon mystic sect could be vaguely seen. The ugly green-haired young man in the lead was Long Xian. "It can't be wrong. The magic stone that the sect asked us to look for should be in this ruin. We just can't determine the specific location. Continue to look for it. This magic stone is particularly important to our sect. Even if we have to turn the entire ruin upside down, we must find it." Long Xian scolded in a low voice with an unquestionable tone. The surging black flames on his body instantly turned into a black wind, whistling towards the nearest dilapidated mud house. After a few whooshes, the entire small house turned into yellow sand that filled the sky and scattered in the air. When the other disciples saw this, they also followed suit and scattered in all directions. They urged the demonic arts in their bodies and condensed them into large demonic palms that were around 10 feet in size. Then, they bombarded the remaining dilapidated mud houses in the ruins. For a time, the entire ruins were filled with the sounds of explosions and explosions. After just a quarter of an hour, the entire ruins had become a veritable lush ruins under the joint efforts of the 8 demon mystic sect disciples. Now at the bare foot of the mountain, except for the lonely statue in the center of the ruins, there was nothing else to hide. Still nothing. It's already been 7 days since we've entered the ruins, but we still haven't found anything. Why don't we meet up with the other senior brothers and search for other devilish treasures? A rather short disciple with a face full of black spots sighed. A bunch of trash, you can't even find this mere magic stone, and you still want to get your hands on the demonic treasure? We are all people who practice demonic techniques. Whether it is the magic stone or the demonic treasure, we need to rely on our own demonic chi to sense its location. If you can't find the magic stone here, the ink treasure is not something that a fool like you can dream about. Long Xian's eyes turned cold, and he yelled at him loudly. Long Xian, what did you say? Don't think that just because Master dotes on you, you really think that you are senior fellow apprentice Jin Dan. The short young man was furious when he heard the words. Humph, I knew that you are not convinced that I am the leader of this mission. Since this is the case, you can give it a try. After all, our demon sect has always respected the strong. Long Xian replied blankly. When the short young man heard the words, his pupils suddenly shrank. He stared at Long Xian for a moment, then he said with a grin, you are right. I have long doubted whether your title as the top crystallization period disciple in the sect is worthy of it. Since you said so, then I won't be polite. As soon as he spoke, the short young man made a gesture with one hand, and the black demonic chi suddenly surged. Long Xian snorted disdainfully. He flipped his hand and condensed a green demonic flame in his palm. Then, he moved his 5 fingers and the green demonic flame transformed into a mini green strange snake. When the other 3 disciples saw this, they didn't have the slightest intention of stopping them. Instead, they all took a few steps back, obviously intending to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. After the small green snake let out hissing sounds, it suddenly swelled to the thickness of a bowl, and was 20 to 30 feet long. Azure Sun Demon Soul Art? Impossible. If you're not a disciple of our Jin Dan sect, you shouldn't be able to practice it. When the short young man saw this, his expression changed drastically as he involuntarily cried out. His legs immediately stomped on the ground and he immediately turned into a black shadow as he retreated explosively. Long Xian sneered and lightly pointed his finger. The green flames on the strange green snake's body flourished and it suddenly sped up in the air. The short young man didn't dare to take this blow at all. His figure kept flashing again and again, turning into a black wind to dodge desperately. However, the strange green snake kept chasing like a living creature. But this ruin was now empty. There was no place to dodge at all. After a few flashes, the black shadow of the short young man appeared behind the stone statue in the center of the ruin. Stop, I admit defeat. Since you have already practiced the Azure Sun Demon Soul Art, then you don't have to fight anymore. Behind the stone statue, there was the begging voice of the short young man. It's too late. After Long Xian said coldly, he stretched one hand forward. The strange green snake twisted its body in the air and blasted toward the stone statue. Ah! With a loud rumble, the entire stone statue exploded, turning into a sky full of boulders that scattered in all directions. A miserable shriek rang out, and a black figure covered in green flames shot out, crashing into a nearby mountain. The life aura it emitted quickly dissipated, and it seemed that it was no longer alive. Right when all the spectating disciples went silent like cicadas in the winter, a fist-sized crystal that was completely covered in black light shot out from the shattered rocks, and it emitted an extremely pure fluctuation of devilish chi. This is a demon stone. A demon mystic sect's disciple who was watching the battle shouted excitedly. Long Xian also showed a great joy. He immediately moved his arm and wanted to grab the demon stone. At this moment, with a poof, a black stripe came out of nowhere and swept away the entire black demon stone in a flash. Courting death. Haha, it's really easy to get it. There was a loud noise. Long Xian punched out furiously. After the huge force hit, the black stripe dodged easily. Subsequently, there was a fluctuation in the air, and 3 figures suddenly emerged from the black stripe. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in front of me? Long Xian shouted furiously. The other 3 demon mystic sect's disciples also surrounded them without saying a word. He, I have long heard that there is a great sect that has been passed down from ancient times in the Middle Sky continent, learning our demonic cultivators' technique. Seeing it today, TSK, it really has an undeserved reputation. It has no form, but no spirit. One of them, whose face was blurred and his body was covered with black and green spirit patterns, said with a weird smile. You are, the demonic cultivator of the 1,000-demon continent? A demon mystic sect's disciple saw the man's appearance clearly, and he immediately lost his voice. The other demon mystic sect's disciples, including Long Xian, also had a drastic change in their expressions. The demonic cultivator that this demon mystic sect's disciple said was not the true ancient demon clan, but the descendants of the human race who were demonized by demonic chi in ancient times. Now they could be regarded as a kind of alien race. Now they should mainly live in the 1,000-demon continent that was countless miles away from the Middle Sky continent. Usually, they could not appear in the Middle Sky continent at all. Most of these demonic cultivators had relatively pure demonic technique inheritance, which was incomparable to the general demonic technique circulating in the Middle Sky continent. They could even faintly restrain it. In the previous trip to the ruins, the demonic cultivators of the 1,000-demon continent had made many demonic cultivators of the Middle Sky continent suffer a lot. This was also the main reason why Long Xian and other demon mystic sect's disciples had a change in expression. Since you've recognized us, we can spare your lives. As long as you obediently make a hard oath to work for us, if you perform well, we can also bring you back to the 1,000-demon continent and give you the real Holy Clan's ancient scriptures to cultivate. The other one-eyed demon person, who had a fist-sized hole in his left eye and black lips, coldly laughed in a strange manner. There seemed to be threads of black air circulating unstably in his remaining eye. The one-eyed demonic cultivator's words seemed to have a hint of incitement and bewitchment. The other 3 demon mystic sect's disciples couldn't help looking at each other, and their eyes flickered. What a joke! You demonic cultivators and our human race are irreconcilable. It is simply wishful thinking to make us yield. Go. Long Xian's face quickly returned to normal, and he groaned with a cold snort. His eyes flashed with green light, and his arms shook. With 2 whooshing sounds, 2 strange snakes that were over 100 feet long and as thick as buckets immediately flew out from his arms. Their target was the one-eyed demon cultivator. The one-eyed demon smiled disdainfully. He waved his sleeve casually, and a black gale whizzed out. After it spun in the air, it rolled the 2 strange green snakes into it. They instantly turned into green light spots and dissipated. Overconfident human juniors, since you are so stubborn, then let me send you off for the last time. After the one-eyed demonic cultivator said faintly, the demonic flame on his body rolled. He waved one hand, and the demonic chi on his arm condensed into a 30 meters long black demonic blade. Wherever the demonic blade passed, there was a wave of distortion in the air, and there was a loud zzz sound. The 3 demon mystic sect's disciples were shocked. They immediately formed a gesture in front of their chest and launched a palm. Attack. The palm condensed into a 10 meters large demonic palm that went up. A pung sound was heard. As soon as the black devilish palms came into contact with the black devilish blade, they dissipated in a peculiar manner. At the same time, wisps of devilish chi flowed from the dissipated giant palms into the devilish blade, instantly expanding it to around 70 to 80 feet in length. The 3 demon mystic sect's disciples also reacted very quickly, and they retreated to the sides in a flash. An earth-shattering sound rang out, the giant demonic blade slashed on the ground. After the billowing black gas dissipated, there was a huge ditch that was more than 100 meters long and 40 meters deep on the ground. Strands of black demonic chi continued to rise from it. The 3 demon mystic sect's disciples who landed on both sides of the ditch were shocked when they saw this. A chill ran down their spines. Obviously, the strength shown by these demonic cultivators was far beyond their imagination. Leave the green-haired kid in the lead to me. The rest will be dealt with by you too. Although these people don't cultivate the purest demonic chi, they can more or less serve as an appetizer to nourish the spiritual power that has been depleted recently. Remember, be sure to finish the battle quickly. We still have to hurry up and get down to business. The ugly demonic cultivator in the middle, whose face was covered with black pustules, suddenly spoke to the one-eyed demonic cultivator and the other demonic cultivator with a blurry face in a commanding tone. Subsequently, he didn't wait for the other two to agree, and he flew toward Long Xian. His eyes were full of greed as if he was looking at a prey that was within his reach. The other two demonic cultivators looked at each other and smiled. They immediately walked toward the demon mystic sect's disciples on both sides of the ditch in tacit understanding. Long Xian's eyes were cold. He made a gesture with one hand, and the dense green flames around him once again turned into a green strange snake that blasted out continuously. The dense green strange snakes twisted their bodies in the air, making a hissing sound as they rushed toward the pustule's demonic cultivator. However, the devilish being merely spread open his arms in a seemingly casual manner, and the black devilish chi on the surface of his body blurred before transforming into a vast expanse of black devilish flames that surged toward the oncoming green serpents. An amazing scene appeared. The strange snake that was originally vivid and lifelike, wrapped in rolling green flames, disappeared without a trace as soon as it came into contact with the devilish flames. It didn't even cause a ripple. "Senior fellow apprentice Long, save me, no. How can I die in such a place?" Beside the huge ditch on the ground, there were two clusters of black mist that were more than 100 meters in radius. The screams of two demon mystic sect disciples came one after another. Long Xian's face suddenly turned pale. Without saying anything, he turned around and turned into a green light shadow that pierced through the sky and left. "Want to run?" Pustule's demonic cultivator laughed and grabbed in the air. A 10 meters long crack suddenly appeared, and the black shadow flashed into the crack. After a breath of time, a crack also appeared in the air more than 1,000 meters away. A black figure flashed out. It was the demonic cultivator with pustules on his face. At this moment, he had already blocked in front of Long Xian. Teleportation? Long Xian was taken aback immediately, but he quickly raised one hand and threw out a thick stack of red talismans. At the same time, he patted another white talisman on his body. Then he suddenly changed direction and blasted in another direction. Pi pi pa pa sounds were heard. The red talismans turned into crimson fire lotuses, spitting out fiery dragons. It was like a sea of crimson lotuses in front of the ugly demonic cultivator. "Courting death." The ugly demonic cultivator groaned. After the black flame on his body flourished, the sea of crimson lotuses and the fiery dragons collapsed. He grabbed in the air again and tore another crack. The two chased like this. In a blink of an eye, they were thrown more than 100 miles away. During this period, whenever the demonic cultivator was about to catch up with Long Xian would throw out a large number of talismans or self-destruct spiritual weapons. Combined with his weird movement technique, he managed to dodge the attack. In a mountain range of different heights, a black cloud was flying slowly close to one side of the cliff. A figure stood straight on the black cloud. It was Lu Ming in a green robe. At this moment, he frowned slightly, full of contemplation. Due to the previous accident, he was unable to rush to the Black Brilliance Mountain that Kim Tin-Ti mentioned. The Black Brilliance Mountain was one of the few treasure hunting locations that they had set on this trip. It was also a place marked on the sect's map that might have treasures. However, there was only one possibility. Lu Ming still planned to meet up with Kim Tin-Ti and the others first. After all, every step in the Upper Realm ruins was fraught with danger. It was too risky for one person to search for treasures alone. Even if he was prepared to travel alone, he would have to wait until he had completely adapted to the Upper Realm ruins. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, he suddenly frowned. He glanced at a certain place in the sky, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He immediately lowered the cloud and landed on a small mountain below. In a flash, he disappeared into it. Not long after he hid in the mountain, a green escape light flashed in the sky not far away, and it flew straight toward the direction where Lu Ming was originally. After a black light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, he clearly saw the face of the figure in the escape light, and he was slightly stunned. The owner of this escape light was Long Xian, who had escaped all the way here. And 1,000 feet behind him, there was another escape light that was rolling with black gas chasing closely. Long Xian looked quite embarrassed at the moment. Not only was he panting, but he also looked like he was sweating profusely. Just as Lu Ming was feeling very surprised, Long Xian, who had already flown close, suddenly changed direction and shot toward where Lu Ming was hiding. At the same time, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Help me quickly." Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this. Before he understood what the other party meant, in the void not far behind Long Xian, a crack of 20 to 30 feet appeared, and a black shadow flashed out. It was the useless demonic cultivator. After glancing at the top of the mountain where Lu Ming was, he said with a grin, "Don't worry, oh? There is actually a helper hiding here, then die together." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon just shook one hand, and a large amount of black demonic chi swept out like a sharp blade. The mountain that was 100 meters in size was crushed by it. As the gravel splashed, a green figure ejected from it. It was Lu Ming who was hiding here. At this time, when Long Xian saw that the person hiding in the mountain was actually Lu Ming, he was also shocked. However, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He flipped his hand and took out a white talisman and slapped it on his body. As his speed increased, he turned into a green shadow that flashed past the top of the mountain. Seeing this, Lu Ming was naturally furious. Lu Ming didn't know what kind of mystic art Long Xian used. He actually found his hiding place from so far away, which was why he used this trick. Before waiting for Lu Ming to speak, the ugly demon waved one hand again, and two black winds rose from the ground. They condensed into two black javelins that were more than 100 meters long in midair. The surface of the javelins was surrounded by black gas, and it whistled toward the two of them. Although Lu Ming was abnormally depressed in his heart, facing the strange attack of this menacing, demonic cultivator, he could only respond hastily. The black gas around him tumbled, and he punched forward with one arm. In the deep roar of a tiger, a huge black tiger head came out of his hand and faced the black javelin that was coming toward him. At this moment, Long Xian suddenly turned around in the air. He put his palms together and released a huge snake wrapped in rolling green flames. It also faced the black javelin that was stabbing toward him. As a result, a scene that surprised Lu Ming appeared. Poof, there was a soft sound. The black tiger head that he released, facing the black javelin that was surrounded by black gas, was penetrated directly as if it was nothing. When the black tiger head touched the black gas on the javelin, it quickly melted and dissipated. After the black javelin defeated the black tiger head, it continued to blast toward him without slowing down. True demonic aura? It's a demonic cultivator. Lu Ming also cried out involuntarily. He immediately patted his shoulder without thinking. A green light shone from his clothes, and a lifelike green bull phantasm suddenly emerged. As soon as this totem phantasm appeared, it opened its mouth, and a green hurricane rolled out. Pung! The black javelin was blown by the hurricane, and it turned into a wisp of black demonic chi. It was then sucked in by the green bull phantasm. On the other side, the green spirit snake released by Long Xian was also destroyed by the black javelin in just one breath. However, he had already expected it. His body fell rapidly and he barely avoided the other black javelin. This is interesting. The ugly demonic cultivator's eyes lit up, and he stared at Lu Ming. He seemed to be very interested in the Chehuan totem. Lu Ming didn't dare to neglect facing the demonic cultivator in front of him. While retracting the green bull phantasm back to his shoulder, he also looked at him coldly without moving. Long Xian was also floating in the sky. His green hair was particularly eye-catching against the mountains behind him, but he suddenly smiled strangely at Lu Ming below. Another white talisman was patted on his body, and with a swoosh, he turned into a phantasm that broke through the air. He was wrapped in white light and appeared 300 to 400 meters away in a flash. After a blur, he turned into a green dot and disappeared into the distance. TSK, it seems that your friend is going to leave you. Let that kid go first. Anyway, I have already recognized the demonic chi on him. He can't really run away. You are more interesting. How about it? If you are willing to surrender, can I spare your life? The ugly demonic cultivator was not angry but happy seeing this situation. He smiled strangely at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was expressionless when he heard the words. He seemed to be indifferent to Long Xian's escape. He just kept looking up and down at the rumored demonic cultivator in front of him. The other party was as tall and short as an ordinary person, but his hands and feet were slightly slender. His whole body was surrounded by black demonic chi, and the gray and black spirit patterns on his body were clearly visible. A pair of green pupils faintly exuded a tyrannical aura. "Humph, it seems that you have decided to seek your own death. If so, I can only send you to hell as soon as possible." The ugly demonic cultivator saw that Lu Ming was looking at him as if he was looking at a dead thing, and he didn't answer his question at all. He couldn't help but be furious. After a furious sentence, he grabbed in the air in front of him. Chi La, a narrow and long crack appeared in the air. The ugly demonic cultivator's black shadow flashed into the crack and disappeared. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He flicked his sleeves, and two black heavy water droplets fell into his hands. At the same time, black gas rolled out from his body surface and covered his whole body. At this moment, a crack appeared in the air behind him quietly. A black shadow flashed out, and its hands turned into black claws that were a foot long and grabbed at Lu Ming's back. Lu Ming's figure shook, and his body suddenly became blurred. He actually transformed into a faint phantasm next to him. Poof. The original Lu Ming was immediately penetrated by the black claws, and it instantly turned into black light spots that shattered. The phantasm next to him condensed and transformed back into the real Lu Ming. With a roar, he rubbed his hands and combined the two heavy water droplets into one. He then punched out with a heavy fist. Boom. The fierce fist wind turned into a living black tiger head phantasm halfway, and it charged at the demonic cultivator behind him. The ugly demonic cultivator's face changed slightly. In a hurry, he could only channel the protective demonic flame to his waist to try to defend, but it was too late. Bang, a muffled sound. Under a huge force, the ugly demonic cultivator's protective demonic flame was violently shattered, and his body was instantly blown away like a cloth bag. Lu Ming didn't stop at all. His figure shook slightly, and he turned into a phantasm and flew out. The ugly demonic cultivator was obviously very experienced in fighting. Seeing Lu Ming chasing him, he didn't panic at all. He just twisted his body forcefully, and the demonic chi around him rolled, then he forcefully stopped flying. Instead, he took the opportunity to roar and move his arms. He separated his 5 fingers, and a huge black palm phantasm slapped at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming, who was in the air, didn't seem to expect that this demonic cultivator could still respond so agilely in such a disadvantageous situation. He could only cross his arms in front of him. Boom. The pursuing Lu Ming was dispersed by the black demonic palm. The demonic being was shocked and suddenly turned around. 20 to 30 feet behind him, Lu Ming's figure suddenly emerged and rushed toward him with his arms together. Poof. The demonic being opened his mouth and a green demonic flame gushed out. It instantly turned into a sea of fire and engulfed Lu Ming's figure. But in the rolling green flame, only a cloud of black mist dissipated. It was actually an illusionary shadow. "Junior, you dare to play tricks on me." Seeing this, the ugly demonic being was furious. At this moment, another black shadow flashed by and appeared half a foot behind the demonic being like a ghost. It was the real Lu Ming. The ugly demonic being's body suddenly spun and one of his arms swept backward like a sickle. Without saying anything, Lu Ming shook his arms and threw out 2 punches with a hoo-hoo sound. The former was able to knock aside the devilish humanoid's arm with a single punch, while the latter's arm suddenly swelled drastically, and his 5 fingers pierced into the devilish humanoid's chest like iron hooks before withdrawing like lightning. The next moment, Lu Ming only felt a slight heat in his palm. A fist-sized black flesh was pulled out, but it wasn't the real demonic being's heart. He couldn't help but be slightly startled. At this moment, the ugly demonic being ignored the sharp pain in his body and let out a shrill scream. His other arm became blurred and turned into a whip shadow that fiercely lashed at Lu Ming. Before the shadow of the whip had even reached him, Lu Ming heard a piercing scream in his ears. Lu Ming's pupils shrank and his body shot out like an arrow. At this time, the ugly demonic being just barely stabilized his body. There was a slight pain on his face, and he lowered his head to look at the right side of his chest. There was a blood hole the size of a bowl, and black demonic chi was continuously filling in. "Looks like I've underestimated you." The ugly devil snorted, then let out a strange roar towards the sky, and a violent wave of demonic chi soared into the sky. Suddenly, a gust of strong wind blew across the originally yellow sky, turning the sky within a radius of several miles into a grayish-black color. Countless black chi interweaved in the bloody hole in the ugly devil cultivator's chest, and suddenly, traces of black and red granulation grew out. After a few breaths, it was completely healed. His skin was lustrous and elastic, as if he had never been injured at all. Even so, Lu Ming could keenly sense that this demon dweller's aura was much weaker than before. The ugly demonic man chanted, then he punched at Lu Ming fiercely. Boom! A cloud of black gas flew out of the fist, and it condensed, turning into an odd monster phantasm wrapped in black demonic flame. It was 30 meters tall, with the head of a snake and the body of a bull. There was a pair of black sharp horns on its head, and it had 6 thick legs. It pounced straight at Lu Ming. Wherever the odd monster phantasm passed, the nearby space was burned and blurred by the demonic flame on its body. There were circles of black high-temperature fire waves faintly rolling out. Seeing this, Lu Ming patted his shoulder with one hand. A green light flashed, releasing Che Huan Totem again. The huge green ox phantasm raised its head and let out a long roar. Gusts of strong green wind swept out from its mouth and swept towards the 4 odd demonic creatures that pounced towards it in an overwhelming manner. There was a loud whistling sound. Wherever the azure gust of wind passed, wisps of black devilish flames on the devilish beings were quickly swept into Che Huan's mouth. Even the ugly devilish beings not far behind him were affected by the azure gust of wind, and a lot of their devilish chi was sucked away. The ugly demonic being was shocked. He retreated again and again, avoiding the subsequent green winds. After the odd monster phantasm absorbed most of the demonic chi, its body shrank rapidly, and it was only 10 meters in size in an instant. At the same time, the green bull phantasm seemed to have eaten its fill, and its body nearly doubled in size. At the same time, its eyes shone brightly, and it rushed toward the odd beast, then it opened its mouth and swallowed it into its stomach. No, after the ugly demonic being witnessed this scene, he was greatly shocked. After carefully looking at the green bull phantasm, he suddenly raised his hand and tore open a space rift. He went in without saying a word. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly, but after his figure shook, he also blasted toward the opposite side. After a breath, in the space 1,000 meters away, a black rift suddenly appeared. The ugly demonic being flashed out of it, and he raised his hand again, preparing to make another space rift. Just when he was about to flash in again, there was a fluctuation in front of the rift. Lu Ming suddenly appeared with a blur. At the same time, he shook his shoulder, and a green bull phantasm flashed out. It spouted a green light that wrapped the ugly demonic being. How dare you! The protective demonic flame around the ugly demonic being collapsed, revealing its true body. It struggled a few times, but it couldn't escape the control of the green light for a while. At this moment, Lu Ming grabbed his shoulder with one hand as fast as lightning, and his other hand directly grabbed his head. With a loud roar, a crackling sound came from his arms, and they immediately swelled to the thickness of a bucket. At the same time, he clenched his 5 fingers tightly. Kacha! An explosive sound rang out. The shoulder and head of the demonic being were crushed by Lu Ming at the same time. For a time, a pungent stench spread out along with the red and white things. At the same time, black demonic chi kept coming out from the neck and dissipated in all directions. Only then did Lu Ming take out an elixir to restore spiritual power. After consuming it, he released divine thought to scan the headless corpse. After a while, he showed a little disappointment on his face. For some reason, this demonic being didn't even have a storage talisman. He only found a dozen black crystal stones with some demonic chi around his waist. Could it be that these demonic beings don't use spiritual weapons when they fight? After Lu Ming muttered with slight doubts, he took the dozen black crystal stones into his hand, put them into a wooden box, stuck a talisman on it, and stuffed it into the summer ring. At this moment, a clear child's voice suddenly came from the soul-recovering bag on Lu Ming's waist. "Master, can you give this demonic being's corpse to me?" Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words, but he immediately patted his waist. A green gas rolled out and turned into a boy in green clothes out of thin air. It was Fei Er. As soon as he appeared, he greedily wrinkled his nose a few times, then he showed his original form without hesitation. He rushed at the demonic being's corpse and started to devour it. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. After Fei Er devoured the demonic general skull in Yijiao, his strength increased a lot, but he still couldn't break through. If he could devour this demonic corpse that wasn't weak, it might help him advance faster. After a while, most of the torso of the demonic being's corpse was eaten by Fei Er. With a pu sound, he turned back into a boy and patted his bulging belly, looking as if he had just had a good meal and was about to fall asleep. Lu Ming smiled slightly. After he put Fei Er back into the soul-recovering bag, he released a fireball and burned the remaining body of the ugly demonic being into ashes. After doing all this, a hint of contemplation flashed across his face. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Che Huan Totem that he was able to kill this demonic being so easily this time. However, after some observation, he found that although Che Huan could devour the demonic chi of the demonic being, it couldn't absorb it at all. The demonic chi stayed in the body of the green bull phantasm for a while, then it disappeared strangely. It seemed that if he encountered a more powerful demonic being, this totem might not have such a great effect. After shaking his head slightly, he flipped his hand and took out the map. After a slight glance, he continued to fly toward the direction of the Black Brilliance mountain marked on the map. Just a moment after he left, there was a sudden whistling sound in the mountains. 7 black winds flashed and landed at the place where Lu Ming was standing before. It can't be wrong. It really is a high-level totem mystic art of the human race. This can save me a lot of trouble. The deep and rough voice of a man came from one of the gusts of black wind, and it was accompanied by a few strange laughs. In the other 6 black winds, 6 figures could be vaguely seen, but they didn't make any sound. It was unknown whether they were unwilling to respond to the leader or they just ignored him. Then, with a whoosh sound, the 7 black winds disappeared into thin air after raising a cloud of sand and stones. Half an hour later, on the side of a nearly dried-up lake, Lu Ming was flying at low altitude on a black cloud. Although it was a bit of a detour to walk from here, according to the map given by the sect, there shouldn't be too many demonic beasts here. Not only that, along the way, he also harvested a few unknown spirit herbs and a small bag of blood-red ore. As a result, after flying for less than a quarter of an hour, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. His figure flashed, and, like a ghost, he quickly sneaked into a withered tree below. At the same time, he activated the totem mystic art and completely hid his aura. After a dozen breaths, a black cloud in the distant sky suddenly pressed down. Boom! A loud sound rang out, the entire sky above the lake was suddenly shrouded in darkness. There was not a trace of light, which made Lu Ming slightly surprised. High up in the sky, the black clouds slowly dissipated, revealing 7 handsome but somewhat similar gray-robed men. They were constantly scanning their surroundings as if they were looking for something. These people looked similar to ordinary humans, but there was a faint light flashing in their blue eyes. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. Although they were not surrounded by black demonic chi, he could tell at a glance that these 7 people were undoubtedly demons. Judging from their cultivation level, each of them had reached the pseudo-pellet stage, and the aura they exuded was also very similar, as if they were brothers. Come out, don't hide. A gray-robed man suddenly raised his arm and flicked his finger lightly. A spiral black wind condensed out of thin air and rolled toward the big tree where Lu Ming was hiding. Boom! The moment the withered tree came into contact with the spiral-shaped black phoenix, it exploded into splinters of wood that filled the air. A black shadow retreated from the debris all over the sky. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming flipped his hand at this moment, and a yellow shield suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, his thoughts turned sharply in his mind to analyze the sudden situation in front of him. This group of demons was obviously coming for him. If it was to deal with 1 or 2 or even 3 or 4, he should be able to deal with them with his means, but if he had to deal with 7 powerful demons at once, it would be really troublesome. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, a gray-robed man who seemed to be the leader on the opposite side suddenly said, "You can kill a member of my clan with your own strength, so you must not be an ordinary person. But it doesn't matter. We are not looking for you for revenge, but we hope that you can join forces with us to get something from a nearby ruin. After it is done, you will naturally benefit from it." The words of this demon made Lu Ming, who was originally thinking about how to deal with it, slightly stunned. Since the other party said so, it was obvious that these people were not the accomplices of the demon that he killed before. Thinking about it, the size of the Thousand Demon Continent was not less than the Middle Sky Continent. There must be more than one demon force that entered the ruins. Join forces? Human and demon are incompatible. Are you joking? Lu Ming's thoughts turned sharply, and he replied blankly. Why can't we join forces? In this ruin is different from in the human realm. It's not like your human clan has never joined forces with my clan in the past. This time, the reason why we found you is because we found that you are proficient in the totem mystic arts, which can help us easily break the enchantment of the ruins over there. Of course, it's fine if you don't agree, but at that time, we won't be able to think of a reason to let you go. The gray-robed man spoke with confidence and composure. The other 6 people beside him were similarly expressionless as they stared coldly at Lu Ming, as if they could not allow him to refuse. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. With his nature, he would naturally not easily believe the words of these demons. However, in this situation where the enemy was strong while he was weak, and the numerous demons were eyeing him covetously, he seemed to have no choice but to agree. Even if the first part of what you said is true, how do I know that you won't go back on your words afterwards? If that's the case, I'd rather take a gamble right now. It's much better than helping you all obtain the treasures, Lu Ming said calmly. Haha, I've heard that humans have always been suspicious, and it is indeed true. In that case, we can swear a blood oath in the name of the demon master that we will never break our promise, the gray-robed man said without hesitation after frowning. Name of the devil master. As soon as Lu Ming heard this, his face immediately changed. According to his understanding from the ancient books, this so-called devil master naturally referred to the king of the demon race that invaded the human world in the ancient times. It was said that he was invincible in all worlds and was a truly terrifying existence like a demon god. Whether it was the demon race in the ancient times or the demons in the current Thousand Demon Continent, they had always regarded him as spiritual sustenance. Therefore, whether it was the demon race or the demons, swearing in the name of the devil master was definitely the most solemn oath. Very few people dared to violate it. Alright, if you really swear in the name of the devil master, I can't help but believe it. Lu Ming thought quickly and said while gritting his teeth. Very good, I hope you can remember these words. The leader of the gray-robed men laughed out loud. He moved his arm and suddenly cut open the other side of his wrist. After black and red blood flowed out, he swore in the name of the demon lord. He promised that if he violated this oath, he would become the blood sacrifice of the demon lord. The other 6 gray-robed demons beside him also swore an oath in the name of the demon master. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face became gloomy. After a while, he said again, since I've already agreed to work with you, can you tell me what treasures are in the ruins now? Also, as for how to divide the benefits, I hope we can discuss in advance. Good. Fellow is very straightforward. However, I really can't tell you about the treasures in the ruins. We only know that there are many great treasures, but we don't know what they are. As for how to divide it, since there are 7 of us and you are 1, then you can take 1/8 of it. It's not a bad deal. The gray-robed man said slowly. 1/8, that's a bit too little. I want 1/3. Since the other party took the initiative to propose an alliance, it meant that they really needed him. After some consideration, Lu Ming brazenly started to bargain. 1/3 is too much. I'll make the decision and give you 1/4, how about it? Any more is absolutely impossible. The gray-robed man's dark blue eyes flashed as he said so. The other 6 demons beside him also nodded and looked coldly at Lu Ming. Okay, then 1/4. Lu Ming thought for a while and agreed. Very well, there's no time to lose. Come with us. The gray-robed man showed a satisfied expression. With a shake of his sleeve, black gas rolled out from his body. After a while, a large mass of demonic clouds appeared out of thin air and wrapped around the group of people. With a gust of wind, they broke through the sky towards the east. Within the demonic clouds, Lu Ming intentionally or unintentionally kept a distance from the demons. Although he had the Devil Master's oath and considering that before entering the ruins, these people would not rashly attack him, it was better to be careful. The gray-robed man was a little surprised that Lu Ming was not affected by the demonic clouds at all. He intentionally or unintentionally asked Lu Ming if he had practiced demonic arts before. In this regard, Lu Ming naturally laughed it off. Except for admitting that he was a disciple of Tai Ching Gate under the repeated questioning of the other party, he did not disclose anything else. Of course, Lu Ming did not miss the opportunity. He inquired about the information about the 10,000 demon continent and the demons from the man in a gray robe. The man in a gray robe seemed to tell Lu Ming everything he knew. It turned out that the legendary 10,000 demon continent, which was as famous as the Middle Sky continent, was still different from the Middle Sky continent. The most significant point was that the demons living there were all cultivators, that was, everyone was a demonic cultivator. As for the most important true demonic aura in demonic arts, although it was still a very precious and rare thing in the 10,000 demon continent, compared with the Middle Sky continent where true demonic aura was almost extinct, there were still many ways to obtain it. Because the 10,000 demon continent was dotted with large and small demonic source that was like a bottomless pit. Each demonic source would constantly emit demonic chi. Among the demonic chi emitted by a few demonic sources, there would be true demonic chi of different purity. These demonic sources that could produce true demonic aura were called true demonic source. They were extremely precious. The major forces in the 10,000 demon continent used these demonic sources as the foundation to multiply. Among them, the more true demonic sources they possessed, the stronger the force was. In addition, the difference between demons and humans was that they valued bloodline very much. In each force, only those with pure bloodline or excellent aptitude could have the opportunity to continuously absorb true demonic aura through the demonic source for cultivation. As for the rest of the demons with inferior aptitude, most of them could only cultivate with ordinary demonic chi. Of course, by completing some sect missions or in the market, there was still a chance to exchange for a small amount of true demonic aura, but for cultivation, it was often a drop in the bucket. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart couldn't help but move. The distinction between core disciples and ordinary disciples in the 10,000 demon continent was somewhat similar to the inner and outer disciples in the sect of the Middle Sky continent. However, once they were reduced to outer disciples due to their aptitude and bloodline, it would be extremely difficult for them to make a comeback. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the demons imprisoned in the mysterious bubble, and a sense of uneasiness flashed in his heart. The two of them chatted about the matters of their respective continents while the other 6 demons acted as if they did not hear anything. They only closed their eyes and rested. Although Lu Ming seemed to be chatting happily with the man in a gray robe, his divine thought didn't relax for a moment. He was always paying attention to the changes in the surrounding environment. What surprised him was that wherever the demonic cloud passed, all kinds of beastkins avoided it and didn't dare to approach it. Half a day passed in a flash, and the group soon came to an unfamiliar area. As the demonic cloud dispersed, Lu Ming finally saw the scenery in front of him clearly. The first thing that came into view was a vast flat land. Apart from a mountain that was over 10,000 feet tall, there was also a huge, dark cave entrance at the foot of the mountain. There were all kinds of marks in the surroundings, which seemed to lead to the depths of the earth. There's actually someone who got in first. But it seems that it hasn't been long, let's go. Seeing this, the man in a gray robe flashed a trace of anger between his brows. After he turned around and said to Lu Ming, he rolled up the black gas around him and flew into the cave. After Lu Ming carefully looked at a 100 meters long ditch near the mountain, he couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Obviously, the hole was originally pressed under the mountain, but now it was easily moved by someone with brute force. It could be seen how powerful the person who did it was. What are you waiting for? Let's go in too. Just when Lu Ming was shocked, a cold voice came from behind. It was one of the remaining demons in a gray robe, Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked back at the demon cultivator who spoke and snorted lightly. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the big hole below. The other 6 demons in a gray robe naturally followed closely. The cave was a somewhat crooked stone staircase corridor that extended downwards. It was much deeper than expected. Lu Ming walked for about 15 minutes before he reached the end of the stone steps. Then his eyes lit up, and an underground cave of a few acres appeared in front of him. In the depths of the cave, there was a gray stone path that was about 10 meters wide. No one knew where it led to. On both sides of the cave wall were some rocks and a few red plants of different heights. For some reason, the sky above the cave was enveloped by a layer of faint green light, illuminating the entire ground of the cave in a dazzling and mottled manner. If it weren't for the fact that they had walked through such a deep stone corridor, they wouldn't have been able to tell that they were thousands of feet underground. After Lu Ming thought about it for a while, he continued to walk toward the gray stone path in front of him. The path was not long. In less than half an incense stick of time, he walked to the end again. The gray-robed demonic cultivator who went down before was standing in front of a broken green stone door at the end of the path, checking something. The stone door was about 30 meters tall and 20 meters wide. There was a big hole in the center that was about 10 meters wide. There were many densely packed ring-shaped spirit patterns on the remaining parts. There were as many as 7 of them, but they had already lost their spirituality at this moment. The leader of the demonic cultivator was touching the ring-shaped spirit patterns on the stone door with his hand. A faint white mist lingered on his fingertips. Suddenly, the demonic cultivator put his hand in front of his nose and sniffed. He seemed to have discovered something. Without greeting Lu Ming, he directly passed through the broken stone door. After Lu Ming pondered for a while, he also appeared in front of the stone door with a few swaying movements, and he also looked at it. Eh? This is 7 break chain enchantment. On the huge green door, between the 7 ring-shaped spiritual patterns, there were dense and complicated shallow grooves. They were interconnected and were extremely mysterious. If one didn't observe them closely, he wouldn't be able to notice them from afar. When Lu Ming was flipping through the ancient books of formations in the Sutra Depository, he had inadvertently seen the description of this ancient prohibition. This formation contained 7 small prohibitions, but because the 7 prohibitions were connected to each other, they could enhance each other. Therefore, its defensive ability was very strong. Only those who were proficient in formations could decipher the relationship between the 7 rings and break them one by one according to the established order. If someone wanted to break it open with brute force, even a celestial phenomenon cultivator would not be able to do it in a short time. However, this door had been forcefully broken open by brute force, and from the traces on the surface and the remnant aura, it seemed to have happened not long ago, and only one person had destroyed it. Interesting. It seems that the people who entered this place before are not simple. Lu Ming's thoughts turned quickly as he thought like this. Without waiting for the other devilish beings to urge him, he also entered the stone gate in a flash. Swoosh swoosh, swoosh. The other 6 devilish beings also flashed through the hole on the door and followed Lu Ming. Obviously, the reason why these devilish beings followed Lu Ming closely was to prevent him from suddenly changing his mind and slipping away. On the way. Behind the stone gate, there was an underground palace-like place. There was a waterside corridor first. On both sides of the corridor were 2 black rock waterfalls of different styles, leading straight to the end. Clear spring water flowed down from the 2 sides of the waterfalls, landing on the uneven black rocks below and stirring up waves of water. As the water intersected with each other, it was as if a clear piece of music was played by the sound of water splashing, and it had a unique charm to it. If it was any other time, Lu Ming might have stopped to appreciate it, but now he naturally didn't have such a mood. After a few flashes, he caught up with the leading devilish being at the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor was a rather strange pool. The water in the pool came from the waterfalls on both sides of the corridor. However, at this moment, there were pieces of white crystals of different sizes floating on the surface of the pool. They looked like pieces of lotus petals that were floating sporadically. I didn't expect this white lotus water melody formation to be broken. Looks like we have to hurry. After the leading devilish being in a gray robe said indifferently, he directly turned into a black cloud and flew over the pool. As for the formation that this devilish being spoke of, Lu Ming had never heard of it. After hurriedly glancing at the pool, he directly flew over with a flash of black light. Next, Lu Ming and the others successively passed through 3 rather mysterious formation restrictions, but these restrictions had all been destroyed without exception. Not long after, Lu Ming and the few devilish beings finally walked out of the palace and came to the entrance of an underground valley. Lu Ming frowned slightly. From far away, he could feel a faint spiritual power fluctuation coming from the depths of the valley. The aura was very powerful, and it was somewhat similar to the residual aura on the green stone door. The few devilish beings led by the man in a gray robe also sensed that there were people in the valley. After looking at each other, they raised their arms vertically in front of them and made a mysterious seal. Wisps of grayish-black mist immediately began to emanate from the bodies of the 7 of them, and they silently transformed into gusts of strange gray winds that swept up all of them before vanishing on the spot. Seeing this, Lu Ming patted his shoulder with one hand and also activated the Che Huan totem mystic art. He concealed his aura and continued to sneak silently. This area was not big. After climbing over a small slope that was not too high, the situation of the entire valley could be seen at a glance. Under Lu Ming's gaze, his eyes lit up. At the end of the valley thousands of meters away, there was a giant stone tablet about 40 meters high, blocking the way forward. The surface of the tablet was faintly glowing with a faint blue light, which was quite eye-catching in this dim underground world. In front of the stone tablet, there was a slim figure of a woman in a red dress. Her face couldn't be seen clearly. Her hands were constantly condensing crystal runes into the tablet in front of her. The blue light on the surface of the stone tablet flickered as the runes went in. A trace of realization flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. This person must be the person who broke several enchantments along the way, and the blue stone tablet in front of this person was obviously another enchantment. He turned his gaze again and found that on the road leading to the end of the valley, there were wisps of gray and black mist quietly drifting forward. His heart moved, but he didn't continue to move forward. Instead, he just stood on the slope and looked at everything in front of him without moving. Just when these gray and black mist drifted to less than 1,000 meters away from the slim figure, they suddenly accelerated and rolled forward. The next moment, they surrounded the red woman and turned into 7 gray figures. They were the 7 demon dwellers. As soon as the 7 of them appeared, they raised their arms at the same time very tacitly. 7 rolls of gray gas were instantly spat out from their palms, and they quickly coiled in the air, condensing into a gray rope as thick as an arm, blasting at the woman. The woman who was surrounded reacted extremely quickly. At the moment when the 7 people appeared, she stopped her gestures as if she had already sensed it. After a shout, the red dress on her body flew out like a mist, forming a red hurricane with a diameter of 10 meters, shrouding her whole body in it. For a time, there was a loud thunder in the hurricane. Pooh! Pooh! A muffled sound was heard, as soon as the 7 chains condensed by the gray demonic chi touched the vermilion whirlwind in the center, they collapsed bit by bit and turned into wisps of gray gas again. They couldn't penetrate the whirlwind at all. Humph! A mere demon dweller dares to sneak attack me. In the vermilion whirlwind, there was a crisp and pleasant female voice. As soon as the voice fell, the vermilion whirlwind suddenly expanded outwards. Looking at this formation, it seemed that it was going to trap all the 7 demon dwellers who sneak attacked her. The demon dwellers seemed to have expected this attack to fail, so they didn't show any surprise. Instead, they calmly put their hands together, and the gray demonic chi around their bodies kept flowing. Then the 7 of them stretched out their left arms and grabbed toward the void in the middle. 7 thick gray demonic chi shot toward the center. The scattered wisps of devilish chi that were being blown about by the crimson whirlwind suddenly condensed again after more devilish chi surged in. In an instant, they transformed into gray devilish claws that were several tens of feet in size, and they abruptly grabbed toward the center of the whirlwind. The entire vermilion whirlwind that enveloped the woman seemed to have no resistance against these 7 demonic claws. Suddenly, with a pu sound, the claws went straight into it. The faces of the 7 demon dwellers suddenly revealed a strange smile. Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly. He felt that something was wrong. However, an unexpected scene happened next. The vermilion whirlwind that was originally constantly expanding quickly shrank toward the center and began to spin at an even faster speed. With a few muffled sounds, the red light in the void flourished, and then quickly faded away, revealing the figures within. And the 7 gray demonic claws that entered the whirlwind had disappeared without a trace. This caused the 7 demon dwellers to look at each other in shock, and they looked toward the center with some disbelief. Lu Ming also looked over. In the middle of the 7 demon dwellers, a charming young girl with a slim figure was standing in the middle of the 7 demon dwellers. This woman was holding the red dress that she had worn on her body before, and she was wearing a spotless white palace dress. Her long hair was like a waterfall that was draped behind her. She had white teeth, starry eyes, and a jade-like face. Her stunning appearance was not inferior to Kellen, who had the heavenly succubus spirit body. What made Lu Ming's heart even more moved was that the cold aura between this woman's eyebrows was actually a bit similar to Yi Tianmei's, but there was also some childishness mixed in it, making it have a trace of indescribable charm. At this moment, the 7 demon dwellers groaned at the same time, and they grabbed in the air again. Boom! Boom! 7 gusts of black wind appeared several meters away from the woman. The gusts of wind whistled and buzzed loudly. With a muffled sound, the gusts of wind suddenly turned into a sky full of small black insects that rushed toward the woman. Each of these demonic insects was about an inch in size. Their bodies were like silkworms, and they were also surrounded by black gas. There were 4 soybean-sized eyes on the top of their heads, and a pair of pincer-like fangs were exposed. They looked very hideous. The girl just glanced around coldly, chanted softly, and shook her hand. The red dress in her hand immediately danced like a wave. Wherever the dress passed, a wisp of crimson light appeared in the air. At first, there were only a dozen wisps, but as the woman chanted faster, there were more and more crimson light. The girl's figure also became blurred. With a tremble, 9 identical figures appeared in the red light. For a time, the crisscrossing crimson rays of light danced about, and 9 gorgeous young women in palatial clothes danced about. Every single one of their movements seemed to be calm, natural, and graceful. They were like 9 dancers that were performing a peerlessly beautiful dance. This dreamy scene made Lu Ming, who was more than 1,000 meters away, couldn't help but feel intoxicated. But the next moment, he bit the tip of his tongue fiercely. Under the stimulation of a sharp pain that went straight to his heart, he suddenly woke up, and his face changed slightly as he whispered to himself, "What a powerful illusion." This girl in palace dress was thousands of meters away from him, but she could still almost make him fall for it. His mental power and mental strength were not comparable to ordinary cultivators. At this moment, a scalp-numbing buzzing sound came from afar. Under the control of the 7 demon dwellers, the overwhelming black demonic insects plunged into the sky full of red light. However, as soon as the originally aggressive black demonic insects entered the dazzling crimson light, their speed slowed down, and they became a little wobbly. The red dress in the hands of these girls in palace dress casually waved in the air, and there were at least a few black demonic insects that collapsed and turned into strands of demonic chi again. It was just that there were too many demonic insects. Although many of them were defeated, the remaining demonic insects still kept pouring in. However, the moment these demonic insects touched the body of the girl in palace dress, the body turned into specks of white light and collapsed as if it was just an illusion. However, in the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and another white figure appeared. The red dress in her hand danced through the air again. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, more than half of the overwhelming black demonic insects had been defeated. However, there were still 9 of them, and they seemed to be unscathed. However, as the demonic insects decreased, their steps became lighter and lighter. At the same time, the sky was filled with more and more red clouds, and the range had already spread several times, faintly touching the 7 demon cultivator on the periphery. Before the devilish beings had a chance to react, a white humanoid figure appeared behind one of them in a flash. The devil cultivator's expression changed, and he quickly turned around. A hand that was shrouded in black chi extended from his sleeve, and he struck toward the white figure with his palm. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. The white figure was hit by an irresistible force. The light around him dimmed, and he dissipated into specks of white light. However, before the demonic cultivator could turn around, a girl in a white palace dress appeared behind him. At the same time, a red dress covered the demonic cultivator's head. The demonic cultivator's movement slowed down. Then, a slender arm grabbed the girl's back, and the other hand grabbed the girl's shoulder. After turning around, she threw the girl into the distance. Pung! As the devil cultivator was slammed heavily on the ground. Although the devil cultivator didn't seem to be injured, there was a faint red glow lingering on his head, and there was still a sense of dizziness in his eyes. And with this delay, 1/7 of the black demonic insects flying nearby turned into wisps of black gas and dissipated. On the other side, another white figure appeared behind another devil cultivator in a flash. He covered the devil cultivator's head with the red dress in his hand and slapped toward his abdomen as fast as lightning. The black devilish chi on the devilish figure's body dispersed with a poochie sound, and it was also thrown away by some sort of grappling technique. From the beginning of the woman's attack to throwing out two devil cultivators, it only took a few seconds. The strange movement technique and terrifying strength displayed by this woman made Lu Ming's heart tremble slightly. How long do you plan to watch? Do you not want the treasures in this ruin anymore? A voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's ear. It was the leader in a gray robe. Lu Ming thought quickly, and he finally turned into a black shadow and blasted forward. The speed of the black shadow was extremely fast, causing gales to blow up on both sides. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a black line, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into two winding black shadows. After another flash, it turned into four black shadows, and they sped up in the air, flying toward the battle in front of them. Cloning technique? There is actually a human race kid hiding here. Suddenly, a clear and melodious sound came from the 9 dancing girls, but the tone was calm, as if there was not a trace of emotion. And in a moment, 2 more devil cultivators were thrown out by the girl in the palace dress with the strange movement technique and the red dress in her hand. At this moment, there were only 3 devil cultivators, including the man in a gray robe, who were still controlling the black demonic insects. The black demonic insects and the red glow in the middle were less than 1/3 of the original number. The leader in a gray robe madly made gestures with both hands, launching a series of techniques, but he frowned slightly. At this moment, the 4 phantasms that Lu Ming turned into finally appeared in front of the crisscrossed red glow, and they rushed in without saying a word. But the eyes of the 4 phantasms flashed, and they swayed strangely in the air. They approached one of the girls in the palace dress from the front, back, left, and right at the same time. For some reason, the red glow didn't seem to have any effect on these phantasms. They just let these phantasms rampage in the red glow. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the girl in the palace dress. She moved her slender arms back and forth, and the red dress in her hand suddenly spouted a red glow at the 4 black shadows. The 4 black figures paid no heed to the crimson light, and as opposed to retreating, they advanced through the air, evading the crimson light in an ingenious manner before appearing beside the woman in palatial dress. At the same time, all of them reached out to make a grabbing motion toward her. A cold light flashed through the woman's eyes, and the red light that she was releasing suddenly revolved in the air before returning to her at a strange angle. Puff puff. Several red glow flashed through the 2 phantasms. The 2 phantasms suddenly turned into a cloud of black light and dissipated in 2 soft sounds. At this moment, another black shadow had already appeared behind the woman like a ghost. He raised an arm and slapped the woman's chest on her back. The girl in the palace dress twisted her waist and dodged the attack of the black shadow. She then turned her body and waved one hand, but her arm directly penetrated through a cloud of black mist. She missed again. At this time, the last black shadow on the other side condensed, and the real body of Lu Ming was revealed. However, a huge fist that was entangled by a mist dragon had already blasted out slowly. It was obviously too late for the girl to dodge. Again. She could only resist with a slight change of expression with a slender hand. Boom. After a black mist dragon flashed and appeared, a petite body was immediately rolled up by a black wind. She staggered back a few steps, stirring up a cloud of dust on the ground nearby. Puff puff, a soft sound sounded almost at the same time. The remaining 8 figures of the girls in the palace dress, together with the crisscrossing red glow in the sky, suddenly turned into crystal light spots and dissipated. Although Lu Ming's punch didn't cause any damage to the girl, the illusion that she cast was directly broken by this fall. The girl in the palace dress was about to get up, but her face turned pale. She snorted and spat out a mouthful of blood. The illusion was suddenly broken, and the recoil was not small. Lu Ming glanced around, and an inexplicable complex expression flashed in his eyes. At the same time, the remaining 3 demon dwellers, including the gray man, suddenly flashed a hint of joy in their eyes. They changed their gestures, and the remaining black demonic insects condensed into black demonic chains in the air, surrounding the girl in the palace dress on the ground. Swoosh swoosh, the black demonic chains were like wandering black snakes. Taking advantage of the moment when the girl in the palace dress was recoiled by the illusion, they wrapped around the girl tightly. The man in a gray robe seemed to be still worried. He raised one hand, and a black talisman slowly floated out. After a flash of black light, it turned into a black cage of 10 meters square, covering the girl in the palace dress inside. The few demon dwellers who were originally thrown out by the girl in the palace dress also woke up from the girl's illusion at this moment. They flashed toward the man in a gray robe, once again surrounding the girl in the middle. At this moment, the eyes of the woman in the palace dress were faintly red, and her body was entwined by the black demonic chains, which outlined the outline of her exquisite body. However, her cold and elegant face was still expressionless, as if the one being bound was not her. Looking at your technique, you must be from the wild continent dominated by the Beast King clan, right? However, now that you've been bound by my devil-trapping chains, no matter how heaven-defying your abilities are, it won't be easy for you to break free. Fellow Taoist, you should. The gray-robed man chuckled. However, before he could finish his sentence, dense white runes suddenly appeared over the body of the young woman in the black cage. At the same time, a burst of terrifying demonic chi soared into the sky. After a few kacha, on the black cage, a long and narrow crack suddenly appeared, and it spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. Several demon dwellers were shocked when they saw this. They stretched out their arms and released rolls of black demonic chi to the cage. Wherever the demonic chi passed, the long and narrow crack was gradually filled up. The black cage was still trembling slightly, and it made a low buzzing sound. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A sense of extreme danger immediately burst out from the bottom of his heart. His figure shook and retreated backward without thinking. At the same time, the girl in the black cage was already glaring in white light. After a blur, she suddenly turned into a snow-white fox spirit tied up in chains. This woman was really a beastkin cultivator. However, before the devilish cultivators had a chance to unleash any more attacks, an earth-shattering boom erupted, and the entire black cage exploded amid countless bursts of white light. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave swept forth in a frenzy. The 7 demonic cultivators, including the man in a gray robe, staggered back a dozen steps before they could stabilize their bodies. At the same time, the gray beastkin cultivator in the original place swept away, leaving only a snow-white giant fox wrapped in white flames with 9 arm-thick tails swaying with the wind. The black chains that had been binding her had long since disappeared. The eyes of the white fox spirit were filled with the same coldness as the girl in the palace dress. As soon as she appeared, she looked at Lu Ming. Judging from the beastkin chi exuded from her body, this woman had already skyrocketed from the previous Jin Dan early stage to the great perfection of the Jin Dan late stage. This made Lu Ming and the 7 demonic cultivators' faces change drastically. One had to know that in the ruins of the upper realm, the cultivators above the Jin Dan stage were not allowed to enter. Judging from this woman's cultivation alone, she was already the top existence in this ruins of the secret realm. She was only one step away from the celestial state. In addition, as a beastkin cultivator, her physical body was even more powerful than those of the same level. The leader of the demonic cultivators in a gray robe was shocked. He immediately opened his mouth and spat out a small bell spiritual weapon with silver light. Lu Ming even touched the hidden sword pouch on his waist subconsciously. Under such circumstances, if he didn't use all his means, he was afraid that he would really be in danger. However, before the two of them could take the next step, the white spirit fox suddenly leaped out from where it was. Its figure suddenly became blurry in the void. In the next moment, a white shadow flashed in front of the leader of the devilish cultivators, and he was sent flying like a sack. He didn't even have time to activate the small silver bell in his hand. The white figure swayed again and disappeared in a flash. Following that, bang, bang sounds rang out one after another. The remaining 6 demons were also sent flying without being able to retaliate. In an instant, the 7 false core cultivators were all lying on the ground. Their chests were all caved in, as if they had been struck by a huge object. Their bodies were wrapped in white threads, and they were unable to move at all. At that moment, a white shadow flashed in the air, and the 9-tailed white fox reappeared. It looked coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart tightened. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly heard the girl's cold voice. "Human, don't move. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lu Ming's expression changed, and he actually stood there without moving. At this moment, the 9-tailed spirit fox retracted the demonic chi around her body. With a blur, she transformed back into her human form. At the same time, a red cloud fell from the sky and covered her body. It was the red dress that she originally wore. Looks like returning to your original form has exhausted you greatly. Lu, there is no need to be afraid. If we work together, we might not be a match for him. Although the leader of the demons could not move from the ground, he roared at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. Shameless boasting! Before he could regain his balance, the woman in the palace dress raised her hand, and a powerful white demonic wind whizzed out. The man in the grey robe was once again sent flying, and he heavily smashed into the mountain wall. This time, even though the leading devil cultivator spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, he was unable to speak for a moment. I advise you to stay put. Although I'm not interested in killing weaklings like you, I'm not interested in killing you. However, since you ambushed me, I will not let this matter go so easily. The woman in the palace dress said with slight disdain. Oh, you mean? Lu Ming's expression finally changed. The restrictions here are quite troublesome. Although I can break them by myself, it will take up a lot of time. If you can help me obtain one of the treasures in the ruins, I will consider letting you go. If you are not willing, I don't mind throwing you into the restrictions in front of us. And letting you fend for yourselves. The woman's gaze swept across the crowd coldly, and she spoke expressionlessly. Since you were able to find this place, you must have some understanding of Baiwu. However, I wonder if what you said just now is true. If you really only want a treasure, we do not need to fight. The leader of the demons finally regained some of his calmness as he spoke. You demons are truly arrogant. Even now, you still dare to speak in such a manner in front of me. I have made my words very clear. If you find what you need, I will leave. If you want the remaining treasures, you can take them with your own ability. I will not stop you. As for whether you believe me or not, it is not up to you. The woman in the palace dress said with a slight sarcasm. She flicked her hand. Whoosh! A silver rune shot out and flashed into the bodies of the 7 demons. It seemed to have planted some kind of restriction on them. Lu Ming was also not spared. A silver rune also shot over. After a slight hesitation, Lu Ming let out a bitter laugh and forcefully endured it. After seeing the terrifying strength of this demon clan girl, he did not think that it would be a wise choice to avoid her. As a result, he only felt that where the silver rune entered, a cool feeling rushed into him. The aura of his whole body suddenly increased a bit. However, there was a slight pain in his heart as if something was engraved on it. Lu Ming immediately used his divine sense to scan the situation in his body. He was surprised to find that on top of his spiritual sea, there was a faint silver strange rune. It was slowly rotating and emitting a strange demon chi. You don't have to think too much. This demon spirit rune can help you recover your Fa Li. However, the rune contains a trace of my demon soul, which is connected to my mind. If you don't listen to me, I don't need to say more about the consequences. Alright, you should first go and break the restriction on the stone tablet. After a brief explanation, the woman in the palace dress ordered Lu Ming and the others. Then, she made a hand sign with one hand and the white silk on the 7 demons disappeared into thin air. The few demons immediately stood up with gloomy faces and quickly swallowed a pill. The eyes of the leader of the demons flashed a few times. He seemed to be discussing with the others through sound transmission. Then, he led the other demons to the huge stone tablet. The woman in the palace dress sat cross-legged on the ground, looking like she was waiting for others to break the restriction. After glancing at the girl sitting cross-legged, Lu Ming also walked to the stone tablet. He squinted his eyes and kept looking up and down. The surface of the huge stone tablet was still glowing with a faint blue light curtain, and there were 8 vertical grooves that were about a foot wide. At the top of the groove, there was a strange octagonal spirit pattern. The 8 corners were engraved with 8 eyes. The 8 eyes were of different sizes. Some were as big as a cow's eyes, and some were as small as a mung bean. They were all in different shapes and sizes. When Lu Ming saw this octagonal pattern, his heart moved. He always felt that he had seen it in an ancient book, but he couldn't remember for a while. At this moment, the 3 grooves on the left were filled with sparkling and translucent spirit light. On the octagonal spirit pattern, there were also 3 eyes on the corners of the octagonal spirit pattern, and they were also glowing with translucent spirit light. After looking for a while, the leader of the demons said slowly, "It seems that as long as we continuously pour our Fa into these grooves and light up these eye patterns, the restriction will be lifted." The other 6 demons didn't say a word, as if they agreed with this person's judgment. Although Lu Ming had the same idea, he faintly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of a reason for it. "In that case, let's not waste any more time. Lu, you will be responsible for the rightmost groove. We will take care of the rest." Seeing that Lu Ming didn't say anything, the leader of the demons said decisively. The other 4 demons immediately raised their arms and began to activate their devil chi. They condensed black talismans and inserted them into the 4 empty grooves on the left. Seeing this, Lu Ming also condensed talismans that were filled with Fa Li and inserted them into the rightmost groove. As the talismans entered the groove, a sparkling and translucent pillar of light appeared in the groove and extended upwards bit by bit. The blue light screen on the surface of the stone tablet also flickered. As the pillar of light rose up, there were no other abnormalities on the stone tablet. Lu Ming gradually relaxed. Lu Ming and the other demons controlled the speed of the infusion of talismans in tacit understanding, so that the 4 pillars of light on the stone tablet grew longer and longer at the same rhythm. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, 5 soft pu sounds sounded almost at the same time. The remaining 5 grooves were finally filled up at the same time under the combined efforts of Lu Ming and the 4 demons. The stone tablet immediately began to tremble violently, and the layer of light blue light screen on the surface also shook non-stop. The eye patterns on the remaining 5 corners of the octagonal spirit pattern above the groove lit up even more. However, one of the eye patterns only flashed and suddenly became bright red like blood. Not good. When Lu Ming saw this scene, his face immediately changed. At the same time, he patted his shoulder with one hand. Suddenly, a green light shone, and the green bull phantasm appeared. At the same time, it kicked its legs and flew backward. Before the few demons on the side had time to react, there was a bang sound coming from the stone tablet. A blood-colored pillar of light as thick as an arm burst out from the blood-colored eye pattern, instantly penetrating the head of one of the demons that was facing it. The demon's body immediately swelled, and then with a bang, it burst open, sprinkling a drop of black and red flesh. The other 3 demons were shocked. At the same time, the black gas around them rolled up, and they also retreated. But at this moment, something strange happened again. The blood-colored pillar of light suddenly split into 2, and from 2 into 4, it once again shot at Lu Ming and the 3 demons. Because the distance was very close, and the change happened suddenly, Lu Ming only retreated for more than 200 meters, and the other 3 demon cultivators only retreated for more than 100 meters. The faces of the other 3 demon cultivators on the side changed drastically. They wanted to stop it, but it was too late. But at this critical moment, Lu Ming's figure suddenly stagnated. He didn't retreat, but he moved forward instead. The green bull phantasm on his shoulder flashed in green light. It roared toward the sky, spitting out a pale green gale. As it rolled, it wrapped the bloody light beam in front of him. It was swallowed by the green bull as if it was food. At the same time, a dragon roar sounded. A lifelike mist dragon flew out from Lu Ming's arm, and it rushed straight to the bloody eye pattern on the octagonal spirit inscription on the stone tablet. With a loud rumble, the entire surface of the stone tablet, with the blood-red eye as the center, shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions. The girl in the palace dress who was meditating quietly in the distance saw this scene, and a strange expression flashed in her beautiful eyes. The 4 blood-colored light pillars suddenly disappeared in a flash. After that, the green bull phantasm turned into crystal light spots and dissipated, and it returned to Lu Ming's shoulder in a glowing light. The demon leader let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at Lu Ming with a flicker in his eyes, wanting to say something. But before he could speak, a blue glow suddenly appeared at the bottom of the stone tablet, and an array of 30 meters faintly emerged. "You guys are really lucky. Don't you know that this 8 eyes array has one eye that can't be activated?" A figure flashed in front of them, and the girl in the palace dress appeared like a ghost. She said in a cold tone. "What? It's actually this enchantment. I was wondering why it looked familiar." Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this. At this moment, he remembered that this 8 eyes array was an ancient strange array. This array had different shapes, but the principle was roughly the same. Its prominent symbol was the 8 demonic eyes of different shapes. It was just that only the person who set up this array knew which demonic eye couldn't be activated. If there were no clues left, then it could only be guessed. The girl in the palace dress said so. It was not known whether she had really understood this array or was deliberately mystifying. At this moment, the girl in the palace dress stepped into the array in front of her in a flash. After a gentle blue light wrapped her, she disappeared in a blur. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't stay any longer. His figure flashed and stepped into the array. After a flash of blue light, he felt a sense of dizziness. When he saw the situation around him again, he appeared in a magnificent palace. This palace was about 100 meters wide. The 2 sides were made of smooth mirror-like white marble. On the top of the hall, there were rows of neatly inlaid moonlight stones, which were flashing a faint light. Due to the reflection of the marble walls, the entire hall was illuminated brightly. At the end of the hall, a layer of gray light screen was faintly discernible. On the light screen, there seemed to be a huge ghost phantom wandering about. A pair of bull-sized eyeballs rolled up and down, a pair of fangs that looked extremely sharp, and its face looked extremely sinister. In the open space not far from the light curtain, a girl in a white dress and a red Beastkin clan palace dress was standing in it. She seemed to hear the movement of Lu Ming's teleportation, and she glanced at him. At the same time, in a cave in the belly of a small mountain with black light faintly covered by a green forest, Kim Tinti, Jiao Longzi, and other disciples of Taiqing Gate were resting here. This cave was quite spacious. More than a dozen disciples of Taiqing Gate were scattered in 2s and 3s. Some were meditating cross-legged, and some were breathing. In a corner, Kim Tinti and Jiao Longzi were sitting cross-legged facing each other. Senior brother Jean, we have been staying here for a long time. Logically speaking, if everything goes well, younger brother Lu should have already returned to meet us. If we continue to wait like this, I'm afraid we will miss Master's task. Jiao Longzi said to Kim Tinti with a slightly solemn expression. You are right. All kinds of rare treasures around here have been collected by us in the past few days. It's time for us to leave this place. Kim Tinti glanced back at the rest of the disciples of Taiqing Gate and said faintly. However, what if Lu Ming comes back here and we have already left? What should we do? Jiao Longzi thought for a while and asked worriedly. This can't be helped. We can't delay the plan of our entire sect because of one person. Inform everyone to rest here tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will set off for the next target. If something really happens to junior brother Lu Ming, it will be a waste of time for us to continue waiting. If nothing happens, it means that he was delayed for other reasons. There is no need to continue waiting. Kim Tinti said with a sneer. At the same time, in another corner of the cave, Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qin were also whispering something. Sister Qian, the ruins of the upper realm are really a blessed place that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. In just a dozen days, we have gained so much. Although we have to hand over most of the treasures to Taiqing Gate after we leave, the harvest is still incomparable to some ordinary secret realms. At this moment, Ouyang Qin was happily stroking a storage bracelet on her wrist and said with an excited expression. We still can't take it lightly. Don't forget the encounter at the beginning and the advice of several elders in the clan. Now that Lu Ming hasn't come back, we have no agreement with other disciples in Taiqing Gate. Once there is danger, I'm afraid we have to rely on ourselves. Ouyang Qian was not as relaxed as Ouyang Qin. She said with a frown. Hee, Sister Qian doesn't have to worry about Lu Ming. That kid has a lot of tricks. Ouyang Qin said with a smile. You little girl, you are making fun of me again. Ouyang Qian couldn't help but blush. Half a day later, Lu Ming and the 6 demon dwellers worked together to break several enchantments in the ruins under the coercion and temptation of the girl in the palace dress. With the previous lesson, they didn't dare to be so rash before breaking the enchantment. Although their speed was a little slower, it was still quite smooth. During this period, Lu Ming also got a dusty old book and a few 10,000 years old spirit herbs that he had never seen before in a bedroom. Not knowing if it was because this was the ruins of an ancient human cultivator or for other reasons, Lu Ming found that whether it was the demon dwellers or the woman in the palace dress, they didn't care much about the various secret manuals and spiritual weapons. They just rushed to the deepest part of the ruins. It seemed that only the treasures in the deepest part were the purpose of their trip. After a few days of exploration, Lu Ming also roughly figured out some of the situation of this underground ruins. The entire ruin should be the underground cave of a powerful existence in this realm, and it seemed to be very proficient in enchantment. If it wasn't for the long time, most of the enchantment's power was greatly reduced, they might not be able to walk here easily. Although Lu Ming still didn't know who the master was, he was also very impressed by his enchantment. At this moment, they were in a building complex composed of palaces and corridors. It seemed to be accessible in all directions, but it was actually like a maze. There were all kinds of enchantments between these buildings, and they were all very mysterious. If they wanted to break in by brute force, it was completely asking for trouble. They could only break it bit by bit and go deeper step by step. At this moment, in a dark hall, there was a hexagonal golden array of several tens of meters in size, blocking the passage in front. This magic formation was formed by 6 golden electric walls. On each electric wall, there were faint golden snake-shaped electric arcs swimming non-stop, and from time to time, there would be crackling sounds of thunder and lightning. In the center of the array, there was a faint golden ball about a foot in size. It was floating in the air and slowly rotating. It should be here. They really used lightning as the final seal enchantment. Okay, you can start. The woman in the palace dress lowered her head and looked at the broken map in her hand. There was a hint of joy on her cold face. Lightning enchantment? This has a great restraining effect on both your monster race and our demon race. It is indeed a good seal. However, this level of enchantment seems to be a bit too simple. After a strange look flashed in the eyes of the leading demon, he said with a chuckle. He then winked at another demon beside him. The demon understood. He shook his sleeve and patted his chest with one hand. A silver light flashed, and a silver battle armor suddenly appeared. It was put on in the blink of an eye. On this battle armor, there were silver threads all over it. Under the reflection of the lightning, it glowed with a faint silver light. On both sides of the battle armor, there was a strange unknown rune inscribed. A top-grade battle armor with lightning protection effect? I didn't expect you demon race to go through so much trouble for this place. The woman in the palace dress glanced at the demon and said expressionlessly. Right at this moment, the devilish being spread his arms, and a layer of silver flames suddenly erupted from his suit of silver armor. He arrived in front of one of the electric walls in a flash, then extended his hands before quickly pulling them out. Sii-la, a loud sound was heard, the electric wall that was scurrying with golden lightning snakes was forcibly torn open. For a time, the golden lightning snakes in the array turned around and blasted toward him. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of him. However, as soon as these electric snakes touched the silver flames on the surface of the silver armor, they dissipated and disappeared without a trace. These lightning snakes in the array couldn't break the protection of this battle armor at all. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but flash a strange expression on his face. As a result, when the demon leaned forward and wanted to jump in, a sudden change occurred. A pale golden lightning arc that was ejected from the array suddenly shook 3 times in the middle, revealing a thin 5-colored lightning thread. With a zilu sound, it blasted toward the eyebrows of the demon. A bang sound was heard. The 5-colored thunder thread, as thin as a needle and thread, instantly penetrated the so-called top-grade demonic chi armor and directly struck the demon's forehead. After the demonic cultivator screamed in pain, he turned into a pile of ashes, not even leaving a single thing behind. As for the 5-colored lightning thread, it shot back on its own and returned to the formation. The crack in the lightning wall that had been opened by the demon dweller instantly closed up due to the loss of the demon dweller's support. When the others saw this, their faces instantly became very ugly. The leader of the devil cultivators even whispered the 4 words, 9 heavens divine thunder. This is impossible, the 9th heaven thunder can only exist outside of the 9th heaven. I have never heard of any spell formation that can attract this thunder and store it. Another demon murmured with an ashen face. The girl in the palace dress was also a little surprised, but she immediately looked at Lu Ming with understanding. One had to know that ordinary thunder and lightning had a great restraining effect on the monster race and demon dwellers, and the restraining effect of the 9th heaven thunder was even more obvious. While Lu Ming was shocked, he could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. This was not surprising. Among the people present, only he was a human, and he had not fought many times before. It seemed that he had no choice but to fight this time. However, this place was really worthy of being called the Upper Realm Ruins. The ninth heaven thunder, which was very rare in the human world, could be encountered so easily. Human, the secret technique that you used before should have a weakening effect on thunder and lightning, or even a devouring effect. Now it is up to you to break this restriction. The girl in the palace dress finally spoke slowly. The other demons also nodded. Wait, although I can use the totem secret technique, I am not sure that I can completely resist the ninth heaven thunder. I am afraid that I will need some external help. Lu Ming heard this and immediately replied. It's fine. I have a golden threaded lightning avoiding armor. It's much stronger than the demonic artifact used by that demon earlier. I also have a lightning repelling divine pearl that can reduce the effects of lightning on the body. I can lend them to you. If you're still not willing to act, then it's not up to you to decide, the woman replied coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a set of golden armor and a bead the size of a pill from the storage bracelet on her arm. The reason we invited you to come with us was to deal with this type of restriction. It is indeed time for Lu to show off his abilities, the leader of the devilish beings chuckled. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally knew that he had no other choice. He could only agree with a bitter smile and reach out to take the two lightning-repelling magic tools from the girl's hand. As a matter of fact, he had once cultivated the heavenly thunder spell and had even sealed the real nine heaven thunder scripture. Coupled with the enhancement effect of the totem technique, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Lu Ming checked the two instruments, then he put on the golden armor. At the same time, he slowly channeled the spiritual power in his body and injected it into the armor. Voila! Voila! There was a soft sound. After the golden battle armor was infused with Li, the fine golden threads on its surface suddenly brightened. Then, a golden flame rose on the surface of the battle armor and slightly churned on its surface. Then, he put the lightning-repelling divine bead that was faintly glowing in white into his mouth. As soon as the bead entered her mouth, a wave of scorching warmth spread out from the bead, causing the slave to feel as if her entire body was wrapped in a warm feeling. A layer of faint flowing light gradually appeared on the surface of her skin. According to my observation, this restriction is mainly protected by the nine heaven thunder scripture, making it impossible for outsiders to get close at all. If we can destroy the core at the center, which is the floating golden ball, this formation can be easily solved. The leader of the devilish beings looked at the hexagonal lightning formation that was covered by the light golden snake-shaped lightning arcs for a moment and suddenly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled. With a sway of his body, he rushed towards the light golden lightning wall. Poof! There was a soft sound. Before the lightning wall could touch Lu Ming, it was dodged by the golden flame that rose from his armor, revealing a gap that could allow a person to pass through. As a result, his figure flashed, and he went straight through the gap, rushing into the golden lightning formation. Suddenly, the entire lightning formation exploded. There was a loud crackling sound in the formation and golden lightning surged from all directions. When the smaller golden lightning arcs came into contact with Lu Ming's body, they were all bounced off by the light golden flame on the armor. They were unable to hurt him at all. A small number of powerful thick lightning arcs, even if they hit the armor, would be bounced off when they came into contact with the flowing golden light on his skin. The lightning-repelling divine bead really lives up to its name. Lu Ming thought quickly. He knew that his biggest threat at the moment was the ninth heaven godly thunder that was hidden in it. Although he was in the formation at the moment and couldn't clearly feel where the five-colored lightning was hidden, he had obtained a real godly thunder after all, so he could still vaguely sense some clues. Lu Ming immediately released his divine sense and paid attention to the movements around him. He slowly walked towards the center of the formation. A ping sound was heard, a golden lightning snake that was originally shooting towards Lu Ming suddenly shattered in the middle of its path. Immediately, a thin five-colored lightning shot out from the broken lightning arc. Its speed was as fast as a spark. However, Lu Ming seemed to have expected this. He twisted his waist and wanted to dodge it. Bang! Unexpectedly, the five-colored lightning made a sharp turn and shot straight at Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming was shocked. He raised his arm without thinking, and the five-color lightning went into it in a flash. At the moment when the thunder silk touched his body, Lu Ming only felt his arm go numb. A burst of burning pain came from the place where he was hit. When he looked down, his entire elbow was already scorched black, and he couldn't move. When the golden lightning repelling divine armor and the lightning repelling divine bead faced the five-colored lightning, other than absorbing a little of its power, they were almost unable to resist it. After the five-colored lightning hit its target, it flashed out and disappeared into the many golden lightning arcs around it. The woman in the palace dress and the remaining 5 demons on the side saw that Lu Ming wasn't directly blasted into pieces, and they seemed to be relieved. At this moment, Lu Ming was less than 2 meters away from the pale golden ball in the center of the array. He couldn't care less about his injured arm. He shouted and shook his other arm. A tiger head phantasm wrapped in black gas rolled out and whizzed toward the ball. Boom! The black tiger head phantasm hit the golden ball and burst open. Immediately, the black gas rolled around the golden ball. After the ball flashed a few times, a thin crack suddenly appeared on the surface. Seeing this, the leader of the demons on the periphery was happy, but the woman in the palace dress on the other side still had a cold expression. At this moment, a bang sound was heard. The moment the thick golden lightning hit Lu Ming's back, it suddenly shattered. A finger-thick five-colored lightning shot out from it. It was almost 10 times thicker than the previous one. Lu Ming shivered, and every hair on his body instantly stood up. He shouted without thinking, and a green light rolled up from his shoulder. The green bull phantasm suddenly emerged and covered his whole body. With a flash, the five-color lightning first pierced through the green bull phantasm, then it went into the golden armor, and it hit heavily on Lu Ming's body. Even though the five-colored lightning was not half as thick as before, Lu Ming still felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he absolutely could not use his physical body and the power of the lightning bead to withstand such a thick ninth heaven lightning. The moment he felt his body burning, he gritted his teeth and poured his Fa Li into the lightning mark on his chest, directly opening the seal. A soft, almost inaudible sound came from Lu Ming's spiritual sea. The five-colored lightning mark on his chest suddenly glowed with a five-colored spiritual light. At the center of the fake pill crystal ball floating above the spiritual sea, there was a vibration as if there was a response. Suddenly, a hair-thin five-colored lightning shot out from it. After a flash, it just happened to collide with the thick five-colored lightning that had just entered Lu Ming's body. With a muffled crackling sound, the two actually entangled and condensed into a ball. After a spin, it was about to completely explode in Lu Ming's body. But at this moment, Lu Ming's 2 hands quickly formed a sign. Thunder immediately sounded on the surface of his body. Golden electric arcs suddenly appeared, making him seem to instantly turn into a thunder god. At the same time, the fake pill crystal ball in Lu Ming's spiritual sea suddenly disappeared with a blur. The next moment, near the condensed ninth heaven lightning, 153 crystal grains flashed out, and then there were dense crystal threads flying out, wrapping up the ninth heaven lightning that was far larger than before. The ninth heaven lightning flashed wildly, and circles of horrifying hot breath immediately burst out from it. It actually turned some of the crystal threads into nothingness. Lu Ming, who was desperately channeling the heavenly thunder spell outside, immediately turned pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, but he immediately let out a low roar and pointed desperately with his finger. Pung! The spat-out blood instantly turned into several bloody runes. After a circle, they all went into the five-colored lightning mark on Lu Ming's chest. In an instant, all the crystal grains in Lu Ming's body trembled violently again. They flashed and appeared in the spiritual sea again, and the ninth heaven lightning, which was wrapped by many crystal threads, was also forcibly pulled in. Seal! Lu Ming let out a low shout, and both his hands formed a sign at the same time. The 153 crystal grains in the spiritual sea immediately pounced on the ninth heaven lightning. They immediately pounced toward the 9 heavens divine lightning at the same time, and with a spin, they once again condensed into the fake pill form. Lu Ming frantically made gestures with both hands, and the golden electric arcs on the surface of his body immediately dissipated. The five-color thunder seal on his chest also dimmed. The fake pellet that was condensed in his spiritual sea trembled a few times, then it completely calmed down. This ball of ninth heaven thunder that was 4 to 5 times larger than the original was finally sealed up by Lu Ming. However, at this time, he was also quite embarrassed. Most of his body had been scorched black, and his clothes were even more ragged. In his surprise and joy, he saw that the thunder was still flashing wildly around him, and that there were golden lightning snakes pouncing towards him. Without any hesitation, he let out a roar, and his arms swelled several times in size. Black gas coiled around him, and he once again charged towards the golden ball that was suspended in midair. He punched out continuously like lightning. With a boom, the entire secret room also shook slightly. The golden ball only shook for a while, but it did not explode. Seeing this, Lu Ming was shocked. The surrounding electric snakes once again pounced at him densely, but they were forced back by the flame on his armor. Lu Ming took this opportunity to take out a heavy water droplet with a flip of one hand. He madly poured his spiritual power into it, then he punched out fiercely. Poof! The heavy water droplet left his hand first, turning into a small mountain phantasm. It was thrown at the golden ball in midair. At the same time, rolling black gas also flew out of his fist, turning into a black mist dragon that was almost solid. It pounced out with its fangs and claws. A loud noise, under the continuous bombardment of the small mountain phantasm and the mist dragon, the pale golden ball finally had countless cracks on its surface, and it exploded in a flash. The entire hexagonal lightning enchantment, along with the 6 electric walls, suddenly dissipated. After the remaining golden electric lights jumped wildly in the air for a while, they all disappeared without a trace. At this time, Lu Ming finally let out a sigh of relief, and he quickly took out a new set of clothes to change into. When the demons saw that Lu Ming had broken the restriction, they all revealed looks of joy. The young woman in the palace dress also revealed a look of surprise and satisfaction as she said, "Lu Ming, you've broken the restriction. Very good. I had only intended to let you give it a try. I didn't expect that you would actually be able to break this lightning restriction mixed with the 9 heavens divine lightning. This jade blood pill is your reward. Once we enter, you will naturally receive other benefits." After the girl finished speaking, she flicked her hand and shot out a dark green pill. After thanking him, Lu Ming took the pill and examined it carefully. After confirming that it was indeed a healing pill, he swallowed it without hesitation. At this time, the girl casually waved at him. Lu Ming only felt his body tremble, and the golden armor transformed into a ball of golden light and flew away. At the same time, he felt his mouth heat up again, and a lightning-repelling bead flew out of his mouth and towards the girl. After the young lady put away the 2 treasures, she continued on her way. When the other demons saw this, they wordlessly followed after her. At the same time, Lu Ming finally felt the true effects of the jade blood pill. He felt the blood in his body surge, and he immediately sat down cross-legged. After a short while, his originally charred hands and feet were quickly regrown with flesh and blood. His entire body seemed to have been reborn, and his yuan qi was quickly restored. His fa li was also immediately replenished. After a short while, Lu Ming moved his arms and discovered that the numbness had disappeared. His movements were no longer impeded. The injuries on his body were already mostly healed. When he swept his spiritual sense through his body, he discovered that the restriction that the young woman had placed on him was still there. He couldn't help but bitterly laugh as he stood up and continued on his way. Behind the lightning restriction was a deep long corridor. The long corridor was about 30 to 40 feet wide, and on both sides of the gray stone walls, there were all kinds of demon beast carvings. Most of them were some rare beastkins that had long been extinct in the human realm. Lu Ming had also read some related classics when he was doing the Xianxia notice mission to hunt beastkins, so he could recognize 5 or 6 out of 10 at this time. Even so, he couldn't help but be amazed. When Lu Ming carefully looked at the stone walls on both sides, he suddenly felt a violent fluctuation of spiritual power coming from the end of the long corridor, and there was a bang-bang sound of fighting. His expression suddenly changed. Almost at the same time, the restriction that the girl had placed in his body began to move, and there were faint signs of instability. Lu Ming was shocked. This restriction contains a trace of the other party's beastkin soul, and it is connected with the girl's mind. Could it be that this woman has encountered something unexpected? As Lu Ming thought quickly, he made gestures with his 10 fingers. A stream of pure spiritual power surged out from the 153 crystals that had been condensed into a ball in the spiritual sea, turning into a purple aura that wrapped around the enchantment rune, forcibly suppressing the manic beast qi contained in it. Immediately afterward, he took a deep breath again. As the black mist tumbled, he turned into an afterimage and flew toward the end of the long corridor. The entire long corridor was about 3,000 meters long. With the current speed of Lu Ming, he came to the end of the long corridor in just a few seconds. In the end, the scene in front of him gave him a shock. The 5 demon cultivators led by the man in a gray robe formed a circle at the moment, desperately attacking the girl in the palace dress. These people seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. Their bodies had grown to more than 20 meters. Each of them was wrapped in gray-green demonic flames. The robes on their bodies had already disappeared without a trace, revealing the body surface covered with black and green spirit patterns. The original delicate face had become gray-black and extremely distorted. Their arms had also become several times thicker than before. The veins on the surface bulged like earthworms, and the 10 fingernails became extremely sharp. They were half a foot long. As they danced in the air, they turned into a sky full of claw shadows that besieged the girl in the palace dress. Don't forget that you have already been planted with the beastkin enchantment by me. Even if you can temporarily suppress it with spiritual power, how long can you last? The girl in the palace dress held a red dress in her hand, flying out pieces of light, blocking all the claw shadows, and said faintly, "Fellow Taoist Lu, hurry up and lend me a hand. This demonic woman just sneak attacked us, wanting to take the treasure here for herself. As long as we kill her, the enchantment will be broken by itself." The leading demon cultivator noticed the arrival of Lu Ming, and he immediately growled. After Lu Ming flashed, he appeared near the battle group. Hearing this, his eyes flickered slightly. "You want to break my enchantment? What a joke, do you think you are a powerhouse of the celestial state?" The girl in the palace dress just glanced at Lu Ming, then she replied with a chuckle. Then, her red lips opened slightly, and a strange spell came out. Before Lu Ming could even open his mouth to say anything, he felt an uncontrollable stuffiness in his chest. Suddenly, he knelt down on the ground with an expression of unbearable pain. The 5 demon cultivators surrounding the girl in the palace dress were obviously also affected by the power of the enchantment. Their bodies trembled violently. After letting out a low roar, they suddenly charged at the girl in the palace dress instead of retreating. In midair, the 5 of them stretched their arms forward, and 2 palms blur out. They instantly turned into a blurry black palm shadow, giving people a terrifying feeling of momentum. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the girl in the palace dress, but with a shake of her wrist, the red dress immediately loosened, turning into a vermilion whirlwind that spread around, facing the black palm shadows that were coming from all directions. Puff puff puff. Muffled sounds sounded one after another. As soon as the densely packed palm shadows touched the vermilion whirlwind, they dissipated into it, but the vermilion whirlwind also quickly dimmed. At this moment, a pale white crystal light flashed on the body of the girl in the palace dress, and her whole body soared into the sky from the whirlwind. In the next moment, after a few tearing sounds, the vermilion whirlwind completely shattered and turned back into a red dress with damaged spirituality. It floated down to the ground. The 5 devilish beings that had been enshrouded in grayish-green devilish flames immediately missed their target, but all of them raised their heads in unison before making a grabbing motion to tear open a spatial rift before diving into it in a flash. At this moment, Lu Ming was already sweating profusely. With one hand on the ground, he endured the pain and barely stood up. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the demonic spirit rune in his spiritual sea was becoming more and more unstable. The escaping demonic aura had already lost control. If he didn't channel his spiritual power to tightly protect the spiritual power crystal, he would have already been smashed into pieces and his realm would have dropped. Just when he raised his head to look at the sky, he saw green flames bursting out from the air near the girl. 5 huge green figures flashed out and once again tightly surrounded him. They were among them. Gaga. You can't escape. The 5 demon cultivators let out hideous strange laughter at the same time. The grayish-green demonic flames that their bodies had turned into suddenly expanded. Seeing this, Lu Ming was shocked. He secretly thought, not good. He endured the discomfort in his body, suddenly stomped his feet, and his body shot back. The girl in the palace dress in the air slightly frowned. She opened her mouth and spat out a crystal-clear white bead. Her 10 fingers moved quickly like a wheel. A burst of silver light burst from the white bead, and several nearly transparent silver rays of light flew out from it. Like coiling silk, they quickly coiled up and formed a silvery silk cocoon in the blink of an eye, protecting the young girl within it. Just when the girl in the palace dress finished doing all this, a loud rumble came from the air. The grayish-green demonic flames that the 5 demon cultivators had turned into exploded one after another. The air was suddenly covered by a thick grayish-green mist that was more than 100 feet wide. The violent shock caused the entire corridor behind Lu Ming to shake and echo. A white figure flew out from the rolling mist, and with a bang, it landed heavily beside Lu Ming. It was the girl in the palace dress, but at this moment, her beautiful eyes were closed. Her body was covered in blood, and there was a huge hole in her left shoulder. Strands of grayish-green demonic flames were still lingering on the wound. Lu Ming hurriedly took a few steps back, and he immediately felt that the pain in his body suddenly disappeared. His body relaxed, and instead, the beastkin spirit rune in his spiritual sea trembled violently again. It actually made Lu Ming feel like he couldn't suppress it anymore. At the same time, pa-da sounds came from the opposite side. Pieces of grayish-black flesh and blood were falling from the dense green mist in the air and scattered all over the ground. At the same time, a nauseating stench filled the air. Those devil dwellers had actually all self-destructed just now. Just as Lu Ming's face was gloomy, the girl in the palace dress let out a cry. Her long eyelashes moved and she opened her beautiful eyes. She glanced at Lu Ming, who was not far away, but her face did not change at all. She used one arm to support her body and sat up. She quickly took out 2 bright red pills and swallowed them. Then, she made a hand sign with one hand and quickly began to catalyze the medicinal power. Although this woman's complexion was pale due to her injuries, and for some reason, there was a layer of black gas faintly appearing on her forehead, she still looked as cold as ice and as unapproachable as ever. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but bitterly smile. From the beginning to the end, this girl didn't even look at the scattered flesh and blood of the demons. She just openly healed her injuries in front of him. He didn't know if it was because she was thick-skinned or because she had some other methods to be fearless, but he couldn't help but admire her. Speaking of which, from the moment he saw this demon race girl, whether it was in normal conversation or when facing a strong enemy, she had always been cold and silent like an iceberg. Although under the contrast of her peerless beauty, there was a different kind of charm, but compared to the charm when she used the illusion technique, she was like a completely different person. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he definitely wouldn't believe that this was the same person. However, the restriction that this girl planted in his body hadn't been removed yet, so he obviously couldn't leave this place. Lu Ming's mind raced as he touched the sword pouch hidden at his waist with one hand. He looked at the young girl with eyes that were filled with a hint of killing intent. The girl in the palace dress also seemed to feel the killing intent from Lu Ming. Her eyebrows slightly raised and her eyes also had a trace of coldness as she looked over. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and was about to open his mouth to say something. Suddenly, a strange scream came from the other side of the mist. Lu Ming was shocked and immediately looked up. His face couldn't help but change. The thick grayish-green mist in the air suddenly rolled violently and gathered in the middle. It became smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, it shrank from 100 feet in size to only 30 feet in diameter. The originally scattered grayish-black flesh and blood of the demons suddenly wriggled as if they were alive. As the grayish-green mist shrank, they all rose into the air and quickly gathered in the air. As the flesh and blood of the demons converged, there was a continuous crackling sound in the mist. Lu Ming just scanned with divine thought, and he could vaguely feel that in this green mist in mid-air, the flesh of the demon had already gathered into a 10 meters meat mass, and it was still growing. At the same time, the strange aura it exuded was also rising steadily. Playing tricks. The girl in the palace dress suddenly stood up and slapped at the mist without hesitation. Poof. An invisible force immediately swept away the sand and stones, but as soon as it came into contact with the mist, it disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea. Such a strange scene made the girl startled, and her face showed a dignified expression for the first time. At the same time, there was a deep voice of the demon leader in the mist, "Hee, worthy of being the body of the nine-tailed demonic fox. You recover quite fast. However, although the effect of the jade blood pill is extraordinary, you are contaminated with the secret poison of the demon clan. You can't use much spiritual power for a while. It seems that the enchantment I planted on you has been broken. You are not as simple as an ordinary demon, right?" The girl in the palace dress waved her arm to the distance, and the red dress that was floating not far away returned to her hand. At the same time, she stared at the wriggling meatball in the mist and asked word by word. "Humph, you don't need to know who I am, but since you forced me to use this method, I naturally won't stop until you die." The voice in the meatball suddenly became extremely cold. As soon as the voice sounded, a disgusting stench, accompanied by a wave of demonic chi, escaped from the gray-green thick mist and swept in all directions. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face changed slightly. While suppressing the Beastkin clan runes in his body, he kept observing the meatball in the mist. His face was also very dignified. In this moment, the meatball in the mist had already become 2 feet in size, and it vaguely grew arms, legs, and a head. It had turned into a human shape. "Won't stop until you die? With just you?" The girl in the palace dress sneered. "That's right, with just me." With a loud bang, all the gray-green thick mist suddenly collapsed, revealing a 20 feet tall and ferocious demon figure. This demon's appearance was exactly the same as the previous demon leader, but his body was several times more robust. His aura instantly soared, directly breaking through to the late Jin Dan stage. Lu Ming saw this. He sucked in a breath of air, his face full of shock. "Celestial phenomenon stage? Impossible, with your cultivation, how can you enter this place?" The girl in the palace dress was also very surprised. "Hee, with my cultivation, it is true that I can't directly enter this place, but what if I split myself into parts?" The new demon said with a smile, his eyebrows full of pride. "So those people before were just your avatars? I was wondering why their aura and cultivation were so similar. However, you've already lost an avatar before this, and now in order to break my restriction, you didn't hesitate to self-destruct, so your strength must have been greatly damaged. Furthermore, this world can't accommodate celestial phenomenon stage beings. Even if you restore your true body, you'll most likely suffer from the backlash of the laws of this world, and won't be able to maintain your celestial phenomenon stage cultivation for long." The girl's expression changed several times before she spoke with an unsightly expression. "You're right, my true body can't be maintained in this world for long, so I don't intend to waste any more time talking. The restrictions here are almost all broken, so I'll take your lives." After the new demon cultivator let out a ferocious laugh, he quickly bent his arm and extended it again. Demonic chi surged out and condensed into a huge black demonic claw that was over 100 feet in size in midair. Its surface was shrouded in a grayish-green demonic chi that looked like a spirit snake, giving it an astonishing aura. "I'll help you temporarily remove the enchantment. Take me away first and stall for some time. When I suppress the poison in my body with all my strength, we can join hands to fight the enemy." The girl in the palace dress was also a very decisive person. Almost at the moment when the demon made a move, she suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming. She said quickly, and at the same time, she flicked her finger, and a white crystal light flashed into his body. At the moment when the white light appeared, Lu Ming only felt that his body suddenly relaxed. The Beastkin aura that was running around instantly returned to the Beastkin talisman, and his spiritual sea finally calmed down. He was immediately surprised and delighted. Without hesitation, he patted the 8-tentacle sea beast on his chest, and a pair of silver fleshy wings grew out from his back. Swoosh, with a flap of the silver wings, Lu Ming picked up the girl in the palace dress, turned into a silver-black escape light, and blasted toward the entrance of the passage that he came from. He was very clear that since the celestial phenomenon stage demon had revealed his true body, he could only join hands with the Beastkin girl. Rumble. The huge black demonic claw almost scratched the back of the silver-black figure, but it hit the ground directly where Lu Ming and the girl in the palace dress were originally. Suddenly, a whirlpool of black chi, mixed with countless flying stones, swept up. The black gas quickly converged, and there was a huge claw pit of several 10 meters deep on the ground. From the time the girl in the palace dress spoke, to Lu Ming releasing the beast armor and escaping with the woman, and then the demonic claw fell. It only took 2 seconds. It was as fast as lightning. TSK, your reaction is quite fast. But I want to see where you can escape to. The newborn demon didn't expect Lu Ming, who was only at the pseudo-pellet state, to have such a fast reaction and speed. After a groan, it turned into a group of gray-green demonic shadow again, swooping down, and chased after Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was trying his best to escape into the tunnel ahead while holding a soft and delicate body in his arms. As he breathed, wisps of very fragrant fragrance came to his nose, making his heart tremble. However, Lu Ming just madly channeled the spiritual power in his body into the wings behind him, and his whole body completely turned into a silver light. The girl in the palace dress didn't expect that Lu Ming would hold her in his arms. When she came back to her senses, she found that the surrounding scenery was passing by quickly, and most of her body was snuggled in his arms. When the girl felt the waves of warmth from his robust body, her cheeks couldn't help but blush, and it made her already peerlessly beautiful appearance seem even more alluring. After all, she possessed the 9-tailed fox bloodline, and even in the wasteland continent, she had a great background. Coupled with the fact that she came from one of the few great powers in the wasteland continent, she was naturally beautiful and had an astonishing appearance. She had countless admirers in the wasteland continent, and there was no lack of people with extremely high statuses and cultivations among them. However, because of her clan, she had never had such close skin contact with a member of the opposite sex. Now that she had entered the otherworld ruins by herself, she was injured by carelessness, and she was poisoned by the demon. She was slightly powerless, yet this human cultivator was able to decisively take her along to escape, and she couldn't help but feel a trace of a peculiar feeling flash through her heart. This feeling was extremely distant, and it was like when she was very young and supported her grandfather, giving her a sense of security that she hadn't felt for a long time. However, this trace of peculiar feeling was quickly forcefully suppressed by the girl. Since she was young, she had been the center of attention and the innate pride of a high-grade demon, causing her to be unable to allow herself to have the slightest thought that didn't fit her identity. When the girl calmed down and looked back again, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Obviously, the current situation was indeed not optimistic. Although Lu Ming had the blessing of beast armor tactics, without the help of sword-controlling flight, his speed was still far less than the celestial state demon. In less than 8 or 9 breaths of time, the newly born demon was only 300 feet away from him. With a flash of silver light, Lu Ming had once again appeared at the exit of the tunnel, in front of the previous broken lightning array. After he glanced around, he was slightly startled. At this moment, in the hexagonal spell formation, the sound of thunder could be heard, and many golden lightning snakes gathered again, forming layers of lightning barriers. However, the 9th heaven's godly thunder was no longer there. When we rush into the enchantment, can you help me buy some time? It will only take a few seconds. Lu Ming quickly transmitted his voice to the girl in the palace dress in his arms. Although the girl in the palace dress didn't know what Lu Ming was going to do, she nodded without hesitation. The next moment, under a flash of silver light, Lu Ming plunged into the pale golden lightning array with the girl in the palace dress. At the same time, a red cloud rolled out from his arms and turned into a huge red curtain of more than 100 meters in size, covering the back of the lightning array. Child's play. The newborn demon at the back only felt that a large area of red suddenly blocked his vision. He smiled contemptuously and raised his arm. In the billowing black gas, a demonic palm phantasm condensed again and blasted toward the huge red curtain in front of him. Seeing this, Lu Ming quickly made a gesture with one hand that was already in front of his chest, pointed backward, and chanted quickly at the same time. A barely audible sound rang out, and the wisp of 5-colored lightning that was as thin as a strand of hair that had just been absorbed by him immediately flashed out of the false core, then disappeared into the giant red screen in a flash under the cover of the other thunderclaps in the formation. Boom! The demonic palm phantasm suddenly arrived and blasted on the huge red curtain. The entire huge curtain was torn apart like a rag. Immediately afterward, a grayish-green figure flashed through the giant red curtain that was torn apart and jumped into the lightning array. Crackle! Crackle! The sound of thunder and lightning was heard. As soon as the gray-green figure stepped into the lightning array, a 5-colored bright light flashed out of the array and blasted toward the center of his eyebrows. Seeing this, the demon wrapped in demonic flame changed his complexion drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He blocked with one arm. A loud boom could be heard. The newborn demon's massive body, which was 20 feet in size, was directly bounced back like a broken sack, directly crashing into a stone wall at the side. The rolling grayish-green demonic flames on his body also dissipated with a puff, revealing a charred body. One of his arms had already been directly roasted by the ninth heaven's godly thunder, directly turning into charcoal and disintegrating. The already distorted face of the newborn demon became even more hideous. The muscles on both sides were twitching, and he looked like he was in great pain. Ninth heaven divine thunder. Impossible, the enchantment here has obviously been destroyed. Why is there still the ninth heaven divine thunder? The newborn demon held the broken arm on his shoulder and growled in anger. Lu Ming looked at the injured demon cultivator on the opposite side. Seeing that it was still roaring with vigor, there was a trace of horror in his heart. He knew very well how powerful the ninth heaven's godly thunder was. As a demon that was restrained by lightning, after being hit by this divine thunder, he was still alive and kicking. This was really beyond his expectation. He was very clear that although the newborn demon was separated from them by a seemingly complete lightning array, in fact, without the ninth heaven divine thunder, this enchantment was like a piece of paper to the celestial state demon in front of him. After Lu Ming thought about it, he immediately said faintly to the demon cultivator in the array, "I forgot to tell you, the ninth heaven divine thunder still exists in this array. If you are not afraid of death, or think that you can ignore this thunder with your celestial state cultivation, just come over." As soon as the voice fell, Lu Ming turned around, holding the girl in the palace dress, tore open the other side of the lightning barrier, and flashed out of the array. "Okay, put me down. I'm fine now. Besides, after what you said just now, this demon probably won't dare to act rashly again," the girl in the palace dress suddenly said. Maybe it was the effect of the jade blood pill that she had taken before. The black gas on the woman's face had become a lot lighter. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, then gently let go of the girl. After the woman's feet landed on the ground, she just took a deep look at Lu Ming, but she didn't say anything. At this time, separated by the array, the broken arm of the newborn demon was under the surging grayish-green demonic chi. Countless gray granules grew wildly, and in a blink of an eye, a complete arm took shape. However, his face became a little pale. Obviously, even if he was a powerhouse of the celestial state, he inevitably suffered a great loss of vitality after resisting the ninth heaven divine thunder. He coldly looked at the hexagonal array in front of him, which was still filled with golden lightning. Then, he glanced at his new arm, and the fear in his eyes deepened. In the end, as the girl had expected, he did not rush into the array. Instead, he sat down on the ground with a grim expression. Grayish-green demonic aura surged around his body, wrapping his body into a ball. It seemed that he had begun to recover from his injuries. "Come with me." Seeing this, the expression of the girl in the palace dress was also slightly relaxed. After sending a voice transmission to Lu Ming, she turned around unhurriedly and walked out. When Lu Ming heard this, he followed the girl. The girl in the palace dress seemed to be very familiar with this area. After leaving the valley, she passed through a few halls, turned a corner, and entered a somewhat winding and remote passage. "Mister, I have temporarily stalled this demon for you. Can you please remove the beast kin spirit talisman enchantment on me first?" Lu Ming was a little surprised in his heart, and he finally couldn't help but ask. "Since you just helped me, I will naturally do what I said." When the girl heard the words, she immediately stopped, turned around, and said faintly. As soon as she spoke, the woman immediately made a gesture and waved at Lu Ming's abdomen. Lu Ming only felt that the silver demonic talisman in his spiritual sea seemed to be summoned by something. As the silver light shone, it disappeared. Poof, the talisman flashed out of Lu Ming's abdomen and flew toward the palm of the girl in the palace dress. After spinning in the palm, it disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming only felt that his spiritual sea was relaxed, and the discomfort all over his body disappeared. He could also use all his spiritual power freely. He immediately cupped his hands with joy and said, "Since you have kept your promise, I will leave now." "Wait. Since you have entered this place, do you really want to go back empty-handed?" "Right now, I am going to another secret place here." Are you willing to go with me and protect me? That place may also be a great opportunity for you. Just when Lu Ming was about to turn around and leave, the girl in the palace dress spoke again. Where are you going? Where does the opportunity come from? When Lu Ming heard this, he thought of something and asked. I don't know what that place should be called, but in the Wasteland continent, it has always been called Pantheon of Demons, the girl in the palace dress said seriously. Pantheon of Demons? Lu Ming's eyes glittered when he heard the words. From the literal meaning, it was obviously deeply related to the demon race. However, could it be the inheritance of the demon race? The owner of that place was an extremely talented person in the ancient times. But for some reason, he became a mortal enemy of the demon race. 1,000,000 years ago, this person and his subordinates captured and killed more than 1,000 cultivators of our race and countless demon beasts in a great war against the demon race. After plucking their souls and dissecting their bodies, they were all locked in a palace in a mysterious space. For a very long time after that, countless demons died in his hands. Therefore, the descendants of the demon race named this palace Pantheon of Demons. According to the records of our race, before this person passed away, he brought the entire pantheon of demons into the ruins with some kind of great technique. He has been staying here ever since. Nobody has ever set foot in this place. This should be the entrance of the Pantheon of Demons. The girl explained slowly. Lu Ming was a bit surprised after hearing this. But he knew that although the girl had explained it in such detail, it was certainly not without a reason. What followed should be the main topic. The purpose of my trip is to find and inherit the demon's soul of an ancient nine-tailed fox. The shadow summoned by the secret totem technique on you has a restraining effect on demon souls. You should be able to strengthen yourself by absorbing demon souls, right? During the process of my inheritance, I'm afraid that many other demon souls will be attracted. When the time comes, you must ensure that I complete the inheritance ceremony without being disturbed. In return, you will be able to improve your secret technique with other demon souls. What the girl in the palace dress said next indeed made Lu Ming's heart pound. There were countless ancient demon souls, many of which were demon beasts above the crystal level or Jing Dan level. For the secret totem technique, it was obviously a great opportunity. Lu Ming had spent a lot of time and energy to absorb a dozen Jing Dan crystal level demon beasts in the southern wasteland. It was not hard to imagine how tempting the girl's proposal was. Your proposal is good, but judging from your tone, you don't know the exact location of the Pantheon of Demons, do you? Did the devil come here for this palace, too? Lu Ming asked again after thinking for a moment. According to the records of the ancestors of my race, the Pantheon of Demons is indeed in this relic. But the palace has been isolated into an independent space, and the location of the entrance changes automatically according to a certain pattern. It is very difficult for outsiders to find it. However, I have a special detection talisman that can track the location of the entrance within a certain range. As for the devil, his purpose should be different from mine. Maybe the ancient cultivator has sealed other treasures that the devil wants here. After saying that, the girl in the palace dress turned her wrist, and a silver talisman appeared in her slender hand. Lu Ming did not recognize any of the zigzagging runes carved on the talisman. It must be some kind of rune of the demon race. But judging from the delicacy of the rune and the vague demonic energy it emitted, it was obviously a special talisman. Staring at the silver talisman for a long time, Lu Ming nodded slowly with a gloomy face. All right. Since you have a way to find the Pantheon of Demons, I will go there with you. However, let me warn you first. If you run into unknown dangers in the place, I can't guarantee that I will accompany you to the end. Don't worry. I've read a lot of files before I came to the ruins for this trip. There won't be any mistakes. Speaking of which, the talisman didn't react at all when we barged into the place. It can be seen that even though we took such a big risk, we still found the wrong place. The young girl didn't mind at all when she heard this. Instead, she sweetly smiled and said. Then, she turned around and continued moving forward. Naturally, Lu Ming followed the girl. He observed the surroundings carefully while walking and memorized the route. 2 days later, Lu Ming and the girl in the palace dress almost walked through half of the ruins while breaking the enchantments. Although there were some gains during this period, such as some rare elixirs and materials, the number was not too much, so they were divided equally. However, after such a long time without finding the pantheon of demons, Lu Ming could not help but feel uneasy. He immediately made up his mind that if he still could not find any clues after another day, he would consider leaving. After all, every day was very important in the ruins of the upper world. He could not afford to waste too much time here. At noon on the third day, when the two of them broke a powerful barrier that was more than an acre in size and walked into a rather spacious side hall, the talisman in the girl's hand suddenly emitted silver halos. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face lit up. The girl's expression also changed and she stopped walking. She began to look around the side hall. The side hall had an area of about 20 square meters. Other than a round, old stone table and 3 stone stools, there were 8 stone statues of demon heads in different forms evenly distributed on the walls. At first glance, these stone statues didn't look any different from ordinary stone statues. However, the 8 demon heads were all staring at the stone table in the middle of the hall with malevolent expressions. Right at this moment, the palace-robed woman shook her arm and pointed at one of the wolf heads with its bloody mouth wide open. Suddenly, a white light flashed in the eyes of the wolf head. Then, a 20 to 30 meters long gray wolf shadow rushed out, raised its head and howled silently towards the top of the hall. It should be here. After the woman in the palace dress muttered to herself, she turned around and shot beams of white light at the other demon heads. The rest of the demonic heads also transformed into a series of projections that emerged from their bodies. For a moment, the 8 lifelike shadows of the demonic beasts in the hall began to chase each other and play with each other. Is this the entrance of the pantheon of demons? Lu Ming, who had been observing coldly, finally asked. Since the talisman is reacting, it shouldn't be wrong. After the woman in the palace dress replied faintly, she threw the silver talisman in her hand into the air, but she pointed her finger at it. Poof! The silver talisman exploded in an instant, turning into spots of silver light that filled the entire hall. As soon as the 8 demonic beast shadows touched the silver light, they turned into streams of demonic aura and sank into the stone table in the middle. The round stone table suddenly trembled, and a clear silver rune appeared on its surface. After a few rumbles, it sank into the ground. After a moment, an array of a few dozen meters in size with a faint gray light suddenly emerged on the ground. Let's go. After glancing at Lu Ming, the woman in the palace dress flashed into the array. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ming crushed a few talismans backhandedly to add a few layers of shields on himself. Then, he followed the woman in. The next moment, a stream of demonic aura rolled up around the array. After a vague roar, Lu Ming felt that the surrounding scenery was blurred and the world was spinning. When he regained his composure and saw his surroundings clearly, he realized that he was in a mysterious palace that was completely pitch black in color. The woman in the palace dress on the side was also looking around. At a glance, the entire hall seemed to have no end. Even if he looked up, there was only a dark and empty feeling. Lu Ming used divine thought to sweep a radius of a few miles, but he didn't notice any abnormal existence. When he explored further, he obviously couldn't find anything. This place has a great suppression on divine thought. The space here is much larger than I thought, and the demonic aura is very abundant. It's just that the beast-kin souls here have been silent for tens of thousands of years, and they have formed a subtle balance between each other. If you are not very close, it is generally difficult for you human clan to detect it. You can try to activate your totem mystic arts, you should be able to gain something. The woman in the palace dress moved her lips slightly, and she suddenly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Thank you for reminding me. Lu Ming cupped his fist and said. Immediately thereafter, he closed his eyes and injected a burst of warm magic power into the Che Huan totem on his shoulder. He then gently patted his robes with one hand, an azure light immediately erupted from within, following which an azure ox projection appeared in a flash. In the instant that this phantom appeared, a series of ripples suddenly appeared in the surrounding space of several hundred feet. Several wisps of faintly discernible white mist condensed into a ball in the same place. A moment later, it transformed into a giant yellow turtle phantom and a 3-legged pink phantom that spread its wings and flew majestically. Both of them were more than 100 meters in size. Although they were a bit hazy, judging by their aura alone, he could still judge that both of them were crystallization period beast-kin souls. To the surprise of Lu Ming, the two just glanced at the Che-Huan phantasm above Lu Ming, then they immediately turned around and fled into the distance with a look of fear. At this moment, before Lu Ming cast a spell, Che-Huan phantasm suddenly opened its eyes and roared silently toward the sky. It turned into a green light and chased after the two blurry beastkin auras in the distance. Its speed was extremely fast. After just a dozen seconds, a green light flashed in the distance, whistling back with a gust of wind. It was the Che-Huan phantasm. Judging from the complacent expression of the phantasm, it had obviously devoured the two beastkin souls. The aura it exuded was also stronger than when it left. Seeing this, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. After a while, I will cast a mystic art to search for the beastkin souls that I need to inherit. I will leave the rest to you. Seeing this, the girl in the palace dress also flashed with satisfaction. After giving an order, she sat up cross-legged. She then flicked her sleeves, and 9 colorful flags appeared in her hand. She spouted a faint silver beastkin aura at the flags in her hand. With a flash of light, the 9 small flags flew out of her hands one by one. As the girl pointed with her fingers, the flags floated in the air within a radius of 10 meters. After a few seconds, these small flags were inserted into the ground in a somewhat strange array. It seemed to be random, but it seemed to contain some kind of mystery. Immediately afterward, the girl in the palace dress chanted in a low and obscure voice. She made a gesture with one hand and launched 9 symbols. Each of them accurately hit these small flags. Suddenly, these flags trembled, and colorful lights shone brightly. At the same time, slender light silk swept out from above at the same time. With the girl as the center, they formed a mottled semicircular light curtain in the air, covering her under it. After doing all this, the woman's beautiful eyes closed tightly, and she began to chant again. At the same time, the surface of the girl's body seemed to resonate with the surrounding array, and it began to burst into colorful rays. This light became more and more dazzling, gradually filling the entire semicircular array. It was abnormally gorgeous. The original beautiful face of the girl in the palace dress, under the contrast of this mottled multicolored glow, looked more and more beautiful. Lu Ming couldn't help but be absent-minded. The spell in the girl's mouth suddenly stopped. She opened her mouth and spat out a crystal-clear white bead, and it floated in front of her motionless. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart moved. This bead was spat out during the battle with the demon. It must be this woman's beastkin pellet. As soon as the beastkin pellet was spat out, the girl's 10 white fingers flicked non-stop, and a series of faint silver symbols were launched on it. Suddenly, a faint silver glow emerged from the bead, and a faint silver beastkin aura also spread in all directions with the girl as the center. Lu Ming only felt that the surrounding space that was originally calm, with the integration of the silver beastkin aura, began to be a little turbulent, and some faintly discernible noises could be heard from far and near. There were lion roars, tiger roars, eagle cries, wolf howls. There were so many that it was hard to tell how many there were. These noises, one after another, made Lu Ming secretly surprised. The girl in the semicircular array, however, seemed to not hear it, and she was still channeling the symbols in her hands. At this moment, a silver beastkin aura suddenly rose from the top of the girl's head into the sky. After it condensed in the air, a lifelike, snow-white 9-tailed beastkin fox phantasm suddenly appeared. Lu Ming calmly glanced at the 9-tailed fox phantasm, and he also released his divine sense. At the same time, he made a one-handed gesture, ready to rush the phantasm at any time. As time passed, the noise in the distance got closer and closer, as if there was an astonishing number of things gradually approaching from a distance. Suddenly, a burst of air-piercing sound came from the other side. Under Lu Ming's glance, there was an overwhelming red light, like a red cloud flying toward the two of them. In the red light, there were dozens of beastkin of different sizes. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and he found that the leading beastkin in these red lights turned out to be a huge beastkin fox with a body size of more than 300 feet. The fox's entire body was covered in snow-white fur, and its body was extremely agile. Its surface was shimmering with red light, and its 9 fluffy white tails swayed incessantly in the wind like a blooming flower. Apart from its body size, it was almost identical to the original form of the palace-robed young woman. Unlike other beastkin souls, this 9-tailed beastkin fox's body did not feel illusory at all. Instead, it was very condensed and thick as if it was an entity. The other beastkin souls in the red light were also beastkin fox phantoms of different sizes, but their shapes and colors were different. Some had 2 heads and green eyes, some were black, and some were wrapped in red flames. Their bodies were only about 30 to 40 feet, far from being comparable to the leading 9-tailed beastkin fox. When the girl in the palace dress saw this, her eyes flashed with joy. She suddenly turned her hand and took out a silver knife. She gently cut the back of her hand. Suddenly, a line of blood appeared, and blood flowed out. A rather magical scene happened. The blood that flowed from the back of the girl's hand seemed to have spirituality. Before it flowed down, it turned into wisps of pale red mist and evaporated into the surrounding semicircular light curtain. Pung! The entire light curtain suddenly broke, turning into colorful crystal lights, and they all went into the beastkin fox phantasm above the girl's head. This phantasm just trembled slightly, and its body size also became bigger and bigger. In just a few seconds, its body size suddenly skyrocketed from the initial size of 10 feet to 70 or 80 feet. The whole body of the girl in the palace dress also slowly floated up and floated under the 9-tailed beastkin fox phantasm. When Lu Ming saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. About the inheritance of the beastkin race, he had seen some records in the relevant unofficial history in the Sutras Pavilion of Taiching Gate. It was generally mentioned in the book that some rare high-level beastkin race could use their own blood essence as a medium, through some special ancient ritual, to inherit the abilities of the beastkin race ancestors who had the same bloodline as themselves. Although the high-level beastkin race had a long lifespan, there were very few members of the same race with pure bloodline. Moreover, these beastkin race's own reproductive ability was extremely low. Therefore, in order to continue the bloodline, they often chose to crossbreed with other races. With the passage of time, more and more high-level beastkin race bloodline was diluted, so it was very difficult to find some real members of the same race with pure bloodline now. As for the demon race's bloodline inheritance ceremony, although the inheritor only needed to have a certain bloodline connection with the inheritor, the purer the bloodline, the more complete the inheritor's abilities. From the appearance of the palace-shaped girl, there was no doubt that she was a true high-level demon with a very pure bloodline. Once the ceremony was completed, her strength would probably increase by leaps and bounds. At this moment, the eyes of the white 9-tailed spirit fox shadow on top of the woman's head suddenly flashed. Its body started to spin around on the spot, and it would roar from time to time. Its 9-arm-thick tails also suddenly swelled up and danced wildly, vaguely forming a huge white rune shadow. When the 9-tailed spirit fox saw this from afar, its eyes flashed with a bloody light. With a long howl, the red light it had transformed into suddenly sped up, leaving the other demon souls behind. It was the first to pounce on the girl in the palace dress and fight with the white 9-tailed spirit fox. When the girl in the palace dress saw this, she did not dare to be slow. She quickly formed a sign with both hands, and at the same time, she began to chant. A faint bloody mark appeared out of thin air between her eyebrows, and it flashed wildly. In an instant, the 2 9-tailed spirit fox phantoms, one big and one small, appeared in the air above the young girl. They rubbed against each other as if they were parents and children. They seemed to be very intimate with each other. The white and red lights that were wrapped around them also gradually merged into one. It was quite a marvelous sight. The inheritance will take at least half a day. During this time, don't let any demon soul near me. Otherwise, it will easily backfire. The girl's lips moved slightly as she transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Don't worry. Just focus on casting the technique. Leave the rest to me. Lu Ming said without hesitation. Very good. I will rely on you for the rest. The girl in the palace dress nodded and slowly closed her eyes in midair. Just as they were talking, the other 20 or so spirit fox demon souls also roared and rushed nearby. Without saying anything, Lu Ming activated the Fa Lian. His body and continuously poured it into the totem on his shoulder. Then, he flicked his finger at his chest like a wheel. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, a green shadow rushed into the sky. After spinning in the air for a moment, it turned into a huge green bull shadow that was over 100 feet tall. Without saying anything, it opened its mouth and spat out a green mist. The mist turned into a gust of wind and aggressively swept toward the demon souls in front of it. No matter what form the spirit fox demon souls took, once they were swept up by the green gust of wind, they were instantly torn apart and turned into specks of light of different colors. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the spirit fox demon souls disappeared without a trace. The remaining spirit fox demonic souls were greatly alarmed and immediately scattered, turning around and fleeing without a trace. Humph, you still want to leave now? How can there be such an easy thing? A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he changed his hand sign. So. After the green bull shadow suddenly sucked the gust of wind back into its mouth, it suddenly turned into a green light and shot out. Poo-poo and other sounds rang out. The spirit fox demon souls that were trying to escape had their bodies pierced by the green light. Then, they turned into crystalline light and dissipated. After the green light faded, the green bull shadow appeared in its original form nearby. It opened its mouth and sucked in all the specks of light nearby. At the same time, there was a flow of spiritual inscriptions on the surface of its body, and its body suddenly became bigger. Faced with this scene, Lu Ming did not show any joy. Instead, he turned his head with a serious expression and looked at the other side of the sky. In that direction, there was a grayish-white mist. Inside it, there were continuous roars and hisses. There were also some vague shadows of different sizes of demon beasts. Indeed, the other demon souls had finally arrived. After Lu Ming took a deep breath, he waved one hand at the green bull shadow on the other side. Suddenly, this totem became blurred and blocked in front of Lu Ming. At this time, the demon souls in the distance finally rushed over aggressively. There were all kinds of demon beasts inside. Some of them were as big as a pavilion, and the small ones were only the size of a palm. Lu Ming moved his arm and put a palm directly on the back of the hand of the green bull shadow. At the same time, spiritual power surged into it. The green bull shadow let out a low roar, and its body instantly grew to a height of 50 to 60 feet. Once again, it opened its mouth wide, and immediately, a green wind pillar rolled out. After a deep roar, the blue giant carp monster soul that rushed to the front immediately turned into a light blue silk thread. It was rolled back by the rapidly rotating green airflow and entered the big mouth of the green bull phantasm. The other demon souls that swarmed behind were also quickly swallowed by the endless hurricanes. They were all torn apart without any resistance, and they all became the food of Che Huan totem. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the dozens of demon souls were swept away by Che Huan. Some of them found that the situation was not right, and they wanted to turn around and escape, but facing Che Huan's speed, they couldn't escape far at all. They were directly swallowed by the green light. When the green bull shadow transformed by Che Huan returned to Lu Ming, its body had unknowingly doubled in size, reaching more than 100 meters. Only then did Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief and took a look at the sky. The nine-tailed fox phantasm transformed by the girl in the palace dress was still intertwining with the giant nine-tailed fox that was glowing with red light. Crystal lights mixed with red and white light were filling the surroundings, outlining the scene in front of him like a dream. But when he looked down a little, the scene in front of him made Lu Ming's face slightly hot. Unknowingly, the extremely delicate white palace dress on the girl who was under the two spirit fox phantoms had disappeared. Her whole body was wrapped in a faint red light, but most of her exquisite snow-white body was still revealed in front of Lu Ming. The woman's beautiful face was faintly red. Her mouth was slightly open, her beautiful eyes were closed tightly, and her eyebrows were tightly furrowed. It seemed that the inheritance process was not so easy. And the 9 snow-white fox tails on her semi-round buttocks were fluttering in the wind, making her look exceptionally enchanting. This extremely erotic scene made Lu Ming's mouth dry. He couldn't move his eyes away for a while, and his body was extremely hot. Humph, I didn't bring you here not to let you peep at me. If you look at me one more time, after I inherit the inheritance, I will definitely dig your eyeballs out. At this moment, the girl's cold voice came into Lu Ming's ears. It was a little intermittent, as if the girl had used all her strength to say it. Hearing this, Lu Ming was shocked. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue, and after a burst of heart-wrenching pain, he quickly closed his eyes and immediately turned around. At this moment, even though he was quickly mobilizing the Fa-Li in his body to get rid of the strange feeling in his body, the image of the half-naked girl still flashed in his mind. And in the depths of his heart, he suddenly had the urge to turn around and take a good look. It was as if as long as he could look at the girl a few more times, he would be willing to die the next moment. After Lu Ming's thoughts turned quickly, his face changed. He suddenly remembered some rumors about the nine-tailed spiritual fox recorded in the ancient books. It was said that this kind of spiritual fox was born with a bewitching spirit body. It could easily confuse the mind of others with its aura. In terms of sexual attraction and seduction, it seemed to be more powerful than Callan's succubus physique. After Lu Ming understood this, he moved his body without hesitation. He immediately distanced himself from the girl in the palace dress, and he secretly clasped the soul lock in his hand. A cool breath suddenly went straight into the sea of consciousness along his palm. After circulating a few times, he completely woke up. After he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he calmed down and commanded Che Huan's phantasm to face the new wave of bewitching souls that appeared. After half an hour, the green bull phantasm opened its mouth, and a green hurricane came out. The bewitching souls of different colors and the rolling bewitching chi around them were sucked into its stomach along the hurricane. They didn't even have the slightest power to fight back. Che Huan's figure grew a lot again, and it had reached more than 200 meters. The colorful mixed bewitching chi in his body was constantly tumbling and quickly melting in his stomach. Although the bewitching souls had almost no power to resist Che Huan, the bewitching chi fluctuation emitted by the girl in the palace dress seemed to have a fatal attraction. Even if he used the totem to kill 8 waves of bewitching souls in a row, there were still bewitching souls coming in groups. At this moment, there was a fluctuation on the side of Lu Ming. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold air rolled over, and a hazy white mist appeared at the same time. There seemed to be something wrapped in it. Lu Ming was startled, and he hurriedly took a closer look. In the white mist, there was a white peacock beastkin soul of 100 meters in size. A pair of pitch-black eyes was staring at the girl in the palace dress in the air. The 2 nine-tailed spiritual fox phantasms on the girl's head had begun to merge into one. Strands of silk-like crystal light were drilling into the girl's body little by little. The girl's beautiful eyes were closed tightly at the moment. She seemed to be at the critical moment of inheritance. Seeing this, Lu Ming pointed at the ice phoenix beastkin soul, and Che Huan phantasm turned into a green light and rushed toward the white mist. Seeing this, the peacock beastkin soul flapped its wings, and tiny snow-white ice flowers condensed out of thin air. They turned into tiny ice needle phantasms and blasted at Che Huan. Che Huan didn't panic at all. He just opened his mouth, and a green hurricane swept out. Crackling sounds rang out incessantly. Under the hurricane, the ice needles all over the sky turned into wisps of white water vapor phantasms and dissipated out of thin air. A sharp light flashed through Che Huan's eyes, and he inhaled sharply. All of the water vapor surged into his mouth like a vortex, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterward, Che Huan's phantasm suddenly appeared in the white mist like a ghost, and bit one of the peacock's wings. Ayo! The peacock hissed, and there was a flash of white light on its wings. Snowflakes the size of a head quickly condensed around it, and the white light flashed and quickly froze on the wings, spreading to Che Huan phantasm in an instant. After a few seconds, a thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of Che Huan's body, turning it into an ice sculpture, but it still bit the peacock's wing tightly. The peacock beastkin soul kept flapping its wings in the air, making bursts of hissing sounds. Waves of biting ice wind rolled out, trying to get rid of Che Huan's bite, but it seemed to have no effect. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned, and he made a gesture with one hand. There was a burst of colorful light in the ice sculpture. Crack, the ice on Che Huan's body instantly shattered, and at the same time a mass of chaotic demon chi blasted out. Che Huan directly spat out the monster soul energy in his body that hadn't been converted. The white peacock immediately let out a sharp cry and abruptly dodged the chaotic demonic chi in the air. Its body moved and it turned into a white crystal light as it turned around and left. With a thought, Lu Ming wanted to order Che Huan to chase after the demon soul. But suddenly, something strange happened. Whoosh! A streak of red light flashed behind him. Lu Ming was startled. He hastily swayed his body to avoid the vital parts. But with a chi-la sound, 3 bright red claw marks appeared on his back, and blood gushed out. A red claw brushed past his shoulder. There was a burning pain on Lu Ming's back. After a blur, he appeared 100 meters away. He quickly took out a gray elixir from the summer ring and swallowed it. A gentle breath flowed on his back for a while, and the 3-inch deep wounds quickly closed, but there were still a few strands of red beastkin chi lingering on the edge. Only then did Lu Ming sweep his gaze towards the location of the sneak attack. The result was a huge shock. There was a graceful figure behind him. The fox tails behind her were fluttering. It was the beastkin clan girl in the palace dress. This woman was still naked. Under the red light, half of her snow-white body was exposed. Her towering chest was slightly undulating. The pair of beautiful eyes that were as clear as water were constantly flowing like two rubies, but they were a little blank as if she had lost her mind. Lu Ming's face was a little uncertain, and he couldn't help but glance at the woman above. The two nine-tailed spirit fox phantoms above had now merged into one, becoming a snow-white, almost spotless nine-tailed beastkin fox phantoms. Compared to the previous aggressive momentum, the current beastkin spirit fox was more than a few times smaller. Even the beastkin chi that it exuded was a lot weaker. However, its eyes were like rubies, and it was staring fiercely at Lu Ming. The wisps of white crystal light that were constantly drilling into the girl's body from the spirit fox phantoms above had now disappeared. It seemed that the inheritance should be over. However, the aura that this woman exuded was erratic. However, even when the aura was at its weakest, it was at the middle stage of Jin Dan, and when it was at its peak, it was comparable to the perfect Jin Dan. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned. How could he not see that this woman had encountered some problems during the inheritance? It seemed that she had been controlled by the nine-tailed spirit fox's beastkin spirit soul. Even if this woman's talent was outstanding, and her bloodline was incomparably pure, to complete the inheritance of the nine-tailed spirit fox's beastkin spirit soul in such a short period of time was a bit too much. Just as he was still hesitating, the nine-tailed spirit fox phantoms above suddenly roared towards the sky. The beastkin woman below seemed to have received an order, and her eyes flashed with a scarlet light. Both of her hands became foot-long claws, and she pounced towards Lu Ming. The woman's body was abnormally agile, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared a few feet in front of Lu Ming, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Pung! Two sounds of something breaking through the air could be heard. Two red claws descended at an unbelievable speed, and in a crisscross pattern, they struck Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming disappeared in a flash, turning into wisps of black gas. It was just an afterimage. At this time, after Lu Ming's body blurred, he appeared in the air a few 10 meters away. He turned his body and floated to a further distance. At the same time, after a groan, he pointed at the air above the girl's head. Che Huan's phantasm, which was originally parked nearby, flashed and rushed at the nine-tailed spirit fox phantasm in a green light. The fox swung the 9 beastkin tails behind her, and the white fox tail phantasm swept past. After a few puff-puff, the Che Huan phantasm that was pouncing on her was slapped away for a few 100 meters. Che Huan's phantasm grinned. Under a burst of green light, she staggered and stood still. Her pair of green bell-like eyes stared at the nine-tailed spirit fox fiercely. When Lu Ming was about to cast the totem mystic art again, the nine-tailed spirit fox flashed and appeared in front of him again. She moved her arms and clawed at his body. Although Lu Ming twisted his waist and changed his direction in the air as fast as lightning, he was still scratched by a claw light on his shoulder. A long tear appeared on his clothes. However, Lu Ming didn't panic at all. Instead, he took the opportunity to launch a stack of thick talismans at the woman. With a bang-bang explosion sound, a large amount of blue water vapor surged out, turning into many water bubbles that surrounded the woman. Even though the nine-tailed spirit fox had lost her mind, she couldn't help being stunned seeing this situation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming shouted and shook his arms. A dragon roar came, and 2 80-meters-long black mist dragons condensed from his body and went straight to the woman. Hell purgatory! Before the black mist dragons touched the woman, they shattered and turned into a black light, trapping the woman in it. But the nine-tailed beastkin fox remnant soul above her head just flashed with bloody light, and a burst of beastkin chi broke the hell purgatory. The nine-tailed spirit fox flashed, and the nine-tailed spirit fox rushed at Lu Ming again with a blank expression. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. He flicked his sleeves and threw out several pale golden talismans at lightning speed. He then injected spiritual power into the 8-tentacle sea beast on his chest. A pair of silver wings appeared on his back with a poof. Bursts of roaring sounds came, the golden talismans all burst open in the air, turning into golden lightning arcs that shot at the nine-tailed spirit fox. At the same time, Lu Ming's wings flapped fiercely, and he shot backward in a silver light. He pointed at Che Huan's phantasm on the way. After taking a deep breath, the phantasm spat out 8 green hurricanes at the nine-tailed spirit fox phantasm. Although the nine-tailed spirit fox phantasm was motionless above the girl's head, the 9 thick fox tails behind it just shook, and it swept out in a white shadow. Puff puff, the hurricanes that were always successful against beastkin souls were repelled by these white shadows. However, the green hurricanes spat out by Che Huan were obviously not as good as before. It was clearly different from before. After being repelled by the white fox tail, it actually swayed in the nearby void and swept toward the nine-tailed fox from another direction. No matter how the white shadow flashed and smashed, it still didn't leave the nearby area. Boom boom boom, the sound kept coming. The beastkin fox remnant soul had no choice but to continue to block the green hurricanes with its tail. The two were in a stalemate for a while. Facing the nine-tailed spirit fox who rushed out of the lightning arc again, Lu Ming didn't fight her head-on. He just moved the silver wings behind him and circled around Che Huan's phantasm for more than 1,000 meters. However, he had obviously underestimated the speed of the opponent behind him. Even if he had the experience of facing countless strong enemies in the illusion, he could only bitterly hold on when facing the young girl that flashed like a ghost. In a short moment, over a dozen wounds of varying depths appeared on his body. Just when Lu Ming frowned, the situation between Che Huan and the nine-tailed spirit fox that was in a stalemate changed subtly. As time went by, the beastkin spirit fox's aura gradually integrated into Che Huan's body, and her aura began to rise steadily. Because the beastkin spirit fox's inheritance power was mostly absorbed by the beastkin clan girl, and it had to use pupil technique to control the woman's actions, the consumption was very astonishing. Its aura began to gradually weaken. Boom. There was a flash of spiritual light on Che Huan's body, and he suddenly stomped on the ground. He turned into a ball of green light and broke through the defense of the fox tail. He slammed into the nine-tailed demon soul remnant and sent it flying. The nine-tailed bewitching fox remnant soul obviously didn't expect Che Huan to have this move. It flew back for 100 meters. When it regained its balance, it let out a scream of anger. This nine-tailed remnant soul seemed to notice the dangerous breath, so it no longer had time to control the beastkin clan girl. After a flash of bloody light in its eyes, its 9 tails doubled in size, repelling the hurricanes that were following it. Suddenly, its body shone in white light. Its figure flickered, and it pounced on Che Huan's phantasm. They began to bite each other. The beastkin clan girl, who was chasing after Lu Ming, lost control. The bloody light in her eyes faded instantly, and her eyes returned to normal color. Then, she staggered and fell from the air. Seeing this, Lu Ming appeared beside the woman in a flash, hugged her, and landed firmly on the ground. The nine-tailed girl made a soft ah sound. She seemed to wake up slowly, but her eyes were slightly misty. When she saw Lu Ming, she suddenly smiled intoxicatedly. She exuded an indescribable charm. Lu Ming was startled. Before he understood what was going on with this woman, the girl in his arms hugged him tightly. Lu Ming was startled. Only then did he realize that although the woman got rid of the bewitching soul's control, her mind was still not awake. She seemed to have fallen into another strange absent-minded state. His eyes subconsciously glanced at the girl's firm breasts and her smooth ivory-naked body. His face was slightly hot. He shook his hands and was about to throw the girl away first. Puff puff. The 9 fox tails on the young girl's back abruptly swayed a step ahead, and like a long rope, they tightly entangled into a ball. The 9 fox tails were full of indescribable tenacity. Lu Ming couldn't break free for a while. He could only stick to the naked body of the girl. When there was a soft and fragrant jade in his arms, where his fingers touched, it was all silky smooth and delicate skin. At this moment, a loud sound rang out in the sky. Waves of chi swept out in all directions, and the 2 phantoms in the center were torn into a ball. The battle had reached a critical point. Although Che Huan was only an illusion created by Lu Ming's totem secret technique, after devouring so many souls, he was not weak in close combat. His originally harmless 4 hooves had transformed into 4 sharp claws. Otherwise, with a simple order from Lu Ming, they wouldn't have lasted for so long under the crazy attacks of the 9-tailed remnant soul. However, this shadow was just an inanimate object after all. Both its reaction and attack methods were too simple and slow. Under the continuous tearing of the 9-tailed demon soul, it was clearly at a disadvantage. Its body had shrunk quite a bit, and it had become somewhat blurry. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming was shocked. He couldn't care about his embarrassing situation anymore. He chanted and focused on activating the totem mystic art. Whoosh! A green light beam blasted out from Lu Ming's shoulder. After a flash, it went into the body of Che Huan's phantasm in the air. Che Huan's phantasm immediately shook its body. Countless crystal spirit patterns appeared on its body surface, bouncing away the 9-tailed remnant soul. It suddenly opened its mouth and roared. As soon as the roar came out, it immediately turned into a large green sound wave that instantly drowned the 9-tailed remnant soul. This kind of magical power was a high-level mystic art recorded in the totem mystic art. If Che Huan's phantasm hadn't absorbed the power of many beast-kin souls some time ago, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to use it at all. The 9-tailed remnant soul screamed miserably, and it stumbled in the green sound wave like a ball. Its body surface turned into white gas that dissipated layer by layer. It was shrinking rapidly. Che Huan's phantasm took the opportunity to suck in all the white gas in the green sound wave and quickly swallowed it. Its blurred body immediately condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the 9-tailed spiritual fox remnant soul was only about 20 meters in size. It was about to completely disappear in the green sound wave. Seeing this, Lu Ming was relieved. At this moment, the 9-tailed beast-kin soul suddenly let out a whine. It suddenly gave up struggling and became motionless. A pair of ruby-like beast-kin eyes emitted a bloody light, and many bloody runes flew out of it. These runes were similar to the beast-kin clan runes that Lu Ming had planted in the spiritual sea before. As soon as they flew out, they twisted and changed, turning into many white foxes that rushed out of the green sound wave and went straight at Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. He channeled his spiritual power, and black gas surged out of his body. It instantly turned into several black tentacles that danced wildly. Pung 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 sounds rang out. All the mini beast-kin foxes burst open after being hit by the tentacles. They turned into clouds of pink mist floating around. There were countless blood streaks looming in it, and all of them condensed without dispersing. Something's wrong. Lu Ming instantly realized that something was wrong. His figure flickered, and he was about to rush out of the mist with the girl in his arms. At this moment, the naked girl in his arms giggled, and the 9 fox tails that were originally wrapped around Lu Ming suddenly burst out with a huge force. Lu Ming was caught off guard. He felt his body tighten, then he and the 9-tailed girl fell to the ground with a pudong. Almost at the exact same moment, the surrounding pink mist suddenly surged toward the center as if it had a mind of its own, instantly inundating the two of them. The crimson threads within the mist were dancing incessantly, creating an extremely dazzling sight to behold. Even though Lu Ming had the tiger dragon hell prison and the aura to protect his body, the pink mist simply ignored it and went straight through. Lu Ming instantly smelled a faint sweet scent, and his divine thought was in a trance. His eyes suddenly became stagnant and slightly red. At the same time, an even more uncontrollable heat surged into his heart, making him uncontrollably hold the naked woman in his arms tighter. His fingers subconsciously stroked on the smooth and silky skin. The warm and smooth feeling on his fingertips was like an electric current that made his whole body numb. It circulated through Lu Ming's limbs and bones, causing him to be intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. His actions also became more and more presumptuous. His hands even involuntarily wandered between the girl's plump and firm breasts. Under Lu Ming's caress, the young girl let out a few moaning sounds. Her beautiful eyes became even more blurred. Her white jade-like body slightly moved up and pressed closer to Lu Ming's chest. One of her arms hugged Lu Ming's back from behind, while the other hand's 5 fingers were like a white snake that slithered into Lu Ming's clothes at the chest. The Beast-kin clan girl's beautiful face that looked like it was carved out of white jade became crimson under the background of the surrounding red and white light, making her look even more charming and charming. Suddenly, she raised her head and kissed Lu Ming's cheek. Lu Ming only felt his face become hot, and his nose was filled with a faint virgin body fragrance. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his breathing became involuntarily disordered. A stunningly beautiful woman with such a plump figure actually took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. How many men could not be moved by this, not to mention, Lu Ming was still a virgin, and had not been involved in the affairs between men and women. But at this moment, a faint clear sound suddenly came from the sword pouch at Lu Ming's waist. After Lu Ming heard this, his whole body suddenly quivered, and his eyes instantly recovered a trace of clarity. Without thinking, he turned his hand and broke free from the foxtail's binding and grabbed the soul-suppressing lock in his hand. But before he had time to activate this totem, a pung sound rang out, and a foxtail swept past like lightning. The soul-suppressing lock in his hand was forcibly knocked away. At the same time, a hot and slender jade arm wrapped around Lu Ming's arm, and in an instant, tightly hugged and pulled it back. Lu Ming was startled, and he moved his arm to break free. But then a slight moaning sound came, followed by a tearing sound. His work clothes were instantly torn apart by this woman, and at the same time, a hot and smooth body was stuck to his chest without any cover. An extremely ecstatic feeling instantly made the trace of reason that Lu Ming had just recovered completely collapse, and he became sluggish and slightly red again. After he snorted, his body trembled slightly. The foxtail that was originally tightly wrapped around his body turned into crystal light spots and disappeared out of thin air, allowing him to hold the woman horizontally in front of him. Immediately, both of his hands went up. One hand stroked the woman's perky buttocks, and the other hand slid across her lower abdomen. He then kissed the woman's delicate and fragrant lips and sucked clumsily. At the moment of the kiss, the sweet saliva flowed back and forth between their mouths. This warm and lingering feeling completely stimulated Lu Ming's primal instinct. After another groan, he moved his body and pressed the woman under him. Perhaps because Chehuan totem was not retrieved by Lu Ming, the nearby area was empty, and no other beast-kin souls approached. There were only bursts of collision sounds coming from the pink mist, accompanied by the man's low roar and the seductive woman's moan from time to time. Presumably, even if there were beast-kin souls coming to disturb them at this time, Lu Ming and Lu Ming in the pink mist wouldn't care at all. Right now, Lu Ming was deeply mired in an erotic dream. The pantheon of demons, which was covered in misty whiteness, seemed to have lost the distinction between day and night. There was no telling how long the two of them had been making love in this space. Lu Ming, who had tasted a woman for the first time, seemed to have inexhaustible energy that he could not extricate himself from. It seemed that his energy could never be exhausted. The girl did not seem to have regained her senses at all. Her body was still stuck to the person on top of her, and her arms were still clutching Lu Ming's back tightly. She was also demanding more from Lu Ming. After a long time, the pink mist gradually dispersed, and the lingering blood streaks in it dispersed, too, revealing a man and a woman who were sleeping in each other's arms, completely naked. The moment the mist completely dispersed, Chehuan's shadow darted over in a streak of green light and disappeared into Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming, who was sleeping, immediately shivered and opened his eyes, only to find that there was a stunningly beautiful girl's face in front of him. Her breath smelled like orchids, and her eyes were also looking at him in amazement. Her hands were on the other party's naked waist that was so weak that it seemed to have no bones. Before Lu Ming understood what was going on, the face of the beautiful girl in front of him instantly turned from stunned to livid. Suddenly, she moved her arm, and a gust of wind suddenly burst out between the two. Lu Ming only felt a chill in his body, then his whole body flew out for 100 meters and fell heavily on the cold ground. The slight tingling made Lu Ming roughly understand what was going on. His face was green and red, and he hurriedly put on a new set of clothes. Before he just put on the last outer robe, a gust of wind blew in front of him, and the nine-tailed girl also appeared in front of him in a white palace dress, but her jade face was extremely livid, and her face was full of murderous intent. "Very good, you actually did this kind of thing when I was confused. I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes," the bewitching woman said while gritting her teeth. She raised one hand, and a red cloth shadow of 10 meters instantly condensed, and it grabbed at Lu Ming fiercely. Lu Ming could only smile bitterly. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve, and a small yellow shield flew out, turning into a huge yellow shield in front of him. After the shield spun, a small mountain phantasm appeared on the surface. Boom! A loud sound rang out. After the pale red giant claw phantasm collided with the yellow hill, the hill instantly turned into nothingness. The entire thick earth shield burst into a yellow mist like paper. Lu Ming was shocked. The 8-tentacle sea beastkin on his body disappeared in the previous fierce battle with Lu Ming. In a hurry, he could only forcibly urge the few dozen scales in his body to cover a few vital points. After he only felt a dazzling red light in front of him, a sharp pain in his chest spread all over his body. The red scales on his body shattered one by one, revealing bright red flesh. His whole body turned into a black shadow and retreated. With a ping sound, Lu Ming stumbled a few steps before finally coming to a stop. However, he could see stars in front of his eyes. Humph, a mere pseudo-Dan stage cultivator actually has such a shocking physical body. I feel that there is some pure demon chi circulating in your body. Could it be that you have cultivated the secret technique of our demon clan? The girl said expressionlessly. With a wave of her hand, another giant red claw condensed above Lu Ming and fell down like a small mountain. At this time, Lu Ming's whole body was dripping with blood, and the 5 huge holes on his chest were clearly visible. He snorted coldly and suddenly punched the air with 2 fists. At the same time, black gas rolled on his arms, and 5 black mist dragons rushed out of the air with teeth and claws. There was an earth-shattering explosion as the red light and black chi intertwined in the sky, transforming into waves that swept out wildly. Lu Ming's entire body trembled while countless strands of blood shot out, and he seemed to be in an even more sorry state. When the monster race girl saw that her second attack was ineffective, a strange expression flashed across her face. After a moment of hesitation, she coldly said, "Very good, with your cultivation, you can actually take 2 attacks from the Grotto God's Claw that I just inherited. You have some ability. If you can take the next attack, I may let you go for now. But you don't have to be happy too early. I only used 50% of my spiritual power in those 2 attacks." As soon as she finished speaking, the 9-tailed girl let out a long howl. Behind her, 9 snow-white fox tails appeared out of thin air again, dancing wildly in the wind. Then, she made a gesture with both hands and pointed at the sky above Lu Ming. With a loud hung-long sound, the entire sky darkened. A giant claw that was about an acre in size appeared out of thin air above Lu Ming. Its entire body was crimson red and countless fiery clouds lingered around it, as if it was a real entity. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face changed greatly, and he suddenly waved his hand. Swoosh, a silver light flashed into his body from the side of the ground, and it instantly turned into a silver armor. It was the 8-legged holy beast. At the same time, Lu Ming quickly made a gesture with both hands. After the silver light flashed under his ribs, another silver arm appeared. At the same time, each of the silver palms was holding a heavy water droplet with water vapor lingering around it. At this moment, the crimson claw in the sky had already fallen down. The 5 fingers were surrounded by countless thunder and lightning, like the claw of a demon. Seeing this, Lu Ming's pupils shrank, but he roared wildly. Black gas rolled behind him, and 500 meters long mist dragons and 5 black mist tigers the size of a house appeared at the same time. At the same time, there was a burst of firecrackers in his body, and his body suddenly swelled up a lot. At the same time, his veins appeared on the surface of his body, and his palms were wrapped with several layers of thick black and purple scales. Hoo! Lu Ming's forearms smashed at the falling giant claw almost at the same time. In an instant, the entire space above trembled. The 5 mist dragons and 5 mist tigers roared and soared into the sky, then dense black fist shadows appeared and followed like a tide. A loud rumbling sound suddenly sounded in the entire space like thunder in a clear sky. In the blink of an eye, within the black shockwaves, a series of gray wind pillars instantly soared into the sky and swept out wildly in all directions. Lu Ming only felt a heat in his chest, and he couldn't help but spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, his legs sank into the ground of the hall, and the nearby stone slabs were shattered. The 2 silver arms under his ribs turned into specks of silver light and dissipated with a muffled sound. The other 2 arms also instantly lost their senses and hung down. The 2 fists that were covered in black scales had their flesh split open and were dripping with blood. However, Lu Ming didn't care about all of this. He just stared at the huge black and red light that was gradually dispersing in the air. When all the light disappeared, the air was empty. Whether it was the fist shadows or the giant claw, they were all gone. Lu Ming was relieved. He looked at the nine-tailed girl in front of him again, then he subconsciously glanced at the invisible sword pouch on his waist. If she still didn't want to give up, he could only remove the seal on the sword pouch and take out the void sword pill that was still being nurtured. Seeing this, a strange expression appeared on the face of the girl in the palace dress. She seemed to be relieved, but she still looked a little unwilling. Humph, you're lucky. You actually took the third hit. This means that I don't have any other methods to easily take your life. Since this is the case, I can let you go for the time being since you helped me complete this inheritance ceremony. However, I don't want a third person to know about what happened today. Otherwise, even if I have to cross several continents, I will find a way to kill you. After the girl's face changed several times, she finally said with a sigh of relief. Miss, don't worry. I will never disclose what happened here to anyone. Otherwise, I'm willing to suffer the punishment of thousands of ghosts. Lu Ming's face eased, and he quickly made an oath. It's best if you can remember what you just said. This Yuan pill is your reward this time. In addition, this is the thing that can let you leave this place. The girl said faintly. After glancing at Lu Ming again, she suddenly threw a green elixir and a white talisman, then she crushed the same talisman in her other hand without hesitation. Her figure immediately became blurred with a white light around her. I'm Lu Ming from the Middle Sky continent. May I know your name? After Lu Ming caught the elixir and the talisman, he couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. He unexpectedly asked. My name is Yaoji. If you think you're strong enough in the future, you can come to the wild continent to find me. But if you're not strong enough, just appear in front of me. I will definitely tear you into pieces immediately. The girl's sweet voice echoed gently in the hall. The next moment, the girl's figure completely disappeared after a flash of white light. When Lu Ming saw the beautiful figure of this woman disappear in front of him, he was stunned for a while. His mind quickly flashed the few days he knew this woman, as well as this unexpected love that he didn't know could be counted. For some reason, he felt a little lost in his heart. With the bloodline of the female nine-tailed spirit fox, her identity in the wild continent must be different. Now that she had completely accepted the inheritance of the nine-tailed spirit fox, her strength was probably only one step away from the celestial state. In addition, he was in the wild continent. It was extremely unlikely for him to meet her again. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Yu Tianmei who had skin contact with him. Now that they had been separated for decades, and his messy engagement with Callan, he smiled bitterly in his heart. These matters of love flashed in Lu Ming's mind. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he quickly returned to normal. He then checked the elixir and the charm in his hand. After confirming that there were no problems, he swallowed the energy-gathering elixir. Immediately, a warm and gentle medicinal power flowed down his throat and into his lower abdomen. Then, it quickly spread through his meridians. The 5 bloody holes on his chest and the other cracks on his body began to heal slowly. Seeing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. At this moment, there were bursts of roars in the distance again. Seeing this, Lu Ming was refreshed. He suddenly patted his shoulder. Immediately, a green light rolled up, and Che Huan appeared in the void again. After Lu Ming left, he immediately strode toward the place where the roars were coming from with Che Huan's phantom. Now that Yaoji was no longer here, all the monster souls here were naturally in his pocket, and Che Huan could slowly devour them. After all, the opportunity to encounter so many monster souls was unimaginable outside. Half a month later, in the same place, Lu Ming looked around with a little nostalgia. After deeply engraving this place that had brought him an unforgettable experience in his heart, he crushed the white talisman and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a pitch-black tunnel. Lu Ming frowned, and he quickly took out a fist-sized moonlight stone from the Sumer ring. It emitted a crystal light that immediately illuminated the entire tunnel. When he looked around, he suddenly found that on both sides of the tunnel, there were 8 monster heads, almost the same as what he saw in the side hall. But before he could think about anything, the ground around him suddenly shook violently, and there was a loud rumbling sound in his ears. A crackling sound was heard, cracks quickly appeared on the stone walls on both sides as the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Suddenly, a huge explosion came from the tunnel behind, followed by the sound of gravel falling to the ground. For some reason, this underground ruin seemed to be collapsing and being destroyed. Lu Ming didn't have time to think much at the moment. His figure flickered without saying a word, and he blasted toward the tunnel entrance that had not collapsed yet. After a quarter of an hour, a figure flashed and blasted out from a crack in the ground that had just cracked. Lu Ming finally left this magnificent and abnormal underground ruins and returned to the surface. He circled in the air and flew away without stopping at all. Less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea after Lu Ming left the ruins, the rumbling sound under the ruins became more and more frequent. With the nearby mountain as the center, thick cracks appeared on the nearby ground. After a while, a muffled sound came from the ground. The entire mountain suddenly tilted and collapsed into the ground. The loud rumbling sound was faintly heard from the ground one after another. After just a few seconds, the entire wasteland was sunken and became completely unrecognizable. Lu Ming, who was far away in the sky, couldn't help but look back after hearing the huge movement coming from behind. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but the next moment, he made a gesture, turned into a black light, and flew away at a faster speed. He had stayed in this ruin for such a long time. It was impossible for Kim Tin Ti and the others to continue to wait foolishly at the original rendezvous point, so he could only go on his way alone. Fortunately, he still had the map given by the sect in his hand. There were also several treasures and other ruins that had been explored by the ancestors. There should be a chance to meet up with Kim Tin Ti and the others. After Lu Ming identified the direction and recalled the map, he immediately adjusted his direction and blasted in a certain direction. At the same time, the human race, monster race, demon race, and some other powerful foreign races that entered the ruins of the upper realm finally frequently encountered each other and fought each other fiercely beyond imagination. There was no need for any reason. Whether it was the human race, monster race, demon race, or other foreign races, they had accumulated hatred that could not be erased in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Now that they encountered each other, they naturally fought fiercely. Somewhere in the ruins, there was a barren pile of rocks that stretched for thousands of miles. Not only was the heaven and earth spiritual energy extremely thin here, it was difficult to find any traces of spirit herbs or treasures, let alone some high-rank beasts in the ruins. At this moment, somewhere in the void that was only 50 or 60 feet above the ground, there was a sudden spatial fluctuation. A man and a woman slowly emerged in a flash of light. One of the men was tall and strong. He had a head of golden-purple curly hair, a lion nose, and a wide mouth. The woman had a head of short silver hair. She had a pair of green pupils that were as bright as jade, and there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. The two of them were Lu Ming and Xianxia of the Big Dipper Pavilion. "We have already taken that black dragon in a big circle. Junior brother Yan should be far away by now." Lu Ming glanced behind and said indifferently. "Although junior brother Yan is only at the late stage of the crystallization period, his strength is not inferior to you or me. It should not be a problem for him to take the treasure to find senior brother and the others." Xianxia's beautiful eyes flashed as she said lightly. Isn't it just a Jin Dan realm monster race? You, me, and junior brother Yan, how can we not deal with it? You know, the black dragon monster core of the Jin Dan realm is a priceless treasure. If the news of us fleeing in such a sorry state were to spread out, how can we stand in the Big Dipper Pavilion in the future? Lu Ming said with a disdainful face. Since the treasure is in our hands, why do we need to fight for it? Moreover, most of the monster race experts that came from the wild continent have pure bloodlines. Their strength is much stronger than the disciples of the Sky Monster Valley. Even if the three of us join forces, it will not be easy to win. Why waste time on this? Don't forget that you and I have other tasks. 7 days later, we have to meet up with the others. After Xianxia said a few words indifferently, he changed his hand sign and a white cloud lifted him up. He turned into a white light and flew into the distance. Lu Ming muttered a few more words in the same place. Then, he unwillingly rose into the sky and turned into a purple light to chase after Xianxia. As soon as the two left, a black gas suddenly rose into the sky from the nearby rubble. Pieces of rubble shot out in all directions. Amidst the rolling black fog, there was an alien man with black scales all over his body and a pair of strange horns on his head. His eyes were constantly flashing, and his face was full of killing intent as he looked in the direction where Lu Meng and Yi Shiwen had left. I have long heard that there is a mysterious organization in the human race, the Big Dipper Pavilion. Today, it seems that it is only SOSO. This old man used a small trick to trick these brats. If I didn't need you to find that place for me, I would have torn you to pieces long ago. After the monster race man muttered to himself, his body suddenly shone with black light and turned into a black dragon that was more than 200 feet long. Under a gray and smooth towering cliff, there was a dark cave that was 30 to 40 feet in size. Inside the cave, 7 or 8 cultivators wearing Haoran Academy uniforms were sitting on the ground. They closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing. They all looked tired. Senior Brother Yen, what should we do next? This iron flame golden book can't fall into the hands of these monster race that came out of nowhere. The one who spoke was a woman in her 20s. She looked somewhat valiant. It was the young woman in green clothes who participated in the Elysium meeting that day. Of course, but we also saw it from a distance. The strength of the 2 Beast King cultivators is really extraordinary. Because of breaking the enchantment, we don't have much spiritual power left, so we can only take the treasures and hide for a while. But after we recover, before waiting for the handsome cultivator in scholar robe to finish speaking, lightning flashed at the entrance of the cave. Several 10 meters long purple claw lights appeared and blasted at the place where everyone was sitting. Be careful. The young woman in green clothes reacted very quickly. Before she finished speaking, she raised her hand without hesitation, and a green jasper stone flew out of her sleeve robe. After it turned illusionary, it grew to 100 meters in size and blocked the entrance of the cave. At the same time, a green light shot out from the stone inkstone. After a few booming sounds, the green jasper inkstone suddenly trembled, then it shattered directly with a bang. At this time, at the entrance of the cave, a brown and a gray beastkin chi rolled in. After the beastkin chi dispersed, it turned out to be 2 beastkin cultivators with bare heads and human bodies. The 2 were very similar in size, but their skin color was different. One was covered with thick gray hair, and the other had the same thick brown hair. Hee, you go deal with the others. Let me deal with that girl. It is said that this human female cultivator has soft skin and tender flesh. She tastes different from the others. I haven't tasted it yet. The brown-haired demonic cultivator turned his gaze toward the green-robed young woman and spoke with a greedy expression. Let's go, now is not a good time to fight with these monsters. The handsome cultivator in scholar robe was shocked when he saw this. He flipped his hand, and a row of small green flags appeared in front of him. These small flags were only 7 or 8 inches in size, but each flag was inscribed with some mysterious patterns and exuded extremely pure spiritual power fluctuations. The Confucian-robed cultivator muttered an incantation and cast a spell. So the small flags shot out and inserted themselves into the ground in front of him. After a flash of green light, a green light wall of 100 meters in size suddenly emerged between the 2 Beast King cultivators and their own people. The disciples of the Haoran Academy flew deeper into the cave under the leadership of the cultivator in scholar robe. The 2 Beast King cultivators of the Bear clan at the entrance of the cave did not chase. Instead, after looking at each other, the gray-haired Beast King cultivator threw out a fist-sized golden light ball with one hand. At the same time, he began to chant some obscure strange spells. The brown-haired Beast King cultivator laughed strangely on the same place. In just a few breaths of time, a loud rumbling sound was heard, rays of golden light burst out from the mountain. After the entire mountain trembled violently, it collapsed in an instant. As the flying stones splashed everywhere, a few green escape lights hurriedly blasted out from it and flew away. Swoosh swoosh, 2 gray and brown beast kinchi galloped in the direction of the green light. With just a few flashes, the 2 slowest green lights were wrapped in it. Seeing this, the remaining escape lights dispersed at the same time and continued to flee in different directions. 2 screams came from the air, the green light in the 2 beast kinchi became weaker and weaker. After a while, 2 bloody and mutilated corpses were thrown out from the 2 beast kinchi. The thing is not in their hands, let's chase them separately. After the 2 low voices said a few more vicious words, they broke through the air in the direction of the remaining green lights. In the center of a forest full of thick bamboo, a demonic cloud of several acres was rolling and roaring. There were miserable screams from time to time. After all of the devilish clouds had disappeared, the corpses of several demonic cultivators were strewn all over the ground, and all of them were extremely shriveled. There was only a devilish cultivator in a black visor who was standing completely still at the center of the corpses. A few days later, Lu Ming flew slowly over a swamp full of miasma, and his eyes kept glancing around. In this swamp, apart from some scattered weeds, there was only mud as far as the eye could see. Not long ago, he encountered a beastkin named Bone-Rotting Toad at the edge of the swamp. After killing it, he immediately went deep into the swamp with great interest. Although this kind of beastkin was only the size of a fist, and it was extremely ugly, the venom ejected from the poisonous cells on its back had the power to corrode bones and tendons. Ordinary cultivators below the crystallization period would rot and die within a few hours if they were exposed to the venom without any preparation. This bone-rotting toad was a unique product of the wild continent. It was hard to find its trace in the Middle Sky continent, but its flesh and blood were extremely valuable. Its venom was the main material of a kind of medicine called 100 Poison Pill. This medicine had a special effect on curing some strange poisons that even celestial state powerhouses had a headache. Therefore, a small bottle of this venom could easily be sold for millions of yuan at the auction, let alone the finished 100 Poison Pill. Since Lu Ming found the trace of this beast here, of course, he would not let it go easily. When he walked all the way to the center of the swamp, he did not encounter any other beastkin. Instead, he found a human corpse and several puppet fragments scattered on the ground. In his surprise, he appeared next to the corpse in a flash. He bent down and examined it carefully. Judging from the clothes of this corpse, it was most likely a disciple of the nature work sect. The wounds on its body were obviously torn by some kind of huge force. However, the wounds were so neat that it made Lu Ming a little surprised. At this moment, something on the wrist fell into Lu Ming's eyes. With a glance, it was a pale purple storage bracelet. He frowned and waved one hand. The storage bracelet immediately flew out of the corpse and fell into his hand steadily. As a result, after exploring the storage bracelet with divine thought, he found that in addition to some spirit stones, talismans, and spiritual weapons, there were dozens of balls of different colors lying in the corner. Most of them were the size of a fist, and only one was golden. The surface was densely packed with earthworm-like runes. It was obviously bigger than the others. Eh? It seems to be a Jean Dan stage puppet? After Lu Ming checked the golden ball a few times, he suddenly showed a surprised expression, but then he shook his head with a wry smile. The disciple of the nature work sect who could enter the ruins was naturally not an ordinary person. It was not too strange to have a puppet of this level. As a matter of fact, he had only sacrificial refined 4 condensation period puppet warriors. He had never controlled a crystallization period puppet, let alone a Jean Dan stage puppet. And this kind of high-level puppet exclusive to the sect was naturally not something that could be controlled by ordinary puppet techniques. If he knew there was such a chance, he should have asked Green Spirit for a few ancient books about puppet manipulation when he was in the Odd Desert that day. Next, he checked the remains of a few other puppets and found that they were just crystallization period puppets. It seemed that this disciple of the nature work sect was suddenly attacked, and he was killed by the opponent before he could even release the Jean Dan stage puppet. Lu Ming put away the storage bracelet and wandered around for a while. After finding no other traces, he could only float away from the swamp. Over the next few days, Lu Ming rushed to the nearest marked location on the map. He also searched along the way and gained a lot. Among them, there were a few spirit herbs and spirit medicines. If they were stuffed into the sword pouch, they would be of great help to the nourishment of the sword pellet. In addition, there were a few pieces of higher-grade underworld ores, which were also attribute top-grade refining materials. Their value was also considerable. What delighted Lu Ming the most was that he had also obtained a rare 1,000-year-old soul-chasing grass. If it was paired with a spiritual object called the rainbow coral, he could concoct a type of spiritual medicine that could increase his chances of forming his gold core. One should know that at this stage, even an increase of 1 or 2% is enough to make countless pseudo-core cultivators scramble for it. 7 days later, above a mountain surrounded by dense green forest, Lu Ming stood on a black cloud and circled in the air. He used his divine sense to roughly scan the area within 100 miles, but he didn't find any abnormal aura. He slowly landed and walked to a seemingly ordinary mountain rock. After looking up and down a few times, he suddenly raised one hand and launched a symbol into it. With a pu sound, the scenery near the mountain rock shattered like bubbles, revealing a huge mountain wall covered with black and green moss. At the bottom of the mountain wall, there was a copper door that looked very ancient. It was already wide open. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly, but his figure still flickered and entered it. After a while, Lu Ming appeared in an empty hall in the middle of the mountain. Some stone tables and chairs had collapsed on the ground. It was obvious that it had been swept away by someone. Lu Ming frowned slightly. His gaze slowly swept across the surroundings. He flipped his hand, took out a green bead, and slapped it with one hand. The surface of the bead glowed in green light, and a low buzzing sound came out. As a result, a streak of white light shot out from a nearby pillar that was as thick as a person. In a flash, it landed in his hand. It was a white talisman. Lu Ming moved his finger and launched a symbol. The white talisman condensed in the air, then it turned into a line of small white words. After a moment, it turned into a little spiritual light and dissipated. They have already been here, but fortunately, they left the next place to go. It is not difficult to catch up with them. Lu Ming murmured, then he put away the bead and left immediately without any reluctance. Half a month later, at the low altitude of a narrow and long canyon, there was a loud whistling sound. 4 black shadows rushed past. Over 1,000 feet behind these black shadows was a vast expanse of streaks of light of different colors, all of which were pursuing them in hot pursuit. The leader was a golden escape light with an extraordinary momentum. In the golden light was a young man in a golden robe. It was Kim Tin-ti. In the other escape lights behind, it was the Ouyang sisters, Long Yanfei, and the other 2 disciples. It turned out that just a few days ago, Kim Tin-ti and Jiao Longzi had just searched a ruin marked on the map. In order to improve the efficiency of treasure hunting, they immediately led their teams to search for treasure in this area. When Kim Tin-ti led Long Yanfei and others to find a huge valley with a lot of spiritual medicine, and when they scattered to collect, 2 of the disciples were suddenly attacked by 4 demon mystic sect disciples. The enemy was outnumbered, and they were not prepared at all. Even though the strength of the 2 Taiching Gate disciples was not low, one of them was still killed on the spot. The other barely escaped with the help of a life-saving talisman and quickly found Kim Tin-ti on the other side of the valley to report. Such a sneak attack naturally angered Kim Tin-ti. He immediately summoned Long Yanfei and others and immediately chased after them. As a result, not far from the valley, they really saw a few demon mystic sect disciples. They immediately chased them all the way, which was the scene in front of them. Kim Tin-ti looked at the few demon mystic sect disciples who escaped in front of him, snorted coldly, and he suddenly chanted. His gestures were changing rapidly, and his body was constantly emitting dazzling starlight. Suddenly, he launched a golden light from both of his hands on both sides. After the 2 golden lights condensed in the air, they turned into 2 golden rainbows. They flashed into the mountain peaks on both sides of the canyon and disappeared. A golden line suddenly appeared on the surface of the mountain peaks on both sides of the canyon, and it spread forward quickly. It surpassed the black shadows in front of it in an instant. Boom! A rumbling sound rang out, the area above the golden line on both sides of the mountain peak suddenly collapsed, turning into pieces of rubble that rolled down the cliff, blocking the originally narrow valley so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. At the next moment, the golden escape light suddenly turned into a bright meteor in the air, and it suddenly accelerated to catch up with the black shadows in front of it. When the black shadows saw this, they suddenly stopped and turned around. After the demonic chi was withdrawn, several men wearing demon mystic sect costumes were revealed. One of them was a young man with green hair. It was Long Xian. Kim Tin-ti groaned in the golden light. Suddenly, countless starlight flew out of it, instantly condensing into a big golden hand of an acre. It directly slammed at Long Xian and others. For evils combined. Seeing this, the other 3 people except Long Xian said in unison. Their figures blurred, and they all appeared behind Long Xian. They pressed their 6 palms on Long Xian's shoulders at the same time. Long Xian sneered, and the green flame rolled behind him. Suddenly, a 200 meters tall green giant phantasm appeared. Its face was blurred, but it was vaguely visible that it was wearing armor. Its 6 thick arms were holding weapons such as swords, shields, and so on. As for Long Xian himself, his body doubled in size, turning into a green giant that was more than 30 feet tall. Thick green lines that looked like earthworms appeared on the surface of his body. Then, he pointed at the golden giant hand that was the size of a small hill with one hand. The giant phantasm on his back waved its 6 arms at the same time. The different weapons in its hands instantly merged into one, turning into a 100 meters long green giant blade phantasm. It slashed at the golden giant hand fiercely. An earth-shattering loud noise, the green blade immediately shattered inch by inch in the dazzling golden light. Long Xian and the other 3 paled, and all of them took a few steps back in the air. However, the massive hand that was descending from above also vanished in a flash. Seeing this situation, Kim Tinti was slightly surprised. After a light snort, he was about to attack again. But at this moment, there were several terrifying auras that made his blood run cold behind him. It was followed by an ear-piercing sound. Kim Tinti was shocked. He hurriedly turned around, and his face suddenly changed. Behind him, the escape light of Long Yanfei and others were swept by 7 thick black light beams from the stone walls on both sides. 2 of the Taiqing Gate disciples were caught off guard. After being swept by 3 of the light beams at the same time, they were annihilated along with several protective spiritual weapons on the spot. As for Long Yanfei and Ouyang Qian, a strange sword intent rushed out of their bodies, and it actually annihilated the 2 black light beams that swept over. Meanwhile, a silver talisman exploded on the bodies of the other 2, and a massive monarch projection instantly appeared in front of the 2 of them before perishing alongside the other 2 pillars of black light. But even so, whether it was Long Yanfei or Ouyang Qian, their faces all turned pale. Ga, almost at the same time, on both sides of the mountain wall where the black light beams came out, a strange laughter came out. After that, the surface flashed in gray light. Suddenly, a long and narrow crack appeared, and 7 men in gray robes with similar appearances walked out from it. As soon as the 7 of them appeared, a cold light flashed in their eyes. Without saying anything, they put their hands together. With a piercing sound, another 7 black light beams shot out from their hands. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. Seeing this, Long Yanfei was naturally shocked and angry. She opened her mouth, and a small white sword shot out. After another flash, it turned into a white rainbow that was over 100 feet long, and it danced wildly in front of her, protecting all 3 of them behind it. Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qin were also shocked, and they moved together in a flash. At the same time, they held each other's hands together, and raised their other hand at the same time. A red and blue brocade handkerchief each flew out. After spinning in a circle, it transformed into a thick red and blue light barrier behind the white sword rainbow. Rumble! 4 loud booms rang out. The first 4 pillars of light struck the white streak of light, as well as the 2 light barriers behind them, and they were instantly vanquished. The last 3 pillars of light continued onward without any impediment, and were about to strike the 3 women with devastating force. Seeing this, Long Yanfei and Ouyang Qian's beautiful faces paled almost at the same time. At this moment, a long cry suddenly came, and a golden light rolled out. Countless starlight burst out from it. After it circled, it annihilated the remaining 3 black light pillars like a galaxy. At this time, the galaxy faded away, revealing Kim Tinti's slender figure. He stared coldly at a man in a gray robe on one side of the stone wall and spat out the word demonic cultivator. When Long Yanfei and the other 2 saw Kim Tinti arrive, they were also relieved. Hee, this is the ruins. What's so strange about seeing a Saint clan? You, on the other hand, are quite young, but your divine ability just now was not weak. No wonder the few people I subdued before kept persuading me to kill your helpers first, then deal with you alone. But I didn't expect that the others also have a lot of life-saving means, but I only killed 2. The man in a gray robe who was stared at by Kim Tinti let out a low laugh. If Lu Ming was here, he would naturally be able to recognize these 7 men in gray robes at a glance. They were the 7 clones of the celestial state demon cultivator. He didn't know why they appeared here, and they also subdued Long Xian and the other demon mystic sect disciples. They even had ideas about Kim Tinti and the others. I also didn't expect the demon mystic sect disciples to collude with the demonic cultivator. I don't know what kind of expression the demon mystic sect's elders will have after returning to the human realm. Kim Tinti snorted and said. At the same time, he carefully looked at the 7 demonic cultivators who suddenly appeared. He found that these people not only looked similar, but their aura was also very similar. They were all at the early stage of Jing Dan. He couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face or in his words. If Lu Ming saw that these 7 demonic cultivator clones had advanced from pseudo-Dan to early stage of Jing Dan in such a short time, he would probably be even more shocked. When the demon mystic sect disciples heard Kim Tinti's words, their faces changed, and they were even paler than before. However, Long Xian replied coldly, "Hee, a fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. If you have the time to worry about our future, why don't you think about how to escape from this lord of the sacred race?" Speaking of which, Long Xian was actually suppressing a bellyful of suppressed anger. He had nothing to do with Lu Ming at the beginning. After he finally reunited with other demon mystic sect disciples and led the 3 of them to set off, he didn't expect to encounter a celestial state cultivator who had just obtained a lot of rewards from the ruins and lifted some of the restrictions on his strength. With the terrifying means of this demon, even though Long Xianxiu had the famous Green Sun demonic art and the other 3 disciples were not weak, they were still suppressed in one fell swoop. Not even one of them could run away. However, after this celestial elephant demon succeeded, he did not kill them. Instead, he set up a restriction on them and forced them to help him gather information in the nearby area and kill others. Whether it was the team of alien race, beastkin race or ordinary human race, as long as they encountered this celestial elephant demon, they would not let them go. He used demonic qi to absorb all the blood essence of the corpses, leaving not a single drop. At this time, how could Long Xian and others not understand that this demon race powerhouse was actually sacrificing the cultivators of various races to cultivate some kind of terrifying demonic art? Even so, under the pressure of the celestial elephant demon's desperate strength and the restriction on his body, Long Xian and others could only obey the demon's orders. Finally, they noticed Kim Tinti and others who also broke into the nearby area. Speaking of which, I also met a human race kid who wore similar clothes as you before. Unfortunately, he betrayed me in an underground ruin and mixed with the Beastkin clan. But at this moment, the entire ruin has collapsed. Whether he is still alive or not is another matter. The demon suddenly said with a grin. Kim Tinti was slightly startled when he heard this. Looking at all the disciples of Taiqing Gate, only Lu Ming left the team alone to distract the Beastkin. Could it be that this demon was really talking about Lu Ming? Long Yanfei and the Ouyang sisters were also taken aback. They could not help but look at each other a few times. Hee, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you are willing to surrender to me now and are willing to set up a restriction to work for me, I can let you go. Seeing that the people of Taiqing Gate did not speak, the man in grey robe said with a sneer. You have such a big tone. Do you really think that with just the few of you, you can eat me? Kim Tinti heard and said with a yawn. However, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the 3 girls, be careful and act according to the situation. Because the flying sword and other treasures were destroyed before, Long Yanfei and the other 2 women had already suffered some injuries due to the mental connection. Hearing this, they naturally didn't dare to neglect, and they took out other spiritual weapons and put them in their hands. Seeing that Kim Tinti and the others had no intention of surrendering, the demon leader did not hesitate anymore. He moved his arms and a black light shone. Rolls of black gas rolled out and instantly covered the void in front of him. After a few more rolls, it suddenly formed a giant black cloud with the size of an acre. The other 6 demon dwellers also flew up like a wheel. Waves of symbols lingering with black gas kept striking into the black cloud from both sides. Immediately afterward, a burst of obscure incantation came out from the 7 people's mouths. The black cloud rolled violently and there was a loud buzzing sound. Suddenly, thousands of black bugs rushed out and pressed towards Kim Tinti and the others. These little insects were completely black, and their eyes were blood red. They were like black silkworms with wings. Facing this terrifying rushing cloud, Kim Tinti's eyes condensed, but he stood still. However, after a sharp sword sound came from behind him, it was Long Yanfei who took out a silver flying sword, threw it into the air, and quickly pointed in the air. In an instant, the silver flying sword turned and divided into 2. Then into 4. In a blink of an eye, it turned into 16 bright silver sword lights, and with a blur, it turned into many silver sword lotuses. As the woman madly made a gesture, the silver sword quickly bloomed. Countless sharp sword lights crisscrossed, transforming into a silver giant net. There were tiny thunder fire flashing on the surface, and it faced the black bugs that were rushing over. Fire actually combined the flying sword with the power of thunder and lightning. It's quite not easy. It's more than enough to deal with ordinary demonic techniques, but to use an incomplete technique to deal with these demon cultivators of the 10,000 demon continent, I'm afraid. Kim Tin-Ti looked at this scene with a blank expression, and he kept thinking in his heart. He didn't stop Long Yanfei from making a move, as if he intended to test the strength of these demon cultivators. In the next moment, thousands of black bugs hit the silver giant net, and there was a loud crackling sound. The thunder light pierced into the bug cloud like sharp needles. Countless black bugs exploded and turned into rolling demonic chi again. For a while, the bug cloud couldn't fall anymore. However, as the number of black bugs continued to increase, the bug cloud floating in the air became more and more terrifying, and it began to suppress the sword light below. Even though Long Yanfei kept making sword gestures with both hands, the silver giant net still collapsed with a boom, and it turned into 16 dim silver sword lights again and dispersed. A crisp clang rang out, and 15 of the streaks of sword chi abruptly disappeared, leaving only one streak of sword chi that bounced back before reverting back to its silver flying sword form. However, its surface was extremely dim, and it was quite clear that its spiritual nature had been damaged. Pooh! Long Yanfei's complexion changed, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, she waved one hand, and the flying sword instantly returned to her sleeve. This woman had destroyed 2 flying swords in a row, and she probably wouldn't be able to make another move for a while. At this time, because there was no longer the obstruction of the silver sword light, the remaining black demonic bugs once again swept down, but Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qin, who were already prepared, had already jumped up to meet them. Ouyang Qian was in the air, and she shook her sleeve. Accompanied by a clear dragon roar, a white light shot out from it. The white light condensed in the air, and it turned into a white dragon phantom out of thin air. As it hovered, a large amount of sword light swept out wildly. In an instant, it turned into a white array pattern of more than 200 meters in size in front of her, and the white jade dragon was wandering in it. Luo Yu Saber Array. Ouyang Qian's pretty face darkened as she shouted at the sky. Countless white saber lights poured out of the array. As soon as these saber lights left the array, they condensed into small white dragons that were about a foot long. They rushed at the black demonic insects that were coming at her face at lightning speed. For a time, the black and white colors of light exploded one after another in the air, and the momentum was extremely overwhelming. On the other side, Ouyang Qin. A light purple folding fan had appeared in her hand. With a slight wave, light purple fan shadows flashed out. Dozens of unknown purple spirit flowers appeared in front of her, and they flew toward the black demonic bugs that filled the sky. As soon as those black demonic bugs came into contact with the purple spirit flowers, they suddenly turned into wisps of black gas and dispersed. In just the time of 7 or 8 breaths, under the joint efforts of Ouyang Qian and her sister, nearly half of the black demonic bugs that filled the sky had turned into wisps of demonic chi and dispersed. Seeing this, the 7 demons didn't care and continued to channel their demonic chi, and immediately, more black gas rolled out. Immediately, the black cloud in the sky became larger and larger, and in the blink of an eye, it became thousands of meters in size, almost covering half of the sky, and made the entire canyon a little dark. The number of demonic bugs that flew out from it also increased by more than double, and the situation on the battlefield took a sharp turn again. Under the attack of the small insects that blotted out the sky, the densely packed small white dragons finally collapsed one after another with a pu-pu sound. Under the impact of the black gas formed by the demonic bugs, the purple spirit flowers made a zzz sound and flashed wildly, and their size shrank rapidly. Although Ouyang Qian and her sister were still desperately channeling the technique, they were obviously showing signs of exhaustion. At this moment, Kim Tin-Ti finally made a move. Without saying any words, his figure flashed, and he appeared above the 2 women. His golden robe fluttered with the wind, and his hands quickly drew a circle with a diameter of half a foot in front of his chest. With a boom, the surrounding heaven and earth's aura tumbled, and the circle in front of Kim Tin-ti burst out a dazzling white light. After that, everyone was surprised to find that the circle became dark, but there were still spots of white light flashing. The circle seemed to contain a bright starry sky. Go! Kim Tin-ti groaned and waved his long sleeve into the sky. There was a loud air-piercing sound. Dense white light blasted out from the starry sky in front of Kim Tin-ti, and it condensed into a thick white light beam in mid-air, blasting at the black insects. Puff puff puff, along the way, the black demonic insects in front of him were annihilated by the white light beam as soon as they touched it, they disappeared without a trace. After just 1 or 2 breaths, the light beam directly penetrated into the demonic cloud behind, but there was no movement after that. It seemed that the white light beam was directly swallowed. Seeing this scene, Long Yanfei and Xianxia couldn't help but look at each other. The demon mystic sect people who had already rushed over and stopped in the nearby air saw this, but most of them looked happy. In the next moment, a wave of faint explosions suddenly sounded out from within the black devilish cloud. The sound grew louder and louder, and it gradually rose and fell like muffled thunder, causing one's scalp to go numb upon hearing it. When the 7 black demons saw this, their expressions changed. Just as they were about to take action, a white light suddenly appeared in the black cloud. With a chi-chi sound, countless white threads shot out from the black cloud in a crisscross pattern. Rumble, a loud noise resounded through the world, the black cloud suddenly burst open. In the airwave, countless demonic insects fell from it, and they turned into black gas and dissipated. The 7 demonic cultivators grunted and took a few steps back at the same time. Obviously, the 7 of them also suffered a small loss when their magical powers were broken. Xianxia and Xianxia were overjoyed. Xianxia changed her gesture, and the saber array turned into a small white lightsaber, floating in front of her. Xianxia also closed the purple folding fan in her hand and stood side by side with Xianxia in a flash. Kim Tin-ti just made a simple move, and he defeated the demonic insect cloud controlled by the 7 demonic cultivators. His unfathomable strength naturally boosted the morale of Long Yanfei and Xianxia. You really have some skills. I'll play with all of you for a while before I kill all of you. The leader of the devilish beings was not angry. Instead, he was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Humph! Shameless boasting. You guys be more careful and pay attention to the movements of those demon mystic sect disciples. After Kim Tin-ti quickly transmitted a message to the Xianxia sisters, his figure suddenly flashed and flew to the side of the 3 demon dwellers. He raised both of his arms and the 2 wide sleeves of his robe expanded and contracted. 2 streaks of white starlight rolled out and rotated in the air, condensing into a white pink shadow the size of a house. It flew towards the remaining 3 demon dwellers. The 3 devilish beings roared in unison as they extended their 6 arms into the air. Grayish-green devilish flames surged out of their bodies along their arms, forming a giant sinister skull in mid-air. The skull had 2 giant bull horns on its head, and its facial features were identical to that of a human's. Its eyes glowed with a blood-red light, and it spat out a grayish-green mist from its mouth, making it look extremely malevolent and terrifying. Wrapped in grayish-green devilish flames, it met the white ping head-on. Boom boom, this skull seemed to be easily broken by the white ping, but it turned into a wisp of demonic chi that quickly attached itself to the white ping. At the next moment, the white ping, who was about to continue to pounce on the demon dwellers, suddenly flapped its wings. After a sharp turn in the air, it pounced back at Kim Tin-ti. It can even pollute a shape-shifted creature that has no vitality. It seems that I can't use ordinary means. After Kim Tin-ti murmured, he rubbed his hands gently. The white ping burst open in the air with a muffled sound. The grayish-green demonic chi that was attached to it also disappeared without a trace in the violent shock. Next, his figure shook slightly, and he turned into a phantasm, blasting in the direction of the 3 demon dwellers. When the 3 demon dwellers saw this, they also roared wildly. The grayish-green demonic chi rolled out and condensed into a black giant claw the size of a pavilion. In the rumbling sound, it caught Kim Tin-ti in it at lightning speed. Hee hee. A low and inaudible sneer came out. The demonic claw expanded and shrank, and there were rays of crystal light bursting out. Finally, it burst open with a loud noise. After the clouds of devilish chi spread out, there was no trace of a person inside, only a dim crystalline talisman that slowly floated down. The other demon dwellers were startled when they saw this. One of the demon dwellers fluctuated behind him, and a figure suddenly appeared. It was Kim Tin-ti. As soon as he appeared, he raised his hand like a bolt of lightning, and a ball of golden light shot out from his sleeve. It was a dazzling golden ball with electric arcs flowing on its surface. The demon dweller was shocked. He hurriedly turned around and raised one hand. A roll of demonic chi condensed into a layer of grayish-green light curtain in front of him. At the same time, he crossed his arms in front of him. With a swoosh, the entire demonic curtain was directly penetrated by the golden light like a piece of paper. The ball even turned into a ball of electric light and hit the demon dweller fiercely. Crackling sounds of electric arcs suddenly came from the devil cultivator's arms, and golden lightning threads shot out, passing through his arms and penetrating his entire body. Ah! In a scream, the demon dweller was shrouded by the electric light and flew backward involuntarily. This unforeseen event was like the rise and fall of a hair, and it happened almost in the blink of an eye. When the other two demon dwellers came back to their senses, the demon dweller who flew out had already lost all of his demon chi, and his body was charred black. Immediately, they roared angrily, and their bodies suddenly increased in size as they charged at Xianxia. Kim Tin-ti sneered and grabbed in the air with one hand. A crystal-clear dagger was condensed in his hand. With just a slash, a dense sword light rolled out and fought fiercely with the two demon dwellers. On the other side of the stone wall, the leader of the demon dwellers who was watching the battle showed a dignified expression when he saw Kim Tin-ti was so easily injured by a demon dweller's clone. He suddenly transmitted a voice to Long Xian who was not far away. Long Xian frowned when he heard the words. He originally planned to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He hoped that the Tai Ching Gate and the demon dweller would both suffer losses so that he could reap the benefits. But now that he heard the demon dweller's order, he could only nod helplessly. His figure flickered and rushed forward. In the air, the demonic chi around him was rolling out. He turned into a burning green sun. He had urged the green sun demonic technique to the extreme. He actually blasted at the three women. Before Long Xian really pounced, he first slapped forward with one hand. The green flame on his body rolled up, and a green fireball the size of a head blasted out. Seeing this, Long Yanfei raised her eyebrows. She flicked her long sleeve, and the silver long sword that she had put away before appeared in her hand. With just a wave, a silver sword light was released to cut the fireball in half. At the same time, her figure flickered and rushed to the sky to meet Long Xian. In an instant, the two fought fiercely together. The silver sword light crisscrossed in the nearby air, and clusters of green flames roared and burst. It seemed that it was hard to determine the winner for a while. On the other side, after the leader issued the order, he also rushed out of the stone wall with the other demon dwellers. He flashed on the way and crossed a distance of more than 300 meters. He silently appeared behind Kim Tin-ti who was fighting with the other two demon dwellers. He grabbed with one hand, and several 10 meters long cold light flashed out. Kim Tin-ti seemed to have expected it. His figure blurred, and he retreated more than 100 meters away, easily dodging the cold light. Your strength is indeed extraordinary, but you won't be so lucky next. The man in grey robe sneered strangely again, and at the same time, he whispered a few spells. The 6 demon dweller clones, including the man in grey robe, suddenly rolled out a grey-green demonic chi. The 6 figures flashed and disappeared in the distance at the same time. The next moment, with a few sounds, a narrow crack appeared in the air around Kim Tin-ti, and a roll of grey-green mist was released from it. The mist quickly connected in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a grey-green giant net the size of an acre. It covered the sky and the earth, covering all the nearby void. When Kim Tin-ti saw it, he pointed at the giant net expressionlessly. A white starlight rushed out of his sleeve robe, turning into a series of white bird shadows. After a series of explosions, the grey-green demon net couldn't fall for a while after being swept away by the white phantoms. At this moment, Ouyang Qian's exclamation and Long Yanfei's muffled groan came from the other side. Oh no! Humph! It was Long Yanfei who was fighting with Long Xian. She was careless, and her left shoulder was grazed by the edge of a green fireball. As a result, her face changed drastically. She felt that her left shoulder was wrapped by something cold, and there was a heart-piercing pain. She barely channeled the silver sword light to block another fireball, then her figure shot back toward Xianxia and her sister like a crossbow arrow. Just as Long Xian's eyes flashed fiercely, and he wanted to chase after Long Yanfei, his expression suddenly changed. His figure became blurred, and he disappeared on the spot. Swoosh swoosh, a purple spirit flower flashed in the air where Long Xian was originally. It was Ouyang and Ouyang who quietly cast a spell to block it. At this time, wisps of black gas rolled and condensed 300 feet behind them. They once again turned into a Long Xian. His gaze swept back and forth between the Ouyang sisters. His originally ugly face became even more ferocious as he said in a gloomy voice, "Just nice, you bitches, we can settle the old and new grudges together." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange green pattern appeared on Long Xian's face. With a hoochie sound, a violent green flame appeared on his body, his figure also skyrocketed in this green flame. 100 meters tall green giant phantasm appeared behind him, and the aura he released instantly climbed to the early stage of Jin Dan. After transforming, Long Xian roared at the sky, then he turned into a huge green flame and rushed toward Ouyang and her sister. This scene caused Ouyang and her sister's expressions to change, and they also hurriedly activated the flying dagger folding fan. A white WYRM over 200 feet long and 7 or 8 purple spirit flowers over 100 feet in size flew out to meet the incoming attack. As a result, the surface of the green flame flashed in green light, and a green flame sword and a green broadsword flashed out from it. They slashed at the white dragon and purple spirit flowers respectively. For a time, the sword light, purple wind, and green light were intertwined in the air. The sound of explosions was continuous. Even though Ouyang and her sister's spiritual weapon and cultivation technique were the best in the family, they were still slightly inferior to Long Xian's green yang demonic art. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the white dragon and the purple spirit flower were gradually disintegrated under the pressure of the green flame sword and the cyan broadsword. The two women could only continue to inject their spiritual power into the spirit weapons in their hands, struggling to hold on. Seeing this, Long Yanfei's jade face sank. She wanted to help again, but she heard a whistling sound coming from the side. The other 3 demon mystic sect disciples also made a move, and their target was her. Long Yanfei had no choice but to use her sword light to resist. However, the demon mystic sect disciples who could enter the ruins were naturally not weak. In addition, Long Yanfei was still injured, so they were at a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. These demon dwellers are not simple. Even if I go all out, I'm afraid it will be difficult to win in a short time. I will try to hold them off in a while. You guys retreat quickly to save your own lives. Kim Tinti suddenly transmitted his voice to Long Yanfei and Ouyang. He was trapped in the giant gray-green net at the moment, and he couldn't defeat the enemy for a while. However, under the continuous injection of demonic chi into the giant net, it also limited the actions of the 7 demon dwellers. At this time, if the 3 women could leave, he could fight without any scruples. Hearing this, the 3 women naturally agreed with their own voice transmission. Long Yanfei immediately unleashed her sword light, forcing the demon mystic sect's disciples back a little, and she was about to fly away immediately. Seeing this, the 3 demon mystic sect's disciples on the opposite side made a gesture and spouted out dark demonic texts. They turned into black leaves and swept toward Long Yanfei in an overwhelming manner. Long Yanfei's face changed. She hurriedly flipped her hand, and a small green shield appeared in her hand. This shield was triangular, emerald green, and looked very small and delicate as if it was carved out of jade. As soon as it left her hand, it expanded several times and turned into a green light shield, protecting Long Yanfei's whole body. The densely packed pitch-black leaves smashed into it without any hesitation. The sound of explosions rang out like a storm. As soon as the pitch-black leaves came into contact with the barrier, they all exploded, transforming into billowing devilish chi that engulfed Long Yanfei. In the blink of an eye, a black ball of mist with a diameter of several tens of feet was formed. Long Yanfei felt her vision darken, and then a rustling sound came from all directions. Her heart immediately shivered. This demonic chi was surprisingly highly corrosive. The surface of the green barrier was quickly filled with holes, and it began to sway unsteadily. 3 disciples of the demon mystic sect flashed out and surrounded the black mist ball. TSK, this treasure is extraordinary, to be able to resist our baleful devil chi for so long. A withered demon profound sect disciple said in surprise. Humph. He's just stalling for time. A short demon mystic sect disciple said disdainfully. Don't talk nonsense, let's do it. The last demon mystic sect disciple urged impatiently. The 3 of them immediately bent and flicked their fingers, and strands of gray and black gas blasted out from their fingertips and went into the black mist ball in the middle. The originally somewhat thin black ball of mist suddenly became extremely solid, and it began to shrink towards the center. These 3 people actually intended to corrode Long Yanfei and the barrier together with the demonic qi. But the next moment, there was a sudden change. There was a thunderous sound from the black mist ball, then countless silver lightning arcs were ejected, turning into silver lightning snakes that danced wildly on the surface of the mist ball. As soon as the billowing black demonic qi approached the silver lightning arcs, they all exploded and turned into nothingness as if they had encountered their nemesis. Boom! A loud sound rang out, the silver lightning tore through the mist ball, and an astonishing heatwave mixed with silver lightning swept out in all directions. The 3 demon mystic sect disciples' faces changed drastically, and they retreated to avoid it. It was just that the short demon mystic sect disciple couldn't avoid it in time. After being swept by the heat wave, he let out a miserable scream, but it stopped abruptly. He seemed to have died in it. The next moment, a purple figure flew out of the mist ball. It was Long Yanfei. At this moment, her face was obviously a little paler than before. It turned out that at the critical moment, she activated a pendant that contained the power of heavenly thunder given by her master to escape. Long Yanfei stabilized her figure in the air. She took out a white bead and threw it in front of her. The bead rotated in the air before transforming into a vast expanse of white light that swept up the man, and he hurtled through the air. The 2 demon mystic sect disciples who recovered from their shock saw that Long Yanfei was seriously injured. After looking at each other, they also turned into 2 black shadows and chased after Long Yanfei. On the other side, Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qian were under the crazy bombardment of demon venerable Qin Yang. They could only resist with the spiritual weapons in their hands. At this moment, the 2 women saw that Long Yanfei used some kind of secret treasure to escape successfully. They suddenly looked at each other and patted the leather bag on their waist at the same time. Poof poof, 2 rays of colorful light rolled out from the leather bag, and they blasted backward instantly. After a few flashes, they turned into 2 colorful butterflies that appeared 1,000 meters away. Seeing this, the 2 women uttered change at the same time. The next moment, their figures blurred, and they teleported to the position of the 2 colorful butterflies. A green flaming sword and an azure saber quickly swept past the spot where the 2 women had been standing just a moment ago, but they completely missed their target. Ouyang Qian, who had just stabilized her figure, quickly threw out the folding fan in her hand. At the same time, she moved her fingers and pointed a few times in the air. After a dazzling purple flame flashed, the folding fan turned into a giant purple spirit flower again, lifting her and Ouyang Qian up. After a spin, they turned into a purple light and went in a different direction from Long Yanfei. Want to escape? Not so easy. Long Xian was furious seeing this. After a strange roar, a green light flashed on his body, and he turned into a huge green flame again, chasing in the direction of the Ouyang sisters' escape. Just as the 3 women escaped from the battlefield, the gray sky above the canyon suddenly turned dark, then there were spots of crystal light flickering. Boom! Immediately afterward, bright starlight poured down from the sky. Wherever it passed, the white and grayish-green demonic qi melted away. The entire demon net was instantly riddled with holes. When the 7 demon clones saw this, their expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. At this time, Kim Tin-Ti's eyes were closed tightly, and his body was surrounded by dense golden runes. Outside the runes, there were also 8 faint golden light mirrors. The starlight falling from the sky seemed to be attracted by these light mirrors, and it went into them like a tide. When the 7 demon clones saw this, they naturally knew that it was not good. After the leader shouted, they waved their sleeves at the same time. A black wind blew, and from the sleeves of the 7 demon clones, a cloud of demonic chi flew into the demon net, allowing it to heal at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Kim Tin-ti opened his eyes, and the 8 golden light mirrors around him collapsed one after another. He opened his arms, and a wisp of starlight wrapped around his arms. It turned into 2 light balls at his fingertips, and with a muffled sound, it immediately turned into white crystal silk, bursting in all directions. Wherever the white crystal silk passed, the solid grayish-green demonic chi turned into white flames that burned and completely collapsed. At the same time, a ring of white light rolled out from Kim Tin-ti's body, and it swept past the 7 demon clones at an incredible speed. Bang bang, balls of white flames appeared in a flash on the demon clones. The 7 demon clones desperately urged the demonic chi in their body to resist, but these white flames were like adding oil to the fire. The surface of their body immediately began to burn in the flames, and at the same time, the thick demonic chi around them quickly thinned. It's really a little interesting. But the game ends here. Seeing this, the leader of the demon clones laughed ferociously, and his face was distorted. As soon as he spoke, the bodies of the other 6 demon clones swelled like balloons. After a few loud noises, they exploded and turned into strands of grayish-green demonic chi that poured into the body of the leader of the demon clones. The leader of the demon clones just made a gesture with one hand. After a loud shout, the purple spirit patterns all over his body flowed, and his body suddenly became huge. A shocking spiritual pressure soared into the sky, and it grew all the way without an end. Celestial state. Seeing this, Kim Tin-ti exclaimed in an instant. Tens of thousands of miles away from the canyon where Kim Tin-ti and others were, there was a steep mountain range. Looking from a distance, the whole mountain range was covered with a thin layer of mist, and it looked a little dim and hazy. There were unknown shrubs growing on the mountain. From time to time, gusts of mountain wind blew through the forest, making a rustling sound. At the end of the sky, a black cloud flew over, and on the cloud stood a man in a green robe. It was Lu Ming, who came all the way after the mark of Taiching Gate. After a short moment, he flew into the sky above the mountain range. But less than the time for an incense stick to burn later, his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly turned his head to look into the depths of the mountain range, and then a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This is... Lu Ming just pondered for a moment, then he suddenly turned into a black light and flew toward the depths of the mountain range. As a result, he just flew for a few hundred miles, then he suddenly stopped the black cloud and stared into the distance. After a while, there was a sizzling sound in the distant sky. A cluster of purple light appeared out of thin air, and it broke through the air toward where Lu Ming was at an amazing speed. Lu Ming took a closer look and recognized the 2 female figures in the purple light. They were Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qin. At this moment, the 2 women obviously also noticed Lu Ming at the same time. They were overjoyed and flew directly toward him without hesitation. At this time, Lu Ming also discovered that behind the 2 women, there was a cluster of green demonic flame billowing. He used divine thought to scan the breath in the demonic flame, and he naturally recognized Long Xian at once. A hint of surprise flashed on his face, and he also stepped on the cloud to meet it. Brother Lu, we were ambushed by Demon Dweller and Demon Mystic sect. Senior fellow apprentice Jean is still fighting with those demon dwellers in order to cover our retreat. Before they converged, Ouyang Qian sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Demon Mystic sect? Demon Dweller? There is actually such a thing. You are all injured. Let me get rid of this guy first. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the 2 women's bodies, then he looked at the green demonic flames behind him that didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. With a flash, he swept past the purple light and directly faced the Long Xian behind him. Lu Ming? I didn't expect that demon dweller didn't kill you. But it's fine. Let me kill you personally. The sudden appearance of Lu Ming made Long Xian, who was in the demonic flame, laugh with excitement. Lu Ming naturally didn't want to catch up with Long Xian. His face sank, and black gas rolled out from his body. At the same time, a dragon roar came out, his arms shook, and the black mist rolled down. 5 black mist dragons of more than 200 meters long rushed out from his back. After they circled, they flew toward Long Xian while shaking their heads and wagging their tails. Break! Long Xian let out a loud roar. He put his arms together and stretched them forward. Two green flames rolled out and condensed into a 300 meters long green strange python in front of his chest. After the strange python circled around Long Xian, it spouted green flames at the 5 black mist dragons, and they instantly tore together. On one side, the 5 mist dragons were surrounded by black gas. Their figures were constantly changing. On the other side, the strange green python showed a fierce look. It roared repeatedly, and the demonic chi around it was tumbling. They couldn't tell the winner for a while. Seeing this, Long Xian snorted and changed his gesture. Boom, the green light around the green python spread out in an instant. Under the green light that filled the sky, the 5 black mist dragons were also pierced with thousands of holes. However, right at this moment, Long Xian's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly moved to the side and explosively retreated at the same time. Behind him, the space fluctuated, and Lu Ming flashed out, swinging his 2 massive fists that were wrapped in black chi toward him. Roar! A tiger roar resounded, 2 black tiger head phantoms materialized in the black chi, roaring as they charged forward. Long Xian anxiously waved the 6 arms of the green giant behind him. Suddenly, the swords and knives that were burning with green flames slashed forward. After a series of loud bangs, several green flame swords intersected, and the power of the surging green flame forcibly blocked the 2 tiger head phantoms, and produced a shocking boom. At this moment, a green light rolled on Lu Ming's shoulder, and a huge phantom of a green ox's head appeared out of thin air. It opened its mouth and spouted a cloud of light that swept across the sword and blade. The green flame was instantly sucked away. A rumbling sound resounded through the heavens and earth. Without the blessing of the green flame, the sword and blade suddenly collapsed under the impact of the 2 black tiger heads. Long Xian hurriedly tried to dodge, but in a hurry, he still couldn't completely avoid it. He was hit by a huge tiger head, and there was a sharp pain in his right shoulder. His whole body was knocked flying backward. After flying for 100 feet, the green flame on Long Xian's body turned into a green lotus that lifted him up. He finally stabilized his body, but his face became extremely ugly. After glancing at Lu Ming fiercely, he suddenly opened his mouth and a black rune blurted out. After a spin in the air, it was imprinted on the forehead of the green giant phantoms behind him. Pai pai pa pa, the sound of bones bursting immediately sounded, the green giant's figure once again skyrocketed, and green stripes could be seen clearly on its body. At the same time, rolls of black and green demonic chi were constantly injected into the stripes. The stripes gradually expanded as if they had taken a tonic. In the blink of an eye, they had covered most of the body, and the whole phantom suddenly became solid. Obviously, this was the true appearance of Saint Xianxia. Long Xian's green hair fluttered in the wind. His originally ugly face became even more ferocious under the contrast of the green flame behind him. But seeing him chuckle, he lightly uttered a few obscure incantations. The green giant slowly raised his arm and spread his 5 fingers. Poof! A large amount of green flame spewed out from the huge palm, condensed in front of him, and spun quickly. In the blink of an eye, it formed a green flame vortex of an acre. A shocking aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world came from the center of the vortex. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned. This green flame was no longer the same as when he saw it in the Ouyang family. He immediately patted his shoulder with one hand, and the green bull phantoms immediately appeared in front of him. After its body shook violently, it raised its head and roared at Saint Xianxia. Ayo! With a sound, the nearby void suddenly trembled violently, and a roll of green sound waves rolled out like lightning. It instantly penetrated the green flame vortex and swept Saint Xianxia's phantoms into it. Saint Xianxia shook the flame, and the demonic aura on his body was immediately blown away. Instead, it was replaced by a layer of faint green light that flickered continuously. Long Xian's face turned cold. Immediately, he moved his arms, wanting to activate the green flame vortex in front of him to launch an attack. However, his face turned pale. The green giant illusory figure behind him seemed to be imprisoned and could not move at all. His face changed, but he immediately snorted coldly. Suddenly, he took a big step forward and entered the green flame vortex together with the giant phantoms behind him. In an instant, a rumbling sound came from the green flame vortex. It seemed to be stirred by a huge force, and it actually violently swelled up. In the time of 2 breaths, there was a loud bang, and the entire vortex turned into green flames that collapsed out of thin air. A green giant more than 50 feet tall appeared in the void. The giant's facial features were clear like that of an ordinary person, and it looked exactly the same as Long Xian. It actually seemed to have merged with Saint Qingyang. Lu Ming was startled seeing this, but he immediately made a gesture, and the green bull phantoms in front of him spat out a roll of green light. But this time, the green giant just waved his hand, and the green light was dispersed. There was no way for it to get close at all. Then the giant's eyes flashed fiercely. He rubbed his hands, and a large amount of green demonic flame appeared out of thin air above Lu Ming. It condensed and transformed into a giant sword phantasm of 400 to 500 meters long. The green flame was rolling all over, and it slashed down at Lu Ming. Not good. At this moment, Ouyang Qian, who was watching the battle not far away, suddenly cried out after seeing the entire sky tremble. But the next moment, something that surprised everyone happened. The Chehuan projection raised its head and opened its cavernous mouth to expel gusts of azure gale force winds. The giant dark green sword was only halfway through its descent before it was reduced to wisps of devilish flames that were devoured by the projection. After a poof, the green demonic qi circulated in Chehuan's abdomen and disappeared without a trace. After Chehuan swallowed so many high-level beastkin souls in the pantheon of demons, his power was naturally not comparable to before. Seeing this, the giant's expression changed several times before it suddenly turned around and fled in a streak of green light. When Long Xian saw that the devil fusion body technique was restrained by Chehuan, he decisively escaped. In this kind of situation, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't let it leave so easily. He muttered an incantation and silver light shone from his back. A pair of fleshy wings appeared out of thin air. After a fierce flap, it turned into a silver light and shot out. After a few flashes, it directly appeared behind the giant. At this moment, the giant transformed by Long Xian shone brightly with a green light. The giant phantasm flashed out of his body and with a pu sound, it exploded and turned into rolling green flames that engulfed Lu Ming, who was caught off guard. The moment the giant phantasm left his body, Long Xian quickly shrank and returned to his original size. He turned into a black shadow and fled forward with a roll of black gas. You actually forced me to blow up the holy venerable phantasm. I will definitely grind your bones into ashes to avenge today. In the black shadow that had escaped for hundreds of meters, Long Xian's gloomy roar suddenly came. But the next moment, the green sea of flames suddenly separated, and a silver light flashed behind the black shadow. It was Lu Ming who somehow broke out, and he instantly channeled his speed to the extreme. He moved his arms, and dense fist shadows surged forward. Long Xian in the black shadow was shocked when he saw this. Without thinking much, he channeled the remaining green demonic flame on his body surface and condensed it into a giant green shield to block behind him. After a violent bang, the giant green shield was safe and sound, which made Long Xian feel relieved. But at the next moment, a deafening dragon roar followed. 2 black mist dragons coiled out and smashed the giant green shield, tearing it into pieces. At this time, Long Xian had just turned around. It was too late to cast a spell to dodge. He could only cross his arms in front of his body. After a loud noise, his body was hit by the 2 mist dragons, and he immediately flew out like a stone bullet. With a so sound, Lu Ming flapped his wings and swept past Long Xian's side in a flash. After circling once, he stopped a few feet away. Long Xian, who stumbled and stopped again, had a huge bloody hole in his abdomen. Waves of green demonic qi and flesh gushed out together. At the moment just now, his body was penetrated by Lu Ming's punch. Ah! Long Xian's original ugly face was extremely distorted because of the severe pain, but such a blow was obviously not enough to kill him completely. As he desperately pressed his 5 fingers on his abdomen, he flipped his other hand, and there was a golden talisman in his palm. He was about to stick it on his abdomen. But at the next moment, a large amount of black water suddenly floated out of the hole in his abdomen, and there was a rolling sound. No! Long Xian suddenly screamed with a pale face. He wanted to channel the talisman in his hand, but it was too late. Countless streams of black water vapor shot out of his body like arrows, following which his entire body exploded along with his soul. Countless pieces of flesh rained down from the sky. Lu Ming waved his hand and a black bead flew back from the minced meat. It landed steadily in his hand. It was the heavy water bead. It turned out that when he pierced through, he left the heavy water bead directly in Long Xian's stomach. However, what Lu Ming didn't realize was that among the countless pieces of flesh flying in the air, a thumb-sized blood-colored bug was mixed in. When it landed on the ground, it silently sank into the soil and disappeared without a trace. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for saving us." Xianxia and Lu Ming flew over with surprise and joy. They cupped their hands and thanked him. "You two are too polite. What happened to senior brother Jean? Can you tell me in detail?" Lu Ming patted his shoulder and the green bull shadow disappeared into his clothes. He turned around and asked directly. When Xianxia heard this, she immediately told him about the encounter with the demon dwellers. Those 7 demon dwellers, were they 7 middle-aged men who looked very similar? After listening, Lu Ming asked with a serious face. "Brother Lu is right. Could it be that the Taiching Gate disciple that this demon mentioned before was really Brother Lu?" Xianxia, who was at the side, heard this and asked. "It's a long story. These demon dwellers are actually the clones of a celestial phenomenon demon dweller. I don't know what kind of secret technique they use to lower their cultivation to sneak into this ruin. Their strength is unfathomable. If they combine, I'm afraid senior brother Jean won't be a match for them," Lu Ming said with a slight frown. "Fake Dan stage clones? The 7 demon dwellers that we encountered seem to have reached the level of Jean Dan," Xianxia said with some surprise. "Jean Dan? It seems that the strength of these clones is much stronger than when I encountered them. Alright, let's not waste any more time. I will make a move first. You two should find a hidden place nearby to hide. If senior brother Jean and I are no match for them, we will find a way to escape and meet up with you." Lu Ming thought for a while and instructed the 2 girls. After saying that, he shot toward the canyon where the 2 women came from with a golden light all over his body. After Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other, they could only follow Lu Ming's instructions and fly towards a hidden mountain peak nearby. Just as Lu Ming was rushing over without stopping, a deafening rumble came one after another in the winding and narrow canyon. A black and white flame aura soared into the sky from the valley. Immediately after, a streak of white starlight shot out from within and crashed into the side of the valley. Boom! The white light exploded on the mountain wall, turning into specks of starlight that scattered in all directions. Mountain rocks flew down, and a hole that was more than 100 feet wide appeared on the mountain wall, along with a man dressed in a loose golden robe. The man was Kim Tin-Ti. At this time, he looked a little embarrassed. Not only the golden robe on his body was broken and charred in many places, but his body was stained with blood. Only a pair of eyes were shining. On the other side of the canyon, a demon with a height of 50 to 60 meters was surrounded by a gray-green demonic aura. Behind him, there was a huge demon phantasm that was as huge as a mountain. There were strange green patterns on this giant demon phantasm. The gray-green demonic aura was rolling all over its body. Its face was blurred, but there was a long silver horn that was several meters long on its forehead, exuding an indescribable terrifying aura. The demon's eyes swept toward Kim Tin-Ti. He waved his hand suddenly, and the phantasm behind him shook its arms. The demonic flame on its body surface rolled, and the wind whistled loudly. 20 to 30 gray-green demonic auras flew out of its body like bees. These demonic auras condensed in the air and turned into a gray-green centipede that was 50 to 60 meters long. They charged toward Kim Tin-Ti while shaking their heads and tails. Seeing this, Kim Tin-Ti was expressionless. His figure blurred, and he rushed forward instead of retreating. Poof, his golden robe swelled up, and countless white starlights appeared on his forehead. They fluttered around him. He seemed to have transformed into a galaxy, and he rolled through the centipedes in the sky. Chi-chi sounds could be heard, and many specks of white starlight appeared on each black centipede's body. Immediately afterward, there were continuous roars. These densely packed white spots of light exploded at the same time, and the numerous centipedes transformed into balls of white flames that illuminated the entire canyon for a radius of 50 kilometers. Then, they all turned into wisps of black and white smoke that dissipated in the air. Seeing this situation, the 2 green eyes flashed fiercely. It opened its mouth and spat out a purple fireball. It became bigger and bigger on the way. It turned into the size of a pavilion in the blink of an eye. Wherever it passed, the space was slightly distorted and blurred. Seeing this, Kim Tin-ti was shocked in his heart. He raised his hand without saying a word, and a roll of blue light blasted out from his sleeve. It turned out to be a small blue shield. Its surface was covered with dense spirit patterns. As it flew, there were 36 layers of blue patterns flashing. Kim Tin-ti's hands moved quickly, pointing at the air where the small blue shield was, and he uttered the word condense. The small shield immediately spun in midair. After the blue light rolled, layers of crystal clear, mirror-like light blue water curtains appeared on the surface and quickly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 10 layers blocking in front of him. Almost at the next moment, the purple fireball that blasted at him suddenly burst open with a boom, and 100 meters long purple waterfall was thrown out from it. Poof, 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 the 8 layers of giant water curtains in front were shattered one after another, turning into little blue light spots that dissipated in the air. However, with this irresistible advance, the flames on the surface of the purple rainbow gradually dissipated. The original shape was faintly revealed. It was actually a purple long whip. This whip seemed to be around 20 to 30 meters long, and it had a total of 7 segments from its head to its tail. Every single segment was covered in dense light violet talisman markings, and it was like a violet python that emitted a dense primordial aura. This item was the real magic weapon used by the ancient demon that the celestial elephant demon found in the ruins before, the celestial elephant demon. At the next moment, the celestial elephant demon in the distance looked hideous. He held the whip handle with one hand and waved it quickly. After the long whip became blurred, it struck down madly with an ear-piercing sound. Purple light flashed on the surface of the last few layers of water curtains, and they also exploded like papier-mâché. The small blue shield reappeared from the scattered water curtains, and flew into the distance in a dim and lusterless manner. After breaking all the water curtains, the purple long whip buzzed in the air, and it turned into a sky full of whip shadows that lashed at Kim Tin-ti. Kim Tin-ti let out a muffled groan, and his body shone with white starlight. He turned into a white shadow and retreated 100 meters away. Boom, the purple whip shadow swept through, and it actually drew a black space crack out of thin air where Kim Tin-ti was originally at. Seeing this, Kim Tin-ti's pupils shrank slightly. Obviously, the power of this treasure made him feel a chill in his heart. At this moment, hundreds of purple phantasms were transfigured in the air. They intertwined and instantly turned into a giant purple net, covering down again. Kim Tin-ti only felt the sound of poof-poof in the nearby air. Wherever the giant purple net passed, a series of space cracks flashed out. He was surrounded by the opponent's attack, giving him a strange feeling that he couldn't avoid it. His face changed slightly immediately. But at the next moment, his eyes flashed fiercely. He waved his wide sleeves, and after a few swoosh-swoosh, 8 golden lights flashed out to meet the inescapable net condensed by the purple whip shadows. It was a round mirror with golden light. These golden light mirrors were still spinning in the air, and white starlight poured out immediately. It turned into a rolling galaxy that soared into the sky. After a harsh scream, the starlight and the crisscrossing purple whip shadows collided with each other. The momentum was huge, as if it was going to tear the entire sky directly. For a time, the entire sky was surging with purple light and white light. Rolls of dazzling light swept in all directions, engulfing the figures of Kim Tin-ti and the demon at the same time. After a few seconds, the purple light and white light flashed and disappeared at the same time. At this time, although the entire sky had not really been torn apart, the walls of the canyon within a radius of several hundred feet had already disappeared, turning into a huge crater. Gray dust and stones were flying everywhere in the fierce wind. On the side of the huge pit, a pale young man in a golden robe was floating in the air. His chest was constantly moving up and down. It was Kim Tin-ti. At this moment, his clothes had long been torn and tattered. Rather than calling it a golden robe, it was more appropriate to call it a golden robe. His neck, waist, arms, thighs, ankles, and other parts of his body that were exposed were clearly marked with blue and purple whip marks. There were also wisps of purple mist lingering on them. The 8 golden light mirrors that were originally floating around him had already disappeared. They must have been turned into nothingness by the blow just now. Although I haven't had the time to sacrificial refine this heaven-shaking whip, the power of the blow just now is no less than a blow from me at my peak. It's really incredible that you can still survive. After the gray dust in front of him dissipated, the figure of the demon appeared. His face was full of a strange expression, and he said slowly. He still held a long purple whip in his hand. There were more than a dozen bloody holes the size of an arm on his body, but the black gas lingering on the holes was quickly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There are still many things that you didn't expect. I'm more curious about how long you can maintain your current strength after fusing. Kim Tin-Ti raised his head and looked at the demon coldly. He replied with a snort, then he took out a pale golden talisman and patted it on his body. The golden light wrapped around his body, and the whip marks on his body suddenly disappeared. His aura also improved a little. No matter how long it takes, it's enough to take your life. The demon was enraged upon hearing this and let out an explosive roar. The purple whip suddenly shined brightly and coils of purple flame surged out, burrowing into his body. At the same time, the whip quickly coiled around his right arm like a purple snake. Layers of purple spirit patterns immediately appeared on the surface of the demon's body, and his aura once again rose at a terrifying speed. Seeing this, Kim Tin-Ti's pupils shrank, and his face became really ugly. The demonic dweller groaned and waved the demonic whip's arm again and again. A series of purple whip phantasms that were several tens of meters thick blasted out. Wherever the phantasms passed, there was a strong spiritual fluctuation in the void. Rolls of faint purple flames seemed to have the feeling of turning everything into ashes. Zila. The purple whip swept past, tearing a dark space crack, but Kim Tin-Ti's figure disappeared in a flash. Kim Tin-Ti's figure appeared on the ground not far away. He didn't dare to stop at all. Under a flash of starlight, he turned into a roll of white light and sank into the soil below. The devilish being harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he abruptly thrust a palm toward the ground. A burst of black and purple devilish chi condensed in midair, following which a gargantuan palm-sized projection came crashing down. Boom, a hole of more than 1,000 meters appeared on the ground. A white shadow rose from the hole. After a few flashes, it appeared strangely behind the demonic dweller. A stream of white starlight condensed into a giant palm out of thin air, grabbing at the demonic dweller. The demonic dweller showed a trace of disdain. He turned around as fast as lightning and also struck with his palm. A mushroom cloud of white, black and purple rose from the ground. Kim Tin-Ti and the demonic dweller retreated almost at the same time. It was just that one of Kim Tin-Ti's hands had grabbed the end of the purple whip. The crackling sound of electric arcs came. The golden electric arcs actually blasted toward the demonic dweller along the long whip. The demonic dweller's reaction was also very fast. With a movement of his arm, the purple whip quickly twisted and threw Kim Tin-Ti away. At the same time, the purple flames on the whip burned out the electric arcs. After a few somersaults in the air, Kim Tin-Ti managed to stabilize his figure. When he was about to take a deep breath and take some action, his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the back of the canyon. He saw a black escape light in the sky, galloping at an extraordinary speed. TSK. Looks like other human friends have arrived. The devilish being seemed to have also sensed the phenomenon in the distance, and its movement slowed as it cackled in a sinister manner. The person who had just arrived was Lu Ming, who had rushed over. At this moment, he, who was standing on the black cloud, frowned. He had a grim expression on his face. Obviously, he had already seen the huge and shocking pit in the distance. Above the huge pit, the 70 to 80 feet tall demonic person's aura was much stronger than it was half a month ago. In stark contrast, Kim Tin-Ti, on the other side, did not seem to have any scars on his body. However, if one observed carefully, the fluctuation of spiritual energy around his body was unstable. It was obvious that he was injured and had consumed a lot of vitality. "It's you? It seems that the demoness treated you quite well. She actually let you leave that place alive?" When Lu Ming was less than 200 or 300 feet away from the two, the devil cultivator's surprised voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Lu Ming did not respond at all. Black gas rolled out of his body, and after a while, his body made a crackling sound. His two arms suddenly swelled in the air and slammed forward fiercely. Facing the celestial state demonic cultivator, Lu Ming did not dare to hold back at all. He used 100% of his spiritual power when he made a move. A deafening dragon roar and tiger roar came, 5 black water dragons of more than 200 feet long and 5 mist tigers with black gas rushed out from his back and went straight to the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator was startled at first, then he waved his hand carelessly. After the purple demonic whip in his hand flashed, a burst of purple demonic flame rose on the surface. Under the condensation, a purple demonic snake phantasm condensed out of thin air. After a series of blurs, it whipped on the black mist tigers and black water dragons. Bang bang, a few sounds sounded in succession. As soon as the black water dragons and the black mist tigers touched the purple demonic snake, they were shaken away and turned into black light that filled the sky. Hell purgatory. Lu Ming pointed in the air with one hand, and the black light that filled the sky suddenly gathered in the middle, drowning the entire demonic cultivator in it, turning into a black light ball of 100 feet in size. However, as soon as the light ball was formed, there was a loud rumbling sound inside. At the same time, the surface of the light was rolling as if it was going to collapse in the next moment. At this moment, outside the black light ball, a bit of starlight suddenly flew in. It was Kim Tin-Ti who made a move without hesitation. Although his face was a little pale, his hands were making gestures in an orderly manner. Bits of starlight flew out from the 2 broken golden sleeves. After reaching the outside of Hell Purgatory, they condensed and turned into a layer of dazzling white light curtain, wrapping the black light ball in it and slowing down its collapse. Whoosh, after a series of afterimages flashed, a figure appeared outside the white light curtain. It was Lu Ming, who had a pair of silver wings on his back. With one hand on his chest, he quickly made a hand seal and muttered something. In the fake core above his spiritual sea, the suppressed 9 heavens godly thunder faintly throbbed. He was actually planning to release a trace of the 9 heavens godly thunder again. Since he took a risk in the ruins and obtained a ball of 9th heaven thunder, he could finally use some extra 9th heaven thunder to attack the enemy. He didn't have to worry too much about the demonic thought's backlash. Right at this moment, an astonishing burst of spiritual pressure rose up from within the infernal purgatory. Streaks of purple light flashed violently within the black light, and following a resounding boom, the entire infernal purgatory exploded. Black and purple light flashed incessantly within the white light barrier, and the entire space twisted and warped as if it were on the verge of shattering. Seeing this, Kim Tin-Ti's face darkened. Without saying anything, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of blood essence. His hands quickly pointed at the blood essence in the void. Whoosh, the blood essence turned into a bloody light and disappeared into the white light curtain. After the white light curtain shook violently a few times, it stabilized a little, but the purple flame was still constantly attacking the light curtain. However, because Kim Tin-Ti had bought these 2 breaths of time, in Lu Ming's fake Dan, a hair-thin 5-colored thunder finally flashed and shot out from one of his fingers. Zila, after this hair-thin 5-colored thunder was shot out, it became as thick as a bull with a roar. With a flash, it went straight through the light curtain. 9th heaven thunder. The one who attacked in the ruins was really you. In Hell Purgatory, there was a faint roar of a demon dweller. With an extremely fast speed, he waved the sky-shaking whip in his hand. After the long purple whip circled around, it was like a long snake that wrapped tightly from top to bottom. Boom, there was a loud noise, waves of white, black, and purple air waves rolled out. The entire void trembled. The mountains of different heights in the distance were instantly turned into ashes in the air waves. Lu Ming hurriedly channeled the beast armor tactics. The silver light instantly covered all parts of his body, and he retreated at the same time. Kim Tin-Ti's body shook, and he was also sent flying. In midair, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. A silver light flashed. In a flash, Lu Ming appeared next to Kim Tin-Ti, grabbed him, and blasted out in a silver light. He escaped more than 1,000 meters away in one breath before his figure flashed again. After the various fluctuations dissipated, there was only a cloud of purple-black mist that kept flashing in the original center of Hell Purgatory. There was a demon dweller wrapped in circles of purple light in it, and it exuded an incredibly powerful murderous aura. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart suddenly sank. This time, he had taken the risk to release a trace of 9th heaven thunder, which made the demonic thought suppressed by the thunder seal palpitate, but it was still blocked by this demon. Kim Tinti's face was cold, and he quickly took out an elixir and swallowed it. Since you can really use the ninth heaven's godly thunder, I can't let you live in this world. In the middle of the black and purple mist, the demon dweller roared at the top of his voice. The purple flame on his body rolled up, and it once again transformed into a shining demonic whip. In the next moment, the purple-black mist suddenly burst into countless dazzling lights. A purple shadow flashed out and appeared in front of the two strangely. They could vaguely see that the arm in front of them was raised, and the spirit patterns on the long whip lit up. Immediately, dense purple whip lights blasted at them. Lu Ming turned around, and a pair of huge silver wings suddenly flapped. At the same time, he stomped on the ground and blasted backward. Kim Tinti also rushed into the sky with starlight, flashing to the other side. Almost without thinking, the demon dweller rushed at Lu Ming with dense whip shadows, but he ignored Kim Tinti. He raised his other hand and pointed at Lu Ming in the air. A roll of gray-green-black gas condensed at the tip of his finger, and a thumping black light flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming was taken aback immediately, but he still barely channeled the beast armor tactics and the crimson scales in his body to block in front of him, and his figure suddenly shook. Pung! Lu Ming felt a heat on his shoulder, and a sharp pain came. On his left shoulder, there was a finger-thick bloody hole, and wisps of grayish-green demonic chi were still lingering on it. At the same time, the sound of long whips intertwining sounded at the top of his head, and a purple whip light also came crashing down. At the critical moment, a shrill low sound came from the air. Lu Ming only felt a strong wind blowing behind him, then 1,000 meters long crimson blade light flashed. Bang! After the phantasm transformed by the purple long whip and the blade light collided on top of Lu Ming's head, they quickly retracted with a few swoosh swoosh. It was actually Kim Tinti who made a move from a distance to help Lu Ming block this blow. You are injured like this, and you still dare to meddle in my business. TSK, you are really bold. The demon stopped and turned his head to look at Kim Tinti in surprise. There was a crimson blade of a foot long in the hands of the young man in golden robe. There were layers of crystal-clear runes flashing on the blade. There were layers of halos on the blade, but there was a faint crack on the blade. Obviously, although the whip was barely resisted, the spirituality of this magic weapon prototype was damaged a lot. But Kim Tinti turned a blind eye to this. He just spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the crimson blade. Immediately, there was a flash of light on the surface of the blade. As the blade light flashed, the surrounding air trembled with a buzzing sound. 1,000 meters long crimson blade light swept at the demon. End of chapter 931. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.